Chapter 1. As usual, it's a time travel part 1. Energy replenished. Detecting life signs. User soul binding. Error 201. Detecting host body transfer. Automatic correction function activated. Overlaying previous soul of the body. Transferring memories to the host. Correction complete. Exchange system activated. In a state of half-consciousness, Liu Zhe was jolted awake by a cacophony of sounds echoing in his mind, gradually sharpening his awareness. Have I already died? This question surfaced in Liu Zhe's muddled mind. He could only recall being on a rooftop to patch a leak. Who would have known that as he stretched lazily, his consciousness faded to black, and he could remember nothing thereafter? Suddenly, a piercing pain struck Liu Zhe's head as fragments of foreign memories surged into his consciousness. Yet, in that moment of intense agony, he could think of nothing else. His awareness dimmed once more, and he fell unconscious again. Beneath the blazing sun, the relentless heat scorched the earth, causing the ground to sizzle and rise in shimmering mirages. In such sweltering weather, a young man dressed in a white-collared shirt and cheap jeans wandered through a sparsely populated alley, a trace of barely perceptible sorrow etched on his face. This alley, a mere 3 meters wide, could barely accommodate 2 or 3 adults side by side in this city, which was not particularly advanced. Such secluded alleys were ubiquitous. With a somewhat dazed expression, the young man walked through the alley, flanked by walls awash in vibrant colors, the result of splashes and graffiti. The ground beneath his feet was littered with filthy, disheveled refuse carelessly discarded, and a foul stench permeated the air. At that moment, apart from the young man, the alley was home to several hunched, filthy beggars, 7 or 8 gaunt figures clearly deprived of sustenance, including not only the elderly and adults, but even children as young as 8. This young man was named Liu Zhe, age 21. With his parents missing since he became aware of his surroundings, he had been living in an orphanage. Liu Zhe spent several years in the orphanage, but at the age of 15, he was expelled by the director with the words, "This place does not need those who refuse to work." Liu Zhe was not idle. On the contrary, he approached tasks with a seriousness that could be deemed commendable. While he was not the type to labor from dawn till dusk, he never shirked his responsibilities and always completed his assigned tasks diligently. However, Liu Zhe's personality was somewhat reclusive throughout his time in the orphanage. He had been a solitary figure. By the age of 15, he had likely spoken fewer than 20 sentences. It was precisely this disposition that led to his ostracization by a group of children in the orphanage. The primary reason for his expulsion was that he was framed by a few older kids who took a disliking to him. Liu Zhe, typically quiet and reserved, never spoke up in his defense, not even to clarify his innocence. Ultimately, as the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. The older children conspired against Liu Zhe, and since he remained silent, the director believed their accusations and expelled him. After leaving the orphanage, Liu Zhe, with no one to rely on, had no choice but to fend for himself. Naturally, a mere 15-year-old cast into the world would not have an easy life. In the initial year, Liu Zhe lived day to day, often missing meals. He would occasionally scavenge for discarded vegetable leaves at the market or collect newspapers and empty bottles, managing to earn just enough for a few buns by day's end. But do not be mistaken, scavenging is not a task for everyone. The competition among scavengers could be described as a fierce battle, often leading to violent disputes over discarded paper, with both sides sustaining injuries. These seemingly trivial items, such as a bag of empty bottles or a stack of old newspapers, could ignite fierce conflict. Though it was never Liu Zhe's intention, he inadvertently honed his fighting skills during those days. After a year of wandering and scavenging, Liu Zhe's circumstances finally improved, thanks to a kind elderly gentleman. The turning point occurred during a dispute over refuse collection. At that time, Liu Zhe was in his youth, and having spent a year honing his physique through scavenging, he was notably robust among his peers. However, on that day, he found himself against 4 or 5 beggars. A strong individual might claim he could take on 2 opponents, and perhaps that could be believed. But when faced with 3 or 4, it was likely he would end up bruised and battered. And to think he could take on 10? That was absurd. This wasn't a movie. Reality is harsh. Despite Liu Zhe's strength, his inadequate nutrition left him at a disadvantage. Even with daily labor, he was only marginally stronger than the average person, and in the face of overwhelming numbers, he was inevitably beaten and left sprawled on the ground. It was at this moment that an elderly gentleman happened upon him, saw his plight, and took him in temporarily. The elderly gentleman was named Liu, affectionately known as Uncle Yong by those who knew him. A retired teacher, he had been living off his pension and monthly living assistance. Despite his modest means, Uncle Yong, who had reached his 70s without children, resolutely decided to adopt Liu Zhe after sheltering him for several days, even though it would impose a significant burden on his finances. Having endured the dark side of society in a year of scavenging, Liu Zhe's demeanor had grown even more reclusive compared to his time in the orphanage. He often wore a cold expression, with his dark eyes filled with wariness and suspicion towards others. Initially, Liu Zhe's relationship with Uncle Yong was fraught. They would sometimes go days without meaningful conversation, and when they did speak, their exchanges often faltered midway, leaving Uncle Yong perplexed for some time. However, time has the power to change all things. Although Liu Zhe was naturally aloof, he was not devoid of emotion. Under Uncle Yong's enduring care, how could he not sense the affection directed toward him? Thus, as the time they spent together increased, the barriers between Liu Zhe and Uncle Yong gradually faded. Liu Zhe began to perceive Uncle Yong as a grandfather figure, and Uncle Yong, in turn, regarded Liu Zhe as his own grandson. Yet such happiness lasted only until last night. Sigh. Liu Zhe let out a soft sigh. Last night, his grandfather succumbed to heart disease. In a frantic attempt, Liu Zhe rushed Uncle Yong to the hospital, but ultimately, the efforts were in vain. Uncle Yong departed from Liu Zhe's life just like that. Just hours ago, a vibrant life had been extinguished, leaving everything feeling surreal, as if a dream. Chapter 2. As usual, it's a time travel part 2. Upon receiving the news of Uncle Yong's passing, Liu Zhe wept inconsolably, unable to comprehend how he had offended the heavens. Having lost his parents' warmth at a young age, he finally found solace in his grandfather, only for cruel fate to snatch away his last remaining kin. Reflecting on the events of last night, Liu Zhe's expression remained one of confusion. By instinct, he wandered into the filthy alley where he had once lived, a place filled with a year's worth of painful memories, a period marked by brutality and darkness. This was also where he first encountered Uncle Yong. "Excuse me, sir." As Liu Zhe wandered in a daze through the alley, a tattered, dirt-covered youth, appearing no older than 15 or 16, timidly interjected, halting Liu Zhe's steps. The boy was filthy, exuding an unpleasant odor, and dirt was caked beneath his fingernails. Yet Liu Zhe did not flinch. He had once experienced such suffering himself. "Is there something you need?" Liu Zhe lowered his voice, striving to soften his tone to avoid frightening the boy. However, Liu Zhe's intent seemed to fall short. As the moment the boy heard Liu Zhe's icy tone, he instinctively recoiled, fearing he would suffer the same fate as before. "Don't be afraid, I won't harm you." Observing the boy's fearful demeanor, Liu Zhe felt a twinge of helplessness. His cold tone seemed inherent while working outside. It had often brought him trouble. Though Liu Zhe had significantly improved his demeanor over the years, his voice remained perpetually frigid. Seeing that Liu Zhe had no intention of assaulting him, the young boy seemed to relax, extending his palm to reveal a filthy, tattered ring. Trembling, he implored, "Kind sir, may I inquire if you would consider purchasing this ring? It is said to have been left by celestial beings, and wearing it can bring good fortune while warding off misfortune and enhancing one's vitality." The boy, somewhat lacking in confidence, recited this memorized spiel with great fervor. After listening to the boy's lengthy pitch, Liu Zhe discerned that he had encountered a scam. Such tactics were far from uncommon, and scrupulous merchants often exploited beggars or the disabled, employing the sympathy card to elicit compassion and extracting money with worthless trinkets. In bygone days, Liu Zhe had engaged in similar schemes, but he had quickly abandoned them, realizing that this line of work was even more perilous than scavenging. Encountering a benevolent individual might result in merely a few admonishments, but meeting someone of a more irascible disposition could lead to a severe beating, leaving one with medical expenses that outweighed any profits. Liu Zhe scrutinized the ring, his brow furrowing slightly. The craftsmanship was crude, and it bore traces of rust at first glance. It was nothing more than refuse. The notion that it had been left by divine beings was laughable if it were truly of celestial origin. How could it have fallen into the hands of a mere street urchin? Even if, for argument's sake, the ring possessed the miraculous properties he claimed, would the boy be willing to part with such a treasure? Under normal circumstances, Liu Zhe would have likely dismissed it without a second glance, turning away immediately. As his financial situation was hardly opulent, he could not afford to squander his limited resources. However, on this particular day, perhaps spurred by the recent passing of his grandfather, or perhaps seeing a reflection of his own past in the young boy, Liu Zhe made a decision that he would ordinarily never contemplate. At that moment, the boy continued to rattle off an array of fantastical claims, as if he would not cease for 3 days and nights. Liu Zhe, however, abruptly interrupted him, inquiring, "How much for the ring?" The boy was momentarily taken aback. Usually, when he posed such inquiries, people either walked away or berated him, but Liu Zhe was the first to ask for a price outright. "I mean, how much is this ring?" Liu Zhe pressed again, seeing the boy in a daze. Finally, the boy regained his composure, his expression one of disbelief, and he stammered, 55 yuan. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe retrieved a 100 yuan note from his wallet and promptly pressed it into the boy's hand. Today, he resolved to be a good Samaritan. Indulging in a little extravagance felt rather refreshing. As the boy stared dumbfounded at the 100 yuan note, Liu Zhe took the ring without uttering a word, slipping the battered piece of jewelry into his pocket before turning to leave. Just before departing, Liu Zhe's ears caught the sound of the boy's incessant expressions of gratitude trailing behind him. Occasionally performing acts of kindness was not such a bad feeling, Liu Zhe mused as he walked away. That evening, a torrential downpour began outside, with fierce winds battering against the old windows, producing a cacophony of creaks and groans. Drip, drip, drip. Filthy water seeped through the aged, dilapidated roof, falling directly in front of Liu Zhe's eyes. What terrible luck! Just when it rains, it pours. At that moment, Liu Zhe was consuming a pack of instant noodles that cost a mere few yuan, watching as drops of murky water fell directly into his bowl. He couldn't help but lament his misfortune. Though the house was old, Liu Zhe had lived there for several years without any leakage issues. Who would have imagined that today would be so fortuitous? Just as he returned home to prepare a bowl of noodles and enjoy some television, barely having taken a few bites, the rainwater had the audacity to drip right into his meal. Setting down the noodles, Liu Zhe grumbled as he retrieved a toolbox and a thick piece of wood from the cabinet. If he did not locate the source of the leak that night, it seemed he would have no choice but to forego sleep. At present, Liu Zhe, without even donning a raincoat, ambled barefoot, displaying a nimbleness akin to that of a monkey, as he clambered up to the rooftop directly through the window. Alas, this monkey's dexterity left much to be desired. Midway through his ascent, Liu Zhe slipped, tumbling head over heels and landing squarely on his back, stars dancing before his eyes. Ouch, that hurts. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Even Liu Zhe, typically indifferent, could not suppress an expletive. Grimacing in pain, he picked up a nearby tool, determined to avoid another fall by being particularly mindful of his footing this time, carefully ensuring he had a firm grip before exerting himself to climb upwards. With utmost caution, Liu Zhe finally succeeded in reaching the rooftop safely. To think such a large hole has formed. No wonder the water keeps dripping, he remarked, gazing at the missing tile with a sense of disbelief. This house, inhabited by Yong Bo since his youth, had stood for an estimated 30 to 40 years. Unsurprisingly, the structure was in a state of disrepair, yet the fact that it had only begun to leak now was nothing short of miraculous. Bang, bang, bang. With his body pressing down on a thick wooden board, a nail clamped in his mouth, Liu Zhe stabilized one nail with his left hand while wielding a hammer in his right. Commencing makeshift repairs to prevent further leaks, after considerable effort, his body was drenched in rainwater, sweat mingling with the rain cascading down his cheeks. Nevertheless, hard work bore fruit. After this temporary reinforcement, there would be no more leaks for the time being. After a strenuous struggle, he finally secured the last wooden board firmly. That moment, wiping the beads of water from his forehead, Liu Zhe stretched luxuriously, raising his hands skyward and declaring, "Phew, it's finally done. I need to hurry down and take a shower. I'm soaking wet and sticky. What a hassle." At this juncture, Liu Zhe stood atop the roof, hammer held aloft, pointing towards the heavens. The scene was unmistakably reminiscent of a human lightning rod. Just then, a flash of purple lightning flickered across the sky. Boom. The earth-shattering thunder resonated, and in an instant, Liu Zhe felt the thunderclap was alarmingly close. The next moment, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck him directly. It is said that the odds of an individual being struck by lightning are 1 in 500,000. Yet, in this moment, Liu Zhe inadvertently engaged in this perilous act, perhaps increasing his odds slightly, but they remained pitifully low. To be struck by lightning at this moment could only be described as Liu Zhe receiving the favor of the heavens. The forces of nature are immensely powerful. Liu Zhe was no practitioner of the arts as depicted in novels. Although his physique was somewhat sturdier than that of an average person, he was ultimately just a mortal when lightning struck. How could he possibly survive? Liu Zhe's consciousness faded in an instant, smoke billowing from his body, and thus, in an utterly bewildering twist of fate, he was struck dead by lightning. Had he been able to react in that moment, he would undoubtedly have unleashed a torrent of curses towards the sky. Heavens, are you toying with me? At that moment, a tattered ring, purchased from a youth, unexpectedly leapt from Liu Zhe's pocket, hovering above his lifeless body. In the pitch-black night, the ring floated in mid-air, radiating a dazzling brilliance before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 3, The Exchange System Part 1. Within a quaint wooden cabin, a youth of around 17 or 18 lay quietly on the bed. He possessed a head of black hair and an unremarkable face, neither ugly nor handsome, but rather the type of visage that would blend seamlessly into a crowd. Suddenly, the youth jolted awake, his body springing up with vigor. Gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his eyes were filled with disbelief. What is happening? I'm not dead. Have I arrived in another world? This youth, originally named Sierra, bore a name tinged with Western flair, much like the previous Liu Zhe. He was an orphan. However, he was no longer the Sierra of the eternal demon continent, but rather Liu Zhe, hailing from Earth. Liu Zhe had yet to fully grasp the shock of his transmigration, and with memories from two worlds swirling chaotically in his mind, he found himself momentarily dazed, sitting on the bed like a simpleton. After sitting in a stupor for nearly an hour, he finally uttered, "What the hell? Such bizarre occurrences in this day and age. The eternal demon continent, a realm of magic. Were it not for the clarity of the memories in his mind, Liu Zhe would have sooner believed this to be a grand joke than accept he had arrived in some ridiculous magical world. Having lived 21 years in his previous life, shaped by a gray childhood, he had developed a temperament marked by indifference. For him, a mundane existence represented the utmost happiness. His greatest dream was to live a simple life, occasionally earning a bit of money, enjoying good food, and perhaps traveling abroad with savings in his old age. However, amidst all these aspirations, a sudden lightning strike transporting him to another world was certainly not among them. Upon accepting the reality of his transmigration, Liu Zhe's initial thought was to contemplate suicide, believing it preferable to end his life than to exist in this bewildering realm. In an instant, a flicker of hesitation and struggle crossed his gaze. Yet ultimately, he relaxed, relinquishing the impulse to end his life. What prevented him from succumbing to this urge was a final exhortation from his grandfather, Yang Bo, just before passing away from a heart attack. Yang Bo's last words had urged Liu Zhe to live well, no matter the circumstances. It was this single phrase that extinguished Liu Zhe's suicidal thoughts, having set aside his desire for self-harm. Liu Zhe sighed, "Alas, Grandpa, you've truly presented me with a formidable challenge this time." Perhaps it was the merging of Sierra's memories, or perhaps it was his inherent disposition, but Liu Zhe's mindset had shifted to an unusually calm state. Free from the initial panic, resolute in his decision to survive, Liu Zhe resolved to meticulously organize the memories swirling in his mind. To know oneself and one's opponent is the key to victory in 100 battles. Although Liu Zhe did not yearn for a luxurious life, he certainly did not wish to endure the same dismal existence of his childhood. To live better, he first needed to familiarize himself with the information about this world. Thus, on the very first day of his transmigration, Liu Zhe remained within the confines of his small wooden cabin, spending the entire day in solitude, from dawn to dusk, and from dusk to dawn. After a full day, Liu Zhe finally sorted through the vast memories of Sierra in his mind, gaining a preliminary understanding of this new world, the eternal demon continent, a realm entirely devoted to magic. Unlike the hodgepodge of swordsmen, knights, and thieves commonly found in novels, this world was strikingly straightforward. There existed but one profession, the magician. This was a world flourishing with magical civilization, where every human on the eternal demon continent possessed the potential to become a magician. Even those who had squandered their lives from birth would, at the very least, become a magical apprentice upon reaching adulthood. However, naturally, those aspiring to become more formidable beings than mere magical apprentices would need to engage in diligent practice. As for the heights one could attain through training, it largely depended on personal effort, with magical aptitude playing a crucial role. The so-called magical aptitude refers to the primal spirit of each individual. The primal spirit is the most significant factor influencing a magician's lifetime achievements. It governs two vital aspects of a magician's abilities: the speed of mana recovery and the speed of spell casting. Moreover, the stronger the primal spirit, the more effortlessly a magician can manipulate magic. A particular spell that might take an ordinary person 3 years to master could be mastered by a magician with a robust primal spirit in merely 3 months. Or even a month. Undoubtedly, the primal spirit serves as the hallmark of a genius. The magical system of this world is already quite developed, and currently, the aptitude of the primal spirit can be measured using magical instruments. The levels of primal spirit, ranging from low to high, are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and black. It is said that beyond the black aptitude lies the legendary golden aptitude. Every magician undergoes a measurement of their mental aptitude when they become a magical apprentice. On the continent, the average age for becoming a magical apprentice is 13, meaning that upon reaching this age, one has essentially entered the domain of magicians. Certainly, this figure merely represents an average. For instance, the young man Liu Zhe, currently residing in this body, possesses the lowest red talent known as the origin spirit. Consequently, he only became a magic apprentice at the age of 14, thanks to the prior owner of this body, Sierra, who dedicated some time each day to practice. Without such efforts, it is likely he would not have attained the status of a magic apprentice until the age of 15, which marks adulthood in the eternal demon continent. As previously mentioned, even with the most inferior red talent, one could still become a magic apprentice by the age of 15 without any training. However, should one possess poor talent and refrain from practicing, their entire life may be confined to the role of a mere magic apprentice, never having the opportunity to ascend to the rank of a first-level magician. Liu Zhe is now 18 years old. Yet he has only recently achieved the rank of a second-level magician. Such a pace of advancement is considered exceedingly slow within the eternal demon continent. Typically, an 18-year-old would be a third-level magician. The reasons for this sluggish progression are twofold. Firstly, Sierra's upbringing was not affluent. Being an orphan, he was compelled to work to sustain himself, leaving little time for training. Secondly, there is Sierra's inherent talent. While the lowest red talent is not entirely rare, it is still relatively uncommon, perhaps found in only 1 out of 1,000 individuals. Most families possess orange talent, and the emergence of yellow talent is regarded as a sign of prodigious potential. In the eternal demon continent, the strength of a magician is assessed through a grading system based on an entity known as the magic ring. When an ordinary person becomes a magic apprentice, they acquire this innate attribute, the magic ring, which is located at the wrist joint. The ring may manifest on either the left or right hand, varying from person to person. Typically, the magic ring remains latent. However, with a mere thought, it materializes at the wrist, serving as the most compelling evidence of one's strength. The number of stars on the magic ring signifies one's rank. 1 star denotes a first-level magician. 2 stars indicate a second-level magician, while a magic apprentice's ring remains entirely blank, devoid of any stars. Each time a breakthrough in strength occurs, the star count on the magic ring automatically increases. And the brilliance of the stars indicates the individual's prowess. For instance, among 4-star magicians, those with radiant stars are undoubtedly stronger than those whose stars shine dimly. Currently, Liu Zhe is a second-level magician, and his magic ring bears only 2 stars. Having just transitioned to this level, the second star appears rather lackluster. It seems this life is destined for ordinariness. Liu Zhe sighed, having organized the memories in his mind and reached this conclusion. Chapter 4. The Exchange System, Part 2. From the memories of Liu Zhe, it seems that as a magician with red talent, his prospects are quite bleak, even if he were to exert himself and train diligently now. Transitioning from a second-level magician to a third-level magician would require at least 5 or 6 years. In contrast, young individuals with yellow talent typically attain the rank of third-level magician by the age of 18. This disparity arises from the origin spirit. As one progresses in their training, the gap becomes increasingly pronounced. Having arrived in this new world, Liu Zhe retains the principles from his previous life, as long as others do not provoke him. He shall not incite them, adhering to the notion of mutual non-interference. Nevertheless, despite this resolve, Liu Zhe gleaned from Sierra's memories that his daily existence was fraught with difficulties, regardless of the world or era. A common trait among young people is their propensity to compare themselves to one another, which inevitably leads to ridicule. Clearly, Sierra was the target of such mockery, while Liu Zhe might dismiss mere teasing. He found it troubling that a few particularly arrogant and malicious individuals often inflicted physical harm upon Sierra. As Liu Zhe pondered this, he felt a sense of trepidation, although he considered himself capable in a fight. The magicians in this world are far from being weaklings. The practice of magical elements not only extends one's lifespan, but also fortifies the magician's physique. A second-level magician engaging in combat with a third-level magician might fare reasonably well in a one-on-one encounter. But should he face multiple opponents, particularly given his own lack of physical strength, it is evident that the outcome would not be favorable, with Liu Zhe likely ending up on the ground. As Liu Zhe wrestled with these thoughts, an unusual sensation suddenly enveloped his mind that he felt a sudden chill enveloping his head, accompanied by a throbbing pain that expanded within his skull, leaving him in considerable discomfort. In an instant, Liu Zhe found himself rolling on the bed, clutching his head. Fortunately, this excruciating pain did not persist for long. Soon after, he discovered an inexplicable message manifesting in his mind. Exchange system? What is this? Liu Zhe murmured, momentarily lost in thought as he repeated the words flashing through his consciousness. However, as the concept of the exchange system flitted through his mind, another message, seemingly from nowhere, appeared. Ding! Welcome to the exchange system. As a first-time user, you have been granted 3,000 system points. A series of messages resonated in Liu Zhe's mind. The sensation of receiving such information felt remarkably surreal, akin to listening to music through headphones, regardless of one's desire to ignore it. One cannot control the ear's reception of sound. Upon the sudden emergence of the information, a 3D holographic screen materialized in Liu Zhe's mind, a vast display several times larger than an ordinary television. On this screen, he clearly discerned three prominent categories: resources, self, and techniques. Curiosity piqued. Liu Zhe directed his gaze towards the self category. As his attention settled on the self option, the screen shifted dramatically, revealing a series of details. Name, strength enhancement description, increases physical strength cost, currently requires 100 points. Name, agility enhancement description, increases bodily agility cost, currently requires 100 points. Name, stamina enhancement description, increases physical endurance cost, currently requires 100 points. Name, increase magic capacity description, increases total magical power cost, currently requires 100 points. Name, mental strength enhancement description, alters innate mental aptitude cost, red talent 100 points, clear talent 1,000 points, yellow talent 2,000 points, green talent 5,000 points. Liu Zhe scanned the options, ultimately fixing his gaze on the line regarding mental strength enhancement. In an instant, his eyes widened, and he was filled with astonishment. What is mental strength? It is the benchmark determining a magician's future accomplishments, an innate quality. However, according to the description above, could this so-called exchange system truly alter one's mental aptitude? Liu Zhe suppressed the shock that surged within him and calmly pondered. Although he had nearly succumbed to impulsiveness by exchanging for mental strength enhancement, he ultimately restrained himself from making a hasty decision. He understood that if these claims held any truth, this exchange system would become his greatest trump card in this world. Despite possessing a gift of 3,000 points, he realized he could not afford to squander them carelessly until he discovered a means of accruing more system points. After considerable contemplation, though he struggled significantly, Liu Zhe ultimately resolved to refrain from exchanging for mental strength enhancement for the time being. He then shifted his focus to the category of techniques, momentarily setting aside the options for vision enhancement and flexibility enhancement. As he gazed intently, the luminous screen transformed, and the information displayed changed dramatically. This time, the data presented was slightly different, revealing the categories: wind, fire, water, earth, light, darkness, thunder, and support. Without hesitation, Liu Zhe directed his gaze towards support. In his previous life, Liu Zhe had endured much hardship, which instilled in him an ingrained instinct for self-preservation. Essentially, safety first. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of dying. Before long, his attention was drawn to the top of the screen. Scanning the messages that unfolded. Name. Magic shield description. Forms a magical shield that automatically blocks all damage at the cost of the user's magical energy. Once activated, any incoming attack will consume a certain amount of magic power. As long as the user's magic energy is not depleted, the magical shield will persist indefinitely. Point cost. Level 1 Magic Shield 1000 points. Level 2 Magic Shield 5000 points. Level 3 Magic Shield 20,000 points. Name. Concentration technique description. Enhances the speed of magical energy recovery. Point cost. Level 1 Concentration Technique 1000 points. Level 2 Concentration Technique 5000 points. Level 3 Concentration Technique 20,000 points. Name. Star Absorption Technique description. Absorbs the target's magical energy and replenishes it within the user. Point cost. Level 1 Star Absorption Technique 2000 points. Level 2 Star Absorption Technique 9000 points. Level 3 Star Absorption Technique 40,000 points. This time, Liu Zhe could no longer contain himself. Without finishing the review of the other options, he immediately selected the Magic Shield. The phrase automatically blocks all damage was enough to eliminate any hesitation. He chose the Magic Shield without a second thought, the notion that as long as he maintained sufficient magical energy, he could become an indestructible entity filled him with delight. He promptly shifted his gaze back to the upper section of the Magic Shield option. In an instant, a message appeared in his mind. Confirm exchange for level 1 Magic Shield? At this moment, Liu Zhe was uncertain how to confirm, so he silently focused on the thought of affirmation. As he mentally reiterated the confirmation, another message materialized in his mind. Level 1 Magic Shield exchanged. 1000 points deducted. As the message resonated, Liu Zhe's consciousness momentarily blanked, experiencing a brief lapse. After a short while, once his awareness returned to clarity, the method of casting the Magic Shield was indelibly etched in his memory. Upon opening his eyes, a mere thought allowed him to instantly manifest the Magic Shield. However, upon casting, there was no visible change around him, not even a hint of energy stirred in the air. Yet, Liu Zhe was acutely aware that the Magic Shield had activated, ready to automatically absorb any damage to protect him. What a marvelous sensation, Liu Zhe marveled inwardly. It felt instinctual, akin to breathing or the heartbeat. He had effortlessly grasped the technique of the Magic Shield. With the Magic Shield now unfurled, Liu Zhe felt an immediate surge of security. It wasn't merely the shield's automatic protection but also the affirmation of the exchange system's authenticity. He realized that he now possessed a solid foundation to stand upon in this world. Chapter 5. The first battle. After a moment of exhilaration, Liu Zhe became acutely aware of his stomach protesting with a series of growls that it seemed he hadn't eaten since arriving in this world. Nearly 2 days prior. He rummaged through his pockets, only to find a mere 3 copper coins remaining. In this world, 1 purple gold coin equals 100 gold coins, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. 1 gold coin could sustain a family of 5 for an entire year, while 3 copper coins would suffice for a decent meal. It would leave him with nothing afterward. If he indulged in a feast now, he would likely face hunger during his next meal. In truth, the economic landscape of the eternal demon continent was quite prosperous, as long as one was willing to work. Few would succumb to starvation on the streets. However, as an orphan, Liu Zhe found his circumstances a bit more challenging. Even so, he never worried about lacking food. His life was merely a tad more arduous. Liu Zhe opened the exchange system and selected the category for resources, hoping to find food available for exchange. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that he could use system points to exchange for the world's gold coins at a rate of 1 point for 1 gold coin. This revelation left Liu Zhe in a quandary. Although he could exchange for a gold coin, carrying it openly would likely lead to it being snatched away before long. 1 gold coin, equivalent to 10,000 copper coins, would be considered a substantial fortune in the eyes of an ordinary person. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, a level 2 mage would be perceived as insignificant. One could easily manipulate him. If he were a privileged scion, it might be different, but as an orphan without connections like Liu Zhe, he would be utterly vulnerable to exploitation. To make matters worse, the resource category had a minimum exchange of 1 gold coin. Liu Zhe couldn't even opt for a single silver coin. Forget it, as long as it's sufficient for now, with my strength as a level 2 mage. Finding odd jobs shouldn't be too difficult. I refuse to believe I could starve to death, Liu Zhe concluded, deciding against using the system to exchange for gold coins. Carrying such wealth would only add to his anxiety during meals. Clad in a coarse garment, Liu Zhe stepped out of his wooden house. Given his residence in a corner of the area, He briskly walked for nearly 10 minutes before finally arriving at the marketplace. Observing the shops around him, Liu Zhe couldn't help but exclaim, "What a quaint street. I never imagined I would witness such scenes that seemed to belong solely to the realm of cinema." Based on his recollections, Liu Zhe knew he was currently situated in the Emerald City, a small city within the Radiant Sun Empire, though Emerald City was but a minor locale within the empire. To Liu Zhe, it appeared to be bustling with life, filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and throngs of people crowding the streets. As he walked through the thoroughfare, Liu Zhe keenly observed the exotic customs of this otherworldly realm. The goods sold along the roadside were strange and varied. These magical items were commonplace in the eternal demon continent. Yet Liu Zhe, having come from Earth, had never encountered such things. For instance, there were magical lamps utilizing light magic, boilers powered by fire magic, and even magical devices resembling air conditioners. Liu Zhe found the experience quite surreal. Although he had merged with the memories of Xier, those recollections felt merely like fragments of someone else's life rather than personal experiences, akin to watching a film where one understands the events without having lived them. This was Liu Zhe's current sentiment. Xier's memories felt like a movie that had played for 18 years, with him remaining an observer throughout. Now, as he stepped from the realm of fiction into reality, Liu Zhe was filled with wonder at every turn. Even though he had seen these items in the movie, it did not diminish his enthusiasm. As he continued to explore, the pangs of hunger grew stronger, prompting him to follow his memory to a shop selling steamed buns. He approached the proprietor and said, "Boss, I would like to buy a few steamed buns." The shopkeeper, initially ready to respond warmly, instantly adopted a mocking expression upon recognizing Liu Zhe, sneering, Well, if it isn't Xier, what brings you here for steamed buns today?" The shopkeeper's derision drew laughter from the surrounding patrons, who found amusement in the presence of the neighborhood's notorious failure. Liu Zhe was not taken aback. From Xier's memories, he had gleaned enough about his past to understand that such ridicule was mild, having wandered the streets for long enough in his previous life. Liu Zhe had endured countless instances of mockery. Both he and Xier had become adept at navigating such encounters. With such people, the more one engages, the more they press their advantage, rather than retaliate. Liu Zhe silently extended a copper coin. Boring. Indeed, as Liu Zhe remained silent, the owner of the steamed bun shop lost interest immediately. With a disdainful pout, he packaged 3 buns in a paper bag and tossed it to Liu Zhe, saying, "Take these 3 buns." Liu Zhe accepted the buns, disregarding the ridicule from behind him, and turned to leave. Holding a warm bun in his hands, he took a bite and reflected, "Sigh, it seems this tough life will persist for a while longer. However, these buns are truly delightful and reasonably priced. No wonder even though the owner mocks me every time, Sierra still frequently comes to buy his buns." Just as Liu Zhe was about to quell his hunger with the bun, a sharp voice pierced through the air from behind him. "Hey, you worthless fool in front, halt your steps." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe paid no mind and continued walking forward. "Sierra, are you still playing dumb? I'm talking about you. You good for nothing. Don't you dare keep walking." The young man who had shouted, seeing that Liu Zhe was ignoring him, grew increasingly enraged, his tone laced with fury. Liu Zhe remained silent, not pausing in his stride. "All right. You brought this upon yourself, worthless Sierra." The youth, evidently infuriated by Liu Zhe's indifference, turned a shade of deep crimson as he raised his hand, unleashing a blade of wind aimed directly at Liu Zhe's back. Suddenly sensing a powerful gust from behind, Liu Zhe, seasoned from years of brawling, felt an ominous premonition. Without a second thought for the bun in his grasp, he tossed it aside and rolled to the side. Damn it, there's no time. Yet, feeling the intense pressure of the wind behind him, Liu Zhe's heart sank. Although he reacted instantly, the speed of the wind blade was astonishing, and he could not evade it. Just as the blade was about to strike him, a flicker of light appeared half a meter away from him. The wind blade collided with it, creating only a slight ripple, before losing its power and dissipating. Realizing what had just happened, Liu Zhe clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "Of course, I completely forgot I had a magic shield." With a pained expression, he glanced at the bun on the floor, which had cost him a copper coin, a prize he had barely taken a few bites from, now wasted. Pushing thoughts of the bun aside, Liu Zhe understood that he was still in danger. Having blocked the wind blade, he felt that nearly 30% of his magical energy had been expended. Being a second-tier mage is truly exhausting. Just a simple wind blade nearly shattered my shield. Liu Zhe grimaced at the loss of his magic. A magic shield. It seems even the worthless Sierra has learned a lesson. Now he knows to use a magic shield. The youth, seeing his attack thwarted, laughed instead of getting angry. His expression clearly wanted disdain. As a third-tier mage, he felt superior, convinced that his magical prowess far surpassed that of a mere second-tier mage. Liu Zhe recognized the young man before him as Kairi, one of those who frequently bullied him. "What do you want, Kairi?" Liu Zhe called out, realizing that his strategy of silence was ineffective and reluctantly engaging with him. Kairi, reveling in Liu Zhe's attention, sneered, "I want nothing but to have some fun at your expense." "You worthless fool." Liu Zhe's expression darkened. While he typically ignored others, it did not mean that anyone could provoke him at will. Those who sought trouble for no reason were often the most troublesome. Yet they could be dealt with easily if they came for him. It was because they perceived him as weak. To avoid being bullied, he had to teach them a lesson. To hell with you. Liu Zhe erupted, instinctively raising his hand to unleash a 4-inch ice spike. The ice spike shot straight toward Kairi's thigh, revealing that Liu Zhe's current body possessed an affinity for the water element. As using a first-tier ice spike spell required considerable time and effort due to his previous lack of talent. Typically, Sierra would have been a mere plaything, but today, he unexpectedly retaliated. This sudden turn left Kairi momentarily stunned. However, the surprise was fleeting. Once he regained his wits, anger surged within him. How dare a mere Sierra speak to him like that? "Sierra, you dare to insult me," Kairi began, but his words were abruptly cut off by a scream of pain. Aw. While Liu Zhe had a 24-hour magic shield, Kairi did not. The distance between them was minimal, and the speed of the ice spike was swift. With Kairi momentarily distracted, he failed to activate his shield, and the ice spike embedded itself in his thigh. The sharp pain ignited Kairi's fury, and he bellowed, "Sierra, you little brat, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you." As he shouted, Kairi had learned his lesson and activated his magic shield. Presumably terrified by Liu Zhe's ice spike, realizing the precariousness of his situation, Liu Zhe felt a sense of foreboding, having just expended 15% of his magical energy on that ice spike. He now had barely enough left to withstand 2 more wind blades. Liu Zhe was no fool. Aware of the gap in their strengths, he chose to flee without hesitation, understanding the disparity in their powers. Liu Zhe turned and dashed away without a word. "Liu Zhe, you coward! Don't run if you have guts!" Kairi shouted, furious that Liu Zhe dared to escape. He fired off wind blades haphazardly, one after another. In Liu Zhe's direction. As Liu Zhe sprinted away, he was struck by another wind blade. Feeling another 30% of his magic energy drain away, he quickened his pace, dodging left and right, desperate to escape. Damn it, he got away. "Sierra, you worthless fool, remember this." Kairi, injured in the thigh, could not catch up, watching Liu Zhe's fleeing figure with a mix of rage and frustration. On the other hand, Liu Zhe finally made it back home, slamming the door shut behind him. Once he confirmed he was not being pursued, he collapsed onto the floor. The events of the day had made it painfully clear to Liu Zhe that this world was not Earth. The constraints of law were exceedingly limited. Kairi had openly attacked him in broad daylight, and despite the numerous onlookers, not a single person reacted. It seemed no one could even be bothered to call for a patrol. The only reliable source of support lay within his own strength. Reflecting on the indifference of those passers-by, Liu Zhe felt a chill run down his spine, muttering, "This cannot continue. If I do not swiftly enhance my power, I fear that one day it may lead to a fatal outcome." Today has shown that the magical energy of a second-tier mage is simply insufficient. A few wind blades nearly drained me entirely. My priority must be to increase my magical capacity. As Liu Zhe spoke, he promptly activated the exchange system once more, this time without hesitation, directly selecting the category of self. Chapter 6. Potential Potion. Liu Zhe wasted no time and directly chose the self category. Instantly, a 3D screen illuminated in his mind, filled with a plethora of intricate information. Shifting his gaze to the options within the self category, Liu Zhe scrolled down continuously, and after a few minutes, he finally discovered what he had been seeking. Name, level upgrade description. Mage level increases by 1 consumption points. Currently requires 500 points according to Liu Zhe's contemplation. There were 3 methods to enhance his magical power. First, enhancement of magic capacity. However, for Liu Zhe at this moment, this was not a viable option. The increase in magic capacity was primarily based on one's total magical energy, augmented by a certain percentage, given Liu Zhe's meager magical energy as a level 2 mage. Even a 100 increase would hold no significance. Second, one could exchange for items from the materials category that could amplify magical power. However, such items were exorbitantly priced, and Liu Zhe, after a cursory glance, dismissed this option, fully aware that he could not afford them at present. The final method was to directly elevate his own level, the most straightforward and effective approach, ever since he learned the magic shield. The effects of the shield had automatically manifested in his mind. Currently, a level 1 magic shield could absorb damage at a ratio of 1.5, meaning for every point of intensity in an attack. Liu Zhe would need to expend 1.5 points of magical energy to counter it. Of course, this was merely a simplified conversion for reference. Since mastering the magic shield, Liu Zhe was acutely aware that his version of the shield was not the commonplace variety that anyone could conjure. It was essential to note that a typical magic shield had its limits, which depended on the mage's inherent strength. For instance, if a level 4 mage deployed a magic shield, it might withstand level 4 magic. However, should a level 5 spell be cast, even with an abundance of magical energy, the shield would shatter. Conversely, if one were a level 5 mage, their magic shield could potentially defend against level 5 spells. Liu Zhe's magic shield, however, was different. It bore no such limitations. Even with the prowess of a mere level 1 mage, as long as his internal magical energy was sufficiently robust, he could withstand a level 20 spell without faltering. Naturally, this was contingent upon Liu Zhe possessing ample magical energy. It could be said that his magic shield had entirely transcended the common understanding of this world. Theoretically, as long as Liu Zhe's magical energy was limitless, he would be invincible, impervious to any spell's harm. Yet, Liu Zhe merely entertained such thoughts in his mind. Limitless magical energy. What a jest! At present, even casting 3 basic wind blades could deplete his entire magical reserve. The prospect of infinite magical energy lay far beyond the horizon. Setting aside such musings, Liu Zhe fixed his gaze on the level upgrade option, silently contemplating. Exchange for level upgrade. Confirm exchange for level upgrade? The system's message echoed in his mind. Confirm. Level upgrade exchanged. System points deducted. 500 points to AS. The system's message appeared. A wave of curiosity washed over Liu Zhe. How would the system augment his capabilities? Suddenly, a sprinkle of shimmering light descended from above, enveloping Liu Zhe entirely. In that instant, he felt a warm current circulating within him, and astonishingly, his magical energy began to surge. In a moment of exhilaration, Liu Zhe immediately conjured the magic ring. Just as he sensed, under the gaze of his astonished eyes, the second star on his wrist's magic ring began to transition from dimness to brilliance at an astonishing pace. The rapidity of the increase was staggering. Within mere breaths, the surge of magical energy equaled 5 or 6 years of his diligent training. Finally, when the second star on his magic ring shone at its zenith, a third star suddenly materialized. Upon the appearance of the third faint star, the growth of magical energy within Liu Zhe came to a halt, feeling the immense magical energy coursing through him. Liu Zhe realized he had ascended to the rank of a level 3 mage. Closing his eyes, he could sense that his magical energy had increased by 3 to 4 times compared to when he was a level 2 mage. Is it truly this effortless to become a level 3 mage? Upon opening his eyes, Liu Zhe spoke with disbelief. While Sierra had to toil for years to potentially rise to level 3, he had achieved this remarkable feat in an instant. Overwhelmed with joy, Liu Zhe refrained from dwelling further on his thoughts. He closed his eyes once more, redirecting his focus back to the exchange system. Name, level upgrade description. Mage level increases by 1 consumption points. Currently requires 1,500 points. 1,500 points. Does that mean I can level up once more? Liu Zhe mused, yet he refrained from immediate exchange. With only these 1,500 points remaining, he needed to ponder carefully before making a decision. Yet, how exactly does one acquire these system points? Liu Zhe pondered, and at that moment, a system message promptly answered his query. Any object imbued with energy can be exchanged for system points. The exchange rate is not fixed and adjusts according to circumstances. Non-personal items cannot be exchanged. Items indirectly obtained through the exchange system are ineligible for exchange, and the conditions will be determined by the system. Completing system-assigned tasks can yield system gems, which can be exchanged for special items. Upon reading this, Liu Zhe was initially taken aback, but gradually, he began to comprehend the implications of the information. However, even after absorbing the explanations, he remained somewhat bewildered. For instance, he had no understanding of what system gems were. The breadth of items available for exchange within the system seemed overwhelmingly vast, likely only a fraction of which Liu Zhe had encountered thus far. Perhaps I should test if this wooden bed can be exchanged, Liu Zhe considered, deciding to put it to the test. At that moment, he concentrated on the wooden bed while contemplating point exchange. Instantly, a system message emerged. Red ironwood. can be exchanged for points, 1 point. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Only 1 point. Liu Zhe scoffed, grimacing. However, upon further reflection, 1 point equated to 1 gold coin. Given that this rickety bed could only be worth a few dozen copper coins, the ability to exchange it for a point was akin to receiving a gold coin. Not only was he not at a loss, but he was also profiting immensely. In that moment, Liu Zhe contemplated the prospect of exchanging his bed for 1 gold coin, then using that to purchase more beds, cycling through exchanges to significantly increase his system points. However, one of the stipulations, items indirectly obtained through the exchange system are ineligible for exchange, prompted Liu Zhe to temporarily abandon this notion. Using system-provided coins to purchase items would likely count as indirectly obtained items, right? Of course, Liu Zhe merely set this thought aside for the moment, intending to attempt it later, even if he had to witness the outcome firsthand. Let me first see what I can exchange for with my remaining 1,500 points. Liu Zhe shelved his money laundering idea and continued to scrutinize the list of exchange options. After considerable time spent in contemplation and selection, Liu Zhe ultimately decided upon the following 3 items. Name. Level upgrade description. Mage level increases by 1 consumption points. Currently requires 1,500 points. Name. Ice explosion technique description. Launches multiple ice spikes to attack enemies' consumption points. Level 1 ice explosion technique, 500 points. Level 2 ice explosion technique, 2,500 points. Level 3 ice explosion technique, 7,000 points. Name. Potential potion description. Increases level by 1 within a month. Duration determined by mental capacity. Consumption points. Level 1 to level 2, 50 points. Level 2 to level 3, 300 points. Level 3 to level 4, 1,000 points. Gazing at the 3 options, Liu Zhe felt a twinge of internal conflict. The immediate elevation of his level was a tempting allure for all. Yet, if he chose to take a longer route, he could acquire an additional spell, Ice Explosion Technique, which was a difficult option to relinquish given that he currently possessed only Ice Spike as an offensive means. After much deliberation, Liu Zhe steeled his resolve, declaring, "I've made my decision. I will choose the Ice Explosion Technique and the potential potion." Liu Zhe resolved to immediately exchange for the Ice Explosion spell and a potential potion. Rather than remain a 4th-level mage limited to the Ice Spike spell, he preferred to be a 3rd-level mage capable of wielding the Ice Explosion spell, with the potential potion aiding him in reaching the 4th level, albeit requiring some time. After confirming the exchange, Liu Zhe's consciousness once again faded, his mind blanking out. This sensation was not new to him. He had experienced it once before while learning the magic shield, a moment akin to daydreaming, which was not unpleasant. After a few breaths, Liu Zhe regained his awareness, fully mastering the Ice Explosion spell in that instant. Let us test its power. Driven by curiosity, Liu Zhe hurriedly stepped outside. Once outside his modest wooden cabin, he quickly located a large rock nearby, resolutely deciding to use it as a target. Fixing his gaze upon the sizable stone, Liu Zhe silently invoked the Ice Explosion spell in his mind. With a swift motion of his hand, a surge of magical energy rippled around him, and 4 ice spikes materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards the rock with great speed. Thud, 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 thud. The 4 ice spikes struck with solid impact, causing the rock, large enough to be embraced by a person, to shatter under the force. What tremendous power! Liu Zhe gasped, realizing that if such force could fracture a large stone, striking a human would surely result in their obliteration. Although mages do strengthen their physical bodies through training, it was inconceivable for a 3rd or 4th level mage's flesh to be tougher than stone. If the stone could be shattered, flesh would stand no chance. With the test complete and the formidable might of the Ice Explosion spell now evident, Liu Zhe felt a surge of confidence and happily returned to his cabin. Upon entering his wooden abode, Liu Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the potion contained within a blue glass vial resting on his bed. Where did this potion come from? Liu Zhe wondered, examining the vial with a mix of curiosity and confusion. The exchange system was indeed mysterious, seemingly conjuring a potion out of thin air. However, Liu Zhe's mindset was robust. If something puzzled him, he resolved not to dwell on it. He promptly uncorked the potential potion and drank it in one swift motion. Gulp, gulp, ha! As the potion slid down his throat, Liu Zhe felt a gentle warmth enveloping his body, while his magical power gradually increased. Although the effect was significantly less potent than a direct level up, it surpassed the benefits of his own training by several times. With my crimson talent, It seems that reaching the next level could take as long as a month, Liu Zhe mused, realizing that the potential potion could elevate him within a month, though the minimum time was uncertain. Depending on his mental aptitude, so much had transpired in just one day. He had nearly lost his life merely stepping outside, and the journey home had kept him on edge, despite it being just a single day. The intensity of events made it feel as if several days had passed. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, weariness washed over Liu Zhe, and he promptly collapsed into a deep slumber. Chapter 7. Counterattack. After consuming the potential potion, a month swiftly elapsed. During this time, Liu Zhe lived a modest life, spending his days chopping wood and foraging for food in the wilderness. He had not set foot in the marketplace even once. Instead, he had embraced a primitive lifestyle on the fringes of the city. Dio not assumed that Liu Zhe ventured out for amusement. Everything was for the sake of system points. To his astonishment, he discovered that a single tree in the wild could be exchanged for one system point. Overjoyed by this revelation, he impulsively contemplated converting an entire grove of trees into system points. Unfortunately, tragedy struck. The trees had to be felled by his own hands for the exchange to occur, and those that remained standing could not be converted. This realization left Liu Zhe, who had hoped to exchange an entire forest, feeling quite disheartened. However, he had no choice but to make the most of his idle time. The potential of system points was too great to ignore, and he had to earn them, no matter the hardship. Moreover, with the physical strength of a third-level mage, lumberjacking was not particularly challenging. When his magical energy was abundant, he could even utilize the ice explosion spell to make the task considerably easier. With each tree yielding 1 point, he accumulated nearly 2,000 system points over the month, which meant he had felled around 2,000 trees. Fortunately, this world was not as developed as Earth. The surrounding wilderness still held many primitive trees. Had he attempted such reckless deforestation on Earth, he would have surely been apprehended by environmental protection agencies. Additionally, Liu Zhe had initially expected Carrie to come looking for trouble. Yet surprisingly, there had been no sign of him throughout the month. However, the longer this silence persisted, the more cautious Liu Zhe became. He could not believe that Carrie would simply let him off the hook. If he had refrained from acting, it was likely that he was plotting something. With this thought, Liu Zhe could not help but smile confidently. In truth, even if Carrie sought him out now, Liu Zhe would not flinch. For he had just reached the 4th level of mage. With the immense magical power of a 4th level mage, he could easily stand as a target for Carrie's windblade. Spywood can be exchanged for points. 1 point. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Another system notification chimed, and Liu Zhe, as per usual, selected the exchange, adding another point to his tally. Satisfied with the increase in his wealth, he stretched lazily and, noticing the sun nearing the horizon, murmured to himself, "It's getting dark. I'll call it a day." With that, he set aside his work and prepared to head home. At that moment, however, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes. Startled, Liu Zhe quickly found a patch of foliage to conceal himself. "Those are footsteps," he deduced rapidly while hiding. This area of the forest was typically deserted, and given the time of day, it was highly unusual for anyone to venture into the woods outside the city. In short, the likelihood that the approaching individuals were coming for him was overwhelmingly high. "Carrie, are you sure that the waste of space, Sierra, is really here?" A young male voice echoed from the thicket. Carrie glanced around, sounding less than certain as he replied, "It should be correct." Dessen claimed he saw him with his own eyes. The speaker then covered his forehead in exasperation, lamenting, "Can we really trust anything that Dessen says? Whatever, we're already here. It's pointless to dwell on that. Sierra better show himself quickly. I don't want to have come all this way for nothing." A third voice chimed in. "Indeed, that brat Sierra is practically asking for death by wandering into this desolate wilderness. Haha, even if we kill him, no one will know it's Carrie." Liu Zhe's heart raced as he recognized the voice. Realizing that Carrie had not been idle after all, he had sought help. From the sound of their footsteps, Liu Zhe estimated there were 3 of them. "Carrie is truly treacherous, plotting to kill me. Very well. I shall see who will meet their end today." Liu Zhe's resolve hardened. His avoidance of trouble did not equate to fear of it. If they were already climbing over him with murderous intent, he would not hold back any longer. Just as he had thought. In this remote wilderness, the death of 1 or 2 individuals would go unnoticed. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Zhe steadied his breathing, concealing himself within the underbrush as he awaited the opportune moment to strike. If he could execute a successful ambush, he could eliminate one adversary right away. As the footsteps drew ever closer, Liu Zhe clenched his fists, beads of nervous sweat forming on his forehead, though he had been in many fights in his previous life. This would be his first experience with murder. They're here. Liu Zhe's heart sank as he noted that their distance was now less than 5 meters. Soon, Carrie and his companions emerged into view. And in an instant, Liu Zhe sprang from the foliage, unleashing an ice explosion spell aimed directly at Carrie's heart. Ice explosion, he shouted, and 4 ice spikes erupted violently from his palm. What a waste of space. Sierra, Carrie was about to complain, but before he could finish his sentence, a piercing pain shot through him, and he looked down in disbelief at the crimson stain spreading across his left chest. To his horror, a gaping hole had formed in his chest, blood gushing forth as if it were flowing freely. The expression of shock and terror froze on Carrie's face, and the next moment, he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Carrie. Damn it. It must be that bastard Sierra. Carrie's companion shouted in a fit of rage, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the gaping hole in Carrie's chest. It was painfully evident that Carrie was beyond saving. Sierra is over there. Another young man suddenly spotted Liu Zhe's figure, his eyes turning bloodshot as he bellowed, flinging his hand to launch a barrage of fireballs towards Liu Zhe. Excellent. Just a third-level magician. There's no need to be afraid. A fireball exploded against the magical shield, and in that instant, Liu Zhe sensed the intensity of the opponent's magic power, feeling a surge of joy within. His total magic power far exceeded that of a third-level magician, making it impossible for them to inflict any harm upon him. Whoosh! The fireball hurtled towards Liu Zhe, but as it closed in to within half a meter, a semi-transparent barrier appeared, effectively halting the fireball's advance. The young man, witnessing his fireball thwarted, hastily called out, "Burn! Come help! That bastard Sierra has conjured a magical shield. What is there to fear? He's only a second-level magician. How long can his shield possibly hold?" Burn, another youth, scoffed at his companion's cowardice. Hearing this, the young man also recognized the validity of his words. Carrie's death had momentarily thrown him into disarray, causing him to forget such trivialities. Liu Zhe, however, was unconcerned with their banter. While they were preoccupied, he unleashed another ice blast spell. "You fool Sierra, this level of magic can't even breach my magical shield." Burn mocked as he calmly activated his shield in response to Liu Zhe's incoming ice spear. "Humph, who the real fool is remains to be seen," Liu Zhe retorted with a smile rather than anger. If Burn were also a fourth-level magician, it would be uncertain whether his ice spear could penetrate the shield. But for a third-level magician to withstand his ice blast was nothing short of wishful thinking. The first ice spear struck, creating cracks in Burn's magical shield, followed closely by a second, which shattered the shield entirely. The third and fourth ice spears simultaneously pierced Burn's neck, the immense force causing his head to explode in an instant. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground resonated as Burn fell, unable to utter a sound before his life slipped away. "XXXX. You worthless fool. You've killed Carrie and Burn. You're done for. Just wait. I will report you to the patrol team." The last young man, having never witnessed such a gruesome scene, trembled in fear as he pointed at Liu Zhe, then turned to flee. "Humph! Do you think you can escape?" Liu Zhe scoffed, slightly disdainful of the young man who so carelessly turned his back to the enemy. Who did he think he was, a fool? Whoosh! Whoosh! 8 piercing sounds echoed as Liu Zhe unleashed his ice blast spell, sending 8 ice spears in succession towards the fleeing youth's back. Smash! Smash! It was no surprise that the magical shield was activated. Hearing the sound of 4 ice spears shattering against it, Liu Zhe sighed inwardly. Due to the distance, although this young man was also a third-level magician, his magical shield managed to withstand 4 of the ice spears this time. "However, I had prepared for this. You will still meet your end," Liu Zhe thought grimly. Clang! The 5th ice spear reached its target, effortlessly shattering the young man's magical shield. The 6th, 7th, and 8th ice spears plunged straight into the young man's back. Thud! With 3 large holes punctured in his back, the youth collapsed, his eyes rolling back as blood poured from his mouth and nose. After a brief convulsion, he lay completely still, with the immediate threat eliminated. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, and Liu Zhe finally became aware of the gravity of his actions. Gag, gag, gag. He doubled over, retching violently. He had thought he might be somewhat immune to the gruesome sights after watching countless bloody scenes in movies. But now, faced with the reality of killing, he realized it was an entirely different matter. After what felt like an eternity, Liu Zhe finally ceased his vomiting. Trembling, he approached the 3 lifeless bodies, gazing at the horrific state of the deceased. His throat churning again as nausea threatened to overcome him. "I wonder if these corpses can be exchanged for points," Liu Zhe mused, suppressing the urge to vomit as he stared blankly at the 3 bodies on the ground. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, The system's exchange notifications rang out 3 times in quick succession, startling Liu Zhe, who was already feeling guilty after taking Live's third-level magician's corpse available for exchange. 500 points. Would you like to proceed? Third-level magician's corpse available for exchange. 500 points. Would you like to proceed? Third-level magician's corpse available for exchange. 500 points. Would you like to proceed? Can it really be exchanged? Liu Zhe exclaimed in astonishment as he absorbed the 3 messages in his mind. Without hesitation, he chose to proceed with the exchange, not wanting to look at the corpses even once, fearing the mere sight would make him retch again. Exchange successful. Gained 500 system points. Exchange successful. Gained 500 system points. Exchange successful. Gained 500 system points. As the system notifications echoed, the 3 corpses on the floor vanished in a flash of white light, leaving no trace of blood or evidence behind. Liu Zhe, witnessing his rapidly increasing system points, couldn't help but exclaim, "In an instant, I've earned 1,500 points. It took me nearly a month of lumberjacking to earn close to 2,000 points. Killing is such a lucrative endeavor." While Liu Zhe thought this, he never once considered using murder as a means to accumulate points. He considered such a morally bankrupt act beyond his own capabilities that, of course, if someone provoked him, it would be a different story, much like today. After exchanging the 3 corpses for points, Liu Zhe surveyed the scene once more. Ensuring that no traces remained, he marveled at the convenience of the upgrade system that allowed for both killing and erasing the evidence. Thus, Liu Zhe stealthily made his way back to his dwelling under the cover of darkness. Chapter 8. The Magic Academy. This morning, the entire Emerald City was abuzz with lively discussions. Have you heard? Starting today, the Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy will be conducting a 3-day enrollment. I'm planning to have my boy give it a shot, exclaimed a plump woman with a headscarf. Your foolish son, a mere 3rd-level magician, thinks he can compete for a spot there? Don't be ridiculous, scoffed a slightly slimmer woman beside her. The plump woman flushed in response, retorting, don't be so quick to judge. The Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy only considers mental talent for admissions, not the magician's level. She spoke with a noticeable rise and fall in her chest. Seeing this, the slimmer woman felt a sense of satisfaction and continued her sarcastic remarks. That's true, but they at least require a green talent. Does your child possess such exceptional talent? Sighing, the plump woman fell silent, realizing the harsh reality. Green talent? That was a rarity, while her child only had orange talent, making it impossible to compare. News of the Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy's enrollment was spreading like wildfire. And as Liu Zhe walked along, he felt as if his ears might burst from the incessant chatter. Initially, he feared that news of his murderous actions had leaked, causing him to feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Magic Academy, Liu Zhe murmured, the term feeling foreign to him. In his previous life, he had no experience with formal education, and thus he felt a certain yearning for the concept of schooling. His childhood had been spent in an orphanage, and after leaving, he had missed the opportunity for education. Diving straight into the workforce, the regret of never having attended school lingered in Liu Zhe's heart. The Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy was one of many prestigious institutions in the Liang Empire. As the name suggests, advanced magic academies were places dedicated to teaching magic, with the term advanced underscoring their exceptional nature. These institutions boasted abundant faculty, systematic teaching methods, and superior learning environments. Even those from humble backgrounds could apply for scholarships unconditionally to support their monthly living expenses. Did you think just anyone could apply for scholarships? One must not forget that every student accepted into an advanced magic academy is a rare talent among millions. If such individuals were unable to secure scholarships, then most people in the world would likely lack that qualification. Every graduate from an advanced magic academy is essentially set for life, living without worry for food or shelter. That it would not be difficult for them to find high-paying jobs. After all, the real challenge lay in finding an employer worthy of their skills. In this world, not a single soul is devoid of the aspiration to graduate from a prestigious magic academy, akin to how every individual on Earth in a previous life yearned to gain admission to Harvard University or the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. However, gaining entry to a high-level magic academy may be considerably more challenging than securing a spot in those so-called elite universities on Earth. After all, in the realm of academia, those lacking innate talent might compensate through diligent effort. Yet, the same cannot be said for a high-level magic academy. If one lacks the requisite talent, no amount of perseverance or sleepless nights of practice will suffice. One simply will not be accepted. This is the unyielding rule of this world. Simple yet cruel. A green-level talent. Why? That's a staggering 5,000 points, Liu Zhe mused inwardly. With a system of exchange at his disposal, the attribute of mental power was not of paramount importance to him. However, the prospect of expending 5,000 points left him in a quandary, especially since he currently possessed only 3,500 points, leaving him a full 1,500 points short. Nevertheless, Liu Zhe was eager to attend school at least once. To fulfill a long-held wish from his previous life. Is there truly no other way? Liu Zhe pondered helplessly, ultimately deciding to search the exchange system for something of use. Before long, Liu Zhe found a quaint inn, ordered some refreshments, and settled into a corner, pretending to meditate while immersing his consciousness into the exchange system. Currently, options under self and skills are unlikely to yield results. However, within self, there are certain options that could be beneficial, though their prices are beyond my current means. Therefore, I shall first explore the resources category, Liu Zhe concluded after a moment's contemplation. After nearly half an hour of searching, Liu Zhe suddenly exclaimed, "Aha! I've found it." Excitedly, he refocused his attention on the exchange system. Name, mental camouflage potion description, allows for the arbitrary alteration of one's mental power attributes. Effective for 1 day. Cost, 500 points. 500 points. Although somewhat pricey, it remains within an acceptable range. Liu Zhe rejoiced internally. The exchange system proved its might, even providing an item capable of disguising one's mental talent. However, despite having discovered a solution, Liu Zhe had no intention of registering immediately. His top-tier talent, while not universally known throughout the entire Emerald City, was still relatively well known in this vicinity. Encountering someone familiar could pose significant complications. To minimize this risk, Liu Zhe resolved to wait until the final day to register when fewer people would be present. Yet, in truth, Liu Zhe was overthinking. Institutions like the Tianyu High Magic Academy, which set the entry requirement for mental power at a green level or above from the outset, did not attract nearly as many applicants as Liu Zhe imagined. After all, mental talent is an inborn trait that cannot be altered. Barring a few eccentric individuals seeking amusement, very few would willingly endure discomfort for the sake of entering a school. Unaware of these realities, Liu Zhe organized his plans for the future, finished his tea, and after paying a copper coin, he exited the inn, stopping briefly to purchase a few steamed buns. He then leisurely made his way back to his humble wooden cabin, preparing to resume his woodcutting. With his current status as a level 4 magician, he could earn approximately 300 to 400 system points over the course of 3 days. Though modest, it was still a welcome supplement. Upon returning home, Liu Zhe retrieved a logging axe, slung it over his shoulder, and stepped outside. His wooden cabin was located on the outskirts of Emerald City, so it took merely 5 or 6 minutes to walk from his home to the city gates, perhaps the only advantage of his humble abode. By the way, after slaying Carrie and his companions, I was able to exchange their bodies for system points. Can the corpses of magical beasts be exchanged as well? Liu Zhe pondered while walking. Contemplating this possibility, magical beasts refer to creatures capable of wielding magical abilities, and their classification mirrors that of humans, ranging from first-grade to second-grade beasts and so forth. Moreover, the physical strength of magical beasts far surpasses that of humans. Generally, at the same level, a magical beast is significantly stronger than its human counterpart. Consequently, hunting magical beasts is often undertaken by groups, working in concert. The more Liu Zhe contemplated this method, the more he felt it was viable. While he could not kill humans for system points, slaying magical beasts posed no ethical dilemma. Most magical beasts are ferocious and bloodthirsty, frequently attacking humans, much to the dismay of many remote villages nestled in the mountains. Some individuals specifically hunt magical beasts for a living, relying on the acquisition of magical cores, pelts, bones, and other resources derived from these creatures to earn a livelihood. These items are essential for crafting magical tools, with a vast market ensuring they sell readily, particularly magical cores, which are one of the primary materials used in the creation of staffs and are generally purchased at fixed prices by magic supply shops. Though this seemed a promising approach, it was unfortunate that, despite Emerald City being a small town, the surrounding security measures were quite thorough. Each day, patrols were assigned to eliminate any magical beasts encroaching upon the city's borders. Thus, traces of magical beasts were virtually non-existent in the vicinity of Emerald City, with only harmless creatures like rabbits or deer present. Best not to dwell on such matters. Focusing on woodcutting is the way to go. Though the rewards may be meager, they are at least stable. With that, Liu Zhe dismissed any further thoughts and lifted his axe, plunging into his work. The issue of magical beasts could wait for another day. Chapter 9. Earlier, the enrollment for the Tianyu High Magic Academy had reached its second day. Today, Liu Zhe followed his usual routine, rising early and heading straight for the forest outside the city with his axe in tow. Thwack, thwack. Liu Zhe swung his axe rhythmically, the sound of wood being chopped resonating through the air. After a few minutes, a heavy thud echoed as yet another tree succumbed to Liu Zhe's efforts, transforming into system points. Phew, that brings me to 3,700 points. Earning points is truly arduous, Liu Zhe remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he straightened up, gazing at the clear blue sky and the sun shining overhead. He placed his axe on a nearby log, realizing that it was already noon. After a morning's labor, his stomach began to grumble, and he decided to take a break, hoping to find some game nearby. With this thought, Liu Zhe prepared to venture into the forest in search of a wild rabbit or similar prey. He had hunted many rabbits in this forest before, and even simple roasting yielded delicious results. However, just as he was about to step into the woods, a commotion emanated from within. "Miss Alier, the master has instructed us to escort you back home. Please do not make this difficult for us." In the forest, a middle-aged man dressed in black, presumably a guard, spoke with a troubled expression. "Tell my father that today I am determined to enter the forest and slay a few magical beasts." A clear and melodious female voice responded immediately. Intrigued, Liu Zhe turned his gaze toward the source of the voice and soon spotted its owner, a girl with short brown hair and an attractive appearance. "Miss, the forest is dangerous. If something were to happen to you, we would not be able to explain it to the master," the middle-aged man insisted. Pointing at the man, Alier suggested, "If you are truly concerned for my safety, then why not accompany me?" "This is the master's order," the man replied, his face contorted with difficulty. He was bound by the command to bring the young lady back, but she was obstinate, and he could not resort to force. What was he to do? "Stop your prattling. I am a level 5 magician. What danger could I possibly face in the outer forest while slaying a few magical beasts?" Alier proclaimed, puffing out her chest with a hint of pride. At just 16 years of age, she had already attained the status of a level 5 magician, which indeed provided her with a degree of confidence. The middle-aged man understood this reasoning, knowing that the magical beasts in the forest's periphery typically did not exceed level 3. Even if Alier lacked combat experience against magical beasts, she was unlikely to encounter any real peril. However, who could guarantee that an unforeseen circumstance would not arise? Should such an event occur, he and his companions would surely lose their heads. Seeing the man hesitate, Alier grew impatient and her eyes landed on Liu Zhe, who stood off to the side. An idea sparked in her mind, and she called out to him, "How about this? Hey, you over there, come here." Liu Zhe was taken aback, pointing to himself in confusion. "Me? Yes, you. Are there any other people here to suspect?" Ariel, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "This person appears quite refined and seemingly intelligent. Yet he behaves like a fool." As she spoke, several men clad in black followed her gaze, their eyes landing on Liu Zhe. "I am merely a passerby. It would be wise for you, miss, to seek someone more capable." Liu Zhe furrowed his brow at the haughty tone of the girl named Ariel, whose aristocratic demeanor left him quite unimpressed. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, wishing to avoid any entanglements with them. Ariel, incensed by Liu Zhe's demeanor, stomped her foot in frustration. Having never encountered such coldness in her life, she pointed at a nearby burly man and commanded, "Hey, you're infuriating. Drews, go fetch that person for me." Although reluctant to engage in such an act of abduction, Drews, being a subordinate, had no choice but to comply. "I apologize for the inconvenience," he said, and then, as if lifting a small chicken, he brought Liu Zhe back. At that moment, Liu Zhe felt a gust of wind behind him. Before he could react, he was lifted by a tremendous force, and in the next instant, he found himself beside the girl named Ariel. What incredible speed and strength! Just what kind of power does this man possess? Liu Zhe thought to himself. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time he encountered someone he could not resist. And he believed that if this middle-aged man intended to kill him, it would be a trivial matter. Ariel, hands on her hips, looked at Liu Zhe with satisfaction and declared, "Humph, now you have no choice but to comply." Dantiu, Liu Zhe, feeling utterly helpless, realized that she was merely a child at heart. Even more tragically, she was accompanied by powerful guardians, making any attempt at resistance futile. "Very well, milady, what do you wish to do?" Liu Zhe sighed, glancing at the muscular men surrounding them, resigned to hear her intentions. Seeing Liu Zhe's attitude, Ariel nodded in approval and said, isn't this much better. I wish to venture into the forest to hunt magical beasts. And I happen to need a companion. You should feel honored to have been chosen. Hunt magical beasts. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe's initial grievances began to dissipate. He was eager to see what kind of magical creatures existed in this world. And more importantly, he could earn system points. With this thought, he found the girl before him somewhat less irksome. Miss, with all due respect, this gentleman is merely a level 4 mage that we cannot afford to let our guard down. Drews interjected politely, implying that a level 4 mage was hardly of much use. Ariel, perceiving Drews's discontent, retorted angrily, "Enough? Are you all so annoying? If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Now go back." "Miss, Ariel's expression hardened, and she asserted, "That is an order." "Understood," Drews replied, hesitating before ultimately acquiescing that he could only pray that nothing would go awry, lest his life be forfeit. "This esteemed sir, I implore you to ensure the safety of Our Lady. Of course, we shall not ask you to work for free. Please accept this token of our appreciation," Drews said, handing Liu Zhe a heavy bag. Liu Zhe peered inside to find it filled with gold coins, at least 100. A sum of 100 gold coins was a substantial fortune for any household, yet Drews presented it so casually. Who, exactly, was this Ariel? Although Liu Zhe was taken aback, he maintained a composed demeanor. After all, 100 gold coins would only translate to a mere 100 system points. He could earn that much in a single day of woodcutting. Drews, surprised by Liu Zhe's lack of greed or joy in response to such wealth, subconsciously began to regard him more favorably. Though he still held no high hopes for Liu Zhe's abilities, "I shall accept it that a man must honor his commitments. Having taken your money, I will do my utmost," Liu Zhe stated, not hesitating that it would be foolish to pass up such an opportunity. Moreover, he had been curious about the forest, and with Ariel, a level 5 mage, accompanying him, he stood to gain more than he lost. "Then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands," Drews said solemnly, then turned to the group of black-clad men, commanding, "Let us return and report this to the master." He led the group away, leaving Liu Zhe and Ariel behind. Once the others had departed, Ariel, in high spirits, turned to Liu Zhe and inquired, "What is your name?" "Me? My name is Liu Zhe," he replied after a moment's thought, deciding to retain his name from his previous life. "Liu Zhe, what a peculiar name," Ariel remarked, a look of confusion crossing her face. However, she did not dwell on it, viewing Liu Zhe merely as a chance encounter. To her, he was simply a commoner, and she wondered why she should care about his name. They belonged to two entirely different worlds, and she would likely forget him in a few days. Enough of that. Let us hurry in. I've always wanted to explore the forest, but my father would never allow it. Now that I have the chance, I intend to make the most of this adventure." With that, Ariel excitedly plunged into the forest, seemingly oblivious to Liu Zhe, whose presence had merely served as an excuse to placate her guards. Liu Zhe sighed and followed her. Although he could easily turn back, abandoning his responsibility after accepting the money did not align with his principles. The two figures disappeared into the depths of the forest. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow trailed closely behind, revealing itself to be one of the many guards who had just left. In the eyes of these guards, Liu Zhe was merely a child, and they would never entrust the crucial task of protecting the young lady entirely to him. However, to maintain her enthusiasm, they chose to send someone to follow discreetly rather than accompany them directly. Chapter 10. A bountiful harvest. As Ariel and Liu Zhe pushed through the underbrush, they ventured deeper into the forest. Growing increasingly distant from Emerald City, after half an hour of walking, Liu Zhe began to feel uneasy and voiced his concern. "Is it truly wise to venture so far into the forest?" "Have no fear. I am a formidable level 5 mage. How could the magical beasts here pose any threat to me? If you are frightened, feel free to leave," Ariel replied nonchalantly, though her heart brimmed with disdain for a man so cowardly. Just then, a rustle in the bushes caught their attention, and a shadow darted out with blinding speed, lunging straight at Ariel. Startled, Ariel, lacking combat experience, froze for a moment. In a duel between seasoned fighters, such a lapse could cost one their life. Fortunately, Ariel was a level 5 mage, and her assailant was not a formidable foe. This brief moment of hesitation was not a fatal error in this scenario. Though inexperienced in battle, Ariel's status as a level 5 mage was not to be underestimated. She quickly regained her composure and conjured a magical shield. Thud. The shadow collided with her shield, producing a dull thud. The creature, upon hitting the magical barrier, felt as if it had run into a mountain and was sent reeling back. At last, Ariel and Liu Zhe could see the true nature of their assailant. Before them stood a rat the size of a full-grown dog. Ariel's tension eased considerably, and she exclaimed with annoyance, "What a fright! It's just a thunderlight rat." Thunderlight rats are not particularly strong. Typically, they do not exceed the power of a level 3 magical beast and are common in the forest's outskirts. Realizing its ambush had failed, the rat instinctively sought to flee, recognizing that it stood no chance against the human before it. "After ambushing me, you think you can escape so easily?" Ariel shouted, brandishing a light brown wand from her robe. Fireball spell. Ariel directed her magic wand towards the Thunderlight mouse and unleashed a basic fire spell, the first-tier Fireball. Although Fireball is merely a rudimentary incantation in the hands of Ariel, a 5th-level sorceress. And with the enhancement of her wand, its power was undeniably formidable. Whoosh! A fireball, half a meter in diameter, comparable to the size of a basin, shot straight towards the Thunderlight mouse. The speed of the fireball was astonishing. And at that moment, Liu Zhe barely heard a resounding boom before the Thunderlight mouse, unable to evade in time, was engulfed by the flames, silenced before it could even emit a cry, and was consequently obliterated. Without even a glance at the corpse of the Thunderlight mouse, Ariel said to Liu Zhe, "Liu Zhe, I have no need for that 3rd-tier magic core. If you desire it, feel free to excavate it yourself." "Are you truly certain? If you change your mind later, I won't return it," Liu Zhe questioned, puzzled. Generally, a 3rd-tier magic core could fetch around 10 gold coins in the market. Could it be that Ariel was giving it to him freely? "I have not yet fallen to the extent of reclaiming gifts. If I say it's yours, then it is yours. If you do not want it, toss it aside as refuse," Ariel replied nonchalantly. As if the 3rd-tier magic core held no more significance to her than a stone on the roadside. "That's what you claim, but don't come begging me for it later," Liu Zhe retorted as he hurried to the side of the Thunderlight mouse's body. Using a small knife he carried to extract the tiny crystal core from its head, in no time, Liu Zhe had unearthed the magic core. "This is the magic core," Liu Zhe exclaimed in awe. Subsequently placing it in the palm of his hand, curiously examining it, it felt pleasantly warm, reminiscent of a jade pendant one might carry in wintered 3rd-tier magic core, redeemable for points. 500 points. "Would you like to proceed with the redemption?" As Liu Zhe focused on the Thunderlight mouse's magic core, a system notification promptly appeared. Indeed, it can be redeemed. A 3rd-tier magic core is worth 500 points. Seeing the notification, Liu Zhe's heart leaped with joy. And he began to contemplate. If a 3rd-tier magic core sells for 10 gold coins, and that guard just provided me with 100 gold coins, then I could purchase 10 3rd-tier magic cores, totaling 5,000 points. Had he known that hunting magical beasts was so lucrative, he would have eagerly ventured into the forest outskirts to hunt some lower-level monsters, despite the inherent dangers. Some might argue that since a 3rd-tier magic core can be exchanged for 500 points, and 500 points can be redeemed for 500 gold coins, it follows that 500 gold coins could buy 50 3rd-tier magic cores. If this cycle continues, could one not infinitely amass points? Liu Zhe had tested this theory when redeeming a wooden bed. If one uses system points to purchase magic cores, the cores acquired cannot be redeemed. Liu Zhe surmised that this was likely due to the stipulation that items obtained indirectly through the redemption system cannot be exchanged. Although termed a redemption system, to Liu Zhe, it resembled more of an artificial intelligence, continuously adjusting to prevent the occurrence of bugs. "Could you hurry up? If you dawdle any longer, I shall leave you behind." Ariel's impatient voice echoed from ahead as Liu Zhe stood still. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe carefully concealed the 3rd-tier magic core within his clothing, completed his task, and hastily caught up with her. Following Ariel, he had to endure her incessant chatter, but with the promise of free magic cores, he was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Unbeknownst to him, his current purpose had strayed far from his original intent. He had initially taken on the role of a bodyguard for payment, but now he found himself as a treasure-hunting companion. "Hey, miss, we've been walking for quite some time. Should we not consider turning back?" Liu Zhe remarked as the daylight began to fade, reminding Ariel. Throughout the journey, Ariel had slain numerous magical beasts ranging from levels 1 to 3, allowing Liu Zhe to amass nearly 2,000 points by day's end. The substantial accumulation of system points had sparked thoughts of settling in this place. Yet, despite his reluctance to depart, he had an entrance exam to prepare for the following day. If he delayed any further, he risked missing it altogether. After a moment of contemplation, Ariel finally responded, "You make a valid point. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, and cannot continue forward. Let us conclude our venture here for today. Liu Zhe was taken aback by Ariel's unexpected agreement. He had anticipated her to stubbornly press onward. Relieved to see Ariel finally heading back toward the city, Liu Zhe exhaled, knowing that missing the exam would leave him in despair. In a cheerful mood, they fortunately encountered no other magical beasts on their return journey, and before long, Liu Zhe and Ariel found themselves back in Emerald City. Liu Zhe meticulously calculated his spoils. Should he redeem all the magic cores he had acquired, his system points would reach a staggering 6,000. Coupled with the 100 gold coins in his pocket, he had indeed struck a small fortune. Contemplating his next move, Liu Zhe resolved to visit the magical materials store, intending to use the 100 gold coins gifted by the black-clad guard to purchase magic cores and test if they could be redeemed. Now that we have safely returned to the city, I bid you farewell, Liu Zhe declared, his mind set on leaving, and in the next instant, he dashed away as darkness enveloped the sky. He hurried to procure third-tier magic cores before the store closed. What a rude fellow, Ariel remarked, her annoyance evident. In her home, young suitors clamored after her, treating her like a princess. Liu Zhe's indifference left her feeling somewhat discontented. However, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. The musings of a commoner were hardly worth her contemplation. Ariel's thoughts were unknown to Liu Zhe as he navigated through the streets. After a journey of several minutes, Liu Zhe finally located a magical materials store, albeit after inquiring with several passers-by. Upon entering, he was greeted by a portly proprietor clad in fine garments, who promptly approached with a courteous demeanor, saying, "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you today?" Liu Zhe wasted no time in stating, "I wish to purchase some third-tier magic cores." "You seek third-tier magic cores, do you? Please hold on a moment. I shall fetch them for you," the proprietor responded eagerly, darting to the back of the counter. Shortly thereafter, he returned, cradling a small box and placing it upon the counter, saying, "Thank you for your patience. These are third-tier magic cores. Which grade and attribute would you prefer?" Liu Zhe, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by grade?" The proprietor paused, momentarily taken aback, before awkwardly clarifying, "You are unfamiliar with the concept of grade?" Nevertheless, the proprietor quickly composed himself and continued, "Due to the potential dissipation of energy within magic cores, we categorize them into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Naturally, upper-grade cores contain more energy than middle-grade cores, which in turn hold more than lower-grade cores." With patience, the proprietor offered his explanation without any hint of bias towards Liu Zhe's humble attire. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe's understanding was illuminated, and he expressed gratitude. "I see now. Thank you for the clarification. Could you please tell me the prices for each grade?" "Of course," the proprietor eagerly responded, then explained. Lower-grade third-tier magic cores are priced at 7 gold coins each, middle grade at 10 gold coins each, and upper grade at 15 gold coins each. Additionally, cores with light, dark, or thunder attributes tend to be priced slightly higher than their counterparts of the same grade. After a moment of hesitation, Liu Zhe replied, "Understood. Could you please show me the water attribute cores of each grade?" "Certainly." Upon hearing the news, the proprietor wasted no time and placed 3 azure magic cores upon the table. Among these 3 cores, the one on the left appeared distinctly duller, the middle one was slightly better, while the one on the right gleamed the brightest. Liu Zhe observed this and examined each of the 3 tiers of magic cores. Tier 3 magic core, redeemable for points. 300 points, cannot be exchanged for personal items. Tier 3 magic core, redeemable for points. 500 points, cannot be exchanged for personal items. Tier 3 magic core, redeemable for points. 700 points, cannot be exchanged for personal items. After perusing the 3 pieces of information, Liu Zhe quietly calculated in his mind. The low-grade magic cores cost 7 gold coins for 300 points, indicating that 1 gold coin could be exchanged for approximately 42 points. The mid-grade magic cores were priced at 10 gold coins for 500 points, meaning 1 gold coin could yield 50 points. The high-grade magic cores required 15 gold coins for 700 points, allowing for about 46 points per gold coin. Quickly, Liu Zhe reached the conclusion that purchasing high-grade and low-grade magic cores was evidently less economical. For the same amount of gold, the mid-grade magic cores offered a greater yield of system points. "Boss, I would like to purchase 10 mid-grade tier 3 magic cores," Liu Zhe declared without hesitation. His impulsive decision could be deemed wasteful if these magic cores could not be exchanged for system points. Wouldn't it mean a total loss? The more prudent approach would have been to buy one and test the waters first. If it could be redeemed, he could subsequently acquire the other 9. However, Liu Zhe rationalized that if the 100 gold coins spent on the magic cores were non-redeemable, they would merely equate to 100 system points, a loss that he wouldn't lament over. Especially since he could sell the magic cores back, albeit at a reduced price, potentially recovering around 80 gold coins. The proprietor, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of delight and inquired, "Very well. Would you like all 10 to be of the water attribute?" "Indeed," Liu Zhe promptly replied, not due to a particular fondness for water attribute magic cores, but simply because he himself possessed the water attribute, thus opting for it without much thought, with a broad smile. The proprietor entered the shop, and upon his return, he presented a delicate wooden box containing the 10 Tier 3 magic cores. He placed the box on the counter and stated, "Here are 10 water attribute Tier 3 magic cores, totaling 100 gold coins. Please take a moment to verify. This is indeed 100 gold coins," Liu Zhe replied as he handed over a small pouch filled with coins. Having meticulously counted before, he knew there were 104 coins inside. He extracted 4 coins, leaving him with exactly 100. After spending 100, he still had 4 gold coins left, which he considered as potential living expenses for the future. The proprietor efficiently counted the coins and, once confirmed, pushed the elegant wooden box forward with a smile, saying, "Indeed, this is 100 gold coins. You may take your items, and we welcome your next visit to our humble shop." "Thank you, boss," Liu Zhe expressed his gratitude, taking the wooden box and appreciating the proprietor's amiable demeanor that made him feel quite at ease. After exchanging a few polite remarks, Liu Zhe promptly exited the magic materials shop. Once outside, he carefully concealed the wooden box within his clothing and hurried back to his small cottage with swift strides. Chapter 11. The Test, Part 1. Upon returning home, Liu Zhe gazed at the 11,000 points in his exchange system, a wave of joy washing over him. He could now consider himself a minor affluent individual. Initially, he had possessed 3,500 points, then acquired an additional 2,500 points from the magic cores found behind earlier today, and subsequently spent 100 gold coins on 10 Tier 3 mid-grade magic cores worth 500 points each. Altogether, this amounted to 11,000 points. In preparation for the test tomorrow, Liu Zhe decided to exchange for a bottle of mental disguise potion. Soon after confirming the exchange, a translucent potion materialized out of thin air, resting quietly on his bed. Liu Zhe marveled at this phenomenon, pondering the mechanics of the exchange system that could conjure such treasures. Without dwelling further, he held on to the remaining 10,500 points and began to browse through the various exchange options. Having spent an entire day with Alier, Liu Zhe realized that with sufficient strength, accumulating points could be a swift endeavor. Thus, he felt an urgent desire to enhance his abilities, which would subsequently lead to a surge in his system points. With a considerable amount of system points at his disposal, he wondered just how far he could elevate his strength. Before long, Liu Zhe's attention was drawn to 2 options. Name, level upgrade description, raise the wizard's level by 1 points required. Currently requires 500 points. Name, potential potion description, level up by 1 within 3 months. Duration determined by mental aptitude. Points required, 3,500 points for level 4 to level 5. Liu Zhe contemplated. Using the potential potion would mean wasting 3 whole months just to reach level 5. That's not worth it. Directly upgrading seems more advantageous. With the power of a level 5 wizard, the points I could earn in 3 months would be substantial. Ultimately, Liu Zhe resolved to exchange for a level upgrade first. Elevating his strength to that of a level 5 wizard. Confirm exchange for level upgrade. Confirm. Level upgrade has been exchanged. 500 points deducted. As the system message concluded, a cascade of shimmering light descended from above, enveloping Liu Zhe's body. In that moment, he once again experienced the exhilarating surge of magical power, and he observed that the 4th star on his magic ring was rapidly becoming radiant. Before long, a dim 5th star emerged, signifying that Liu Zhe had officially entered the realm of a level 5 wizard. This feeling is truly addictive, Liu Zhe mused. The sensation of his power noticeably increasing was an experience one could never forget. At this moment, he could distinctly sense that his magical energy had multiplied several times compared to when he was a level 4 wizard, upon reaching the status of a level 5 wizard. Liu Zhe eagerly reopened the exchange system, curious to discover how many points were required to ascend to the next level. Name, level upgrade description, raise the wizard's level by 1 points required. Currently requires 43,000 points. Name, Potential potion description. Level up by 1 within 6 months. Duration determined by mental aptitude. Points required. 22,000 points for level 5 to level 6 after achieving level 5. Liu Zhe examined the requirements and was taken aback to see that the points necessary for a level upgrade had now skyrocketed to 43,000, with only 5,000 system points remaining. The prospect of achieving that seemed utterly unattainable. Gazing at the daunting figure of 43,000, Liu Zhe sighed. It appears that for now, I can only attain level 5 wizardry. Reaching level 6 will likely require some time. For Liu Zhe, 43,000 points were exorbitant. Abandoning the notion of further upgrades, he then turned his attention to the resource category. After a lengthy examination, Liu Zhe ultimately decided to exchange his remaining 5,000 points for a practical and affordable ring. Name: Nova Ring. Description: usable once a day. Instantly replenishes one's magical energy. Effective for levels below 7. Ineffective above level 7. Points required. 5,000 points. This Nova Ring aligns perfectly with my needs. And it only costs 5,000 points for use up to a level 7 wizard. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Liu Zhe made his final selection of the Nova Ring. For a wizard, magical energy was vital. A wizard devoid of magical energy was akin to a toothless tiger, utterly impotent. Confirm exchange for the Nova Ring. Confirm. Upon exchanging for the Star Ring, a notification from the system indicated a deduction of 5,000 points. Following this, a black ring gracefully fell into Liu Zhe's palm that he lowered his gaze to inspect the ring, which was entirely obsidian, possessing an antiquated design that lacked any particularly captivating allure. Satisfied with this, Liu Zhe nodded appreciatively before adorning his left index finger with the star ring that a more understated appearance suited him well. Excessive embellishment would only draw unwanted attention. However, at the very moment, he slid the ring onto his finger. An unexpected surge of pain shot through his left index finger, startling him profoundly. The discomfort was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it had come, leaving Liu Zhe bewildered before he could ponder the cause of this sensation. Another system notification chimed in. The star ring has been bound. No one other than yourself can utilize it. Delighted by this revelation, Liu Zhe felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Even if the ring fell into someone else's possession, it would remain unusable to them. This instilled within him a sense of ownership and exclusivity. Although treasures are desirable, those that cannot be stolen are even more so. After spending the entire day with Alier, Liu Zhe realized that night had fallen, and it was already the dead of night, recalling that he had a test to undertake the following day. He quickly proceeded to wash up. Once refreshed, Liu Zhe promptly retired to bed, knowing that tomorrow marked the final day of his assessments. If he managed to pass, he would have to depart Emerald City alongside the students of Tianyu Magic Academy, making this perhaps the last night he would spend in this quaint wooden cabin. The next morning, Liu Zhe awoke early, aware that this was the final day, with testing concluding by noon. Those who had completed their assessments in previous days had already begun packing their belongings. Ready to leave Emerald City by midday. Belongings? Liu Zhe mused as he surveyed his surroundings that he realized that there was little of value in his wooden abode. The entire cabin likely amounted to less than a single gold coin. A rather dismal existence. Ultimately, he only packed a large backpack filled with drinking water and provisions, leaving behind all the furniture, which he considered mere scrap metal, too burdensome to carry. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Liu Zhe departed from his small wooden home, aware that this departure might herald his last chance to return. After leaving the cabin, he moved toward the bustling area, but instead of heading directly to the testing site, he took a detour to a clothing store. This establishment was quite large and enjoyed a thriving business on this street. Pausing briefly, Liu Zhe stepped inside, calling out to a slightly portly middle-aged man behind the counter. "Owner, I'm here to pick up the clothes I ordered a few days ago, 3 days prior." After hearing about Tianyu Magic Academy, Liu Zhe had ventured into the commercial district for the first time in a month, intending to tailor a set of clothes for himself. With the Academy's news being a serendipitous discovery, Liu Zhe found the attire of this world rather uncomfortable. The opulent garments favored by nobles were unbearable to him, and even the common mage's robes felt odd. The lower half left him feeling exposed, akin to wearing a skirt. That it was indeed disheartening for a man to be clad in such a manner, especially while engaging in laborious tasks like woodcutting, a scenario Liu Zhe had groaned about multiple times throughout the month. Eventually, he could no longer tolerate the situation, leading him to seek out a clothing store to commission a more suitable outfit. 3 days ago, he had spent a gold coin selecting fabric that closely resembled what he was accustomed to, and after discussing his desired style with the owner, he had ordered several pairs of jeans and t-shirts reminiscent of his previous life. Upon seeing Liu Zhe, the portly owner greeted him with a bow, bustling over with enthusiasm. "Esteemed guest, your garments are ready. Please wait a moment while I fetch them for you." With that, he hurried into the depths of the store. Before long, the owner returned, cradling a stack of clothes and presenting them to Liu Zhe. "These are the garments you ordered. They match your expectations." The owner laid the items neatly on a large table, internally questioning why this customer would choose such peculiar clothing. Yet, as a businessman, he was well aware of what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. Liu Zhe examined the familiar attire laid before him. Nodding in satisfaction, "They look excellent. I'm very pleased. By the way, do you have a place where I can change?" "Indeed, there's a small room just ahead. Please feel free to use it." The owner gestured towards a corner of the shop. Having grown accustomed to the needs of his customers over the years, "Thank you." Liu Zhe expressed his gratitude before hastily entering the small changing room. Once inside, he swiftly shed his one-piece robe. Opting for the jeans and t-shirt instead, he carelessly discarded the cumbersome robe aside, vowing never to don such an outfit again. Gazing into the mirror, Liu Zhe couldn't help but smile faintly, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. After steadying his emotions, he packed the remaining clothes into his backpack and exited the changing room in a hurry. As he stepped out, the portly owner caught sight of Liu Zhe's new attire. His expression momentarily frozen before he awkwardly remarked, "Oh, esteemed guest, your outfit looks absolutely splendid." He struggled to suppress a grin at the sight. Liu Zhe paid no mind to the owner's reaction, maintaining his composure as he replied, "I am quite pleased with this outfit. Thank you, owner." With that, he promptly exited the clothing store, making his way toward the testing grounds. Chapter 12. The examination continued. Look, that person's outfit is truly amusing." "Ha ha, indeed. Did he lose a bet or something to be dressed like that?" "Most likely. I would never wear such clothes." "Absolutely. Wearing that in public? It's utterly embarrassing." Liu Zhe, clad in his t-shirt and jeans, walked down the street. The passers-by pointing and whispering about his attire. Some laughed, others gawked in disbelief, while a few expressed pity. Only a handful thought his outfit was somewhat trendy, but they dared not voice their opinions amidst the surrounding mockery. As the center of attention, Liu Zhe remained unfazed by the opinions of others. Mockery and ridicule had become commonplace for him, whether in his past life or this one, that he found no fault in his appearance. It allowed him ease of movement, and he could hardly fathom how anyone could find comfort in wearing robes. Despite the taunts, Liu Zhe persevered through the throngs of onlookers, finally arriving at the examination site after a lengthy journey. Before him lay a semicircular plaza, where he noticed only a handful of individuals. These were evidently the students preparing to attend Tianyu Magic Academy. As his gaze swept across the gathering, Liu Zhe felt a jolt of surprise upon spotting Alier amongst the crowd. She was surrounded by numerous young scholars, predominantly male, all appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Observing Alier, who was the center of attention, Liu Zhe couldn't help but admire her striking beauty, a fact he had never doubted. However, when Alier caught sight of his peculiar outfit, her brow furrowed, and she immediately averted her gaze, pretending not to recognize him. Noticing her reaction, Liu Zhe chose not to comment. Their acquaintance had never been particularly close, rendering any pretense unnecessary. "Look, who is that person? Why is he dressed so oddly? He can't possibly be here for the test," a boy of about 15 exclaimed, pointing at Liu Zhe and beckoning his friends to look. "Puffed. Ha ha." One of his companions burst into laughter upon seeing Liu Zhe, his expression momentarily frozen before he doubled over in mirth. Once he regained his composure, he derisively remarked, "He looks like a complete clown. Does he honestly believe he can pass the assessment dressed like that?" A youthful companion jested, "Well, who has to say? Perhaps he has intentionally dressed this way to conceal his formidable strength." Upon hearing this, another boy who had mocked Liu Zhe retorted scornfully, "Do you honestly think that is plausible?" "Haha, just kidding. How could that be possible?" The group erupted in laughter, completely dismissing Liu Zhe as a mere object of ridicule. At that moment, a blue-haired youth encircling Ariel pointed at Liu Zhe with a grin, exclaiming, "Miss Ariel, look at that fellow's amusing attire. What a bumpkin. The presence of such a person here is an affront to Miss Ariel's beautiful eyes," chimed in a boy with a face full of pimples, shamelessly flattering Ariel in hopes of winning her favor. Ariel, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile, but inwardly prayed that Liu Zhe would not approach her for conversation. Otherwise, her dignity would be utterly compromised. While these young scholars fervently debated, Liu Zhe had stepped into the small testing tent. Once inside, he observed the sparse furnishings, a table and a crystal ball the size of a head. "Greetings, I wish to take the entrance examination. What must I do?" Liu Zhe inquired politely, recalling the adage that one should never scorn those who greet them with a smile. His extensive social experience had taught him that humility often leads to fewer troubles. The examiner, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, initially considered making a jest at Liu Zhe's peculiar attire, but upon encountering Liu Zhe's amiable demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words. "The process is quite simple. First, please present your imperial identification for verification," the middle-aged man responded in a relatively gentle tone. Having served as an examiner for several years, he had encountered numerous candidates, most of whom, brimming with youthful arrogance, spoke with an air of superiority. Liu Zhe's courteous manner was indeed a rarity. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe produced a card-like object, the imperial identification, adorned with a spiritual imprint and the empire's unique seal. Ensuring its authenticity, after the middle-aged man took Liu Zhe's identification and magically replicated the information from it, he confirmed, "Imperial citizen, Sierra, identity is verified." That a series of details promptly appeared, and once the examiner ascertained their accuracy, he returned the identification to Liu Zhe, stating, "Next, please place both hands on the crystal ball. I shall conduct a test of your mental aptitude." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe placed his hands on the crystal ball, his heart racing with anxiety. Before leaving, he had consumed a mental disguise potion, which concealed his original spirit as a green aptitude. However, having never used the potion before, he was uncertain whether it would fool the crystal ball. As Liu Zhe's hands made contact with the crystal ball, he observed, with bated breath, the colors within it gradually shifting, initially red, then orange, transitioning to yellow, and finally settling on green. Upon witnessing the green aptitude illuminated within the crystal ball, Liu Zhe exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the potion had not failed him, for had he been unable to deceive the crystal ball, he would have faced great embarrassment that day. The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement before saying, "The green aptitude is confirmed. Now let me see your magic ring." "Do we need to check the magic ring as well?" Liu Zhe exclaimed, momentarily startled. It seemed he had not heard that this examination also included a check of one's abilities. The middle-aged man paused, noticing Liu Zhe's look of bewilderment, realizing that he was not feigning ignorance, but genuinely unaware. Understanding Liu Zhe's sincerity, the examiner sighed and began to explain. "The requirements for admission vary by age group. Those under 15 must possess a level 3 mage strength. Those under 16 must demonstrate level 4. And those under 18 need to be at level 5, as you are 18 this year. You are required to have level 5 mage capabilities. Did you not review the admission guidelines?" Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He was fortunate that he had leveled up using the exchange system just the night before, or he would have faced significant embarrassment today. "I apologize for not having read it thoroughly." Liu Zhe quickly offered his apologies, promptly displaying his magic ring for the middle-aged man to inspect. The magic ring materialized on his wrist, boasting 5 stars. Although the 5th star was dim, it unmistakably indicated that Liu Zhe possessed the strength of a level 5 mage. Observing that the young man before him was indeed a level 5 mage, the middle-aged man sighed in relief. He had initially feared encountering a disruptive candidate, but it seemed his concerns were unwarranted. After a moment of relief, the examiner smiled and declared, "Both your aptitude and strength are satisfactory. Congratulations on passing the examination, Sierra. You are now a member of the Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy. Here is your student ID, which you will find quite useful during your time at the academy. Do take care not to misplace it," the middle-aged man added as he handed Liu Zhe a card, which already contained his personal information from the earlier identification check, along with the Tianyu Magic Academy's emblem. "Thank you," Liu Zhe replied, carefully stowing the student ID in his jeans pocket. "The testing period is nearly concluded. Please prepare yourself, as we shall soon depart for the Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy, located in Jinhua City." The middle-aged man instructed Liu Zhe before turning to leave the tent. Tianyu Magic Academy. Liu Zhe mused to himself, filled with anticipation for the school life he had yet to experience. What would it be like? Chapter 13, Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy, Part 1, Jinhua City, one of the prosperous metropolises of the Liang Empire, boasts an area several times larger than that of Emerald City. The Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy is situated within Jinhua City. The distance between Jinhua and Emerald City is exceedingly vast. Walking would likely take a year or more to reach the destination. Hence, Liu Zhe and the others could not possibly travel on foot. Each city in the Liang Empire features a teleportation station equipped with magical teleportation arrays that allow for travel between cities. At this moment, the middle-aged examiner gathered the group and led the new students to the teleportation station in Emerald City, from where they would then teleport to Jinhua City. After a brief journey, under the guidance of the middle-aged man, the new students of Tianyu Academy entered the grand structure. Is this the teleportation station? Liu Zhe murmured, glancing around in curiosity. The building was circular, with an expansive interior capable of accommodating thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people. At various points in the circular plaza, there were numerous teleportation arrays emitting white light, each approximately 5 to 6 meters in diameter. Each array could transport a dozen individuals at once. Nonetheless, the station was still bustling with people. At that moment, one of Ariel's admirers, the pimple-faced boy, noticed Liu Zhe's wide-eyed wonder and, perceiving him as an unsophisticated simpleton, deliberately raised his voice to mock. Look at that bumpkin, clearly out of his depth. The surrounding crowd, though the boy did not name Liu Zhe directly, understood precisely to whom he referred, and soon a wave of snickers rippled through the group, with some audaciously pointing at Liu Zhe to ridicule him further. Naturally, Liu Zhe heard their taunts. However, given his temperament, he had no intention of stooping to the level of these 15 or 16-year-olds. He chose to disregard their jibes, treating them as mere background noise. The middle-aged man leading the way also recognized the tension in the air. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and he had grown accustomed to them. Every year, there would be 1 or 2 individuals who faced collective disdain. Typically, teachers refrained from intervening in disputes among students, believing that competition fosters growth, which is beneficial for children of their age. As the middle-aged man continued to guide them, the new students gradually approached a less crowded area. Shortly thereafter, a staff member in a security uniform stepped forward to halt the group. "Excuse me, sir. This is the VIP passage. Please present your credentials," the security officer stated. Unfazed by the interruption, the middle-aged man calmly produced a card from his pocket and presented it to the officer, saying, "We are the delegation from Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy." The security officer took the card, examined it, and promptly returned it with respect, saying, "My apologies, it is an honor to have the esteemed Lord Kaiser here." Upon hearing the guard's words, Liu Zhe finally realized that the middle-aged man leading the group was named Kaiser. After the guard cleared the way, Kaiser wasted no time and directly led Liu Zhe and his companions into a concealed room. This chamber was nestled deep within the teleportation station, entirely hidden from view. Had Liu Zhe not followed Kaiser inside, he would have never discovered that such a spacious area existed here. Kaiser proceeded to the center of the room, where a teleportation array emanated a radiant white glow. Beside the array, Liu Zhe noticed an unusual panel, which Kaiser operated with both hands, seemingly engrossed in some task. Before long, Kaiser's actions came to an abrupt halt as he turned to address the group of newcomers, stating, "The teleportation array has been set up. Once you step inside, you will be transported to Jinhua City. A maximum of 5 individuals can enter at once, so please enter in groups. The next group may proceed only after the previous one has completely vanished from sight. I'll go first. Let me be the first. Let's all go together." With that, several youths rushed forward, eager to step into the teleportation array, among them the brown-haired Ariel. The first group to enter comprised young men and women of some standing in Emerald City. And upon witnessing their boldness, the remaining newcomers instinctively yielded, refraining from competing with them. Soon, 5 new arrivals stepped into the teleportation array, and with a swift whoosh, the first 5 figures instantly vanished within the blinding light. Noticing their absence, Kaiser urged the next group, "Who is next? Hurry and enter." Prompted by Kaiser, a few hesitant newcomers quickly stepped into the teleportation array. A S1 group after another entered. Only Liu Zhe and Kaiser remained at the teleportation station. Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy recruited students from various cities, and this time, a total of 21 newcomers passed the tests in Emerald City. The 21 were divided into 5 groups, with the first 4 groups consisting of 5 individuals each. Leaving Liu Zhe as the last person. "You're the only one left. Come quickly and follow me," Kaiser urged Liu Zhe. Understood, Liu Zhe nodded and promptly followed Kaiser into the teleportation array. Soon after, Liu Zhe stood within the array. while Kaiser, indifferent to Liu Zhe's nervousness about teleportation, activated the magic array without delayed. In an instant, Liu Zhe was engulfed in a flash of white light, accompanied by a sensation of lightheadedness a mere moment later. As his awareness returned, he opened his eyes to find himself in an entirely different location. Astonished by this phenomenon, Liu Zhe marveled at how incredibly convenient this was, surpassing even air travel. After stepping out of the teleportation array, Kaiser made his way towards the exit, reminding everyone, "We have arrived in Jinhua City. Now, follow me into the city. Remember, the streets of Jinhua City are quite crowded, so stay close to me and do not get separated. If you do, I won't waste time searching for you. You'll have to find your own way to Tianyu." Upon hearing this, none dared to dawdle, quickly lifting their feet to keep pace with Kaiser. Fearful of being left behind, under Kaiser's guidance, the group swiftly exited the teleportation station and entered the bustling commercial streets of Jinhua City. As they stepped into the commercial district, Liu Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment. He had sensed the crowd's density while in the teleportation station, but witnessing the vibrant scene of Jinhua City firsthand took his breath away. The thoroughfare, at least 20 meters wide, was utterly jammed with people. Illustrating just how immense the crowd truly was. At that moment, Liu Zhe comprehended the gravity of Kaiser's earlier warning to stay close and not get separated. In such throngs, it would indeed take only a moment of distraction to lose one's way. Resolving to focus intently, Liu Zhe followed closely behind Kaiser, realizing that even a slight lapse in attention had nearly caused him to lose sight of Kaiser's figure. Chapter 14. Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy, Part 2. Navigating through the bustling streets of Jinhua City. Liu Zhe remained vigilant for 30 minutes before finally escaping the chaotic heart of the city and arriving at a quieter area. Upon entering this tranquil zone, Liu Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him. The throngs of people were now sparse, making it nearly impossible to get lost as long as one had their eyes open. The other newcomers also breathed a sigh of relief. Many among them were locals from Emerald City. And having entered the grand metropolis of the empire for the first time, it was likely that the lively atmosphere had startled quite a few. However, in a bid to avoid ridicule, none chose to express their astonishment. With the bustling area behind them, the journey ahead became considerably easier. Under Kaiser's leadership, Liu Zhe walked for another half hour, suspecting they had reached a less populated corner of Jinhua City, as the crowds had noticeably thinned. As they continued, one newcomer, weary from walking, impatiently inquired, "Mr. Kaiser, how much longer until we reach Tianyu Academy?" At this question, the other newcomers perked up, having similarly grown restless after the lengthy trek. They too were curious about the time it would take to reach their destination. Kaiser chuckled lightly before responding. "We are currently heading for the main entrance of Tianyu Academy. In fact, Tianyu Academy has been within your sight all along. You just didn't notice it. Already within sight." "Where is it?" Upon hearing this, one newcomer began scanning the area. Observing the curious expressions on the group, Kaiser wasted no time, stating, "That is the wall surrounding Tianyu Academy. Surely you have seen it for quite some time now." As he spoke, Kaiser pointed to the massive wall towering 10 meters high. Liu Zhe was no stranger to it, having circled this formidable barrier for nearly 30 minutes under Kaiser's guidance. In a way, is this all part of Tianyu Academy? Upon hearing Kaiser's words, Liu Zhe looked up at the seemingly endless wall in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. Was this truly an academy or a military fortress? The outer wall alone loomed 10 meters high, stretching endlessly outward, obscuring its limits. The entire expanse was indeed the grounds of Tianyu Academy, revealing just how vast its territory was. Liu Zhe's mouth fell agape. Having never attended school, he found himself puzzled. Were most schools this enormous? Yet, judging by the astonished expressions of his fellow newcomers, it was clear that Tianyu Academy was among the largest institutions in existence. Seeing the group's wide-eyed disbelief, Kaiser wore a hint of pride on his face and continued onward in silence, leading them toward the academy's main entrance. Finally, after another 30 minutes of walking, Liu Zhe and the other newcomers beheld a bustling crowd, along with a grand gate standing over 10 meters tall. Without a doubt, this was the entrance to Tianyu Magic Academy. At the gates stood numerous students clad in magnificent magic robes, all of whom were members of Tianyu Academy. Each of these students appeared remarkably youthful, yet among them were those boasting the ranks of 4th, 5th, and even 6th level mages. Such power at this age was truly astonishing. Upon arriving at the entrance of Tianyu Academy, Liu Zhe could not help but reflect on how, unbeknownst to him, He had become part of this elite cadre of talents, especially when considering that not long ago he had been ridiculed as a useless individual. Shortly thereafter, Kaiser came to a halt at the entrance, turning to the newcomers and declaring, "We have arrived. This is Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy. From this day forth, you will study various magical disciplines within these walls and continuously strengthen your abilities." He gazed at the academy's emblem. A sense of quiet pride welled up within Kaiser. "And where will we be staying?" Disregarding Kaiser's commentary, a new student with an audacious demeanor inquired of Kaiser in an almost commanding tone. Noticing the newcomer's defiant attitude, Kaiser chuckled knowingly and replied, "There is no need for concern. Within Tianyu, there are student dormitories that offer single, double, and quadruple rooms that I shall escort you to the student accommodations now, where you will draw lots to determine your rooms." After a brief pause, Kaiser added with a weighty tone, "Additionally, I must caution you. I am aware that some among you may hail from baronial or even viscount families, but here, do not flaunt any aristocratic airs, for in this institution, there are many who possess far deeper familial legacies than yours. And when it comes to strength, you will find individuals much more formidable than yourselves. Should you choose to disregard this warning, do not blame me for any consequences that may arise. The hierarchy of titles from highest to lowest is Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron." As Kaiser spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the inquisitive newcomer. Though his words were directed at him, they were meant for all present. The newcomer snorted dismissively, seemingly unfazed by Kaiser's admonition. Observing this, Kaiser shook his head. He had encountered such cases numerous times before. Once inside, after being schooled a few times, the newcomer would inevitably learn his lesson. "Well then, since someone has already inquired, I will take you to the dormitory for the drawing of lots. After that, you are free to handle the rest on your own. I am only responsible for bringing you this far. Of course, if anyone wishes to explore freely now, I have no objections, as long as you remember to draw lots by the end of the day. As for the location of the dormitories, you shall have to ask the upperclassmen you encounter along the way." With that, Kaiser did not even check to see if the other newcomers were following and strode off on his own. Witnessing Kaiser's indifferent demeanor, several of the newcomers exchanged glances before most chose to venture out on their own. Kaiser's aloofness had long since irked them. Why would they wish to trail behind him, constantly gauging his mood? Moreover, they were eager to explore what their future academy would be like. As for the drawing of lots, they could always attend to it later, for Kaiser had mentioned that as long as it was done by nightfall, it was acceptable. Ultimately, after a brief pause, only Liu Zhe and a handful of other newcomers decided to follow. However, upon seeing Liu Zhe join their ranks, those who had initially intended to follow Kaiser quickly changed their minds, scattering like birds until none remained. Throughout the journey, Liu Zhe's peculiar attire drew considerable mockery, and within the same group, they felt the weight of scornful gazes as if the laughter were directed at themselves. In the end, the group was left with only Kaiser and Liu Zhe. Observing this situation, even Kaiser could not help but remark, "Kid, you truly are rather unlikable." In recent years, he had seen many who were disliked and ostracized upon entering the academy, but he had never encountered anyone so utterly detested. From the moment he stepped out, everyone had fled. That was rather remarkable. "I can't be blamed for this, can I?" Liu Zhe replied, rubbing his nose with a look of helplessness. Kaiser glanced at Liu Zhe's attire and decided to jest. "You can't say it's not your fault. Look at what you're wearing. Is self-deprecation the latest trend among the youth?" He gestured toward Liu Zhe's t-shirt and jeans. Liu Zhe offered no further explanation, merely waving his hand and saying, "That's just your unfamiliarity. I find this outfit quite comfortable. Is that so?" Kaiser replied, his expression one of skepticism, clearly doubting that such clothing could be comfortable. Liu Zhe, uninterested in convincing him otherwise, recognized it as a cultural difference, not worth explaining. The two walked in silence, and before they knew it, nearly 30 minutes had passed, bringing them to the male student dormitory. "Kid, your attitude is commendable, but I advise you to opt for more understated clothing. Otherwise, your attire will surely attract a heap of trouble," Kaiser reiterated as they reached the dormitory entrance. "Thank you for the advice. I prefer this outfit, but I will heed your words," Liu Zhe responded, his tone indicating he did not take Kaiser's warning to heart. "I truly didn't realize you were such a rebel." Kaiser shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. It seemed that the quietest person in the group was the most difficult to manage. After taking a deep breath, Kaiser continued, "That's all I have to say. I must report to the academy shortly, so I will not linger. Take care of yourself from here on." With that, Kaiser turned and walked away, his figure gradually fading from Liu Zhe's view. Chapter 15. Charlotte, Part 1. Once Kaiser had departed, Liu Zhe proceeded directly toward the dormitory entrance. Just from observing from the outside, the student dormitory was as impressively vast as the entire academy itself. Upon entering, he was even more astounded by the lavish interior. The hall's ceiling boasted a magnificent crystal chandelier, and the walls were adorned with a layer of shimmering gold paint, causing Liu Zhe to exclaim internally, "How dazzling!" As he took in the opulent decor of the dormitory hall, Liu Zhe was secretly astonished. The accommodations for students were indeed excessively luxurious. Soon after entering, Liu Zhe noticed a large table near the entrance, alongside a sealed box resembling a lottery drum, with a sign reading "Drawing Lots" prominently displayed. Without hesitation, Liu Zhe made his way over. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that this was the designated area for the drawing of lots. And Liu Zhe was certainly no fool. "Hello, I'm a new student this year, here to draw for my dormitory assignment." Surprisingly, there was no queue at the drawing station, allowing Liu Zhe to approach the table and address the upperclassmen seated behind it. "Hi, I'm a new student here to draw my dormitory lot." The student appeared to be in their senior year and was momentarily startled from their reverie by Liu Zhe's voice. Upon seeing Liu Zhe, their eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, dude, you're dressed way too cool. Is this the current trend, or are all newcomers this unique?" The upperclassmen, evidently vivacious and cheerful, reacted with exaggerated expressions and tones upon noticing Liu Zhe's attire. However, Liu Zhe sensed no malice in their demeanor. It was merely an exaggerated reaction. "Please don't tease me. I've already endured a lot of judgment on the way here," Liu Zhe replied with a wry smile. Recognizing that since there was no ill intent, it would be unbecoming to maintain a sour expression. Upon hearing this, the upperclassman patted Liu Zhe's shoulder sympathetically and remarked, "Hang in there, buddy. I can see you've got a tough road ahead with that outfit. Come on, let us get this lot drawn, and then you can head back and change clothes. By the way, as a formality, please confirm your student ID." After this brief exchange, Liu Zhe couldn't help but feel a flicker of fondness for the lively individual before him. The upperclassman was straightforward and sincere, leaving a positive impression. The upperclassman took Liu Zhe's student ID, quickly verified it, and returned it. "All clear, so you're C, right? Quickly draw your lot. And remember, don't pull two at once." Yesterday, a batch of newcomers from Grand City didn't seem to have their heads screwed on right. I swear, they pulled two lots and created a real hassle for me. As he spoke, the upperclassman began to grumble, venting his frustrations to Liu Zhe. "Got it, don't worry. I'm not that foolish," Liu Zhe replied with a smile, extending his hand into the box. Without overthinking, he randomly grabbed the nearest lot and pulled it out. Upon examining the small slip of paper, which was no larger than a finger, Liu Zhe asked, "Can I open this now?" Hearing this, the upperclassman chuckled. "Of course. It's best if you open it yourself. Otherwise, if you end up with a less desirable room, don't blame me for being unlucky." After receiving the affirmative response, Liu Zhe promptly tore open the slip. "Oh, congratulations. You're quite fortunate. You've drawn room 1378. A double room." The upperclassman leaned in to glance at Liu Zhe's slip, and upon seeing the number 1378, he first congratulated him with a smile before pointing toward a counter directly ahead. "Do you see the lady at the counter? Please submit this slip along with your student ID to that young lady. She is the dormitory administrator for the male dormitory. Shortly, she will assist you in binding your student ID to the room's lock, allowing you to access your room using only your student ID in the future. By the way, my name is Rex. If you encounter any difficulties later on, feel free to seek me out." "Thank you, Senior Rex. I will come to you if I have any issues." Liu Zhe smiled. Considering Rex's personality, he might indeed be a worthy friend. After waving goodbye, Liu Zhe made his way toward the counter. Upon reaching the counter, Liu Zhe quickly located the dormitory administrator Rex had mentioned. She was a stunning woman with light blue hair, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old, exuding an air of maturity. "Hello, I am a new student this year. Here is my student ID and draw number." Liu Zhe presented both his student ID and the slip to the counter administrator. Upon seeing the draw number in Liu Zhe's hand, the dormitory administrator immediately understood his purpose, and a sweet smile spread across her face as she said, "All right, please hold on for a moment." With that, the administrator placed Liu Zhe's student ID on a peculiar device and, after a brief moment of operation, picked it up again and said, Thank you for waiting. It is all set now. Your student ID is linked to the lock of room 1378, allowing you to enter the room directly with your ID from now on. After retrieving his student ID, Liu Zhe inquired about the location of room 1378, and with the administrator's guidance, he gained a rough understanding of its whereabouts. Thank you. Liu Zhe expressed his gratitude politely. Following this, he exited the hall to search for his room. Room 1378 indicates that the first two digits, 13, represent the floor number, while 78 is the room number. Thus, Liu Zhe's room is located on the 13th floor. Room 78. This world lacks elevators. However, Liu Zhe soon discovered a facility that functions similarly. In the hall, he found a space measuring 5 meters by 5 meters, within which lay a circular magic circle. On the adjacent wall, numbers such as 1, 2, 3, and 4 were displayed. Liu Zhe had observed a few individuals using this device, and, after a brief examination, concluded that it was indeed similar to an elevator. Though he was unfamiliar with the operation of the teleportation magic circle, he had watched several people use it and discerned that the process involved 2 simple steps. First, step into the magic circle. And second, press the corresponding number button. These straightforward steps were not beyond Liu Zhe's comprehension. Otherwise, he would feel unworthy of attending Tianyu Academy. This was not merely a matter of intelligence, but rather a distinction between a normal person and a fool. Naturally, Liu Zhe considered himself anything but a fool. Thus, without hesitation, Liu Zhe stepped into the magic circle and pressed the button marked 1-3. As he did so, the scenery before him shifted dramatically, and when his vision cleared, he found himself on the 13th floor. Upon stepping out of the teleportation magic circle, Liu Zhe reflected, while the scientific civilization of this world may not be advanced, the convenience of its magical civilization seems to rival that of Earth's high technology. And in certain aspects, it may even surpass it. For instance, the teleportation magic circle, though Liu Zhe had no knowledge of the distance between Emerald City and Jinhua City, was undoubtedly faster than air travel. Contemplating this, Liu Zhe wandered around the 13th floor in search of his designated room, 78.1376, 1377, 1378. I believe this is the one, he mused as he arrived at room 1378. Standing before the door, he quickly noticed a small slot beside the doorknob, clearly designed for inserting the student ID. Without a moment's pause, Liu Zhe inserted his student ID into the slot, but as he did so, the door emitted a clicking sound, and his student ID was automatically ejected. Liu Zhe retrieved his ID, and, though he intended to open the door immediately, he suddenly remembered that this was a double occupancy room, and there might be another person inside. Thus, he politely knocked on the door. Knock, 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 knock. Liu Zhe knocked several times, but received no response from within. Seeing this, he ceased knocking and simply opened the door, stepping into the room. Once inside, he closed the door behind him and began to assess the room's layout. After a brief survey, he estimated that the room was approximately 20 square meters in size, structured as 2 bedrooms and a living area, along with a washroom, for total spaces. After a few minutes of observation, Liu Zhe's expression reflected satisfaction. For a room accommodating just 2 people, the space was indeed generous. At this point, Liu Zhe had placed his belongings in the left bedroom and then glanced into the right bedroom. Upon inspection, he immediately discerned that the furnishings had not been disturbed and remained in their original state. This led Liu Zhe to speculate that his future roommate had yet to make a decision, implying that the second draw for room 1378 had not yet been claimed. After tidying up his belongings, Liu Zhe felt a twinge of boredom. After lying on his bed for a few minutes, a sudden thought struck him. He wished to explore the academy. It's still afternoon. There should be plenty of time to wander about, he mused. With determination, he sprang from his bed and headed toward the door, realizing that remaining cooped up in his room would be stifling. Chapter 16, Charlotte, Part 2. Having familiarized himself with the dormitory layout, Liu Zhe quickly returned to the hall after leaving his room. Is that you, Sierre? You just went upstairs. Why are you back so soon? From your appearance, are you planning to explore the academy? At the draw station, Rex happened to spot Liu Zhe and called out to him from a distance. Liu Zhe glanced over to see that the queue at the draw station had grown significantly. Within the short time he had been gone, approximately 20 people had lined up, among them one familiar face from the group in Emerald City, while the others were all strangers, evidently new students from different cities. Liu Zhe, hearing Rex's call, chose not to acknowledge the mocking glances directed at his attire and replied coolly, "Yes, I am indeed planning to go out for a stroll. Upon hearing Liu Zhe's words, Rex briefly surveyed the long line before apologetically stating, "Unfortunately, I have work to attend to at the moment and cannot accompany you on your tour of the academy." "Ah, no worries. I'll take my leave then. Good luck with your work," Liu Zhe replied with a smile, reassuring Rex that he need not feel concerned. Although Liu Zhe's tone may have sounded somewhat indifferent to others, Rex paid no mind to the peculiar stares surrounding him and waved goodbye to Liu Zhe with a smile. Liu Zhe's seemingly aloof demeanor was not a reflection of disdain for Rex. Rather, it stemmed from habits carried over from his previous life. Even after his reincarnation and inhabiting a new body, his manner of speaking remained cold. After Rex waved goodbye, Liu Zhe reciprocated the gesture and then exited the dormitory. Upon stepping outside, Liu Zhe was immediately struck by a wave of hunger. "Now that I think about it, I haven't eaten anything all day. There must be a cafeteria in the academy, so I suppose my first stop for exploration will be there." Liu Zhe rubbed his stomach and resolved to head to the cafeteria. With a plan in mind, Liu Zhe began to navigate through Tianyu Academy. After wandering for several dozen minutes, he found himself bewilderedly gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings. Realizing that not only had he failed to locate the cafeteria, but he had also become lost at this moment, it would be an understatement to say that he was lost. He could barely find his way back to the dormitory. Upon seeing the towering walls of Tianyu Academy, Liu Zhe sensed the vastness that lay within, yet it was only when he ventured inside that he truly grasped the expansive grounds of the institution. Realizing he was disoriented, Liu Zhe felt a wave of helplessness wash over him that he glanced around, searching for direction, and after some time, he finally spotted a female student, seizing the opportunity to engage with another person. He approached her and inquired, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the cafeteria?" The female student, caught off guard by Liu Zhe's sudden interruption, cast a curious glance at his clothing before pointing in a direction and saying, "The cafeteria? Just continue straight in that direction, and you'll find a red brick building. Ah, I see. Thank you," Liu Zhe replied, dismissing her scrutinizing gaze as he expressed his gratitude and proceeded towards the direction she indicated. Just before he departed, he thought he heard a burst of laughter from behind him, as anticipated. After walking for nearly 10 minutes in the direction the student had indicated, Liu Zhe finally beheld the red brick structure she had mentioned. Feeling the pangs of hunger in his stomach, he hurriedly entered the cafeteria. Upon entering, Liu Zhe discovered that the cafeteria spanned 3 floors, each with ample space capable of accommodating at least 5,000 individuals. The sheer scale of the establishment was nothing short of astonishing. Within such a grand academy, it was no surprise to find immense dormitories, and thus, the presence of a vast cafeteria or even oversized restrooms failed to astonish him. However, as he settled into the cafeteria, Liu Zhe noticed an intriguing phenomenon. The students dining on the first floor predominantly wore simple, clearly civilian attire. In stark contrast, those on the second and third floors were uniformly clad in opulent garments. Exuding an air of aristocracy, the disdainful glances cast by the upper floor students towards their first floor counterparts were unmistakable. This disparity did not remain a mystery for long. Liu Zhe's curiosity led him to the second floor, where upon viewing the menu prices, he quickly understood the situation. Goodness gracious, a single dish on the second floor cost a staggering 10 silver coins, for a meal consisting of 3 dishes and a soup. One could easily spend an entire gold coin in a day. Such expenses were beyond the means of an ordinary student. To put it into perspective, a single gold coin could sustain a family of 5 for an entire year if they were frugal. Yet here it was merely enough for a single day's meals. Consequently, Liu Zhe lost all desire to ascend to the third floor, swiftly exiting the second floor, as he was not wealthy enough to afford meals costing dozens of silver coins. Returning to the first floor, Liu Zhe examined the menu once more. Compared to the second floor, the prices on the first floor were considerably more reasonable. While lacking in lobster or abalone, a simple stir-fried meat dish cost merely 3 copper coins. If one were to be frugal, a meal of stir-fried meat paired with a large bowl of rice would suffice, and the rice was complimentary. With his stomach growling in protest, Liu Zhe quickly approached a service counter to order a basic 3-dish meal with soup, and requested 2 large bowls of rice from the kitchen staff. The efficiency of the kitchen staff was impressive, as within minutes, his meal was ready. Clutching a large platter bearing his lunch, he casually selected a seat and began to eat in solitude. However, at that moment, a portion of the diners in the cafeteria took notice of Liu Zhe's unusual attire. Instantly, a cacophony of reactions erupted throughout the vast space. The civilian students on the first floor were relatively subdued, well aware of the disdain often directed towards them by the aristocrats. And though Liu Zhe's appearance was peculiar, they refrained from openly mocking him. In stark contrast, the noble students on the second floor reacted as if they had discovered a new land. Pointing at Liu Zhe and engaging in animated discussions, the majority of which were far from flattering. Amid the surrounding chatter, Liu Zhe remained undisturbed, akin to a meditative monk, wholly focused on his meal. Occasionally marveling at the surprisingly good quality of the dishes offered, as the discussions among the noble students about Liu Zhe intensified, he contemplated hastily finishing his meal to avoid any potential trouble. Yet, at that moment, an inexplicable hush fell over the raucous cafeteria. The once boisterous atmosphere, filled with the chatter of thousands, abruptly silenced, creating a spectacle in Liu Zhe's eyes. The stillness lingered for a brief 2 to 3 seconds before a new wave of discussion surged through the cafeteria. "Look, it's Senior Charlotte. Senior Charlotte has arrived. Oh my goodness, could it be the legendary Ice Mountain Senior? Where is she? Tell me where she is. I enrolled at Tianyu Academy this year just to catch a glimpse of the Ice Mountain Senior," exclaimed a new noble student, his eyes wide with anticipation. Ignoring the anxious inquiries of the surrounding new students, another noble student gazed adoringly at the entrance, exclaiming, "Indeed, Senior Charlotte's beauty is truly enchanting. She is my goddess." "What do you mean your goddess? She would be far more likely to notice me." "Ah, I wish to be your valiant knight, dear Senior," responded another noble student, his tone tinged with envy, yet he too succumbed to admiration. "Humph, while Senior Charlotte is indeed a beauty, my heart belongs solely to Senior Melissa. Are you serious? Do you really think Senior Melissa would ever notice someone like you? What did you say?" In an instant, a flurry of declarations of affection filled the air, and the cafeteria erupted into chaos. Witnessing the commotion subside, Liu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, although he was indifferent to the opinions of others. Prolonged scrutiny could become irksome. Thus, the diversion of attention was a welcome development. As he pondered the situation, Liu Zhe turned his head in curiosity to see the figure who had captured everyone's attention and become the focal point of the cafeteria's discourse. His gaze fell upon a striking individual with flowing blue hair, an exquisitely beautiful face that could only be described as perfect. Beneath her soft bangs, her eyes sparkled like precious gems, clear and piercing. Her figure was graceful and well-proportioned, embodying the epitome of divine craftsmanship. Faced with such beauty, some of the civilian students felt a sense of inferiority, unable to meet her gaze. Liu Zhe, astonished by the newcomer's appearance, understood why she had captivated the attention of all. Indeed, Senior Charlotte was a vision of unparalleled beauty, undoubtedly the loveliest woman Liu Zhe had ever encountered in his life. Yet, despite his astonishment, Liu Zhe quickly regained his composure. Choosing to return his focus to his meal. At that moment, a handsome young man approached Charlotte, bowing elegantly and extending an invitation. "Miss Charlotte, may I have the honor of dining with you?" The presence of this young man ignited a frenzy among the female students in the cafeteria, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they eagerly chattered amongst themselves. Charlotte frowned slightly, her tone icy as she replied without hesitation, "Frida, I'm afraid I intend to dine alone." Even her furrowed brow exuded a unique charm, captivating those around her. However, Frida seemed oblivious to her discontent, persistently insisting, "But wouldn't it be more enjoyable to dine together, Miss Charlotte?" Observing Frida's relentless pursuit, Charlotte offered no kindness, bluntly stating, "Enough of this, Frida. You would do well not to follow me, or you shall face the consequences." Charlotte, having concluded her words, ascended the stairs to the third floor with unwavering determination. Observing this, the onlookers promptly parted to make way for her, and on the third floor, there were numerous vacant seats around Charlotte that no one dared to occupy. With a visage as flawless as that of a goddess, yet possessing a heart as frigid as a demon's. This was the impression that Charlotte left upon the crowd. She was both a divine being and a chilling entity in their hearts. Within the confines of Tianyu Academy, few were brave enough to provoke her. Though reprimanded mercilessly by Charlotte, Frida bore no resentment. Instead, he merely chuckled and shook his head before calmly greeting the surrounding female students and proceeding to the third floor for a meal. Naturally, Frida dared not disregard Charlotte's warning, for he understood that her threats were not mere words. She would indeed take action, and when she did, her ruthlessness knew no bounds. Liu Zhe, seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere in the dining hall brought about by Charlotte and Frida, quietly consumed his meal. "I am full, thank you," he stated after finishing his food. Returning his empty plate to the counter, he expressed his gratitude to the kitchen staff and then departed the dining hall as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 17. A brawl. Upon leaving the dining hall, it was still just past noon, the sun hanging low in the sky. If Liu Zhe adhered to his sense of time, he would estimate it to be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, with ample time remaining. Thus, Liu Zhe decided to wander about until sunset before returning to the dormitory. Since he was here, he intended to savor the student life he had never experienced before. Wandering aimlessly across the expansive campus, Liu Zhe was still unfamiliar with the lay of Tianyou. He took his time, strolling leisurely, admiring the scenery while becoming acquainted with the surroundings. The academy boasted an abundance of trees, and as he walked, he encountered various species, delighting in the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. Liu Zhe cherished this tranquil feeling. In his past life, he often accompanied Yang Bo to nearby parks, listening to the chirping of insects and birds. In an instant, the clamor of the city felt distant. Yet, the serene environment was in stark contrast to his current situation. Bored, Liu Zhe began contemplating how to acquire points for the exchange system after entering Tianyou Academy. The first method would be to apply for the Academy's financial aid and use those funds to purchase magic cores for point exchange. This might be a viable option, but the financial aid was not something one could receive frequently, rendering it an unsustainable solution, and thus he dismissed it for the time being. The second method, chopping down trees to earn points, was clearly impractical. This was not the outskirts of Emerald City. He estimated that if he were to fell 100 trees, the Academy's guards would soon intervene, and he would be viewed as a lunatic by others. It seems that I am constrained at every turn within the Academy. Earning system points is indeed fraught with complications. Liu Zhe mused with a wry smile, choosing to abandon the matter. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets about his decision. Experiencing student life had always been his dream. As he continued to wander aimlessly, a sudden commotion from a distance captured Liu Zhe's attention. Following the sound, he soon found himself at a circular plaza, where a throng of people had gathered, their excited shouts indicating some sort of spectacle. Intrigued, Liu Zhe made his way through the crowd to glimpse the scene within. What is this? Liu Zhe was taken aback as he observed two boys, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age, engaged in a confrontation. One was clad in opulent attire, while the other wore tattered, coarse garments, clearly representing the divide between nobility and commoners. At that moment, the commoner lay sprawled on the ground, his clothes in tatters and bloodied in several places, with the keen eye of someone experienced in street fights. Liu Zhe recognized that these injuries were inflicted by others rather than caused by magic. Here, this is your reward. Take it and leave quickly, the noble boy sneered, tossing a few gold coins onto the ground before the fallen commoner. The commoner, without uttering a word, gritted his teeth and stubbornly picked up the coins, silently departing. Isn't that fellow a bit pitiful? Remarked a noble girl, her attire suggesting her aristocratic background, as she surveyed the disheveled youth with a twinge of compassion. What is there to pity? He chose to take the money and endure the beating. No one forced him. It was all voluntary, interjected a male student, his tone laced with jealousy upon seeing his companion show sympathy for another man. Exactly. Those commoners are hardly worthy of pity. Just because they possess some talent and manage to enroll in Tianyou, they think they can compare themselves to us nobles. A commoner will always remain a commoner, scoffed a slightly plump noble student, disdain evident on his face. The crowd buzzed with discussion, the majority echoing the sentiments of the rotund student. The plight of commoners was of no concern to them. Is there any commoner willing to step up? Anyone brave enough to challenge me to a brawl will be rewarded with 10 gold coins. If you manage to injure me, I shall grant you an additional 100 gold coins. The noble boy shouted once again, having already defeated nearly 10 commoners that day, many of whom were left severely injured, some with broken bones, likely unable to recover for months. Fortunately, the medical facilities at Tianyou Academy were free of charge. Otherwise, half of the earned 10 gold coins would have gone towards treatment. Upon hearing this, most commoners shrank back, realizing the absurdity of challenging a 6th-level magician to a physical fight. They had seen the fates of those earlier students who had dared to face him. Some were left with broken arms or legs, who would be foolish enough to step into the ring. In Tianyou Academy, a 6th-level magician was considered quite formidable, especially among lower-year students, most of whom were merely 14 or 15 years old, with some even as young as 13. At this age, Even those with green talents would be fortunate to possess the strength of a third-level magician. Comparatively, a third-level magician was leagues away from a sixth-level magician. For instance, within this new cohort of students, Liu Zhe's fifth-level magician prowess placed him among the elite. However, his talent was only mediocre since he was already 18. Most of the new students were around 15 years old. With one girl named Ire who was merely 15 or 16, yet possessed the strength of a fifth-level magician, 2 years younger than Liu Zhe. Strength and potential talent do not equate. These two matters must be distinctly separated. 100 gold coins. At this revelation, Liu Zhe's eyes widened with excitement. That equated to 10 third-level magic cores, translating to 5,000 system points. He had not anticipated such generosity from these nobles. The prospect of earning 100 gold coins from a single fight was too enticing to ignore. Liu Zhe felt he could turn a substantial profit for the possibility of losing. He gave it little thought, believing he had a modicum of skill in fighting. I'll give it a try. He decided instantly. Raising his voice without hesitation, Liu Zhe shouted. All eyes turned toward him. Is this guy a commoner? Why is he dressed so oddly? As expected, when the crowd noticed Liu Zhe, their first reaction was not to commend his bravery, but to comment on his jeans and t-shirt. Who knows which backwater he crawled out from? His attire is so tacky. From his clothing, it's hard to tell if he is a commoner or a noble. What nonsense are you spouting? He is definitely a commoner. What noble would dress like that? Unfazed by the multitude of comments, Liu Zhe focused on the young noble on the stage and confidently stepped into the circular plaza. Are you challenging me? The noble boy asked, a mocking smile on his face as he surveyed Liu Zhe's attire. Indeed. What are the rules? Liu Zhe dismissed the boy's derision and cut straight to the point. Seeing Liu Zhe's lack of deference, the noble boy frowned, then retorted scornfully. What a foul odor, the scent of a commoner. Haha, no matter your peculiar clothing, it won't change the fact that you're a lowly commoner. You cannot conceal that commoner stench. The surrounding noble students erupted into laughter, while the commoners mixed into the crowd lowered their heads, seething with anger yet unable to voice their outrage. Enough with the chatter. If it weren't for the 100 gold coins, I wouldn't bother to fight you, Liu Zhe declared, his disdain for those wealthy, arrogant scions who oppressed commoners palpable, if not for their privileged parents. What set them apart from anyone else? Witnessing Liu Zhe's audacious demeanor, the surrounding crowd erupted in chaos. How dare this lowly commoner provoke a noble? Your tongue is quite sharp for a peasant. But I wonder if it will save your life later on. The noble youth hissed through clenched teeth, his tone laced with malice. He had already resolved to strike hard, perhaps even to break both of Liu Zhe's legs. As a member of the esteemed nobility, when had he ever been so insulted by a mere commoner? With a mocking expression, the noble youth wiped his neck and addressed Liu Zhe. The rules are simple. No magical attacks or defenses allowed. We shall fight purely with our bodies. Do you dare? Enough with the chatter. Let's get started, Liu Zhe replied, immediately lowering his center of gravity and adopting a fighting stance he was well acquainted with. In Liu Zhe's understanding, fights could be categorized into one-on-one duels or brawls that, if further classified by mindset, they could be divided into 3 attitudes: to knock down, to maim, or to kill the opponent. To Liu Zhe, fighting had little to do with physical strength, especially in a brawl, unless one possessed the valor of legendary warriors like Bu or Guan Yu. The most crucial aspect was self-preservation. Mastery of 2 key principles was essential: evade and exploit. Evading was straightforward: dodge, dodge, and dodge again. Exploiting required keen observation. One must not only evade but also maneuver to the most advantageous positions. Areas with fewer people were easier to avoid detection, while crowded spots were fraught with danger, making it imperative to find a balance. If one could navigate through the throng unscathed, they would be a formidable brawler. However, at that moment, Liu Zhe faced a one-on-one confrontation. A duel was far more complex than a brawl. One had to stabilize their center of gravity to avoid being knocked down and maintain composure and steady breathing. While it appeared simple, the nuances were challenging to master, requiring experience accumulated over time, which Liu Zhe had gained through a year of scuffles. To inflict damage on the opponent, the ideal targets were the ribs, waist, eyes, diaphragm, and stomach. Striking these areas could pose lethal threats. Conversely, delivering a straight punch to the opponent's jaw might render them unconscious with the right technique, yet it posed less danger to their life. This was precisely what Liu Zhe aimed for: incapacitate the opponent without causing fatal harm. I see you have some semblance of skill, the noble youth scoffed, then lunged towards Liu Zhe. Left jab, just below the right side of the face. As the noble youth threw his punch, Liu Zhe quickly assessed the situation. He instinctively sidestepped, immediately recognizing that the boy before him was a novice. His movements were too wild, his footing unsteadied to Liu Zhe's eyes. He was full of openings, the only advantage being his physical prowess. In a flash, Liu Zhe evaded the punch, feeling the gust of wind from the noble's strike brush against his cheek, a stark reminder of the power disparity between them. But the key was that the noble youth had to land a hit. To allow a complete novice to strike him would be akin to seeking death by running into a wall. Unbeknownst to the noble youth, his overly aggressive attack had left him off balance, causing him to stagger forward and expose himself to Liu Zhe. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Zhe lowered his body, channeled his strength, and delivered a powerful uppercut. With a resounding crack, the noble youth's teeth collided violently, and Liu Zhe's fist connected with his jaw, launching him nearly a meter into the air. Although Liu Zhe was merely a level 5 mage, sending a 16-year-old flying was hardly a challenge. The impact struck the noble youth's jaw with tremendous force before he could react. His eyes rolling back as consciousness slipped away, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the rapid turn of events. The so-called peasant slayer, Gray, had been taken down in a single blow. Initially, the commoner students who had dreaded watching Liu Zhe suffer were taken aback, only to be filled with exhilaration afterward. Gray's reputation among the commoners was dismal. He often used his wealth to turn them into free punching bags. And many had grown resentful, though few dared to voice their displeasure. "I'll be taking the agreed-upon 100 gold coins," Liu Zhe declared, rummaging through the noble youth's garments to retrieve a small pouch containing the coins, which he promptly pocketed. With that, he disregarded the unconscious noble youth and turned to leave. Liu Zhe's attire of jeans and a t-shirt had become his signature look, and to the onlookers, his peculiar outfit no longer seemed foolish or comical. Strolling leisurely, Liu Zhe contemplated whether he should engage in more fights, each yielding 5,000 points, a lucrative endeavor indeed. Ultimately, one could only blame the noble youth for choosing the wrong method of combat. Had it been a magical duel, Liu Zhe would have been no match, but in a physical confrontation, he could certainly leave him bruised and battered, clutching the 100 gold coins in his pocket. Liu Zhe couldn't help but smile widely. With his spirits lifted, he walked with a lighter step, noticing the darkening sky as he made his way back to the dormitory. Chapter 18. Melissa, Part 1. As dawn broke, a gentle mist enveloped the world. The following morning, Liu Zhe emerged from his room and glanced toward the neighboring one, noting that the commotion had yet to change, indicating that his roommate had not yet moved in. These days marked the arrival of new students at Tianyu Academy, with newcomers trickling in from various cities for the past 5 days, Liu Zhe being part of the latest batch. After waking, freshening up, and dressing, Liu Zhe noted the time. It was 8 in the morning. Today, he decided to postpone exploring the campus, intending instead to put his recently acquired 100 gold coins to good use. Once ready, Liu Zhe stepped out of his dormitory, where a multitude of students were already bustling about, some of whom were new arrivals at Tianyu Academy, their faces alight with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. Following his recollections from the previous day, Liu Zhe made his way to the grand entrance of Tianyu Academy. The rules did not prohibit students from leaving the school, but while exiting posed no issues. Re-entry required a student ID. Otherwise, the guards at the gate would not permit entry. Seeing the guard stationed at the entrance, a man of about 60, Liu Zhe politely nodded and greeted him before stepping outside. Once beyond the gates, Liu Zhe quickened his pace, gradually approaching the commercial district. After half an hour. Before long, he found himself amidst the lively streets, bustling with activity, despite it being only 8 in the morning. "I rushed to Tianyu yesterday, without having the chance to properly explore Jinhua City," Liu Zhe mused as he maneuvered through the throng of people. Naturally, his attire attracted numerous curious glances, yet he chose to ignore their whispers. Upon entering the commercial district of Jinhua City, Liu Zhe's first destination was the magic materials shop, which was his primary objective for the day, to purchase magic cores. The streets of Jinhua City were not only wide, but also twisted and labyrinthine. While he had relied on Kaiser to navigate before, traversing them alone now revealed just how easily one could get lost. "Oh no, I've gotten lost again," Liu Zhe lamented as he found himself being jostled by the crowd. Realizing that his poor sense of direction had once again led him astray at this hour of the morning, with ample time on his hands, Liu Zhe was in no rush to head to the magic materials shop. Instead, he found himself leisurely wandering through the bustling streets of Jinhua City, which, after all, was one of his primary intentions for the visit. Aimlessly meandering, he was pleasantly surprised to discover the existence of the magic materials shop. Not solely due to his keen sense of direction, but rather because the store's imposing facade and its prominently displayed sign made it nearly impossible to overlook, even from a distance. Soon, he maneuvered through the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the magic materials shop. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. Upon entering, Liu Zhe was once again struck by the impressive vibrancy of Jinhua City. Although the shop was spacious, it was still teeming with people, with 5 or 6 staff members busily attending to customers. Liu Zhe, however, was not in a rush. As he had plenty of time left in the day, he casually chose a queue and began to wait. As he stood in line, his curiosity piqued by the transactions taking place ahead of him. Liu Zhe leaned in to observe what items others were exchanging for points. While he could not redeem another's items, he figured it would be harmless to indulge his curiosity. As he scanned the scene, a flurry of information flooded his mind. Level 3 Beast Skeleton, redeemable for 100 points. Non-personal items cannot be exchanged. Level 4 Beast Hide, redeemable for 350 points. Non-personal items cannot be exchanged. Level 2 Magic Core, redeemable for 200 points. Non-personal items cannot be exchanged. Level 4 Magic Core, redeemable for 2,000 points. Non-personal items cannot be exchanged. While observing, Liu Zhe mentally calculated the prices of these items, attempting to decipher the exchange ratio between gold coins and system points. Pondering whether there might be more advantageous ways to acquire magic cores. Unfortunately, after several transactions, he concluded that purchasing magic cores for system points was indeed the most economical choice. This did not imply that magic cores were the only option. It merely indicated that, thus far, they were the most lucrative items available. Upon further scrutiny, Liu Zhe made an intriguing discovery. The amount of points redeemable for a level 4 magic core was astonishingly greater than that of a level 3 magic core for the same amount of gold coins. A standard level 4 magic core could yield 2,000 system points, whereas a level 3 magic core was worth 500 points. Thus, one level 4 magic core equated to 4 level 3 magic cores. However, acquiring 4 level 3 magic cores would cost 40 gold coins, whereas a single level 4 magic core was only 25 gold coins. Consequently, when aiming for the same 2,000 system points, purchasing a level 4 magic core saved a substantial 15 gold coins. As for the exchange rate of level 5 magic cores, it was comparable to that of level 4, and Liu Zhe's funds were insufficient to purchase one. In that instant, a wave of regret washed over Liu Zhe. Had he known earlier, he would have spent his initial 100 gold coins on 4 level 4 magic cores. That would have netted him 8,000 system points, a gain of 3,000 points over the previous 5,000. The loss of those 3,000 points felt like a dagger to his heart. Alas, it was too late for regrets, and while he resolved to scrutinize exchange ratios more carefully in the future, he recognized that acquiring system points also required a degree of finesse. With renewed determination, Liu Zhe focused intently on the transactions unfolding before him, even paying attention to the exchanges occurring at the 5 adjacent counters. As he maintained his concentration, the line progressed swiftly, and soon it was Liu Zhe's turn. Having observed diligently, he approached the counter without hesitation and requested 4 standard level 4 magic cores. Before long, a staff member retrieved 4 water-type level 4 magic cores from the back of the store. After Liu Zhe paid the requisite 100 gold coins, the staff member promptly handed them over. Grasping the 4 water-type magic cores, Liu Zhe boldly chose to convert them into system points right there in front of the crowd. In an instant, the 4 magic cores vanished into thin air. The staff member, witnessing this spectacle, exhibited no sign of surprise. After all, space rings were commonplace, with the most basic costing only 50 gold coins. Many patrons before him had similarly stored their items in space rings. Liu Zhe had observed these transactions closely, which had emboldened him to exchange his magic cores for points in plain sight. Given the high value of such items, it was far safer to convert them into system points than to risk losing them in the crowded streets of Jinhua City, where unscrupulous individuals could easily snatch them away. Leaving Liu Zhe in tears, having completed his business, Liu Zhe quickly exited the magic materials shop. He found himself once again in a state of financial scarcity, left with a mere 4 gold coins that he had initially set aside for travel expenses. Yet, Liu Zhe did not feel disheartened. Money could always be earned again. What truly mattered was that he possessed the exchange system. In reality, He lacked not in gold coins, but in those earned through his own efforts, for only the coins he earned himself could be used to procure other treasures and convert them into system points. As Liu Zhe began his journey back to Tianyu Academy, a thought suddenly struck him. Now a level 5 magician, he could only summon a single spell, the Ice Blast. This spell, a mere level 3 water magic, had once seemed formidable when he was still a level 3 magician. However, at his current level, he felt the Ice Blast was losing its efficacy. While it could still handle lower-tier magicians, it might struggle to penetrate the magical shields of peers at his level. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Liu Zhe contemplated whether to utilize the 8,000 system points he had just redeemed to acquire a more powerful magical skill. He considered not only water magic, but also the explosive fire magic and the penetrating lightning magic. In this magical realm, each individual possessed their unique elemental affinity. Liu Zhe, for instance, was attuned to water. Despite being of a water affinity, this did not preclude Liu Zhe from learning magic of other elements. In fact, it was entirely feasible to study other elemental magics. However, it was important to note that a magician with a water affinity would find their spells inherently weaker compared to those of a fire affinity. Furthermore, a water affinity magician would take considerably longer to master fire magic than a fire affinity magician. For example, under similar conditions, a fireball spell might take a water affinity magician a month to learn, while a fire affinity magician could master it in merely half that time or even just a few days. Additionally, a water affinity magician could only unleash approximately 70 of the power of fire magic, whereas a fire affinity magician could wield it at 100 or even up to 120 of its potential. Consequently, individuals in this world typically specialized in a single affinity, with the most accomplished occasionally dabbling in a few low-level practical magics, such as the level 2 Wind's Grace or the level 3 Water Heal. However, Liu Zhe faced no such limitations. Although his body was of a water affinity, the skills he mastered came from the exchange system, allowing him to swiftly acquire magic of various attributes. They asked for whether the skills he exchanged could be wielded at 100 efficacy across all elements. That remained to be seen, as Liu Zhe himself was uncertain. Seeking challengers for the death arena. Is there any brave soul willing to test their mettle? Rewards await those who succeed. Just as Liu Zhe was gradually distancing himself from the streets of Jinhua City, a booming voice pierced the air. Death arena? Liu Zhe, intrigued by the commotion, leaned in closer. Beside a burly man, there was a poster detailing information about the death arena. Liu Zhe took some time to scrutinize it, and he quickly grasped the purpose of this grim arena. The rules of the death arena were as follows. Participants were prohibited from utilizing magical powers in combat and could only engage in physical brawls. There were 2 modes of participation, equal-level challenges and cross-level challenges, with the latter offering significantly higher rewards. This method was quite similar to what the noble youth Liu Zhe had defeated the previous day had in mind. Indeed, one could say that the noble was merely imitating the rules of the death arena. Liu Zhe surmised that the death arena likely served as a form of entertainment for the bored nobility, and there was a strong possibility that betting was involved. Liu Zhe had no intention of partaking in the death arena. He turned away and left. Although his fighting skills were somewhat superior, he was by no means invincible. The individuals in the death arena were certainly not as easy to deal with as that noble youth. They were seasoned warriors who had survived countless life and death battles. Engaging them could result in severe injuries, if not worse. Though the prospect of the challenge's rewards tempted Liu Zhe, he was self-aware enough not to recklessly leap into such a perilous situation. After departing from the boisterous promoter, Liu Zhe walked for nearly an hour. Finally, he returned to Tianyu Academy and beheld the imposing stone gate, presenting his student ID to the guard at the entrance. Liu Zhe swiftly entered the academy. Glancing at the sky and estimating it was around noon at that moment, he felt a slight pang of hunger, prompting him to head to the cafeteria for lunch. The walk from the school gate to the cafeteria took Liu Zhe several minutes. Soon, a famished Liu Zhe hastened into the cafeteria, making a beeline for the ordering counter. Today, he ordered 3 dishes and a soup, along with 2 bowls of white rice. Once his selected dishes arrived, Liu Zhe grasped a large tray and casually found a seat, a tea this time. The upper-class students were either seeing Liu Zhe's peculiar attire for the first time or had encountered it the previous day. However, even those who had seen Liu Zhe's unusual clothing before were still animatedly discussing it. This time, their conversation was not solely about his attire. Liu Zhe, with his head bowed over his meal, occasionally caught snippets of phrases like commoner, killer, and gray. Clearly, Liu Zhe's battle in the circular plaza yesterday had attracted some attention. Nevertheless, Liu Zhe remained indifferent, focused solely on his meal, just as he immersed himself in dining. A melodious and cheerful voice suddenly rang out from above him. "Hello, little brother. Are you the new student, Sierra? The one in the peculiar outfit who knocked Gray down with a single punch?" The bright female voice chimed from above. Liu Zhe, puzzled, looked up to see the speaker. Standing behind him was a striking young woman with shoulder-length red hair, possessing a charming appearance and an air of spirited confidence. Liu Zhe was taken aback. Although this girl's beauty was slightly overshadowed by Charlotte's from the day before, Charlotte was exceptionally beautiful. Thus, even if this girl was a notch below Charlotte, she was still stunningly attractive. However, what truly astonished Liu Zhe was why such a beautiful woman had approached him. The red-haired girl curiously observed Liu Zhe's reaction, and despite her extensive experience in reading people, she found herself perplexed by this new student's demeanor. As the red-haired girl conversed with Liu Zhe, the cafeteria gradually fell silent, with everyone staring at Liu Zhe in astonishment. Moments later, the atmosphere erupted with a flurry of discussions, akin to oil sizzling in a hot pan. "Oh my goodness, it's Sister Melissa. Why on earth would she talk to that strange commoner? Are you out of your mind? Look closely. This must be a dream. Haha, how could such a thing possibly happen? Dreaming. I think you're still half asleep. Ignore that fool. I bet Sister Melissa is here to teach this new student a lesson. Oh, you know what happened yesterday. This new student reportedly knocked Senior Gray down with a single punch. Sister Melissa must be here to defend the honor of her seniors. Impossible. Gray is a level 6 mage. How could he be taken down by a single punch? Exactly. I can't fathom it either. But there were many witnesses yesterday that I believe it's true. Even if that's the case, what kind of person is Sister Melissa? How could she possibly stand up for someone as lowly as Gray? Instantly, the cafeteria buzzed with various speculations regarding the relationship between Liu Zhe and Melissa. Liu Zhe appeared oblivious to the surrounding chatter and bluntly inquired, "Who are you? Do you need something?" Hearing Liu Zhe's cool tone, Melissa's spirited face took on a pitiful expression as she lamented, "Little brother, you're so fierce. Can't you speak a bit more gently to your sister?" Liu Zhe felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, his tone was rather cold. But it was a habit from his previous life that he could not change overnight. He promptly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry for my tone. You have a matter to discuss." Seeing Liu Zhe's straightforward apology, Melissa chose not to press further, playfully sticking out her tongue while feeling a twinge of affection for his demeanor, compared to the swarm of men who buzzed around her like flies. Liu Zhe's indifferent attitude seemed far more endearing. Moreover, Melissa perceived that Liu Zhe's demeanor was not a deliberate ploy to attract her attention. She had encountered individuals who feigned aloofness to garner her interest. But such behavior only repulsed her. Satisfied with her first impression of Liu Zhe, Melissa cheerfully said, "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely heard from a friend about you yesterday. I was told there's a rather special new student this year. And I felt a curiosity itch within me. Since I had some free time today, I thought I'd come see for myself." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe furrowed his brows. Fame often brought trouble, and he did not wish to become too well known. Had he known that his combat from the previous day would cause such a stir, he likely would not have engaged in that challenge for the mere 100 gold coins. Regrettably, Liu Zhe was unaware that his notoriety stemmed not only from yesterday's battle, but also from his bizarre attire. Especially since he had been rather brazenly wandering around the academy, many had already taken note of him. "Well, now that you've seen me, shouldn't you be heading back?" Liu Zhe remarked, hoping the girl would take her leave. From the reactions around him, he sensed that this girl held a significant status. Judging by her beauty, she and Charlotte from the previous day were undoubtedly objects of admiration for many male students. Associating with her would likely disrupt his otherwise mundane life at the academy. Upon hearing Liu Zhe's response, Melissa paused momentarily, her expression momentarily stunned. However, rather than being offended, she broke into a radiant smile, nodding in satisfaction as she said, You're indeed an interesting person. Well, since we've met, I shall take my leave now. By the way, think about whether you'd like to be my apprentice. Give it some thought, and I'll come back for your answer next time." With that, Melissa departed in a flurry, waving goodbye to Liu Zhe as she exited the cafeteria. Although Melissa had left, the cafeteria remained in a state of chaos, with the intensity of the commotion seemingly escalating to new heights. "Pinch me. I'm starting to believe this is a dream. Sister Melissa actually wants to take that commoner as her apprentice? You must have misheard. Sister Melissa has never chosen an apprentice. How could she possibly select a lowly commoner? My beautiful goddess. Oh God, why is this happening? Lord, this must be your trial for me." Liu Zhe paid no heed to the clamor of the crowd. furrowing his brow as he began to recall what Hosheng meant. Yesterday, amidst the hurried glance through the freshman handbook placed in his dormitory, he seemed to have encountered the term Hosheng, and now, upon hearing it, a sense of familiarity washed over him as he consumed his lunch. His mind wandered back to the meaning of Hosheng. Just as his plate of food was nearing emptiness, the realization struck him to Tianyu Academy. There exists a rule stating that any student in their second year or above may take on a lower year student as a Hosheng. Each student can only select one Hosheng, and barring significant reasons, this choice cannot be altered. In essence, a Hosheng refers to a direct junior, with the academy imposing no stringent requirements for students to take one. Thus, if one prefers not to have a Hosheng, it is entirely acceptable, and even if one does, the academy offers no rewards for doing so. It is merely a relationship of obligation, often established only among family or close friends. Upon recalling the implications of the term, Liu Zhe felt a sudden wave of anxiety. He could already envision the relentless stream of envious male students seeking his attention. Promptly, he hastened to finish the remnants of his meal and soon returned his plate to the kitchen. Swiftly exiting the cafeteria, remaining there any longer would likely invite trouble. Once outside, Liu Zhe dared not wander aimlessly. Instead, he resolved to retreat to his dormitory. It seems that my life at the academy is destined to be anything but tranquil, he mused, quickening his pace toward his room. The following morning, Liu Zhe emerged from his quarters once more, only to find his roommates still absent. This did not particularly concern him. He figured that he would eventually encounter him. Hoping only that his roommate would not be difficult to get along with. As he recalled the previous day's events in the cafeteria, a wry smile crept across his face. Melissa's beauty was indeed undeniable, a fact Liu Zhe readily acknowledged. Yet the thought of becoming her Hosheng was utterly out of the question. Liu Zhe was not the type to be easily swayed by romantic entanglements. Having lived independently for quite some time, his perspectives were far more mature than those of his peers. Melissa, one of the campus beauties at Tianyu Academy, was in the same grade as Charlotte, whom he had seen in the cafeteria. Such information was easily accessible. A casual stroll through the academy would yield countless tidbits. An ordinary student without connections, even with a system for exchanges at his disposal. Liu Zhe knew he was not particularly formidable compared to other mages until he had honed his abilities. He was certain that if he agreed to become Melissa's Hosheng, he would find himself besieged the very next day. While refusing might still bring its own troubles, they would surely pale in comparison to the chaos that would ensue should he acquiesce. For the sake of his future, Liu Zhe resolved never to become Melissa's Hosheng. After all, their relationship was shallow. She would only seek him out of mere curiosity, a sentiment unlikely to endure. Yet, as he contemplated Melissa's personality, he sighed once more, for he found it difficult to tolerate overly exuberant women. Both in this life and the last, in his previous life, Liu Zhe had developed a habit of maintaining a certain distance from all women, not due to any issues with his orientation, but rather because he was impoverished and burdened with the care of his grandfather. With little time or resources to pursue romantic interests, he had become increasingly inept in dealing with women, particularly those of Melissa's ilk. Whatever comes, I shall face it, he muttered, dressing with a sense of resignation. With that thought lingering, Liu Zhe prepared to step out, intending to explore the academy while the morning crowd was still sparse. With only 2 days remaining until the official enrollment period, new students from various cities were gradually arriving at Tianyu Academy, granting Liu Zhe a brief window to roam, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. He exited his room. "Hey, Sierra." As soon as Liu Zhe stepped out of the dormitory, Rex approached him with a wave. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Liu Zhe turned, puzzled, and upon recognizing Rex, he returned the greeting. Inquiring, "Rex, don't upperclassmen have classes?" "Don't call me upperclassman. We're practically the same age. Just call me REX.AS for your question. It's simple. I've completed all my theoretical courses, so I'm not required to attend classes at this hour." Rex replied with a smile, his tone tinged with a hint of pride. At Tianyu Academy, there is no set schedule for examinations. Attendance in classes is not strictly enforced, as long as one passes the required assessments within a year. One can skip classes without consequence. However, failing to meet the requirements within that time frame results in penalties, with the first infraction leading to academic probation and a second resulting in expulsion. "Completed everything? I didn't realize you were that capable," Liu Zhe remarked, surprised by Rex's seemingly carefree demeanor coupled with his academic prowess. "Of course. But enough about me. I've heard that you knocked Gray down with a single punch the other day." "Impressive," Rex exclaimed, his tone filled with admiration. He then flashed a mischievous grin. adding, by the way, I heard you're trying to woo that Melissa girl. Quite the catch. Liu Zhe grimaced at Rex's lewd expression and swiftly changed the subject. Let us not talk about her. I'm already having a headache trying to figure out how to decline her advances. He offered a wry smile, noticing Rex clad in ordinary attire. Yet, by the sound of his voice, it seemed he was quite familiar with Melissa. Come on, brother. While Melissa may be a handful, she is a true gem that you're really going to turn her down. You can't be serious, Rex teased, his gaze shifting in a suggestive manner. Get lost. Don't look at me like that. You're the one lacking, Liu Zhe retorted, pushing Rex's shoulder playfully. In that moment, the barrier of their different academic years seemed to dissolve. In truth, Liu Zhe and Rex were of similar ages. Their differing enrollment times accounted for the disparity in their respective years. Rex chuckled and suggested, Hey, I was just joking. Let us set aside that topic. What are you planning to do today? I happen to be free. How about I show you around? Liu Zhe rubbed his stomach, replying, Let us head to the cafeteria first. I haven't tea at breakfast yet. Sounds good. Speaking of which, I haven't tea had breakfast either. Let us go to the cafeteria. I'll treat you, Rex declared, patting his chest with a flourish. Liu Zhe, not one to spare Rex's pride, chuckled. Is that so? You don't exactly look like a wealthy person. Humph, don't be fooled by my appearance. I've managed to earn quite a bit through school tasks these past few years, Rex boasted, unabashedly proud of his status. All right, I'll let you treat me this time. But next time, it's on me, Liu Zhe conceded, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Rex. Having a friend by his side would certainly alleviate the loneliness of academy life. Rex, unhesitating, responded, Deal. Just remember, you said it. Next time, you're treating me to a feast. Fine, Liu Zhe agreed, but then added, But let me make one thing clear. We're only eating from the first floor. I've been to the second floor, and their prices are outrageous. I can't afford that. Rex chuckled. Don't worry. I can't stand the food on the second floor either. The two bantered back and forth. They made their way toward the cafeteria. Minutes swiftly passed, and they soon arrived at their destination. Upon entering the cafeteria, Rex instructed Liu Zhe to find a seat while he queued to order. Approaching the counter, Rex confidently called out, Hey there, same as usual, but today, make it two. Rex, you rascal. Are you dining with a friend today? The kitchen lady responded warmly, clearly familiar with Rex. Indeed, today, I brought my brother along for breakfast. Rex readily admitted, then promptly advised, Auntie, you must prepare a bit more. We are still growing, and we certainly cannot afford to go hungry. In this hall, the kitchen lady chuckled and scolded. You little rascal just know how to take advantage. Don't worry, I assure you, the meals will be plentiful, so you can rest easy. While Rex was busy ordering, Liu Zhe casually found a two-person table and quietly seated himself. Shortly after, Rex returned with 2 large plates, each adorned with the same fare, 3 steamed buns, a heap of greens, and a chicken leg. Upon spotting Liu Zhe, Rex hurried over, placing the plates down and urging, Brother, your breakfast is here. Do try it. This is a hidden dish that those unaware cannot taste. With that, Rex grabbed a chicken leg and promptly began to devour it. Liu Zhe, intrigued by Rex's enthusiasm, glanced at the dishes. Although the selection was abundant, it appeared rather ordinary. Unable to comprehend the excitement, Liu Zhe decided to eat first, mirroring Rex's actions by picking up a chicken leg to nibble on. Liu Zhe exclaimed softly after taking a bite. Instantly, he realized that this chicken leg was unlike any he had tasted before. The meat was firm and succulent. Yet, it was only when he brought it closer to his nose that the unique aroma wafted towards him. This is the leg of a first-tier magical beast. The fire-breathing chicken. Don't underestimate it just because it's a first-tier beast. It is inherently vigilant and quite elusive. Without connections, one cannot savor it. On the second and third floors, a single leg costs 1 gold coin. But thanks to my previous assistance to the cafeteria owner during a task, I managed to enjoy this chicken leg on the first floor for just 1 silver coin, Rex explained with a grin, taking a bite of his own chicken leg. Indeed, this chicken leg is truly delectable, Liu Zhe praised without reservation, recognizing that it was a dish worthy of the second floor's price. Brother, speaking of which, your attire is quite eye-catching. Look around. It seems everyone in the cafeteria is watching us, Rex remarked, chewing on his chicken leg. After swallowing a mouthful of bun, Liu Zhe replied, Over time, they will inevitably grow accustomed to it. It's best to ignore them. You are impressive. I truly admire you, Rex said with a hint of respect. Having choked on his chicken leg, if he were to wear such attire, he doubted he could manage it. Just as Liu Zhe was about to respond, a voice that made him uneasy came from behind. "Hello, Sierre, having breakfast? Why not invite your sister to join you?" Melissa said, patting Liu Zhe on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, Liu Zhe saw that today Melissa had forsaken her robe for a striking red dress, resembling a beautiful flower, captivating to behold. "What brings you here again?" Liu Zhe sighed, rubbing his forehead, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had ventured out early to avoid the crowd, and the second thing he wished to evade was this very girl. Melissa feigned a pitiful expression, saying, "Brother, your words are too hurtful. It's so wrong for your sister to seek you out." Before Liu Zhe could respond, Rex, with a mouthful of bun, interjected, "Melissa, don't be too hard on Sierre." His words were mumbled due to the food in his mouth. Having not noticed Rex earlier, Melissa suddenly realized his presence, pointing at him. She exclaimed, "Rex, what are you doing here?" Rex swallowed his food and made a face, saying, "I'm just accompanying my brother for a meal. Is that a problem?" "Of course, it is. Why aren't you in class, causing trouble here?" Melissa continued questioning. Rex waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Do you think you're the only one who has completed your theoretical studies? I finished mine ages ago." However, as he spoke, Rex accidentally spat out a piece of bun, which landed squarely on Melissa's dress. My apologies," Rex said sheepishly, reaching out to brush the crumbs off her dress. Melissa swatted his hand away, using a handkerchief to wipe the remnants from her clothes, glaring at Rex and saying, "Goodness, you filthy creature. Can't you refrain from talking while eating?" Sorry. I didn't notice that it's also your fault for choosing the wrong moment to speak, since we both erred. Let's just let it go, shall we?" Rex suggested, continuing to munch on his bun. Liu Zhe watched this unfold with beads of sweat on his forehead, feeling a mix of admiration and disbelief at Rex's audacity, who said, "We're letting it go." "Fine, I won't waste my time on you, you filthy beast. You can go away," Melissa retorted, turning to Liu Zhe and warning, "Sierre, don't get too close to him. Be careful not to catch his filthy germs." After saying this, Melissa paused, contemplating, and realized that Liu Zhe might also be a bit of an oddity himself. Rex, unable to contain his anger, stood up and, with bits of bun flying from his mouth, shouted, "Hey Melissa, don't you dare sow discord between us brothers." Seeing Melissa splattered with bun remnants, Liu Zhe imagined a hashtag appearing on her forehead. "My apologies, I got a bit carried away," Rex said, suppressing a laugh and returning to his seat, feigning calmness as he continued to eat. Liu Zhe anxiously glanced at Melissa, noticing her body trembling, a sure sign of her simmering anger. Surprisingly, Melissa did not explode in fury but, rather, contained her rage and said, "Fine, I'll let you off today, but you two better watch out." Without another word, she turned and strode out of the cafeteria, her graceful figure disappearing without a trace. Once Melissa had left, Liu Zhe, looking bewildered, turned to Rex and asked, "What does this have to do with me?" At that moment, the instigator, Rex, patted Liu Zhe's shoulder with mock regret, saying gleefully, "Brother, you must be cautious. Melissa has quite the fiery temper. Now that you've angered her, trouble is likely in your future. Alas, I can offer you no assistance. You should have thought twice before provoking her." "Did I provoke her?" Liu Zhe exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at Rex's audacity. Even he, with his calm demeanor, could not suppress a curse. Damn it. After venting his frustration, Liu Zhe lowered his head and focused on his food. Chapter 21. The Grand Magic Competition, Part 1. "Hey brother, don't be upset. I wasn't doing it on purpose, right?" After leaving the cafeteria, Rex caught up with the silent Liu Zhe. Liu Zhe turned, his expression rigid, and bitterly replied, "Brother, this time you've truly gotten me into trouble." "Ha, don't worry. I was just joking. If Melissa comes looking for trouble, I'll step in for you," Rex said, patting Liu Zhe's shoulder with a look that conveyed, "Leave it to me." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe's frown vanished, replaced by a smile as he responded, "All right, you said it. I'll hold you to it. Just don't go back on your word." Seeing Liu Zhe's triumphant grin, Rex froze, realizing he had been tricked. He playfully punched Liu Zhe's chest, exclaiming, "Well played, brother. You set me up." Liu Zhe rolled his eyes, unyieldingly retorting, "Let us not put it that way. This trouble was of your own making, so you must deal with it. Who knew you could be so ruthless? Fine. It's settled. Next time you treat. I am going to feast," Rex declared with mock menace. Liu Zhe smiled faintly at this, appreciating the camaraderie that came with friendship. Changing the subject, Rex asked, "Where do you want to explore around the academy? Do you have any specific goals?" After pondering for a moment, Liu Zhe replied, "You mentioned there is a place to accept tasks at the academy. I'm quite interested in that. So let us check it out first. The exchange system is closely linked to finances. Earning more money is essential for survival." "You mean the academic affairs office? No problem. Follow me." Rex immediately understood Liu Zhe's intent. Liu Zhe refers to the academic affairs office, where tasks are both accepted and submitted. Subsequently, Rex guided Liu Zhe through Tianyu Academy, navigating a labyrinth of left and right turns, until they finally arrived at a spacious white building that boasted 3 stories as they approached the entrance. Rex explained, "This is the academic affairs office that T.O. give you a brief overview. The first floor is designated for task acquisition, while the second floor is for task submission." Rex's explanation was straightforward, and Liu Zhe quickly nodded in understanding. Gesturing towards the third floor with a question, "What about the third floor?" Rex, undeterred by the repetition, patiently elaborated, "The third floor is where the staff operates. For certain special tasks, discussions may take place in the reception room up there. Although such instances are relatively rare, I've been at Tianyu Academy for a few years now, and I've only been to the third floor once." Hearing this, Liu Zhe nodded again, committing the general functions of the academic affairs office to memory. Knowing he might frequent this place in the future, noticing Liu Zhe's acknowledgement, Rex took hold of his arm and led him into the office, saying, "Come on, let us see what tasks are available on the first floor." Exploring tasks can be quite enjoyable, and if luck is on our side, we might even stumble upon a simple task with generous rewards. As he spoke, Rex pulled Liu Zhe into the academic affairs office. Upon entering, Liu Zhe immediately spotted a massive wooden board, measuring around 20 to 30 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in height. This enormous board stood out prominently within the office, instantly capturing attention. "You see that board? That's what we call the task wall. Do you notice the lists on it? Those are referred to as commission lists. Simply find a task you like, tear off the corresponding list, and then take it to that counter over there to accept the task," Rex explained, pointing towards the 4 service windows on the first floor, which were responsible for processing task acceptance. Liu Zhe nodded, carefully noting Rex's words that in reality, the task acceptance process was not complex, involving just 2 straightforward steps: tearing off the commission list and completing the acceptance formalities, perhaps due to the commencement of the school year. The academic affairs office was not particularly crowded at that moment. Only about 20 individuals occupied the expansive space, which felt rather empty. Before long, Rex and Liu Zhe reached the task wall. As Liu Zhe gazed at the multitude of commission lists, curiosity piqued within him, and he focused on one particular list which read, "Find Madame Toli's cat. No time limit. Reward 1 gold coin." It was a simple statement, and as Liu Zhe's gaze shifted downward, he noticed an image of a cat accompanying the list. Intrigued, Liu Zhe wondered if there existed machines akin to cameras in this world. Following Liu Zhe's line of sight, Rex spotted the list he was observing and paused momentarily before advising, "Brother, I recommend steering clear of those search tasks, especially ones with such broad parameters. Look, it states the search area is District 3 of Jinhua City. You know how vast District 3 is? While searching for missing items or individuals may not be difficult, it can be a tremendous waste of time. That if you find what you seek, that's fine. But if you fail to complete the task, it would be all for naught. Don't worry. I'm just looking, not planning to take it," Liu Zhe replied with a smile, nodding in understanding. With that, he shifted his gaze to other commission lists. Brew 1 bottle of transfiguration potion, to be submitted to the academic affairs office within 3 days. Reward 5 gold coins. Brew a potion? Liu Zhe pondered aloud, a hint of confusion in his voice. Sensing Liu Zhe's bewilderment, Rex quickly clarified, "That's a task pertaining to the alchemy course. Besides the standard magic classes, Tianyu Academy offers some specialized courses, one of which is the alchemy tutorial. If you're interested, you can apply to join in your first year. Although you will need to pass an assessment on alchemical knowledge." Alchemy tutorial, Liu Zhe mused, recalling that there were indeed simple descriptions of alchemy in the memories of Sierra. Alchemy, a branch of magic, allows for the creation of numerous remarkable items. The range of alchemical products is extensive, from common household magic light bulbs to grand spatial rings. All fall under the purview of alchemy. Upon hearing Rex's explanation, Liu Zhe merely cast a fleeting glance and quickly diverted his attention. After all, he was entirely ignorant of alchemy, and regardless of the rewards, he lacked the capability to undertake such tasks. Subsequently, Rex remained silent, only speaking up to clarify Liu Zhe's questions as they perused the task listings. In truth, while Liu Zhe searched for tasks, Rex's gaze also swept the wall, hoping to spot a worthwhile commission. Liu Zhe continued to scan the task wall for a full 10 minutes, observing a variety of tasks ranging from searching for missing persons to hunting magical beasts, all of which sparked a sense of novelty within him. Noticing Liu Zhe's keen interest, Rex spoke up. "Brother, perhaps you should pause your search for tasks. Over the next few days, focus on getting into top condition. During each new semester, the school holds a magical competition to motivate new students. With your strength, you should certainly secure a commendable position in the freshman category." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe was initially taken aback, but soon felt a surge of curiosity and pressed. "A magical competition? What is that? Tell me more." Chapter 22. The Magical Competition, Part 2. A magical competition? What is that? Tell me more. In truth, Liu Zhe's interest lay not in the competition itself, but in the rewards that accompanied it. He surmised that any competitive event would likely offer monetary prizes. Observing Liu Zhe's intrigue, Rex cleared his throat, seemingly pleased, and said, "Hold your horses, let me explain. First, the competition rules. It is divided into the freshman group and the all-year group. Naturally, only the current freshmen can participate in the freshman group. That's a given. The all-year group includes participants from all grades, meaning freshmen can join as well, but generally, freshmen are at a disadvantage, so I advise you not to enter the all-year group." Taking a breath, Rex continued, "As for the competition rules, participants are allowed to use any magical equipment, including wands, amplification rings, and magical robes, all of which count towards one's strength." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Are you saying any magical equipment can be used? Wouldn't that mean someone could simply win by using magical scrolls?" Magical scrolls, being one of the products of alchemy, are one-time use items that allow the user to cast the spell inscribed within by merely shattering the scroll, albeit at a costly expense. Rex nodded, seemingly resigned as he replied, "Indeed, as you pointed out, winning through sheer financial means is feasible. Money, power, status, and strength are all tools one possesses as long as you have the capability. Any method can be employed, though, of course, it must not result in loss of life. Should that occur, the Academy will certainly intervene." Furrowing his brow, Liu Zhe expressed his discontent. "Isn't this quite unfair to the common students?" "Yes, it is quite unfair. However, you must understand that this world is inherently unequal. Even within the same academy, students come from various backgrounds. Moreover, these rules are not overly harsh. They primarily serve to protect younger students. Otherwise, if both are freshmen, how could a level 5 magician, aged 18, compete against a level 3 magician, aged 15, without allowing the latter to use magical equipment? How would that even play out?" Rex explained slowly, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation, as he empathized with Liu Zhe's concerns as a fellow common student. After considering Rex's explanation, Liu Zhe found himself somewhat more accepting, stating, "All right, I concede that point has merit. However, how exactly is the outcome of the competition determined?" In response, Rex elaborated, "There are 3 methods to determine victory. First, if one party concedes. Second, if a judge deems a participant incapable of continuing. And third, if a participant's body steps outside the competition area. I must emphasize the third point. Even if one uses wind magic to fly, if their body completely leaves the competition area, they will also be deemed the loser. Determining the outcome seems quite straightforward." After a moment of silence, Liu Zhe spoke. Upon hearing this, Rex couldn't help but smile wryly. It may seem simple, but every year, the Grand Magic Tournament is marred by unscrupulous deeds, such as opponents feigning surrender only to launch a deliberate attack, or applying pressure on their adversaries prior to the match. Countless underhanded tactics abound, with the majority of victims being us commoners without any backing. So, my brother, you must remain vigilant against the filthy methods of the nobility." Liu Zhe, puzzled, replied, "Can't we report these incidents to the Academy? Surely they are aware of such matters. Do they not take action?" Rex sighed in resignation. "As I mentioned, these are merely tactics that can be employed during the competition. As long as no one loses their life, the Academy will refrain from intervening. Therefore, you must exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe's impression of Tianyu Academy diminished significantly. How could it be considered an academy if it could not provide an equitable learning environment for its students? Noticing Liu Zhe's displeased expression, Rex lowered his head and quietly added, "The academy requires funding to operate. Although they present a facade of fairness, the nobility still wields a degree of privilege. For instance, they often bully commoners, and the academy tends to overlook such matters. They claim it fosters the students' competitive spirit, but frankly, it boils down to their acceptance of bribes." Liu Zhe nodded in understanding. He was not an ignorant youth oblivious to the ways of the world. Having experienced numerous societal injustices in his previous life, he was well aware of the darkness permeating this realm. His displeasure stemmed from the realization that the idyllic academy life he had long yearned for was, in essence, no different from the harsh realities of the outside world, a place where strength dictated one's standing to at this juncture. Rex suddenly paused, then cautioned, "Brother, you've been getting a bit too close to Melissa lately. You must tread carefully, for the trouble I speak of does not pertain to Melissa herself. While she may be a handful, at least she is above board and unlikely to resort to despicable acts. You should be wary of those who harbor feelings for her. Although Melissa has her flaws, she is undeniably beautiful, and many within the academy admire her. The news of your closeness to her has likely spread, and trouble may soon follow. Furthermore, consider the incident with Gray, whom you knocked down a few days ago. Though his father is merely a baron, he is still part of the nobility and possesses considerable influence. However, Gray's situation is relatively minor. The real trouble lies with Melissa." The more Rex spoke, the more he felt that this new student was quite extraordinary. After all, which newcomer could stir up such a commotion upon entering the academy? Liu Zhe's tone turned steely as he remarked, "Let them come. What is there to fear? If they dare to provoke me, I shall ensure they pay a grievous price, even if I cannot end their lives." Though he abhorred trouble, he was not afraid of it. Whoever dared to challenge Liu Zhe would undoubtedly face dire consequences that I never would have guessed. You really are impressive, my brother. Rest assured, within this academy, you are the only brother I acknowledge. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to share them with me." Rex praised, giving a thumbs up. Hearing Rex's sincere tone, Liu Zhe felt a surge of emotion, though they had known each other only a short time. Rex's unwavering support was enough for Liu Zhe to consider him a true brother. "All right." Liu Zhe, not one for excessive chatter, simply returned a smile. Curiosity piqued in Liu Zhe's heart. Given Rex's personality, he seemed the type to have many friends. However, judging by Melissa's astonished expression in the cafeteria, it appeared that Rex was not someone who frequently mingled with others. Moreover, even when conversing with someone as popular as Melissa, Rex displayed no signs of awkwardness. Was this merely a quirk of his personality, or was there something more to it? Liu Zhe sensed that Rex's background was somewhat extraordinary, despite being a commoner. After pondering for a moment, Liu Zhe shook his head and resolved not to dwell on it any longer. Regardless of Rex's origins, he had already become Liu Zhe's first friend in this life, and his considerate nature was more than enough for Liu Zhe to form a bond with him. "Brother, stop daydreaming. Is there anything else you wish to see?" Rex, noticing Liu Zhe's distraction, waved a hand in front of him. Liu Zhe snapped back to reality, chuckling as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing, that I was just lost in thought. I've seen enough of the student affairs office. Let's explore other areas. Understood. It seems you have no further objectives, so allow me to guide you around the campus." Rex observed keenly. "Very well, let us proceed." Liu Zhe nodded gently. Without further ado, Liu Zhe and Rex departed the student affairs office together. Chapter 23. Liu Zhe's Roommate, Part 1. "Thank you for today, Rex. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal." As the day drew to a close, after spending the entire day exploring the campus with Rex, Liu Zhe bid farewell before reaching his dormitory, as they were in different grades and resided in separate buildings. Rex's eyes gleamed mischievously as he replied with a grin, "You best remember those words. Brother, I expect a grand feast. Just to be clear, it can only be on the first floor. The first floor has a variety of dishes for you to choose from." Liu Zhe responded, for with his meager finances, treating Rex to a lavish meal on the second floor would mean subsisting on bread the following day. "Got it. Then I shall take my leave for now." "Farewell." Rex waved in farewell. Liu Zhe responded, "Yes, see you later." After Rex departed, Liu Zhe turned and returned to his dormitory. Click. Liu Zhe inserted his student ID into the door slot, and immediately, the lock clicked open. Upon entering the room, Liu Zhe sank onto the sofa in the living room, only to catch a whiff of his own faint sweat odor, prompting him to furrow his brow. After such a day of walking, "I need to take a shower first." Having said that, Liu Zhe wasted no time in sitting up and quickly made his way to the bathroom. As he approached the bathroom door, Liu Zhe felt a slight pause. Something about the bathroom seemed different today. However, after giving it some thought, he could not discern what was amiss. After racking his brain to no avail, Liu Zhe shook his head and muttered, "Forget it. I'll shower first and ponder any issues later." With that, he stepped into the bathroom. Grasping the doorknob, Liu Zhe swiftly opened the bathroom door. However, the moment he did, a rush of steamy air enveloped him, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Liu Zhe halted in his tracks, astonished. Someone was in the shower. Through the mist, Liu Zhe vaguely glimpsed a figure, even if his eyesight had failed him. The steam alone was enough to confirm it. If there were no one in the bathroom, would a ghost be taking a shower? The sound of the door opening was not subtle, and within the fog, the figure suddenly jolted, clearly aware of someone's entrance. Before Liu Zhe could react, a sharp, panicked scream pierced the air. "Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out!" Sorry, Liu Zhe exclaimed, flustered, and quickly retreated from the bathroom, shutting the door behind him as he fled. Breathless, he collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. After a moment, he muttered, "So it turns out my new roommate has arrived, that I really should have been more attentive." At the same time, Liu Zhe couldn't help but grumble inwardly. After all, they were both men. Was it really necessary to react so dramatically just because someone had seen them showering? Yet, from the fleeting glimpse he had caught through the mist, it appeared that this roommate had quite a slender build, reminiscent of a girl. Ugh, what am I thinking? Liu Zhe shook his head, shaking off that notion. He had absolutely no interest in men. Not long after, the bathroom door swung open once again, drawing Liu Zhe's attention that he quickly turned to look. With the steam dissipated, he could finally see his new roommate clearly. Before Liu Zhe stood a young boy, possessing soft, golden short hair and a physique as delicate as a girl's. His face was strikingly youthful and beautiful, and from a distance, one might easily mistake him for a girl. Liu Zhe could confidently wager that if this roommate were to dress up, he would undoubtedly transform into a stunning beauty. At that moment, the golden-haired boy appeared to be on the verge of tears, gazing at Liu Zhe with misty blue eyes that seemed to shimmer. Seeing this sight, Liu Zhe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Did he really look so pitiful that it would evoke guilt? Unbeknownst to those who might observe, one could easily assume that I had committed some egregious act against you. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence as the two of them sat across from each other on the sofa in the hall. Liu Zhe's gaze wandered awkwardly, while the golden-haired youth continued to stare at him with an expression teetering on the brink of tears. After a prolonged pause, unable to endure the palpable discomfort any longer, Liu Zhe finally broke the silence. We will be roommates from now on. I look forward to your guidance." Upon receiving Liu Zhe's greeting, the golden-haired boy wrapped his arms around himself and replied in a timid voice, Please take care of me." Observing the youth's reaction, Liu Zhe felt a surge of exasperation. Did he truly appear to be a murderer or a rapist? After all, he had merely happened upon the sight of the boy bathing. Was such caution truly warranted? Once again, silence enveloped the room, prompting Liu Zhe to speak up. I sincerely apologize for earlier. There has been no one occupying this room for the past few days, and I inadvertently overlooked the fact that someone had moved in, especially while bathing. The golden-haired youth remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed sorrowfully on Liu Zhe, resembling a young girl who had been forcefully accosted by a lecherous fiend. At first glance, the boy bore an uncanny resemblance to a girl. Had they not been sharing the same dormitory, Liu Zhe would have likely mistaken him for one upon their first encounter. Yet, the boy's delicate appearance and the pitiful look he cast upon Liu Zhe, particularly in light of Liu Zhe's earlier indiscretion, wielded an extraordinary emotional impact. Overwhelmed with guilt, Liu Zhe felt an impulsive urge to flee the scene. However, he quickly reminded himself of the undeniable fact that the boy was male and attempted to exonerate himself. "No, there's no need to glare at me like that. Admittedly, it was inappropriate for me to see you bathing, but we are both males. Seeing a little bit isn't a grave matter, given that you are not cross-dressing." Liu Zhe's confidence faltered as his voice dwindled, growing softer with each word. Yet, upon hearing Liu Zhe's words, the golden-haired youth's eyes widened, and he suddenly became flustered. The boy emitted a series of distressed gasps, flailing his arms and legs in a frantic manner, utterly unable to articulate a coherent thought. "I am not," he stammered, descending into a state of confusion. Witnessing this, Liu Zhe felt a jolt of alarm. Could it be that my offhand remark about cross-dressing was actually on the mark? An absurd notion took root in Liu Zhe's mind, yet he quickly dismissed it. This was impossible, as enrollment required identification, which clearly stated one's gender. Liu Zhe repeatedly reassured himself. Yes, that must be it. Upon reflection, how could a girl possibly reside in a male dormitory? I must have contracted some strange notion from that scoundrel. He continued to persuade himself until suddenly, he became aware of an unsettling silence surrounding them. Curiously, he turned to look, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. The golden-haired youth had crouched beside the sofa. Weeping profusely, what on earth is happening? Liu Zhe murmured, his mind momentarily blank. Wah, wah, sniffle, wah. The golden-haired boy sat crouched, rubbing his eyes incessantly, emitting soft, choked sobs. Realizing this, Liu Zhe finally snapped back to reality, his panic rising. Hey, why are you crying? Despite his intention to offer comfort, Liu Zhe remained oblivious to the coldness of his tone, which, to the boy's ears, likely sounded impatient. Consequently, Liu Zhe's attempts at consolation backfired spectacularly. The golden-haired youth escalated his cries into loud, uncontrollable wails, tears, and snot flowing freely. The sheer volume of his sobbing reverberated throughout the room. Thankfully, the dorm's soundproofing seemed adequate, for had anyone outside heard such a desolate outpouring, Liu Zhe feared he would find no refuge, even in the Yellow River. Observing the boy huddled in the corner, wailing inconsolably, Liu Zhe pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, feeling utterly drained as he slumped back against the sofa. Was this truly the tranquil life he had envisioned at the academy? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, when the golden-haired boy's tears had dried and his voice had grown hoarse, Liu Zhe seized the opportunity to speak. He offered a tissue awkwardly to his roommate, who had buried his head in his knees, and inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" The boy reached out for the tissue but remained silent, continuing to hide his face. Emitting intermittent sobs, though Liu Zhe felt helpless, he recognized he had no choice but to wait. Despite his desire for a shower, the circumstances clearly did not permit it. Soon, the once serene twilight outside surrendered to darkness, and Liu Zhe estimated that his roommate had been crying for over an hour. Yet, even after that, the boy continued to bury his head, producing low whimpering sounds that dragged on for yet another hour. Before long, Liu Zhe had sat awkwardly on the sofa for nearly 3 hours, his backside growing sore. Exhausted in both mind and body, he wondered how much longer he would have to endure this ordeal. At last, after another stretch of time, the golden-haired youth, still carrying a hint of tears in his voice, spoke in a subdued tone. "See, could you please not tell anyone about this?" Liu Zhe was taken aback, instinctively responding, "What is it that you don't want me to share?" Yet, as the words left his mouth, a wave of apprehension washed over him. A dreadful premonition loomed over his thoughts. Liu Zhe shut his eyes tightly. And soon, the countless conjectures he had dismissed began to manifest into a stark reality. "I'm a girl." The boy, no, the girl, murmured, her head lowered, her voice trembling with trepidation. In that instant, it felt as though the ground had been pulled from beneath Liu Zhe. He slumped, feeling utterly drained, as if the weight of the world had descended upon him. He had speculated endlessly about the identity of his roommate, yet never in his wildest dreams had he anticipated this revelation. Seeing Liu Zhe's silence, the girl grew increasingly anxious, fearing he would divulge her secret. If this information were to circulate, her academic life would be irrevocably altered. In her panic, her voice gained clarity as she implored, Please don't tell anyone. As long as you keep this to yourself, I promise I can do anything." Initially, Liu Zhe had contemplated reporting this matter to the academy, trusting they would assign him a new roommate, thereby restoring the peace of his dormitory life. However, witnessing the girl's frantic pleas, Liu Zhe found his heart softening. Though his tone was typically cold, he was not devoid of compassion, faced with such desperate entreaties. He found it difficult to utter a refusal. After a moment of internal conflict, Liu Zhe rubbed his temples and sighed. "Fine, I won't speak of this to anyone, but I am curious as to why you chose to cross-dress. If you're comfortable sharing, I would like to understand. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you, that's perfectly all right. I assure you, I won't disclose anything that occurred today." After the conclusion of her speech, Liu Zhe, who had been in a daze, finally realized that the other party had removed their disguise. The girl seemed to be wielding a special magical artifact. She held a pure white mask in her hands, which evidently had transformed her appearance. With the removal of this disguise, the figure before Liu Zhe was no longer a boy who merely resembled a girl, but rather a true beauty in every sense, a genuine maiden of extraordinary allure. Once the disguise was shed, Liu Zhe beheld a petite young girl, approximately 14 or 15 years of age. She possessed a cascade of smooth golden hair that flowed gracefully down her back, with two charming side ponytails adorning either side of her head. Judging by her height, she barely reached Liu Zhe's chest, perhaps even a tad shorter. A quintessential little loli as for her visage, it was undeniably stunning. She had already appeared breathtaking while masquerading as a boy, and now, unveiled, she was nothing short of dazzling. Unlike the seductive aura of Melissa or the frosty elegance of Charlotte, she radiated an innocent and endearing charm. In the midst of his astonishment, Liu Zhe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, for this type of girl seemed manageable for him. Unaware of the subtle changes in Liu Zhe's expression, the girl fell silent for a moment before her gaze sharpened, as if she had made a resolute decision. Subsequently, regardless of whether Liu Zhe was listening, she began to speak earnestly. It turned out that this golden-haired maiden was named Wielding Heidi. Wielding was her family name, while Heidi was her given name. The Wielding family was a prominent clan within the city of Agate, under the dominion of the Radiant Sun Empire. Heidi's father was a noble count of the empire, and as a member of a countly lineage, he wielded considerable power and wealth, essentially ruling over Agate City with an iron fist. Noble titles ascend from Baron to Viscount, Count, Marquis, and finally Duke. According to her, her father, concerned for her safety, had engaged private tutors to educate her at home in magic, knowledge, and etiquette since her childhood. Not long ago, she had broached the subject of attending the academy with her father. But for reasons unbeknownst to her, he was adamantly opposed to the idea. Liu Zhe could easily deduce what transpired next. Defying her father's wishes, Heidi had stealthily slipped out of Agate City to pursue her education. Although she had omitted details regarding how she had deceived the Imperial identity verification, Liu Zhe did not doubt her entry into the academy. After all, being the daughter of a count held significant weight. Despite the academy's claims of fairness and impartiality, Liu Zhe found it hard to believe that there were no underlying intricacies at play. He was merely puzzled by how smoothly Heidi had navigated the process. Given her naive disposition in a twist of fate, the outcome was that they ended up sharing a room. Little did she expect that on her very first day, her disguise would be unveiled, thrusting her into the perilous predicament of potentially being expelled. Liu Zhe took a moment to piece together the situation and said slowly, "All right, I understand the sequence of events. In summary, you ran away from home. And if your identity is exposed, your father will undoubtedly retrieve you, so you wish for me to keep your identity a secret." Upon hearing this, Heidi nodded vigorously. Liu Zhe fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. "I assure you, I will not speak of this to anyone. Really, really. Big brother, you're not lying to me, are you?" Upon hearing this, Heidi's previously sorrowful expression brightened like sunshine. "Big brother?" Liu Zhe felt a jolt within, but quickly regained his composure, replying calmly, "Indeed, but please refrain from calling me big brother. My name is Liu Zhe." Heidi tilted her head, pondering aloud. Liu Zhe big brother, though she found the name peculiar. She dared not voice her thoughts. Liu Zhe was at a loss for words and decided not to correct her. It was merely a title, after all, so he let it be. With a quiet sigh, he said, "You seem tired. You should get to bed early tonight." After a brief pause, Liu Zhe added, "And please, do not be so careless in the future." It was merely a casual remark, yet you took it to heart and admitted to dressing as a boy. Considering Heidi's impulsive nature, Liu Zhe felt compelled to emphasize this point. That he sensed that if he did not intervene today, she might find herself in tears again tomorrow, perhaps for an entirely different reason. Could it be that Liu big brother does not know Heidi is a girl? Heidi's eyes widened in disbelief. "That I merely spoke offhandedly. How was I to know you would take it so literally?" Liu Zhe couldn't help but smirk. This girl was astonishingly innocent. Whoa, is Heidi a foolish child? Unexpectedly, upon hearing Liu Zhe's words, Heidi's eyes brimmed with tears, and she appeared on the verge of crying once more. "Please, do not cry. Just pay attention and listen to me, okay? No more tears." Liu Zhe's words were barely out when Heidi's eyes reddened, and she began to sob, staring at the tear-streaked face of Heidi. Liu Zhe sighed deeply. Alas, he mused, it seemed his anticipated campus life was drifting further and further away. Chapter 25. Sister. That evening, Liu Zhe collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. He had spent considerable effort calming Heidi's tears, and by the time she finally ceased crying, it was nearly 3:30 in the morning. However, even after Heidi had quieted, Liu Zhe found he could not yet sleep. Before resting, he needed to impart a great deal of advice. The first of which was to remind her how to avoid being discovered as a girl. Secondly, they needed to discuss bathing arrangements. As they would be living together, certain rules were essential. Although there were 2 rooms, there was only 1 bathroom. So to prevent a repeat of the previous day's blunder, Liu Zhe hung a wooden sign on the bathroom door, boldly inscribed with the words in use. With this sign, he believed the likelihood of similar incidents occurring would be minimized. Once he had concluded his instructions, Liu Zhe slumped back onto the sofa, feeling wearied, and asked, "Do you understand? If you have any concerns, now is the time to voice them." However, in response to Liu Zhe's words, Heidi remained silent, her head bowed low, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she offered no reply. Seeing Heidi in this state, Liu Zhe initially assumed she was merely shy about the incident involving her bathing. Little did he know, Heidi would utter something that left Liu Zhe both amused and bewildered. With her head down and her face as crimson as if it might bleed, Heidi timidly asked, will Heidi become pregnant?" Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe nearly choked on his own saliva, exclaiming, "Pregnant? How could that be? My father said that if a boy sees me while bathing." Heidi's face burned as she trailed off. Unable to finish her sentence out of shyness, Liu Zhe was left speechless. How could seeing someone while bathing lead to pregnancy? Sensing Liu Zhe's silence, Heidi became increasingly anxious, and the notion of potentially becoming a mother filled her with dread, causing her to lower her head, her eyes misty and on the brink of tears once again. Realizing he could not afford to waste a moment, Liu Zhe rushed to clarify that merely being seen while bathing would not result in pregnancy. Finally, after some skepticism in Heidi's gaze, she begrudgingly accepted his reassurance. With Heidi no longer on the verge of tears, Liu Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all the turmoil of the day, he felt as though he had aged a decade. The following morning, Liu Zhe rose later than usual. After spending the better part of the night soothing Heidi, he had only managed a few hours of sleep, and a hint of fatigue still lingered in his expression. After getting up, Liu Zhe quickly tidied his appearance before stepping out of his room. As he emerged, he noticed that Heidi's door was wide open, her bedding neatly folded, but she was nowhere to be seen. Is Heidi already up? Liu Zhe wondered, closing her door behind him. After completing his morning routine, he headed directly to the bathroom. Just as he settled onto the sofa after washing up, he heard the door creak open. Turning to look, he saw Heidi enter, her hands each carrying a basket that exuded a delightful aroma. Liu, big brother, you're awake." As Heidi stepped through the doorway, she noticed that Liu Zhe had already awakened, and with a hint of timidity, she greeted him. Having lived in the estate her entire life, she had never played with boys her age, which left her at a loss when faced with them. This shared awkwardness was apparent, as Liu Zhe also struggled to navigate interactions with women. After exchanging pleasantries, both of them promptly secured the door. Placing the basket she carried onto the table, Heidi fidgeted with her small hands in front of her face before removing a pure white mask, revealing her true appearance. Liu Zhe, observing this, refrained from commenting or insisting that she maintain her disguise within the confines of the room. According to her, the mask was uncomfortable, a necessity outside, but within these walls, where Liu Zhe was already aware of her true identity, there was clearly no need for pretense. After exchanging morning greetings, Liu Zhe's gaze fell upon the 2 large baskets on the table, prompting him to inquire, "Did you purchase these from the cafeteria?" Yes, Heidi replied, her voice trembling as she began to unpack the breakfast items one by one onto the table. Once she had completed this task, she quietly took a seat opposite Liu Zhe, and an awkward silence enveloped them, during which Heidi glanced between Liu Zhe and the breakfast spread, her gaze darting back and forth. After several moments of this, Liu Zhe finally reacted, asking, "Did you buy this for me?" Heidi remained silent, merely nodding weakly in response to, "I see. Thank you," Liu Zhe said, a smile gracing his lips as warmth filled his heart, feeling as though he had gained a thoughtful little sister. Without further ado, he began to eat the breakfast laid out before him. Only after Liu Zhe commenced his meal did Heidi, who had been sitting rigidly, begin to engage with the utensils prepared on the table. Quietly starting her own meal, observing Heidi's manner of eating, Liu Zhe realized that she was indeed a true young lady, her poise and decorum seemingly ingrained within her, not something easily cultivated in a short time. The breakfast proceeded in silence, with neither party uttering a word. Liu Zhe noted many things, yet chose to keep them to himself. For instance, despite being the daughter of a count, Heidi was partaking in the same humble breakfast as himself. And her attire was far from the luxurious garments befitting nobility. Rather, it was somewhat coarse and unrefined. Liu Zhe could surmise that Heidi had discreetly left her home, unable to call upon her family's resources. Without her noble background, she was merely an ordinary young girl, likely facing numerous hardships in life. Reflecting on this, Liu Zhe felt a surge of emotion as he gazed at the simple spread of 3 dishes and a steamed bun before him. Despite her own struggles, Heidi had not forgotten to procure breakfast for herself, never once mentioning money. Though he did not voice his gratitude, Liu Zhe silently committed this gesture to memory. He had never been one for words, often preferring to express his sentiments through actions. After a prolonged silence, both finished their breakfast. Observing this, Heidi stood up to begin clearing the table. "Please, sit down. Let me handle this," Liu Zhe interjected, rising to take over the task himself. Heidi had intended to protest, but upon hearing Liu Zhe's firm tone, she dared not argue further and meekly returned to her seat on the sofa. Once Liu Zhe had tidied up the dishes, he approached Heidi and inquired, "Heidi, do you have any plans for today?" At this question, Heidi's face tightened with anxiety as she straightened her posture, responding stiffly, Heidi will practice in her room today." Yesterday's panic had felt distant. But upon seeing Liu Zhe today, she was clearly at a loss for how to respond. "Relax, you need not be so afraid of me," Liu Zhe chuckled, feeling a sense of helplessness. As he spoke, he couldn't help but admire Heidi's dedication to her practice. While other students busied themselves exploring the campus and socializing, she had risen early to prepare for her training. Yes, Heidi affirmed, her spine erect and her hands poised on her knees. Adopting a formal seating posture, noting her nervous demeanor, Liu Zhe shook his head in resignation, thinking, it seems this won't change anytime soon. With Liu Zhe remaining silent, the atmosphere fell back into quietude. Realizing he needed to steer the conversation, he asked, "What level of mage are you currently?" Heidi promptly responded, "I am a level 5 mage." Though she attempted to relax, her body remained tense. Liu Zhe's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "A level 5 mage? That's impressive. Aren't you only 14? His words were genuine, astonished at the thought of a 14-year-old, perhaps even a 13-year-old, being a level 5 mage. However, upon hearing this, Heidi puffed up her cheeks in mild indignation. Retorting, "Heidi is already 15. I apologize," Liu Zhe stammered, realizing his mistake. Heidi's face flushed as she seemed to recognize her own rudeness and shrank back. Timidly. A level 5 mage at 15 is still a remarkable feat. Even Ariel, whom Liu Zhe had encountered outside Emerald City, had only achieved this at 16 and took great pride in it. Yet, Liu Zhe found himself more astonished by Heidi's age. Could she truly be 15? Was she perhaps misrepresenting her age? Not dwelling on these thoughts, Liu Zhe smiled lightly, saying, "Don't worry about it. Just be yourself. Your previous demeanor was much better." Heidi remained silent, merely nodding gently, her understanding of Liu Zhe's words uncertain. Liu Zhe glanced at the time and stood to announce, "I'll be heading out now. Heidi, you focus on your practice. There's no need for you to go out for lunch. I'll bring something back for you." Though he had initially considered taking Heidi around the campus, he felt it would be inappropriate to interrupt her serious training. As he turned to leave, Heidi sprang to her feet, exclaiming in a fluster, No, Lulu Gidge, please don't trouble yourself on my account." Hearing this, Liu Zhe paused mid-step and turned back to ask, "Why not? You needn't be so courteous with me." Heidi immediately lowered her head, seemingly wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Liu Zhe, sensing her hesitation, chose to wait patiently for her to continue. Finally, after a moment, Heidi, her face flushed, timidly admitted, Heidi has no money left." As she spoke, her gaze remained cast downward, afraid that Liu Zhe might mock her for her poverty. Witnessing this, Liu Zhe felt a pang in his heart, reflecting on the lavish breakfast from earlier. Its significance now felt entirely different. That moment, the tears nearly welled up in Liu Zhe's eyes, but he managed to suppress them, responding gently, "It's all right. You treated me to breakfast just now, so allow me to treat you to lunch." Liu Zhe returned a smile and expressed his thoughts. Although he could easily take charge of Heidi's daily meals, it was important to remember that even Heidi was a person of dignity. Excessive charity could ultimately be reduced to mockery, a sentiment that Liu Zhe having once experienced poverty and hardship, understood all too well. Upon hearing this, Heidi straightened up, seemingly prepared to say something, but Liu Zhe did not afford her that opportunity. After finishing his words, he abruptly slammed the door shut with a resounding bang and swiftly exited the room. Once outside, a few crystalline tears slipped from the corners of Liu Zhe's eyes. Perhaps today's breakfast was merely an unintentional gesture from Heidi, yet it touched the softest part of Liu Zhe's heart. Wiping his eyes, he composed himself and hurriedly left the dormitory as he stepped outside. A new concern emerged in Liu Zhe's mind: the issue of Heidi's livelihood. Matters of the heart are peculiar. One may spend decades with a person and remain mere acquaintances, while with another, a brief acquaintance can foster a bond akin to that of family. The mystery of fate is indeed profound. At this moment, Liu Zhe may not have realized it himself, but he had already come to regard Heidi as his sister. As he walked, he pondered how to find a way for Heidi to sustain herself without compromising her self-respect. Chapter 26. Liu Zhe's Grand Scheme. Part 1. After leaving the dormitory, Liu Zhe strolled while contemplating Heidi's situation. Before he knew it, he had exited Tianyu Academy and found himself on the bustling streets of Jinhua City. Along the way, he considered numerous solutions. Applying for financial aid from the academy was one option. But while it might provide temporary relief, it was not a sustainable solution. Encouraging Heidi to seek employment in Jinhua City seemed unfeasible as well. Once classes at Tianyu Academy commenced, finding time to work would become problematic. And Liu Zhe was reluctant for Heidi to be hindered in her cultivation due to a job. Considering the geographical context, Liu Zhe ultimately settled on the notion of academy tasks. Essentially, every civilian student at Tianyu Academy nearly opted for this method. However, academy tasks also carried certain risks. Not all tasks offered generous rewards, with some simple jobs yielding only a few copper coins. Such tasks were quickly snatched up upon release, and should one be unfortunate enough to miss out, they could find themselves hungry that day due to a lack of savings. Nevertheless, on the whole, academy tasks remained the most stable option. With careful spending, hunger could be avoided. With the notion of academy tasks in mind, Liu Zhe hoped to discover a method that would facilitate Heidi's cultivation while also generating income. As he wandered the streets of Jinhua City, his thoughts grew ever more tangled. Just then, a glance caught his eye: a vendor selling magical items. Feeling mentally exhausted, Liu Zhe decided to change his mood. Perhaps this would inspire a good idea. Approaching the stall, he discovered that it was rather substantial, with a dazzling array of products neatly arranged. Underneath, a small sign detailed the uses of the items. The goods were well organized and categorized, allowing Liu Zhe to quickly comprehend most of their functions at a glance. His gaze quickly settled on a small transparent orb. Prominently displayed, the sign beneath it read, Level 3 Magic Storage Orb, capable of storing the total magical energy of a Level 3 mage. Magic storage orbs are commonplace, akin to power sources on Earth. They serve as an energy provision for various magical implements used in daily life, such as magical lamps and heating devices. The primary function of a magic storage orb is to store magical energy. But it possesses an additional effect. It can aid in cultivation. There are two methods for a mage to cultivate. One is through meditation to absorb elemental energies from nature to strengthen their magical core, while the second involves expelling magical energy until it is depleted, followed by meditation to restore it. This cycle of consumption and replenishment can yield faster cultivation results than the first method. While the price of a magic storage orb is not exorbitant, a level 3 orb costs 50 silver coins. The affordability of magic storage orbs stems from their limitation. They can store energy but cannot directly release it. In other words, even if one possesses a fully charged orb, they cannot draw upon its energy directly. The energy contained within a magic storage orb can only be utilized through specific methods. As previously mentioned, many magical tools derive their energy from these orbs. To clarify, they are akin to rechargeable batteries on Earth, necessitating special devices to extract their energy. Due to their reusable nature, most households do not purchase excessive quantities. Typically, 2 orbs suffice for a family's energy needs. If the energy is depleted, household members can input their own magical energy to replenish it, thus avoiding the need to buy a new fully charged orb. As Liu Zhe gazed at the magic storage orb before him, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him, though its feasibility remained to be tested. At that moment, the vendor noticed Liu Zhe's keen interest in the products and promptly approached him, cheerfully inquiring, "Welcome, esteemed customer. How may I assist you today?" 1 level 3 magic storage orb. Please, Liu Zhe replied without hesitation, pointing to the orb that he needed to purchase one to validate his idea, holding the level 3 magic storage orb. The vendor beamed. Certainly. That will be 50 silver coins. Retrieving 50 silver coins from his pouch, Liu Zhe accepted the orb from the vendor. Thank you, he said gratefully before hastily departing. Once away from the stall, Liu Zhe ran swiftly until he reached a secluded alleyway. After ensuring that no one was around, he took out the level 3 magic storage orb from his pocket. The orb was small, roughly the size of a thumb, and Liu Zhe pinched it between his fingers, filled with anticipation as he thought, "Let us commence the experiment." Eager to verify his hypothesis, Liu Zhe began to infuse the orb with magical energy. As a level 5 mage, infusing the level 3 orb, which could hold the total magical energy of a level 3 mage, was a trivial task. Within mere moments, the orb was completely filled with magical energy. Unable to accept any more, holding the charged orb, Liu Zhe felt a rush of excitement as he silently intoned exchange. Soon, a system message echoed in his mind. Level 3 magic storage orb. Redeemable for 100 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Taken aback, Liu Zhe's surprise quickly transformed into elation as he exclaimed, "Ha! It works! It works!" Thrilled, Liu Zhe exchanged the level 3 magic storage orb for 100 system points. Indeed, for the price of a 50 silver coin orb, Liu Zhe could fill it with magical energy and immediately convert it into 100 system points. He calculated that he could likely fill 25 level 3 magic storage orbs in a day. 25 level 3 magic storage orbs would yield 2,500 points. With a cost of merely 12 gold and 50 silver coins for those 25 orbs, it was far more lucrative than purchasing a level 4 magic core, which could only be exchanged for 2,000 system points at the cost of 25 gold coins. The rewards from magic storage orbs far surpassed those from magic cores for the same amount of gold. Elated by this discovery, Liu Zhe hurried back to purchase a level 4 magic storage orb for further experimentation. Quickly returning with a level 4 magic storage orb, he was met with another enticing message. Level 4 magic storage orb. Redeemable for 500 points. Would you like to exchange? Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Zhe converted the level 4 magic storage orb into system points, mentally calculating as he did so. The level 4 magic storage orb cost 2 gold coins, and he could fill up to 5 in a day, yielding a total of 2,500 points. In comparison, both in terms of cost and reward, the level 4 magic storage orb was evidently more advantageous than the level 3 orb. However, as this realization dawned on him, Liu Zhe faced a dilemma. He wished to purchase a large quantity of magic storage orbs, but where would he procure the funds? Some may suggest using a currency exchange system to obtain gold coins. But Liu Zhe is not a fool and has certainly considered this matter. However, he once attempted to use 10 points from the system to exchange for 10 gold coins. At that moment, Liu Zhe, armed with his 10 gold coins, sought to purchase a 3rd-level magic core, only to be met with the system's notification. This item has been indirectly acquired through the exchange system and cannot be exchanged. Liu Zhe was left dumbfounded. The 3rd-level magic core now resides in his room, merely lying there, and he is at a loss as to what to do with it. He refers to the gold coins obtained through the system as system gold coins. In simple terms, the magic cores purchased with system gold coins cannot be converted back into system points. He must earn money through his own efforts. However, Liu Zhe holds a different perspective regarding the mana storage beads. He does not purchase the fully charged mana storage beads directly, but rather opts for the blank ones. Consequently, before the exchange, Liu Zhe has an additional step of charging, which might alter the outcome of his endeavors. Let me try again. Even if I fail, I will only lose a few system points. Liu Zhe steeled himself and promptly exchanged for 10 system gold coins. Without delay, he dashed out of the alley, heading straight for the vendor he had just visited. Chapter 27. Liu Zhe's Grand Scheme. Part 2. With the vendor's peculiar expression lingering in his mind, Liu Zhe returned to the stall. As per usual, he first purchased a 5th-level mana storage bead and, under the vendor's speechless gaze, swiftly departed. Eager to obtain detailed data on the mana storage beads, Liu Zhe decided to try the 5th-level mana storage bead, which costs exactly 10 gold coins. Once in the alley, Liu Zhe took a moment to rest, allowing his internal magical energy to recover to its peak. Filling a 5th-level mana storage bead requires the total magical energy of a 5th-level mage. So Liu Zhe must be at his highest capacity to successfully fill one. After a while, once his magical energy was fully restored, Liu Zhe wasted no time and began channeling his energy into the 5th-level mana storage bead. This fifth-level mana storage bead consumed every ounce of magical energy he possessed, and the duration of the infusion took significantly longer than in previous attempts, lasting a full 10 minutes. After the elapsed time, Liu Zhe held the now fully charged fifth-level mana storage bead, his heart racing with anxiety. If this method were to fail, he would return to square one, with today's only achievement being the discovery of a higher exchange rate. However, if successful, he could establish a profitable cycle, resulting in a steady increase in his system points. With a tightened chest, Liu Zhe silently invoked the exchange command. Amidst his nervous anticipation, the system's message echoed in his mind. Fifth-level mana bead can be exchanged for points, 1,500 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Staring at the message in his mind, Liu Zhe was momentarily stunned, followed swiftly by an overwhelming surge of joy. He could exchange it. This method was viable. With this verification, he no longer needed to worry about the costs of mana storage beads. What Liu Zhe needed to focus on now was dedicating time daily to filling the mana storage beads. Quickly calming his excitement, Liu Zhe meticulously organized his data. For a third-level mana storage bead, he could fill 25 per day, costing 12 gold coins and 50 silver coins, yielding 2,500 points. For a fourth-level mana storage bead, he could fill 5 per day, costing 10 gold coins, also yielding 2,500 points. For a fifth-level mana storage bead, he could fill 1 per day, costing 10 gold coins and yielding 1,500 points. After careful consideration, Liu Zhe decided without hesitation to utilize the fourth-level mana storage bead, as it offered the most economic efficiency at this moment, considering the 3 mana storage beads exchanged today and the 10 system gold coins spent earlier. Liu Zhe's current system points amounted to 10,090. Liu Zhe then expended 990 points to exchange for 990 system gold coins, leaving him with 9,100 points. Shortly thereafter, as the system gold coins materialized, Liu Zhe gazed at the mountain of coins before him, feeling an unavoidable sense of helplessness. Carrying away 990 coins seemed impossible. Ultimately, Liu Zhe searched through the exchange list and soon spent 100 points to acquire a storage ring with a 5-meter capacity under the materials category. Donning the storage ring, Liu Zhe understood the principle of concealing wealth, swiftly gathering all the coins from the floor into the ring. Once everything was completed, Liu Zhe let out a sigh of relief. His remaining system points now standing at exactly 9,000, with 990 gold coins in hand. Liu Zhe could now consider himself a small fortune holder, with the storage ring now containing 990 coins. A newfound confidence surged within him, prompting Liu Zhe to quicken his pace as he exited the alley, hastening back to the vendor he had just visited. This time, upon seeing Liu Zhe return, the vendor was taken aback, exclaiming, "Dear customer, why have you come back again?" Initially, the vendor regarded Liu Zhe as a rather uniquely dressed patron, but he had not anticipated that his peculiarities extended to his shopping habits. Did he really need to make so many trips? Could he not purchase everything in one go? Naturally, the vendor kept these thoughts to himself, prioritizing customer satisfaction. Ignoring the vendor's odd expression, Liu Zhe promptly stated, "Boss, I wish to purchase 450 fourth-level mana storage beads." The vendor, maintaining a professional smile, habitually replied, "Of course, I understand the drill." However, as the conversation continued, the vendor's tone gradually stiffened, and he found himself momentarily stunned. "Wait, did you say 450 beads? Are you serious? That's a substantial transaction." Instantly, the vendor's skepticism arose. "Excuse me, did you truly mean 450 beads? Dear customer, are you certain you are referring to 450? Sensing the vendor's doubt, Liu Zhe was not inclined to elaborate. Once the money was out, all questions would resolve themselves. Liu Zhe reiterated, "Yes, boss, you heard me correctly. I am indeed referring to 450 fourth-level mana storage beads." After a moment of hesitation, observing Liu Zhe's earnest expression, the vendor finally conceded. "Understood. Dear customer, please follow me." The vendor led Liu Zhe to a small room behind the stall. A flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Perhaps today would be his lucky day. Once inside the room, however, the vendor remained silent, fixating his gaze on Liu Zhe. Realizing the implication, Liu Zhe understood that the vendor was questioning his purchasing power at that moment. Liu Zhe concentrated, and 900 gold coins materialized, forming a small mountain of coins. Upon witnessing the shimmering pile of coins on the floor, the vendor's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Dear customer, you are indeed a high roller. Today, I shall make an exception and offer you 500 mana storage beads for 900 gold coins. The extra 50 beads will be my gift to you." The vendor, clearly adept at business, seized the opportunity presented by an exceptional client. Eager to foster future collaborations, as he spoke, the vendor retrieved 500 mana storage beads from his storage ring, each about the size of a thumb, creating a small mound when stacked together. In that moment, as Liu Zhe beheld the 500 mana storage beads before him, he envisioned an abundance of system points. If all 500 were exchanged for system points, it would amount to nearly 250,000 points. Although it will take some time to fill all 500 magical energy orbs, at this moment, Liu Zhe could not help but feel a sense of elation, as if struck by a tremendous windfall. Soon, after both parties confirmed the accuracy of the quantity, Liu Zhe stored the 500 magical energy orbs in his spatial ring. Following this, Liu Zhe and the vendor exchanged pleasantries. And ultimately, it was Liu Zhe who first bid farewell, departing from the stall. Once he left, Liu Zhe excitedly hurried back to his dormitory, for he had another matter to test, one that also pertained to Heidi's living expenses. With a buoyant step and a cheerful heart, Liu Zhe unknowingly made his way back to Tianyu Academy. Upon entering the academy, Liu Zhe calculated that it was around noon, and he did not forget that he needed to buy lunch for Heidi. Having spent 900 gold coins on the magical energy orbs, Liu Zhe still had over 90 coins remaining in his pocket, which constituted a considerable fortune. Clutching the 90 gold coins and recalling Heidi's actions from that morning, Liu Zhe resolved to make today's lunch slightly more sumptuous. The term slightly was not indicative of Liu Zhe's stinginess, but rather a consideration of how Heidi might feel if he returned with an extravagant feast. To avoid making Heidi feel like she was being treated with undue favoritism, Liu Zhe decided to make lunch slightly more lavish, contemplating how to purchase lunch without causing Heidi any embarrassment. Liu Zhe made his way to the cafeteria. Chapter 28. Heidi's work during lunchtime. Liu Zhe returned to Tianyu Academy and promptly headed to the cafeteria. The thought that Heidi might still be in her room, hungry, quickened his pace, and in just a few minutes, he arrived at the cafeteria. Liu Zhe approached the serving counter and addressed the kitchen lady. "Madam, I would like to take away lunch. 1 silver coin for a selection. Along with 4 bowls of white rice. 1 silver coin equates to 100 copper coins, which, at the cafeteria's pricing, would suffice for a rather sumptuous meal for both Liu Zhe and Heidi." "Understood. If I recall correctly, you are a friend of Rex, aren't you? In that case, I will throw in 2 legs of the fire-breathing turkey for you," the kitchen lady remarked, recognizing Liu Zhe as the young man who had breakfast with Rex not long ago. Her vivid memory was due in part to Rex's infrequent dining companions, which had surprised her that day. Liu Zhe expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, madam. The meat of the fire-breathing turkey was indeed delectable." Garnering compliments even from Liu Zhe, who was not particularly picky about food. Before long, the dishes Liu Zhe ordered were prepared and placed in a large basket. Just as he took hold of the basket to leave, he heard a commotion behind him. Curiosity piqued, he turned to see Charlotte had entered the cafeteria. Liu Zhe was accustomed to the stir that Charlotte caused whenever she arrived, so without sparing her more than a fleeting glance, he exited the cafeteria, heading straight back to his dormitory, knowing that Heidi was likely still waiting, hungry. As Liu Zhe stepped out of the cafeteria, Charlotte, entering at that moment, could not help but notice him. Even she, who typically remained aloof, cast a lingering glance at Liu Zhe's unusual attire. However, that was the extent of her interest. She merely glanced before turning her attention upstairs, upon inserting his student card into the door slot. The door to his room swung open immediately. Retrieving the card, Liu Zhe swiftly entered, carefully closing the door behind him. With Heidi present in the room, he had to exercise caution. Should anyone accidentally glimpse Heidi in her true form, it would spell disaster. Upon entering, Liu Zhe found no sign of Heidi and, noting the tightly shut door to her room, speculated she might still be practicing inside. Without delay, he set the basket filled with food on the living room table and approached Heidi's door. "Knock, knock, knock." Liu Zhe gently tapped on the door. "Who is it? Who is it?" came a slightly flustered voice from within. Hearing her panicked tone, Liu Zhe couldn't help but smile. This little girl was quite innocent in her reactions. Not wishing to waste time, he replied honestly, "It's me, Liu Zhe. I've brought back lunch. Come out and eat." If he were to jest at this moment, knowing Heidi's nature, she might very well take him seriously and be too anxious to emerge. "Oh, it's you, Brother Liu. Please wait a moment." Heidi's voice, upon recognizing him, noticeably relaxed. Liu Zhe, not wanting to rush her, returned to the living room to arrange the food from the basket. With a click, Heidi's door opened, and she stepped out. Upon entering the living room and seeing the bountiful spread on the table, her eyes sparkled with delight. It had been ages since she had enjoyed such a lavish meal since leaving home. Gazing at the table laden with food, she asked, Liu, brother, did you buy all of this? In her previous life at home, meals were always prepared for her, and she had never given it much thought until now. Realizing for the first time how hard it was to procure food after leaving home. Yes, I earned a bit of money today, so I decided to treat us to something a bit more lavish. Now, hurry and sit down to eat, Liu Zhe urged, encouraging her to take her seat. Yes, startled by his prompt, Heidi hastily sat down on the sofa opposite Liu Zhe. Noticing that she merely sat there, staring blankly, he inquired, What's the matter? Go ahead and eat. Heidi lowered her head, embarrassed, and murmured, Liu, brother, you eat first. I'll just have whatever is left. Don't worry about such things. I bought plenty for 2 people. One person definitely can't finish it all, so don't be shy. Dig in, Liu Zhe insisted, noting her reluctance to pick up her utensils, but hesitating as she gazed at the spread before her. Heidi remained still. Seeing her hesitation, Liu Zhe realized that mere words would not persuade her. Given Heidi's disposition, he might have to adopt a different approach. He raised his voice. No buts. Start eating now. He had no choice. If he didn't assert himself, she might wait until he finished before daring to touch her food. At his outburst, Heidi's eyes welled with tears. Seeing her like this, Liu Zhe barely had time to offer comfort before she burst into tears. She had been frightened to tears by him. Wah, I understand. I'll eat. I'll be good and eat. Please don't be mad at me, Liu brother. She sobbed, picking up her utensils while tears streamed down her face. Her small hands occasionally brushing away the tears. Observing this scene, Liu Zhe felt speechless, overwhelmed by a sense of guilt. How had he become the villain in this situation? He merely wanted her to eat. Please don't cry. It's just a meal. There's no need for this, he said, finally exasperated, as he fetched a tissue to wipe her tear-streaked face. Okay, Heidi replied, her voice still thick with sobs. Watching this unfold, Liu Zhe found himself at a loss, resignedly picking up his own utensils to begin eating. Yet, to his dismay, he could not savor a single bite of the meal that day. After finishing their meal, Heidi had returned to her usual self. As Liu Zhe prepared to rise and clear the table, Heidi insisted he remain seated while she took care of the dishes. After some persuasion, Liu Zhe acquiesced, reasoning that this would prevent Heidi from feeling indebted to him. Once the dishes were cleared, Heidi returned to her seat across from Liu Zhe. During their meal, Liu Zhe had mentioned he wanted to discuss something afterward. Liu, brother, is there something you wanted to talk to me about? Heidi asked nervously, her expression apprehensive. Don't be anxious. It's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask if you're currently not working outside. Right? Liu Zhe wore a gentle smile, seeking to ease Heidi's anxiety. Heidi replied softly, her gaze lowered, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as it inadvertently acknowledged her lack of income. Observing this, Liu Zhe fell into a brief silence before speaking again. Since you currently have no job, would you consider working for your elder brother Liu? As soon as the words left his lips, he sensed an unintentional ambiguity in his statement. Did it not echo the words of an uncle seeking to deceive a young girl? Fortunately, Heidi, being innocent, failed to perceive the underlying implications. Work? But the older brothers and sisters outside think I'm clumsy, Heidi said, her expression dimming. She had previously attempted to find work, yet none of the tasks suited her capabilities. Even the simple act of carrying a tray had resulted in disaster. It doesn't matter. This job is quite simple, and I am certain you can manage it, Liu Zhe reassured her. His assertion was genuine. The task of charging a mana crystal was straightforward enough for any magician. With that, Liu Zhe retrieved a level 4 mana crystal from his spatial ring and placed it before Heidi. A mana crystal? Heidi's voice trembled with uncertainty as she gazed at it. Such items were commonplace, and even Heidi, who had spent much time at home, recognized them. Indeed, this is a level 4 mana crystal. Though it is currently empty, your task will be to fill it with your magical energy, Liu Zhe explained, nodding as he conveyed his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Heidi clenched her small fists, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. If that's the case, I can do it, Liu Zhe nodded, continuing, Heidi, you currently possess the strength of a level 5 magician. If you can fill 5 level 4 mana crystals in a day, you will earn 10 silver coins per crystal, totaling 50 silver coins. Upon hearing this, Heidi gasped. Liu Zhe, that's far too much money. Don't be shy with me. Any excess should be saved. This is what you deserve. And you need not feel embarrassed. Besides, if you decline, I will be in quite a predicament. I have purchased a considerable number of mana crystals, and if you refuse, I shall be at a loss as to what to do with them. Liu Zhe feigned a troubled expression. Heidi hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns, yet upon seeing Liu Zhe's distressed demeanor, she ultimately nodded in agreement, saying timidly, "All right, Heidi, will help you." Liu Zhe. Hearing this, Liu Zhe felt a surge of joy. Having resolved a significant concern, with Heidi's assistance, he could fill 10 mana crystals each day. Furthermore, with his new star ring, which allowed him to replenish his magical energy once daily, he could also fill 10 level 4 mana crystals. Combined with Heidi's 5 crystals, he would accumulate an astounding 7,500 system points each day. The thought that he could gather enough points to upgrade to a level 6 magician in just 6 or 7 days filled Liu Zhe with elation. Yet, one uncertainty lingered in Liu Zhe's mind. Could the mana crystals filled by Heidi be exchanged for system points? He had often heard the system state, this item obtained indirectly through the exchange system cannot be redeemed, and non-personal items cannot be exchanged. He wondered if the mana crystals acquired from Heidi would be considered personal items. Liu Zhe had no confidence in this matter, based on his experiences with the system over the past few days. It was astutely meticulous, leaving no room for deceit. Even now, he found it hard to believe that the endeavor with the mana crystals could be successful. Without further contemplation, Liu Zhe swiftly retrieved 150 level 4 mana crystals from his spatial ring and handed them to Heidi, instructing her to store them in her room, thus eliminating the need for daily retrieval. With everything in place, Liu Zhe's plan to amass wealth was officially set in motion. 3 days had passed since Heidi agreed to assist Liu Zhe, during which they both remained in their respective rooms, diligently working on the mana crystals. After 3 days of effort, they had successfully filled 45 mana crystals, equating to 22,500 system points, along with Liu Zhe's original 9,000 points. His total wealth now stood at 31,500 points. Notably, Liu Zhe discovered that the mana crystals filled by Heidi could indeed be exchanged for system points. Initially, Liu Zhe had intended to support Heidi's living expenses. Even if the mana crystals were non-redeemable, he could afford the daily expense of 50 silver coins, as it amounted to less than a single point of system points. However, today, both Liu Zhe and Heidi found themselves compelled to pause their work for a simple reason. The enrollment period for new students had concluded, and today marked their first day of classes. On this day, Liu Zhe awoke early, tidied his appearance, and donned the same attire as usual before stepping out of his room. Liu Zhe, good morning. Heidi greeted him cheerfully upon his exit, her expression brimming with anticipation for the day's lessons. "Good morning," Liu Zhe replied, then added with earnestness, "Today is the start of classes, so you must be attentive, and do not let your guard down on the first day." "Yes, I will be careful," Heidi responded, her demeanor more alert and her tone slightly more natural than it had been in previous days. Liu Zhe, however, remained somewhat unconvinced. Despite Heidi's exceptional magical talent, her absent-mindedness was a source of concern. Yet, there was little he could do, as he could not monitor her every moment. "The time is drawing near. Let us quickly change into our disguises and head out," he urged. It was now 7 in the morning, and classes began at 8, with a 30-minute walk to the teaching building, plus time for breakfast. An hour was just right. "Understood," Heidi replied hastily. Retrieving her magical disguise tools, she produced a pure white mask and affixed it to her face. With a flicker of light from her palm, she infused the mask with magic, and as the glow faded, her features morphed back into the youthful visage she had presented the first time they met. "Lingri, let us depart," Liu Zhe instructed, using the name Heidi assumed while disguised as a male. "Yes," Heidi responded, her voice, though altered, still carrying a hint of femininity. Liu Zhe shrugged it off. The world was not devoid of effeminate voices, and as long as Heidi did not draw attention to herself, others would merely perceive her as such, never suspecting her true identity. With that, Liu Zhe opened the door, and together, he and Heidi stepped out of the room. At the Heavenly Blessing Advanced Magic Academy, the main focus of classes was straightforward, broadly categorized into 2 types, practical and theoretical. Given the considerable time required for a magician's training, class durations were relatively short, with most time allocated for students to practice independently. The practical courses occurred only 3 times within a 30-day period, with assessments every 10 days to ensure that students hone their combat skills alongside their magical training. The theoretical courses lacked a fixed schedule, determined solely by the instructor of each class, sometimes occurring every 2 days or 5 days, with variable class times in general, within a span of 30 days. There are approximately 7 days dedicated to theoretical courses, with a total class duration not exceeding 20 hours for the month. Of course, attendance is entirely at one's discretion. Tianyu Academy adopts a laissez-faire approach to education, meaning that if one chooses not to attend class, no objections will be raised. However, it is imperative to pass the monthly theoretical assessments and the annual advancement evaluations. The advancement evaluation occurs once a year. Upon successful completion, a student is promoted to the next grade level. Tianyu Academy encompasses 4 grades, and at present, Liu Zhe is among the first-year students. Should a student fail the evaluation, they must repeat the grade. First-year students may study for a maximum of 2 years, and those who fail the advancement evaluation consecutively twice will be expelled. The same applies to second-year students for the 3rd and 4th years. They have 3 years to complete their studies, with 3 chances to succeed. This implies that a student can remain at Tianyu Academy for a maximum of 10 years, with such pressure in place. Students naturally strive diligently to hone their skills. A noteworthy mention is the Tianyu rankings. The so-called Tianyu rankings serve as a strength leaderboard for the students at Tianyu Academy, encompassing the top 100 from positions 1 to 100. The Tianyu rankings cover all 4 grades, representing nearly 12,000 students from the entire academy. This ranking signifies the prowess of the top 100 among all 4 grades. Each individual therein undoubtedly possesses exceptional capabilities. Within Tianyu Academy, there are designated arenas for competitions. Students wishing to challenge the Tianyu rankings may apply to the academy. Upon a successful challenge, they will assume the position of the individual they have defeated. For instance, if one challenges the individual in the 93rd position and succeeds, they will then occupy the 93rd rank themselves, and so forth. Furthermore, the Tianyu rankings offer more than mere prestige. Those who secure a position within the rankings are entitled to receive resources from the academy monthly. With the quantity of resources increasing with the rank, having shared a plethora of information, the students of Class 1, Year 13, found themselves drowsy. On stage, a bespectacled, refined man adjusted his glasses and addressed the newcomers below. The aforementioned matters are what you new students should be mindful of. Are there any questions? Class 1, Year 13, is the class to which Liu Zhe has been assigned. After bidding farewell to Heidi outside the teaching building, Liu Zhe proceeded directly to report to his class, where he was met with a lengthy list of guidelines. The arrangement of classes is not arbitrary. Rather, it is based on the academy's assessment of each student's magical aptitude. The classes at the forefront signify stronger talents. However, it must be noted that strong talent does not necessarily equate to substantial strength. Heidi, a 15-year-old level 5 mage, easily secured a spot in Class 1, a position that is deemed top-tier among the first-year students. Although Liu Zhe is also a level 5 mage, being 18 years old this year places him at the threshold of admission, resulting in his placement at the rear of the class. I have a question, teacher. At that moment, a new student raised their hand and inquired, what resources are provided by the academy for those on the Tianyu rankings? Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe perked up. Intrigued by the answer, the refined teacher scratched his head, appearing somewhat exasperated as he replied. As mentioned earlier, the resources vary depending on the ranking, and the details are rather complex. You will need to refer to the new student handbook. For instance, the student ranked 100 receives at least 100 gold coins each month. Are there any other questions? The teacher asked once more after concluding his response. I also have a question. A noble newcomer, displaying a somewhat arrogant demeanor, raised their hand. The refined teacher furrowed his brow at the noble's haughty attitude, but maintained a calm tone as he asked, what is your question? The proud noble student inquired, is Senior Charlotte on the Tianyu rankings? If so, what is her rank? His expression was filled with admiration, as his decision to attend Tianyu Academy was primarily influenced by his desire to be near Senior Charlotte. This question is rather trivial, but since it's your first day, I shall make an exception and answer it. However, if you pose such questions again, I will have to invite you to the guidance office. The refined teacher replied, his tone growing somewhat stern towards the end. The noble student, however, appeared unfazed, seemingly dismissing the warning. The teacher adjusted his glasses once more and continued, indeed, Charlotte is a formidable mage, and currently ranks 17th on the Tianyu rankings. Wow! The new students below erupted into spirited discussions upon hearing this news. To be ranked 17th on the Tianyu rankings signifies immense strength. Liu Zhe was equally astonished, realizing that the seemingly frigid woman possessed such formidable capabilities. Ranking 17th among all students at Tianyu Academy. Please settle down. I have one more announcement to make. Observing the commotion, the refined teacher's voice cut through the noise, clear and distinct, allowing everyone in the chaotic classroom to hear. After ensuring that the students had quieted down, he continued, "Next, I will announce the details regarding this year's magical competition." The teacher's words immediately captured the attention of the new students, though a few displayed indifference. Clearly already aware of the announcement, Liu Zhe had previously heard about the magical competition from Rex, but he was keen to listen once more to ensure he missed nothing. Soon, the refined teacher began a lengthy explanation, which lasted over 10 minutes. Once he concluded, Liu Zhe noted that the details shared were largely consistent with what Rex had previously mentioned, with the exception of the fact that the magical competition was scheduled to take place in 10 days. In order to allow every student ample preparation time, from today until the conclusion of the magical competition, the Academy will not schedule any classes. Therefore, do not come for lessons. There will be no one present. That is all I have to say to the new students today. You may now disperse, he stated, and without any hesitation, the refined teacher exited the classroom. Chapter 30. Discord once the refined teacher departed. The classroom buzzed with excitement once more. Unlike the typical classes on Earth, which usually consist of 30 or 40 students, Tianyu Academy boasts classes with over 200 individuals, and the classroom itself is extravagantly spacious. Resembling a basketball court in size, after the teacher's departure, the students within the classroom quickly began to form connections with one another, familiarizing themselves that it was only the first day, yet small groups began to emerge within the class. However, these groups predominantly divided into noble groups and commoner groups. The distinction between nobles and commoners was stark and well-defined. No noble would dare engage a commoner in conversation, and vice versa. Yet, within this classroom, there existed an exception. Regardless of their affiliations, neither the nobles nor the commoners approached Liu Zhe. It goes without saying that this individual was Liu Zhe. Faced with his peculiar attire, neither side dared to engage him. Fearing embarrassment, however, as with all things, exceptions do arise. The brown-haired boy from behind patted Liu Zhe on the shoulder, cheerfully saying, "Hey there, classmate, your outfit is quite unique. Is it traditional attire from your hometown?" Surprised by the approach, Liu Zhe turned to assess the individual addressing him. Standing behind him was a pair, one boy and one girl. Judging by their attire, the boy was a commoner while the girl belonged to the nobility. The boy had short brown hair, stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, and had a robust build that exuded strength. The girl, on the other hand, sported shoulder-length golden hair, stood around 160 centimeters tall, and possessed an above-average appearance. Qualifying her as a beauty, both appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, and it was the young man who had initiated the conversation with Liu Zhe. Liu Zhe was internally astonished. It was indeed a rare occurrence to witness a combination of a commoner and a noble. "Van, your manner of speaking is rather rude," the golden-haired girl scolded, ruffling the boy's hair before turning to Liu Zhe. "I sincerely apologize for his behavior. He often speaks without thinking. No worries. I've grown accustomed to it. It doesn't bother me," Liu Zhe replied. Liu Zhe offered a faint smile at that moment. The young man known as Vanwin was struggling under the girl's hold, exclaiming, "Look, Kelly, they don't mind, so why don't you hurry up and let go of my head? Why are you so impolite?" Kelly grasped Vanwin's head and forcefully slammed it down onto the table, producing a resounding bang. Observing the farcical exchange between the two, Liu Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, caught between the desire to leave and the hesitation to do so. However, he did come to understand that the boy's name was Vanwin and the girl's name was Kelly. Nearby, onlookers witnessed Vanwin and Kelly engaging Liu Zhe in conversation, followed by their comical antics, which elicited a smirk among them. The adage "birds of a feather flock together" aptly described the situation. After a moment, the playful banter finally came to an end. Once Vanwin wriggled free from Kelly's grasp, he enthusiastically introduced himself to Liu Zhe, oblivious to Liu Zhe's silent bewilderment that "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Vanwin, but just call me Vanwin. This violent girl is Hack's son Kelly. Her name is merely for show, so don't take it to heart. Vanwin, you brat. Who are you calling a violent girl? Kelly protested, clenching her fists as if ready to strike. Vanwin, sensing the impending danger, recoiled slightly and quickly clarified. Wait, Kelly, did you misunderstand? No one said such a thing. Humph, you'd better mean that. I'll let you off this time. But next time, Kelly warned, tightening her fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Shortly thereafter, Kelly turned to Liu Zhe and reintroduced herself. I apologize, classmate, I was just interrupted by Vanwin. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Hackson Kelly, a childhood companion of this guy. Hello, I am Liu Zhe, he replied, extending his hand, adhering to the norms of politeness as he shook hands with both. Upon hearing this, Vanwin's curiosity piqued, and without a moment's hesitation, he remarked, Liu Zhe, what a peculiar name. Is it not enough that your homeland has unique clothing, but your names are just as distinctive? Vanwin. Kelly elbowed him, her eyes glinting with reproach. Liu Zhe, I apologize. I tend to speak rather bluntly. If I've made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize, Vanwin said, his expression one of awkwardness as he offered a candid apology. Liu Zhe chuckled softly, unperturbed. It's no bother. There's no need to be overly formal. I am quite easygoing. Regarding the two lively characters before him, Liu Zhe found himself rather fond of them. Upon hearing this, Vanwin sighed in relief and laughed heartily. Ha, really? That puts me at ease. You see, I can't stand the pretentiousness among nobles, always prattling on with their roundabout ways. Vanwin's laughter boomed, reverberating throughout the classroom. Both Liu Zhe and Kelly halted in their tracks, momentarily dumbfounded. Soon after, they simultaneously cursed Vanwin in their minds. Did he truly believe there were no nobles present? His words could easily be construed as a provocation. Indeed, as soon as Vanwin's remark left his lips, it attracted the ire of the nearby nobles. Before long, a voice imbued with nobility and elegance emerged, slowly articulating, Peasant, are you unaware of what you just said? May I take that as an insult to we, the great nobles of distinguished lineage? Liu Zhe turned to the source of the voice and was taken aback to find that it was none other than the arrogant noble youth who had posed a question earlier in class. The boy, adorned with flowing golden hair, emanated an air of haughtiness. As soon as he spoke, 5 or 6 noble youths, all quite young, around 15 or 16 years of age, surrounded him. One noble youth took the lead, sneering, Hey, don't play dumb. Didn't you hear Light addressing you? Witnessing this scene, the remaining nobles watched with amusement, relishing the unfolding drama, while the commoners silently lamented Vanwin's misfortune, having already stirred trouble on his first day. Yet, despite the sharpness of the noble's tone, Vanwin's temperament was even more fiery. He slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet and declaring, What? Are nobles so great? A little brat speaks without respect. Is this how your noble etiquette teaches you to address your elders? With that, Vanwin's words cut deeply. 18. He stood as an elder among the group of 15 and 16-year-olds, the noble named Light. Upon receiving such a rebuke, flushed crimson with indignation. How dare you, you peasant, speak to a noble in such a manner? I shall teach you a lesson. In a fit of rage at having been insulted before the onlookers, Light unleashed a gust of wind toward Vanwin. With a dismissive huff, Vanwin conjured a fireball that effortlessly shattered the wind blade. The residual force of the fireball surged straight toward the noble youth. Light, in a panic, hastily erected a magical shield to defend against the impending attack. Boom! The fireball exploded upon contact with the shield, though the blast's shockwave forced Light to stagger back several steps. Liu Zhe shook his head at the sight. Although both were in the same class, Vanwin, an accomplished level 5 mage at 18, easily outmatched the 16-year-old noble, who likely only possessed level 4 magic. Provoking Vanwin was akin to courting disaster. This incident served as a stark reminder to all present that the young man before them was not to be trifled with. Of course, even if one possessed greater strength. Few commoners dared to confront nobles, and Vanwin was clearly an exception. You audacious peasant, how dare you strike at a noble? Do you not regard us with any respect? The golden-haired boy bellowed, though he refrained from making any rash moves. Aware of his own limitations as a level 4 mage, he recognized the peril of engaging Vanwin further. Having just witnessed the consequences of such folly, as tension escalated, Kelly swiftly intervened, attempting to defuse the situation. I apologize, classmates. Vanwin did not mean it. I extend my apologies. And I hope you can overlook his behavior. We are all classmates here. Let us diffuse this matter. Haxun, since you are a noble, you should refrain from mingling with this rabble of filthy peasants. It only diminishes your stature, the golden-haired youth replied, his tone softening slightly upon recognizing Kelly's noble status. Kelly, hearing this, lowered her gaze and remained silent, despite the disparity in their social standings. She and Vanwin had been close friends since childhood. Since Haxun has spoken on your behalf, I shall let you off the hook today, but do not think this matter ends here, the golden-haired noble warned, his expression defiant, with no one in his group able to contend with Vanwin. He had no choice but to find assistance later. Vanwin, eager to retort, was silenced by a meaningful glance from Kelly, swallowing his words. Liu Zhe, I apologize. I must escort Vanwin away. We will talk again another time. Kelly said to Liu Zhe, fully aware of Vanwin's impulsive nature and wishing to prevent further trouble. Kelly, I can leave on my own. Liu Zhe, see you next time. Vanwin waved cheerfully at Liu Zhe as he exited the classroom. His demeanor still bright and unfazed by the earlier altercation. Liu Zhe opened his mouth, realizing he had yet to utter a single word throughout this whirlwind of events. The two had come and gone in a flash. As the two protagonists departed, Liu Zhe became acutely aware that the attention of his classmates had shifted entirely towards him, that I should make my exit as well. The atmosphere here is rather tense. He mused inwardly, hastening his steps to leave the classroom, lest he become the next target of scrutiny. Chapter 31, A Life and Death Duel. After stepping out of the classroom, Liu Zhe did not immediately seek out Heidi. Although he worried about her potentially facing difficulties alone, he recognized that he could not be her constant guardian. Allowing her to develop independence was ultimately the best choice for her. Since there is nothing particularly remarkable today, I might as well return to the dormitory. Having strolled through the campus and savored the delights of Chinese cuisine, Liu Zhe found himself at a loss for further activities. With a fleeting thought, he resolved to return directly to his dormitory to replenish his magic orbs. Just then, a loud and commanding voice echoed from behind him. Hey, you there, freshman, stop in your tracks for this noble gentleman. Unperturbed, Liu Zhe continued on his path, opting not to look back. The voice from behind was not necessarily directed at him, and to turn around would only invite unnecessary embarrassment. How dare you, commoner? Don't you understand my command to halt? The voice thundered again, this time laced with a hint of anger, accompanied by a sharp blade of wind. With a swift reflex, Liu Zhe's magical shield activated autonomously, manifesting a shimmering barrier behind him, effortlessly deflecting the incoming wind blade. With a sigh, Liu Zhe turned around. It became starkly evident that he could no longer deny the obvious. The confrontation was indeed aimed at him. Upon turning, he beheld a youth with striking blue curls, who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age. The blue-haired young man's expression bore a trace of astonishment, not due to the thwarted attack, but rather at Liu Zhe's timely reaction in activating the magical shield. Little did he know that the shield's activation was not a product of Liu Zhe's will, but rather a self-initiated defense mechanism. Furrowing his brow, Liu Zhe inquired with evident irritation, "Might I ask why you have chosen to assault me? Fellow student, do we share any acquaintance?" It was only natural for Liu Zhe to feel angered, who would remain calm when attacked from behind. Had it been anyone else, a moment's hesitation could have led to injury from that wind blade. No matter how formidable a wizard's physique, it could hardly withstand the force of a blade capable of cleaving stone. Seeing that Liu Zhe finally acknowledged him, the blue-haired youth's spirits lifted. He puffed out his chest and proclaimed, "Mind your tone. Do you know to whom you are speaking? Before you stands the son of a great imperial viscount, Ruabesta Wilkinson." Draped in finery, the youth exuded an air of arrogance, relishing his lineage from a noble family. "No one inquired about your name. I merely wish to know why you chose to attack me," Liu Zhe replied, his tone growing more impatient. Although a viscount held considerable power, it was not sufficient to intimidate Liu Zhe into retreat. With a self-satisfied demeanor, Wilkinson posed dramatically and lamented, "A dog cannot spit ivory that a brash and superficial commoner speaks without finesse, that I cannot fathom how Melissa could possibly be interested in someone as lowly as you." Liu Zhe inwardly mused, "I had my suspicions to this moment." The intent behind Wilkinson's actions became crystal clear. He was indeed a rival vying for Melissa's affections, seeking to provoke Liu Zhe out of jealousy. Wilkinson continued his tirade, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Isn't that Wilkinson? What is he up to? Bullying a freshman?" In the hallowed halls of Tianyu Academy, Wilkinson had established a modest reputation, and a passing noble student quickly recognized him. "Keep your eyes peeled. That fellow is no ordinary freshman. He goes by the name of Sierre, although he seems to prefer Liu Zhe. He is only recently enrolled, but has already sent the second-year student Gray to the infirmary. He is Sierre. This could prove interesting, but Wilkinson is no fool like Gray. His strength surpasses that of Gray by leaps and bounds. It seems today the freshman is in for a rough time. Indeed, students of his age typically possess at least a level 5 in magic. Unlike the bumbling Gray, Wilkinson won't be foolish enough to engage in a brawl. As the crowd buzzed with excitement. Eager for a spectacle to break the monotony of their rigorous training, Wilkinson reveled in the attention, nodding in pride. However, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Liu Zhe, who had been silent until now, suddenly uttered words that left the assembly in stunned silence. Ruabesta Wilkinson, I, Liu Zhe, hereby challenge you to a duel to the death. Will you accept? Silence reigned. Absolute silence. No one could believe their ears that a commoner had dared to challenge a nobleman to a duel. Moreover, it was not merely an ordinary duel, but a death match. The absurdity of it all left the onlookers questioning their own senses. Should a death duel be sanctioned, it would be bound by imperial law, rendering the victor above reproach even if the vanquished were to perish. In essence, should Liu Zhe fall, the empire would hold Wilkinson blameless. Typically, such a grave matter would only arise from irreconcilable conflicts. Yet none anticipated that after but a few words from Wilkinson, Liu Zhe would escalate the situation to a challenge of life and death. What madness was this? A lunatic, perhaps, or a hot-headed one at that? The crowd stood agape. Even Wilkinson himself was momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief stupor, shame washed over Wilkinson that a commoner dared to issue a challenge. This affront struck him like a slap to the face, igniting his fury. You wretched insect, you shall rue this decision. Wilkinson seethed, his face flushed with indignation. Faced with Liu Zhe's challenge, he had no choice but to accept unless he wished to tarnish his reputation. To refuse a duel publicly would be a grievous blow to his noble standing. Besides, he had no reason to fear. As a level 7 magician, he had no need to dread a freshman. Though he had heard of Liu Zhe's victory over Gray, he was confident that he was not as inept as that fool. Enough with the pleasantries. Dare you accept or not? Liu Zhe taunted. Intensifying the provocation, this was no impulsive outburst. His challenge stemmed from a system-issued task that required him to eliminate Wilkinson. Initially silent, Liu Zhe had been taken aback by the gravity of the assignment. Killing a son of an imperial viscount was a perilous endeavor that would typically be beneath him. However, the reward for this task, a staggering 30,000 system points and a coveted system gem, was far too enticing to dismiss. Liu Zhe recognized the significance of the system gem, essential for acquiring powerful items and skills. Now equipped with a means to earn system points, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Thus, despite the inherent risks, Liu Zhe resolved to take the gamble. The likelihood of encountering another system task in the foreseeable future was exceedingly slim. Ha. Wilkinson, consumed by rage, let out a chilling laugh before coldly declaring, Very well, you lowly maggot. I shall make you understand that the dignity of nobility cannot be trampled upon. I will accept your challenge with utmost honor. You may choose the time and place. And out of my great mercy, I shall allow you to select your own day of reckoning. His voice, laced with a sinister coldness, reflected his singular desire to see Liu Zhe writhe in agony during their duel. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe smiled with satisfaction, for Wilkinson's words signified that a life-and-death duel had indeed been established, and all present would bear witness. Thus, there would be no turning back for Wilkinson. Maintaining his composure, Liu Zhe replied nonchalantly, As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Let us set the time for tomorrow at noon, and the venue shall be the number 7 combat arena of the academy. With this, the onlookers finally emerged from their stupor, their expressions filled with derision as they gazed at Liu Zhe, a mere commoner daring to challenge a noble. Truly, they did not know how to write the word death. Very well, you had best eat heartily tomorrow, for it shall be your final meal, Wilkinson said with a frosty demeanor, casting a threatening glance at Liu Zhe before turning to leave. Once Wilkinson had departed, Liu Zhe felt no need to linger and promptly returned to his dormitory. Given that his opponent was a 7th-level sorcerer, and with Liu Zhe currently at a mere 5th level, even 10 of him would serve only as fodder. Thus, Liu Zhe could only rely on the exchange system to seek a chance at victory. Soon, as the two main figures exited, the crowd, finding the spectacle lacking in amusement, began to disperse. However, their departure heralded the onset of a whirlwind. one that would soon send ripples throughout Tianyu Academy. Chapter 32. Preparations for the duel. Upon returning to the academy, Liu Zhe swiftly retreated to his room, settling cross-legged upon his bed, ready to immerse himself in the exchange system. Knock, knock, knock. Liu Zhe, are you there? Just as Liu Zhe was about to activate the system, a frantic knocking echoed from his door, accompanied by Heidi's anxious voice. Faced with this interruption, Liu Zhe sat up and opened the door to find a visibly distressed Heidi. What is it, Heidi? Why are you in such a flurry? Liu Zhe inquired, puzzled. Seemingly oblivious to her shyness, Heidi hurriedly asked, Liu Zhe, I heard that you are going to engage in a life-and-death duel with someone. Is it true? Heidi's small face was awash with worry, her words tumbling out so quickly that she nearly tripped over her own tongue, causing tears to well in her eyes. You know already? The speed at which this news has spread is quite astonishing, Liu Zhe remarked, his eyes wide with surprise. After all, this was a matter that had only just transpired, and he had barely crossed the threshold of his dormitory before Heidi was already informed and had rushed back. Liu Zhe, yes, but your opponent is a 7th-level sorcerer, Heidi exclaimed, her small hands flailing in front of her as she appeared even more anxious than Liu Zhe himself. I have heard as much from some students along the way. Do not worry, Liu Zhe has his strategies, so you need not fret. I will be fine, Liu Zhe replied, his gaze softening as he attempted to reassure her with a light tone. However, deep down, he too harbored uncertainties about facing Wilkinson. Really? Liu Zhe wouldn't deceive Heidi, would he? Seeing Liu Zhe's confident demeanor, Heidi began to believe him, her innocence shining through. Indeed, of course, so, Heidi, might you loosen your grip on my sleeve a tad? Liu Zhe said, glancing at his sleeve. Now crumpled in her tight grasp, with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Heidi finally realized her impulsive action and hastily released Liu Zhe's sleeve, bowing her small head repeatedly in apology. I'm so sorry. So sorry. It's quite all right. No need for such formality if you wish to make amends. Heidi, simply continue to help Liu Zhe fill the magic orbs, and that will be more than sufficient, Liu Zhe said, unwittingly referring to himself as Liu Zhe. Yes, Heidi will do her best, Heidi exclaimed, raising her small fists in determination, pleased to feel useful. Just then, a series of knocks reverberated from room 1378, a bang, bang bang. Liu Zhe. The urgency in the knocking suggested the visitor was quite anxious, but at that moment, Heidi was even more flustered. Her FAAD completely dropped. Heidi, you should return to your room and lock the door. Liu Zhe will go see who it is, Liu Zhe instructed, gently guiding Heidi back to her room while urging her to secure the door. Once he had done so, Liu Zhe walked towards the entrance, calling out, Coming, who is it? Creak. Liu Zhe responded to the person outside as he unlocked the door. Upon opening it, he was met with Rex's exasperated expression. Rex rolled his eyes and complained, Come on, it's me. Rex, why did it take you so long to open the door? You were the one knocking incessantly. Couldn't you just call out? Liu Zhe relaxed when he saw it was Rex, noticing Liu Zhe's ease. Rex smirked and said, Hey, bro, am I interrupting something? Is this a bad time? With a mischievous grin, Rex wiggled his fingers in a suggestive manner. Get lost, not a chance. Liu Zhe frowned, immediately swatting Rex's hand away, his shoulders sagging as he pondered where to begin with the teasing. Wow, someone's in a bad mood. Rex clapped his hands on his chest, feigning shock. Isn't this your doing? Liu Zhe couldn't even muster the energy to retort, merely rolling his eyes at our is that so? Whatever, let us not dwell on that. Rex chuckled awkwardly and swiftly changed the subject. Bro, I just heard someone say you're going to duel that guy Wilkinson. And it's a life-and-death duel? Upon hearing Rex's words, it was clear he was eager to discuss the matter. Yes, that's correct, Liu Zhe shrugged, responding nonchalantly. This time, it was Rex's turn to roll his eyes, practically spitting as he spoke excitedly. Hey, what do you mean yes, that's correct? Listen, Wilkinson is a 7th-level sorcerer, and you're only at 5, only 5. Come on, you can't expect to clash an egg against a duck egg. How will that work? Liu Zhe found himself at a loss for words at Rex's analogy. That wasn't it typically said that one shouldn't pit an egg against a rock. Besides, how much harder is a duck egg compared to a chicken egg? Wiping his face clean of the saliva splattered from Rex's fervor, Liu Zhe grimaced and said, Pause. Can you please not talk directly at me? It's disgusting. Huh? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Rex laughed, apologizing to Liu Zhe. He then paused, his tone shifting. Wait, this isn't the time for jokes. Suddenly, Liu Zhe's expression turned serious as he inquired. I know what you want to say, to be honest. Rex, what do you think my chances are against Wilkinson with my current strength? Seeing Liu Zhe's earnest demeanor, Rex dropped the playful facade, his expression turning grave as he asked, Bro, are you serious? Liu Zhe shrugged, appearing calm and collected. Well, having already scheduled the duel for tomorrow, I can't just back out now. Can I? Rex, upon hearing this, closed his eyes and fell silent for a moment. Then, opening them, he addressed Liu Zhe with a serious tone. Bro, I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but with your current strength against that guy Wilkinson, your chances of winning are probably less than 10%. Unless, Rex's voice trailed off meaningfully. Unless what? Liu Zhe pressed, inwardly cursing the suspense at such a critical moment. Unless I go and beat him half to death right now. Then tomorrow's duel would be a piece of cake. You could win with just a finger. Rex flashed a brilliant smile, yet his words carried a dangerously serious undertone, though Rex spoke with a grin. There was no hint of jest in his tone. If Liu Zhe required it, he would undoubtedly charge to Wilkinson's location and incapacitate him without hesitation. Liu Zhe could easily sense the gravity in Rex's tone. And while he felt touched by his friend's willingness to help, he shook his head and replied, I appreciate your good intentions, brother, but this is something I must handle myself. After all, Wilkinson is a viscount. And if you were to act recklessly, it could lead to significant trouble. Liu Zhe shook his head, dismissing Rex's opinion. He was aware that Rex also hailed from humble beginnings. Even if Rex himself was indifferent, he still had family to consider. In the eyes of the nobles, the lives of commoners were worth less than a penny. While Rex might not fear him, who could predict whether those nobles would target Rex's family? What are we being polite for between brothers? Just say the word, and I will stand by you to the end, Rex exclaimed, giving Liu Zhe a light punch on the shoulder, his expression tinged with displeasure. All right. Just listen to me this once. If you truly wish to help, lend a hand with these mana-storing orbs, Liu Zhe suggested, swiftly retrieving a mana-storing orb from his spatial ring and placing it before Rex. Noticing the spatial ring Liu Zhe possessed, Rex was momentarily taken aback, though he concealed his surprise. While spatial rings were expensive, they were not particularly rare. A level 4 mana-storing orb. Brother, what do you need this for? Rex recognized the item in Liu Zhe's hand at once. He picked up the level 4 orb and examined it closely. In a flash of brilliance, the orb was instantly filled with magical energy. Astonishingly, in mere moments, Rex had charged a level 4 mana-storing orb, something Liu Zhe, with his status as a level 5 mage, could not accomplish in less than several minutes. That was incredibly fast, Liu Zhe thought. Astonished, he, as a level 5 mage, would require several minutes to fill a level 4 orb, yet Rex had done so in an instant. Here you go, all filled up. Take it back, Rex said, tossing the now charged orb back to Liu Zhe. Liu Zhe quickly caught it, irritation evident on his face as he retorted, Be careful, this is worth a lot of money. Come on, brother, you can't be that hard up, can you? If you're facing difficulties, just say the word, and I can lend you some support, Rex replied with a dismissive smirk, incredulous that anyone would treat a mana-storing orb as precious. I don't need it. Liu Zhe immediately refused. Not only was he not short on funds, but seeing Rex's smug expression made him even less inclined to accept any monetary aid from him. As he spoke, Liu Zhe began attempting to exchange the mana-storing orb. Soon enough, a system notification appeared. This item has been deemed ineligible for exchange by the system. Upon hearing the system's message, Liu Zhe was initially stunned, followed by a wave of frustration. What the hell? Why can't I exchange it? It's strange. The mana-storing orb filled by Heidi was eligible for exchange, so why isn't Rex S? Liu Zhe pondered in silence, contemplating the reason behind this discrepancy. Noticing Liu Zhe's sudden silence, Rex waved his hands in front of Liu Zhe's face and inquired, Brother, are you all right? Do you want me to fetch a doctor? Ignoring Rex's query, a sudden realization struck Liu Zhe. Could it be about the money? Heidi charged a fee for filling the mana-storing orb, but Rex did not. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He then addressed Rex, saying, Rex, take this silver coin. Consider it your payment for filling the mana-storing orb. With that, Liu Zhe pressed 10 silver coins into Rex's hands without hesitation. After giving Rex the coins, he attempted to exchange the mana-storing orb once more. This item has been deemed ineligible for exchange by the system. Seeing the message in his mind, Liu Zhe was stunned again, filled with perplexity. Still not working? What is going on? Could it not be about the money? Liu Zhe was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the system's criteria. Why was Heidi S. orb eligible, while Rex S. was not? At that moment, Rex caught on and hurriedly returned the 10 silver coins to Liu Zhe, stating, "You should keep this money. I don't need it." Despite Rex's words, Liu Zhe appeared lost in thought, completely disregarding Rex. "Brother, did you hear me? I said I can't accept this money." Seeing Liu Zhe in a daze, Rex, feeling exasperated, waved the coins in front of Liu Zhe's face. That Rex's actions snapped Liu Zhe back to reality, and he acquiesced, saying, "All right, just give it back then." Liu Zhe swiftly snatched the coins from Rex's hand before he could react. Since it wasn't a matter of money, he certainly could not let those 10 silver coins go to waste. It would be too generous to simply give them to Rex. Rex looked utterly speechless, observing Liu Zhe's swift movements to reclaim the coins, silently mocking, "Could it be you're playing games with me?" Seeing Rex's face contorted in disgust, as if he had swallowed a fly, Liu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "What's the matter? You were the one who said you didn't want it." Liu Zhe's words triggered an immediate reaction from Rex, who jumped up in agitation, clutching Liu Zhe's neck and shouting, "You're playing me. Brother, you're deliberately messing with me, aren't you?" After that, Liu Zhe and Rex frolicked at the dormitory entrance, completely forgetting their initial purpose. Ultimately, Rex, wearing a broad smile, took the 10 silver coins and left the dormitory with an air of triumph. Wait, what was I originally here for? On his way back, Rex pondered with confusion. The next morning, as Liu Zhe finished getting ready and stepped out the door, he heard Heidi's cheerful greeting. "Good morning, Brother Liu." Liu Zhe rubbed his slightly sleepy eyes, gazing at the lavish spread on the table, and asked Heidi, "Good morning, Heidi. Did you buy this breakfast?" "Yes, I did," Heidi replied. Over the past few days, she had been helping Liu Zhe fill mana-storing orbs, earning 50 silver coins a day. So she had no issues with her daily expenses. "Thank you," Liu Zhe smiled gently. Although he had mentioned it was unnecessary for her to go to such trouble, Heidi insisted on bringing him breakfast every day. Taking a seat on the sofa, Liu Zhe began to enjoy his breakfast, 3 dishes and a soup, accompanied by several steamed buns, a rather lavish meal. Sitting across from him, Heidi swallowed the food in her mouth and, after catching her breath, timidly asked, "Liu, are you really going to duel someone today?" Liu Zhe paused his eating, affirmatively responding, "Yes, I've already set a time with them. In truth, if it weren't for the level 1 system gem." Even with an agreed-upon time, Liu Zhe would still choose to stand him up. But Brother Liu's opponent is a level 7 mage, Heidi said, lowering her head, her voice filled with concern. Although she had believed Liu Zhe's words yesterday, upon reflection, she worried whether he, as a level 5 mage, could truly contend with a level 7 mage. Liu Zhe choked on a piece of bun, solemnly stating, "Indeed, a level 7 mage is quite formidable." "Exactly. Right now, Brother Liu is no match for him. I am sorry, I don't mean to speak ill of you, but you could just not go," Heidi urged, her small fists clenched, slightly raising her body from the sofa. Liu Zhe gently patted Heidi's head, which was bowed in shame, and reassured her, "It's all right. Actually, you're right. Given my level 5 mage status, I theoretically can't compete with a level 7 mage." "Then Brother Liu shouldn't go?" Heidi murmured, her head still down, her voice growing softer. Despite being only 15, the noble upbringing had instilled in her a strong understanding that Liu Zhe could not simply flee. It would be a fundamental blow to his reputation. To retreat without fighting was a disgrace in the eyes of many. Skipping the duel does sound rather amusing, but unfortunately, I have a significant matter to attend to. "So I must duel him," Liu Zhe said, attempting to lighten Heidi's mood with a small jest, referring to the reward of the system gem. Heidi merely closed her lips, falling silent. In response, Liu Zhe could only smile wryly. Nonetheless, Heidi's concern for him brought him a measure of happiness. After a brief silence, the two continued to eat their breakfast in quietude. Once breakfast was over and the table was cleared, Heidi returned to her room. Dejected and without a word, she entered her room and saw the closed door. Liu Zhe shook his head helplessly, murmuring, "I should be on my way." After exiting the dormitory, there was still about an hour until the duel, but Liu Zhe decided to head to the number 7 fighting arena early. While walking, other students with keen eyesight immediately recognized Liu Zhe's identity. His recent affairs had become the talk of Tianyu Academy, well known among the student body. "Wow, look at that outfit," he asked the freshman who's going to duel Wilkinson to the death today. "Is that the commoner? Ha, dressed like that, he dares to challenge Wilkinson?" This is the funniest joke I've heard all year. Indeed, what is most amusing is that the new student seems to be highly esteemed among the commoners, who regard him as a hero. Really? How disgusting. The cultural upbringing of the common people is indeed inferior. As they walked along, many recognized Liu Zhe's identity, pointing and discussing amongst themselves. Some spoke favorably, while others were critical. Most of Liu Zhe's supporters were commoner students, who, despite his peculiar attire, admired his bravery in challenging the nobility. Moving gracefully through the academy, Liu Zhe had long since grown accustomed to the surrounding chatter, treating it as mere background music as he made his way to the number 7 arena. After several minutes, Liu Zhe finally arrived at the number 7 arena. What on earth is happening? Upon approaching the arena, Liu Zhe was taken aback by the throngs of people. Today was undoubtedly the most bustling day since the establishment of the number 7 arena, and the reason was clear. Everyone had come to witness the life-and-death duel between Liu Zhe and Wilkinson. While duels among students were common at Tianyu Academy, life-and-death battles were exceedingly rare. This unprecedented spectacle, pitting a fresh commoner against an experienced noble, was certainly a thrilling diversion from the otherwise monotonous academic life. Just as Liu Zhe was contemplating how to navigate the surging crowd, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Hello, dear brother Sheer." Feeling a sense of foreboding, he turned around, and indeed, it was Melissa. Melissa, Liu Zhe murmured awkwardly upon seeing her. However, Melissa was not alone. Beside her stood Charlotte. Melissa was holding Charlotte's hand as they approached Liu Zhe, her brows furrowing playfully as she chided, "You're quite rude." "Sheer, what was that all about?" "Nothing. I was just startled," Liu Zhe quickly explained, hoping to avoid further inquiries. Without dwelling on it, Melissa playfully poked Liu Zhe's shoulder and laughed. "I'll let you off this time. But how dare you call me Melissa instead of Senior Melissa? Hee, you're quite bold." "Sheer, my apologies for the oversight," Liu Zhe replied earnestly, aware that some people were very particular about hierarchical relationships under the class system. "Oh, come now, Sheer, don't apologize. Just call me Melissa from now on." Adding Senior feels so distant, and besides, we're of similar ages. "Calling me Senior is quite awkward," Melissa interjected, dismissing the hierarchical formalities. Having heard her words, Liu Zhe felt it was inappropriate to refuse. So he simply replied, "All right, understood. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my childhood friend, Feng Charlotte." Sheer should have heard of Charlotte, right? After all, she's the famous campus beauty. Melissa gestured toward Charlotte as she made the introduction. "Hello, I am Feng Charlotte," Charlotte said with a polite noble's greeting, her tone as cold and mechanical as a machine, devoid of any emotional nuance. "Hello, I am Liu Zhe," he responded courteously, his inherently calm demeanor matching Charlotte's. Melissa showed no signs of confusion regarding the name Liu Zhe had chosen for himself. It seemed that the new student Sheer had a peculiar habit of referring to himself as Liu Zhe, a quirk that had become widely known due to the recent uproar he had caused. "Puffed. Ha, you two really resemble each other," Melissa exclaimed, doubling over in laughter, finding their interaction amusing. "Melissa, mind your noble etiquette," Charlotte reminded her, maintaining her impassive demeanor. "Charlotte, you're so uptight," Melissa replied, her eyes still glistening with tears of laughter. Knowing her childhood friend had always been rather stiff, the two charming ladies engaged in light-hearted banter, creating a picturesque scene that captivated those around them. However, Liu Zhe was far too preoccupied with the piercing stares from the crowd to appreciate the moment. That instant, a figure emerged from the throng. Clad in noble attire, exuding an air of aristocracy, this person was none other than one of the duel's main protagonists, Rebustar Wilkinson Doe. "Is this not the lovely Miss Melissa? Have you come here today specifically to witness my duel?" "I am truly flattered and overwhelmed that A.S. Wilkinson approached." He caught sight of Liu Zhe, his brow furrowing in discontent. Upon seeing him, Melissa's demeanor shifted dramatically as she scowled. "Step away. Wilkinson, don't come near me." Wilkinson, however, did not retreat. Instead, he feigned a pained expression as he continued to advance, saying, "My dear Melissa, how can you speak to me in such a manner? It deeply wounds my fragile and kind heart." "Who is your dear Melissa? How revolting!" Melissa shot back, showing no mercy in her retort. Ignoring her scathing words, Wilkinson redirected his attention to Liu Zhe, sneering, "Oh, I hadn't noticed before. It seems there's a maggot here as well." Just as Liu Zhe was about to respond, a furious voice rang out faster than his own. "How dare you, Wilkinson, you scoundrel! How dare you insult my brother?" A figure burst forth, launching into a tirade. and it was none other than Rex. Who is this impertinent? Upon hearing the insult, Wilkinson was ready to retaliate, but when he turned to confront the speaker, he realized it was Rex. Seeing Rex, Wilkinson swallowed his retort, his expression shifting to one of wariness, as he muttered, "It's you, Rex. Humph. What of it?" "I'm right here," Rex declared defiantly, hands on his hips, a swaggering attitude on full display. Although he was defending Liu Zhe, Liu Zhe couldn't help but feel the urge to kick him for his brashness. Melissa shot Rex a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "Rex, must you always speak so crudely?" Charlotte's icy gaze softened slightly upon seeing Rex. But this subtle shift went unnoticed by anyone present. "Melissa, you don't understand that I'm standing up for my brother, right?" Rex retorted, turning to Liu Zhe. Faced with Melissa's piercing glare, Liu Zhe hesitated, mumbling, yes, I suppose. Come on." "Brother, how can you be so ungrateful?" Rex scoffed at Liu Zhe, feeling ignored. Wilkinson, displeased, taunted Rex. "What brings you here, Rex? I don't recall anyone inviting you at the same time." Everyone else, aside from Wilkinson, thought the same thing. "Did anyone invite you?" "Where I go is none of your business. Just a warning, Wilkinson, you better watch yourself. If you dare to harm my brother, I will definitely settle the score with you later." Rex's demeanor was that of a street tough, brimming with bravado. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, being publicly berated by Rex, Wilkinson, despite his trepidation, had to maintain his dignity, stating defiantly, "Rex, I respect you because you are a skilled fighter on the Tianyu rankings. But you'd best not push me too far, or the wrath of the Rebustar family is something you cannot bear." Hearing this, Liu Zhe was taken aback, while he knew Rex was formidable. He hadn't realized he was a ranked fighter. He couldn't help but wonder what his rank was. "Don't try to threaten me. It's useless. I'm just a solitary wanderer. What's there to fear?" Rex retorted, a smug look on his face, clearly unfazed by the threat. Seeing Rex's unyielding attitude, Liu Zhe expected Wilkinson to explode with rage, but to his surprise, he merely glared at Rex, his body betraying no movement. This left Liu Zhe puzzled. Being a newcomer, he was unaware that Wilkinson and the upperclassmen knew well of Rex's reputation. Given Rex's talent and strength, he had been noticed by the Empire and even received an invitation to join the Royal Guard, along with a hereditary Baron title. However, for reasons unknown, Rex had declined all such invitations, leaving everyone baffled by his choice. Though a mere Baron title, it was hereditary, a coveted position indeed. In other words, henceforth, any descendant of Rex, upon reaching the legal age after birth, will be entitled to inherit the title of Baron. Thus, while Rex may be of common birth, no noble dares to underestimate him. In fact, he is even referred to as the strongest among commoners in Tianyu. In reality, if Rex so desired, he could assume the status of a nobleman at any moment, becoming a hereditary baron, his rank no less than that of a viscount. The hierarchy of titles, from lowest to highest, is baron, viscount, earl, marquis, and duke. A gentleman does not quarrel. There is a duel to attend shortly, and Rex will let you off this time. Wilkinson gritted his teeth and, after speaking, turned away in anger, before leaving. Wilkinson cast a fierce glare at Liu Zhe in his mind. Even if he could not provoke Rex, Liu Zhe was merely a soft target. If he did not torment him thoroughly, his resentment would remain unsated. Noticing the venomous look upon Wilkinson's departure, Rex felt a twinge of guilt and said apologetically, "My apologies, brother." Given that look, it seems he won't let you off easily later if things take a turn for the worse. Don't hesitate to surrender. Survival is what matters, and all notions of honor are mere trifles at that moment. Charlotte, unusually, spoke up with an icy tone, reproaching, "Honor is a second life for a noble. I will not allow anyone to belittle it." "Oh, you're here too, Ice Queen. No wonder it feels so cold. I had my suspicions." Rex feigned surprise, crossing his arms and shivering as if to blow his nose. "You." Charlotte's expression betrayed a flicker of anger at Rex's words. Compared to Liu Zhe's astonishment, Melissa wore a look of resignation, clearly accustomed to such scenes. "Are these two quite close?" Liu Zhe couldn't help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Rex quickly refuted, "Don't speak nonsense. Brother, I have no interest in the Ice Queen. What I fancy are mature and alluring older sisters." Beside him, Charlotte shot a frigid glare at him. Seeing this, Liu Zhe wisely chose to remain silent. All right. Should I call you Sir Zhe or Brother Liu?" "Oh dear, it's all the same." Are you not going to prepare for your duel with Wilkinson soon? Melissa interjected, hoping to break the escalating tension. Indeed, I won't hold you up any longer. Brother, hurry and get ready. We will be watching you from the front row if things go awry. Don't hesitate to flee, Rex added, not wishing to distract Liu Zhe further, who needed to prepare adequately as the duel was only an hour away. Liu Zhe nodded decisively, stating, "All right, I shall take my leave now. See you shortly." He needed some time to calm his mind. Entering a duel with a restless spirit would turn even a winnable fight into a lost. In the arena number 7, designed akin to the ancient Roman Colosseum, the structure was entirely circular, with a surrounding elevated platform for spectators and separate entrances designated for the audience and participants. As Rex and company had mentioned, the permissions to use the arena had likely been arranged the previous day, allowing Liu Zhe to enter the preparation room with his student ID, sparing him the ordeal of jostling with the crowd outside. Indeed, Liu Zhe easily gained access to the preparation room with his student ID. Inside, he settled onto a sofa, closed his eyes, and sought to gather his spirit, fully aware that a fierce battle awaited him. Sitting silently in the preparation room, Liu Zhe calmed his mind. Amidst the stillness, he could hear the quiet ticking of the wall clock. Thud, thud. Finally, as the hands reached the top, the clock chimed loudly. It was noon. The time for the duel had arrived. All right. Liu Zhe stood up, encouraging himself. This was his first duel, and against a 7th-level mage, no less. To claim he was not nervous would be a blatant lie. With a click, he opened the preparation room door, inhaled deeply, and stepped outside. Whoosh! As he exited the room, the first thing that greeted him was the blinding sunlight, followed by a wave of fervent cheers. Wilkinson will show that ignorant commoner what. Let him understand that the dignity of nobility is not to be trifled with. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! As Liu Zhe entered the arena, the atmosphere surged with excitement, various voices echoing around him. He casually glanced at the surrounding audience. Indeed, Rex and his companions occupied the most prominent seats in the front row. Easily noticeable, the arena was teeming with spectators today, a remarkable turnout. The duel had garnered significant attention, drawing even some teachers who were curiously watching from the front row alongside Rex and the others. Upon seeing Rex wave at him, Liu Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. Heidi? Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. It was Heidi, disguised, standing at the back row. Her expression filled with concern as she watched Liu Zhe. Instantly, Liu Zhe smiled gently in her direction, signaling that he was all right and for her not to worry. After reassuring her, Liu Zhe's expression grew serious as he slowly ascended the dueling platform. On the platform, Wilkinson stood with arms crossed, poised for action, clad in a splendid mage robe, staff in hand, exuding an air of distinction. In stark contrast, Liu Zhe appeared empty-handed, dressed in mere jeans and a t-shirt. Looking more like a casual visitor than a duelist, Wilkinson derisively scrutinized Liu Zhe's attire, mocking, "So you chose not to flee? While you may be a maggot, you do possess a little courage. There was no need to." Liu Zhe replied calmly, maintaining his composure and refusing to be swayed by Wilkinson's taunts. "Humph, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Soon enough, you'll be begging for mercy." Wilkinson huffed angrily, his heart ablaze with rage. Only by tormenting this detestable commoner could he quell his fury. "You may attempt it," Liu Zhe retorted, immediately lowering his center of gravity and adopting a peculiar stance. Ready for battle. The combat was imminent. Chapter 35. Liu Zhe versus Wilkinson. Observing Liu Zhe's combat stance and his unusual footwork, Wilkinson smirked darkly, thinking he was in a death arena. This was a duel between mages. Pathetic maggot, let me now demonstrate the disparity in power between commoners and nobles. Wilkinson sneered, then unleashed 3 wind blades at Liu Zhe, targeting him from above, below, and the center simultaneously. Level 1 wind magic. Wind blade technique. For Wilkinson, this was merely a probing attack, or rather, he was toying with Liu Zhe. However, even a level 1 wind blade, when wielded by Wilkinson, was not to be underestimated by Liu Zhe so fast. Seeing the 3 wind blades hurtling toward him, Liu Zhe felt a jolt of alarm. The speed of wind magic was indeed formidable. Without a thought for his image, Liu Zhe executed a somersault, performing a roll to evade the incoming attack. Barely escaping, the 3 wind blades grazed past him, embedding themselves into the ground with a resounding crash. Crack, crack, crack. All 3 attacks missed, just managing to dodge. Liu Zhe felt a wave of relief as he glanced at the fissures left in the ground. That was a close call. Had he been hit, the consequences would have been dire. Watching Liu Zhe evade successfully, Rex and the others let out a sigh of relief. Even a single wind blade could wreak havoc on a person. And it was clear what the outcome would be if magic struck flesh, and no matter how robust a mage's physique, they could not withstand the force of magic directly. This guy is quite fast. Perhaps even swifter than an average 5th-level mage. While the spectators might not have noticed, Wilkinson, embroiled in battle, could distinctly sense that Liu Zhe's speed had noticeably increased. Wilkinson was not mistaken. Liu Zhe's speed had indeed improved compared to before. Name: low-level Gale Potion. Description: for mages below level 5. Temporarily increases movement speed by 50 for 1 hour upon use. Consumption cost: 2,000 points. Prior to exiting the preparation room, Liu Zhe had consumed the low-level Gale Potion he exchanged from the system, aiming to enhance his evasion capabilities. Additionally, the increase in movement speed would bolster his mobility and initiative, preventing him from being passively restrained. Liu Zhe's strength paled in comparison to Wilkinson's. If he were to be held back, his fate would be sealed. Whoosh, whoosh. Having deftly evaded 2 razor winds, Liu Zhe moved with a lightness in his step, skillfully dodging left and right in the center of the arena. He sought to demonstrate to the onlookers that his agility was not merely a stroke of luck, but a testament to his genuine skill. Ice explosion technique. Seizing the opportunity amidst Wilkinson's momentary lapse in offense, Liu Zhe raised his hand without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes. Instantly, for sharp ice cones hurtled towards Wilkinson's vital points, mercilessly aimed to strike. Should they hit, it would surely spell instant demise. A mere parlor trick, Wilkinson scoffed, barely deigning to activate his magical shield. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured several wind blades, effortlessly intercepting all the ice spikes mid-air. The sharp sounds of shattering echoed as the ice cones were obliterated before they could even approach him. After launching the ice spikes, Liu Zhe did not pause in his movements. He had no expectation that the ice explosion technique would yield substantial results, merely hoping to buy himself a fleeting moment of distraction. Attempting to close the distance? It won't be that simple. Wilkinson discerned Liu Zhe's intentions with a single glance. Although he was unaware of Liu Zhe's ultimate objective in closing the gap, he was resolute in not granting him any satisfaction. His staff glowed with a verdant light as he cast the spell Lightness, a level 2 wind magic that enhanced his movement speed. As a 7th-level mage, Wilkinson was already faster than Liu Zhe. And with the added boost from Lightness, even Liu Zhe's consumption of a low-level Gale Potion could not match his pace. Wilkinson retreated, continuously launching wind blades to stymie Liu Zhe's movements while maintaining a safe distance between them. TSK. Liu Zhe clicked his tongue softly. Realizing that Wilkinson was no fool, he had quickly discerned Liu Zhe's intentions to close in. Nevertheless, Liu Zhe had to devise a way to approach Wilkinson. Without doing so, his plans could not unfold as intended. While evading the wind blades, he searched for a method to alter the current stalemate. Let's see how long you can dodge, Wilkinson mused with a smirk. As a 7th-level mage, employing such minor spells as wind blades consumed minimal mana. He was in no hurry, reveling in the opportunity to toy with this commoner. Crack. Under the relentless barrage of wind blades, Liu Zhe was finally unable to evade, and a single wind blade struck his automatically activating magical shield, depleting some of his mana. Wow! The crowd erupted in excitement as they witnessed Liu Zhe finally take a hit. Yet, those with keen insight could see the narrow escape. The timing of Liu Zhe's shield activation was impeccable. Had he hesitated a moment longer, blood would have surely been spilled. Impressive, brother. Keep it up, exclaimed Rex, his eyes wide with surprise, admiring Liu Zhe's precise timing in activating the magical shield. Activating the shield too early would waste mana, while activating it too late could lead to injury. Liu Zhe's prowess lay not only in his timing, but also in the fact that he immediately deactivated his shield after absorbing the wind blade's impact, minimizing mana consumption to the greatest extent possible. Observant onlookers recognized that this seemingly simple maneuver was, in fact, a testament to considerable technical skill, drawing admiration even from some instructors. However, they remained oblivious to the truth. The magical shield was not under Liu Zhe's control. It activated automatically. As Liu Zhe danced around the arena, several minutes of combat with Wilkinson elapsed. During this time, he was struck by wind blades a few times, yet those attacks hardly drained his mana. Level 2 Magical Shield, Consumption, 5,000 points. Level 3 Magical Shield. Consumption, 20,000 points. Having spent 25,000 points the previous day, Liu Zhe had upgraded his shield to level 3. The level 1 magical shield absorbs damage at a ratio of 1:5, whereas the level 3 shield's efficiency had risen to a 1:1 ratio concerning mana expenditure and damage. With a level 3 magical shield, Liu Zhe felt entirely unthreatened by the wind blades. Even if he stood idly by, allowing Wilkinson's attacks to rain down, it would take quite some time to deplete his mana completely. Yet, Liu Zhe could not reveal this. He had to continue evading, feigning fear of the wind blades while simultaneously conserving excess mana. Dodge, dodge, dodge. You really are like a rat, Wilkinson exclaimed, growing impatient as his relentless attacks failed to inflict any substantial harm on Liu Zhe. Humph, let's see how you fare against this. With an irritated grunt, he raised his staff high in that moment. The magical core embedded in his staff shimmered brightly, radiating a brilliant green light. With his staff in hand, Wilkinson's casting speed for wind magic increased by 10, and mana consumption decreased by 20. The value of such a magical artifact was immense. Wind strangulation, Wilkinson bellowed, summoning a tempest of wind magic. That guy Wilkinson, Rex observed with mounting anxiety. Wind strangulation was a well-known technique, accessible only to those who had achieved the rank of 5th level mage. Among 5th level wind mages, only a select few could master this technique, which boasted formidable destructive power. Nearby, Melissa and Heidi, both well-versed in magic, recognized the spell as Wilkinson began to gather energy, their hearts racing with apprehension. The attack radius of wind strangulation was extensive, making it exceedingly difficult for Liu Zhe to evade. On the martial arts platform, although Liu Zhe was unaware of Wilkinson's intentions, he could feel the surging magical energy around him and surmised that Wilkinson was about to unleash his full power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, a fierce gust of wind erupted, accompanied by piercing howls that filled the arena. The spectators understood that the preparation for wind strangulation was complete. This is bad, Liu Zhe inwardly lamented, realizing he had been surrounded. Above, below, left, right, every direction was aglow with an ominous green light. There was no escaping this fate. Prepare to meet your end, Wilkinson declared, his tone laced with malice as he tightened the encircling net, resigned to his impending doom. Liu Zhe felt an unexpected calm wash over him. In a surprising move, he crouched down, clasping his knees with both hands, curling his body tightly. As long as he had mana remaining, he feared no harm. His goal was to minimize the area exposed to the impending attack, thereby conserving his mana. Before long, the dazzling green light enveloped Liu Zhe entirely, resembling a cocoon. Witnessing the ominous green maelstrom, several timid students shut their eyes, dreading the gruesome scene that was to unfold. Liu Zhe, Heidi gasped, covering her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes as she silently prayed for Liu Zhe's survival. In the front row, Rex clenched his fists, resolute in his determination. Should anything happen, he would break the rules to rush in and save Liu Zhe. Wilkinson watched with malevolent glee as the spot where Liu Zhe had stood was shrouded in dense green light. Envisioning the gruesome fate that awaited him, and relishing the thought of Rex's distress, the sinister smile crept across Wilkinson's face. Haha, filthy maggot, you shall perish beneath my magnificent spell, though the duration of wind strangulation was but a few fleeting seconds. To the audience, those moments stretched into an eternity. The atmosphere shifted from raucous excitement to a deathly silence. The spectators held their breath, eyes fixated on the green orb in the arena. They understood that this was a battle of mana. If Liu Zhe's mana faltered, leading to the dissolution of his magical shield, the outcome would be inevitable. Finally, the vibrant green light began to fade, signaling the imminent conclusion of wind strangulation. The crowd watched intently, anxious to see whether a living person or a lifeless corpse would emerge from the glow. As the green light dissipated, the audience could finally discern the situation. No, he's not dead, Wilkinson gasped, his mouth agape in shock. There, where the green light had vanished, Liu Zhe was crouched awkwardly on the ground, covered in dirt and grime. Despite his disheveled appearance, he bore not a single injury. Seeing Liu Zhe survive, Rex exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "Well done, brother." Although the green light had yet to vanish completely, most believed Liu Zhe could not possibly have endured. The magical shield had a significant drawback. It consumed mana at an alarming rate. Wind strangulation, being a 5th level spell, was even more potent in the hands of a 7th level mage like Wilkinson. Yet, against all odds, Liu Zhe had managed to withstand the assault with his magical shield. While this might have been feasible for a 7th-level mage, it was astonishing that Liu Zhe, a mere 5th-level mage, had accomplished such a feat. The crowd was taken aback, yet only Liu Zhe possessed the knowledge of the truth. Feeling the drain of 40% of his magical energy, Liu Zhe was acutely aware that had he not elevated his magical shield to the 3rd level and adopted the most effective countermeasure in an instant, he would likely have been unable to withstand that attack. Wilkinson growled menacingly, "Lucky fellow. But this is merely the last vestige of fortune bestowed upon you by the heavens. You shall not be so fortunate henceforth." He had not anticipated that the wind strangle would fail to eliminate Liu Zhe, nor even inflict the slightest harm upon him. This reality left Wilkinson, a level 7 mage, in a most embarrassing position. Liu Zhe, unperturbed, quickly steadied himself, having discerned that Wilkinson indeed harbored a murderous intent towards him. Therefore, Liu Zhe had no choice but to emerge victorious in this battle. Failure would mean death awaited him. Chapter 36. The Spear of the Storm. Name. Low-level forbidden magic scroll description. Effective only against mages below level 7. It renders the target incapable of gathering magical energy or casting any spells for a duration of 3 seconds. Cost: 10,000 points. The low-level forbidden magic scroll was Liu Zhe's ultimate hidden card. After redeeming the scroll, he was left with a mere 2,000 points. Liu Zhe felt no regret. This was his sole opportunity to defeat Wilkinson. If Wilkinson were unable to wield magical power, he would merely be an ordinary person with greater physical strength. In close quarters, Liu Zhe was confident he could eliminate him within 3 seconds. The forbidden magic scroll could be deemed the bane of any mage, yet it bore a significant drawback. Its casting range was limited to half a meter. This meant that without closing the distance, Liu Zhe would be unable to utilize the scroll. Swish, 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 countless blades of wind swept past him, and the density of Wilkinson's wind blades increased, making it exponentially more difficult for Liu Zhe to evade. Simultaneously, these wind blades became the greatest obstacle to Liu Zhe's attempts to close the distance. With a deft roll, Liu Zhe unleashed 2 ice explosion spells, 8 ice spikes slicing through the air in rapid succession towards Wilkinson. Utterly foolish, daring to employ a level 3 ice explosion for such a pitiful display. I have already warned you of its ineffectiveness. As the ice spikes surged towards him once more, Wilkinson's face contorted with disdain. He considered such feeble attacks beneath him. Liu Zhe repeated the pattern of dodging wind blades and casting ice explosion spells numerous times. Even though each ice spike was intercepted, he relentlessly continued this tactic. With a flash of azure light, dozens of wind blades shot forth. Indeed, not a single one of the 8 ice spikes remained aloft in the air. After the wind blades were unleashed, Wilkinson noticed Liu Zhe attempting to flee again and snorted impatiently. "Run, run, run. I am eager to see how long you can keep this up." In an instant, Wilkinson raised his staff once more, clearly preparing to cast the wind strangle again. Seeing Wilkinson intent on employing the same tactic, Liu Zhe shouted, "You shall not succeed." Immediately, he pivoted, launching 3 ice explosion spells. This time, the ice explosion spells differed from the previous attempts. Liu Zhe was not merely casting them haphazardly. The first 2 spells shot out irregularly. Yet the 4th ice spike formed a perfect line, skillfully exploiting Wilkinson's blind spot. From Wilkinson's perspective, the 4 ice spikes appeared as a single entity. "Insufferable maggot," Wilkinson exclaimed, forced to halt his actions. As azure light flickered again, countless wind blades materialized. Amidst Liu Zhe's repeated disturbances, Wilkinson failed to immediately grasp the intricacies of the 3rd ice explosion spell, mistaking it for yet another of Liu Zhe's previous attacks. He had been deceived. Observing Wilkinson's momentary lapse in vigilance, a sly smile crept onto Liu Zhe's lips. His earlier relentless use of ice explosion spells had been a strategic ploy to lull Wilkinson into complacency. Maximizing the effectiveness of his surprise attack, inaction would be folly. Any movement would surely claim his life. Soon, after unleashing a barrage of wind blades, Wilkinson, who had believed the danger had passed, caught sight of a glimmer in his peripheral vision. His pupils constricted, and his voice trembled with alarm. What? 1 ice spike remained undestroyed. Positioned less than 3 meters from Wilkinson, it was a dire threat. In an instant, Wilkinson's heart raced, and he hastily conjured a magical shield. Though a level 7 mage, he understood that should an ice spike pierce his body, it would be far from pleasant. Crack. Without a hint of suspense, the ice spike struck the magical shield, shattering into a flurry of icy shards. as the audience let out collective sighs of relief. Though Wilkinson might not have perceived the brilliance of Liu Zhe's ice explosion spell, the spectators clearly recognized the genius of aligning 4 ice spikes into a line. The true challenge lay in mastering the blind spots, a feat Liu Zhe executed with exceptional finesse. Their hearts had been in their throats, all believing that this strike could turn the tide of battle. However, Liu Zhe was unconcerned with the crowd's reactions. Everything occurring was part of his master plan. The purpose of his line of ice spikes was not to slay Wilkinson, but to instill panic, thereby buying himself precious time. As Wilkinson trembled in fear, Liu Zhe seized the moment to maneuver behind him, darting swiftly toward his adversary. When Wilkinson regained his composure and glanced around, he was startled to find Liu Zhe's figure had vanished. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he hurriedly turned, only to be shocked anew. Liu Zhe was now less than 3 meters away. "Get away from me," Wilkinson bellowed in rage, though he could not fathom Liu Zhe's intentions. He recognized the cunning of his opponent and knew he must not allow him to close the distance. In an instant, his staff shimmered with azure light, and once more, dozens of wind blades surged forth, raining down upon Liu Zhe. Faced with the onslaught of wind blades, Liu Zhe gritted his teeth, understanding that he could not afford to let this golden opportunity slip away. In a bold move, Liu Zhe seemingly ignored the multitude of wind blades rushing toward him, gritting his teeth and charging forward, activating his magical shield as he braved the storm of wind blades. Having traversed the gauntlet of wind blades, the distance between them shrank to a mere 2 meters. Witnessing Liu Zhe's reckless determination to close the gap, Wilkinson was no fool. He suspected there was something amiss. To preempt any misfortune, Wilkinson resolved to hold nothing back. "Storm magic," he roared, as a powerful gale erupted, crashing toward Liu Zhe. The level 4 wind magic, storm magic, lacked direct lethality but was intended solely for containment. The fierce winds rendered Liu Zhe unable to advance further, destabilizing his stance and sending him reeling. "Damn it, so close," Liu Zhe cursed under his breath, yet his resolve remained steadfast. He swiftly decided to forfeit this opportunity. Within the confines of the storm magic, his evasion capabilities were nearly non-existent. If he did not leave immediately, he would likely become Wilkinson's target. Liu Zhe dared not press forward any longer, retreating swiftly, for within the tempest, he struggled to maintain his footing. Should Wilkinson strike at that moment, it would spell disaster for him. The fierce back and forth of the battle held the audience spellbound, providing the entertainment they had eagerly anticipated, a clash akin to that of a rabbit and a tiger, adding much-needed excitement to their mundane lives. Following the storm magic, Wilkinson, now tinged with fear, hardened his expression, his eyes glinting with a cruel light. Liu Zhe's peculiar tactics had instilled trepidation within him, especially the near-encounter moments ago, which left Wilkinson no choice but to abandon any reservations. With a gleam of excitement and malice in his eyes, Wilkinson grinned. "I have grown tired of this trivial farce. You shall have no further opportunities." Observing Wilkinson's unusual demeanor, Rex felt a jolt of alarm, exclaiming, "This is bad. That bastard Wilkinson is serious now." Rex's anxiety surged. Previously, Liu Zhe had managed to hold his own solely because Wilkinson had refrained from using his full power. If Wilkinson were to fully engage, Liu Zhe might not endure even a minute. The chasm between a level 7 mage and a level 5 mage was indeed vast, an insurmountable divide. At that moment, Heidi clenched her small hands, her expression filled with dread. At this juncture, the watching teachers chose to remain passive in a duel of life and death. Even they had no right to intervene. However, within the hearts of these teachers, there was an undeniable sense of regret. Liu Zhe's exquisite magic shield indeed ignited a spark of admiration for talent among them. Unfortunately, he had chosen to engage in a life-and-death duel. And at this moment, even should he perish, there would be no recourse. Liu Zhe remained silent, his heart heavy with despair. He was acutely aware that Wilkinson had yet to unleash his full potential. Even at this level, Liu Zhe found himself at a considerable disadvantage. Should Wilkinson decide to take this seriously, the outcome could indeed be dire. Gritting his teeth, Liu Zhe pondered whether his earlier retreat had been a grave mistake. Perhaps that had been his final opportunity. Rest assured, I will make you vanish from this world with a single strike." Ignoring Liu Zhe's inner turmoil, Wilkinson laughed cruelly. In an instant, the azure light of his staff surged, filling the arena with a dazzling brilliance unseen before. The staff resonated with the furious magic emanating from Wilkinson, creating powerful whirlwinds that filled the air with an overwhelming force. this ominous display. It's the Spear of the Storm. Upon witnessing Wilkinson's grand display, Rex sprang to his feet. The 7th level wind magic, Spear of the Storm, was the most formidable single-target attack beneath the 10th level. Faced with such an assault, even Rex felt a pang of anxiety, let alone Liu Zhe. With Liu Zhe's current prowess, it was utterly impossible for him to withstand the Spear of the Storm. The Spear of the Storm, indeed, Melissa gasped in astonishment, clearly recognizing that Wilkinson was prepared to unleash a lethal blow. Observing this scene, the onlookers were struck dumb. They were not only astonished that Wilkinson would employ the Spear of the Storm against a mere 5th-level mage, but were equally amazed that he could even cast such a spell. The implication of a 7th-level magic was that it required a minimum proficiency of a 7th-level mage to wield. However, this did not imply that every 7th-level mage could master such magic. Indeed, many 7th-level wind mages had yet to grasp the Spear of the Storm. Generally, those who did were predominantly 8th-level wind mages. In a moment of urgency, Rex disregarded the gazes of those around him and shouted from the spectators' stand, "Brother, run! You cannot withstand this attack. Do not act rashly." Based on Rex's assessment, Wilkinson's ability to cast the Spear of the Storm was undoubtedly enhanced by the staff he wielded. Yet Rex understood all too well that even if Wilkinson was relying on external forces to barely conjure the Spear of the Storm, its power remained terrifying. If it struck true, Liu Zhe would undoubtedly meet his demise. Upon hearing Rex's desperate shout, Liu Zhe's heart sank. Though he remained unaware of the exact spell Wilkinson intended to cast, he discerned from Rex's panicked tone that a formidable attack was imminent. "Ha ha! Think you can escape? Not so easily." Wilkinson cackled madly as he unleashed the storm technique. Instantly, under the shroud of the storm technique, fierce winds erupted within the arena. In such conditions, escape was not merely difficult, but nearly impossible. Enhanced by the staff, Wilkinson's magical prowess surged beyond measure, the violent gusts threatening to topple Liu Zhe, who found himself half-kneeling, immobile. Liu Zhe, on one knee, struggled to rise, acutely aware that he had vastly underestimated the strength of a 7th-level mage, especially one augmented by a magical artifact. Clad only in jeans and a t-shirt, he had no means of amplification. What benefit could such attire possibly provide? With the staff held aloft, Wilkinson summoned a tremendous torrent of magic, and the azure magic core atop the staff began to show signs of cracking. This spell would likely render the staff unusable. Yet in Wilkinson's mind, as long as he could eliminate Liu Zhe, the loss of a single staff, or even two, was of no consequence. In an instant, a colossal surge of magic began to coalesce before Wilkinson, gradually forming a 3-meter-long phantasmic spear, the spear's tip, adorned with razor-sharp wind blades. Spun at dizzying speeds, should it pierce the body, the sheer rotational force would undoubtedly shred Liu Zhe to pieces. Liu Zhe's heart sank. The sheer magnitude of the Spear of the Storm's power was beyond his expectations. With his remaining magical energy, could he truly withstand this strike? He felt an overwhelming uncertainty. However, ensnared by the storm technique, Liu Zhe found it nearly impossible to stand, let alone flee. Since escape was no longer an option, he resolved to face the oncoming storm head-on, steeling himself for the inevitable. "Ha! You vile worm, prepare to vanish from this world, Spear of the Storm," Wilkinson bellowed with delight, envisioning the gruesome fate that awaited Liu Zhe beneath his onslaught. With a swift motion, Wilkinson sent the 3-meter azure spear hurtling forth like an arrow released from a bow. Whoosh! The Spear of the Storm sliced through the air, a blue comet racing towards Liu Zhe with ferocious intent. Taking a deep breath, Liu Zhe steadied himself, whispering to himself, "Magic shield. Oh, magic shield. I am counting on you now." The Spear of the Storm raced forward, and all spectators collectively gasped. The outcome of life or death hinged upon this very moment. The speed of the Spear of the Storm was astonishing. Reaching Liu Zhe in the blink of an EYEAS, he beheld the terrifying magic so close. Liu Zhe's pupils nearly constricted to mere pinpricks. In an instant, brilliance enveloped him as the magic shield activated. Chapter 37. Afterlife, Part 1. Whoosh! The Spear of the Storm flew swiftly, reaching Liu Zhe in an instant, and at that moment, the magic shield was immediately summoned. To minimize the expenditure of magical energy, Liu Zhe painstakingly constrained the shield's surface area. Ultimately, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Liu Zhe's magic shield expanded to a mere fist-sized area. Thud, thud, The magic shield collided violently with the spear of the storm, both forces clashing fiercely. The resulting shockwave nearly sent Liu Zhe flying. At the moment of impact, Liu Zhe's magical energy was rapidly depleted, akin to a reservoir bursting forth in a flood in an instant. He realized that his internal magic reserves had dwindled to less than 10%. Alarmed, Liu Zhe's heart raced, and he immediately activated the new star ring. The new star ring, usable once a day, instantly replenished his magical energy, effective for levels below 7. Those above could not wield it. As the new star ring activated, Liu Zhe's body surged with an overwhelming tide of magic, restoring his power to its zenith. With this newfound magical energy, the once faltering magic shield before him regained its radiance. The spectators in the stands were left in stunned silence, marveling at the restoration of his magical energy. How could he possess a magical artifact capable of replenishing his magic? In that moment, the audience was astounded, for they understood Liu Zhe hailed from humble origins. How could such a commoner acquire such a precious magical artifact? While most were astonished by the magic shield's sudden resurgence, few considered how a 5th-level mage's shield could withstand the might of the spear of the storm. The typical 5th-level mage's shield would have shattered upon contact with the spear. Unable to hold firm in such a contest, the fierce battle raged on, leaving little room for speculation. All attention turned to Liu Zhe, and the crowd contemplated whether, with the aid of a magical artifact, the tide of battle might yet turn. Liu Zhe gritted his teeth, exerting himself so fiercely that blood trickled from his gums. In his desperate attempt to minimize the shield's area, he endeavored to endure just a moment longer. Even a single second could mean the difference between life and death. However, reducing the shield's protective surface area meant exposing Liu Zhe's body to the residual force of the spear of the storm. As the shield's area diminished, the wind swirling around the spear began to shred Liu Zhe's skin, tearing countless holes in his t-shirt, blood flowing freely from the lacerations. In the blink of an eye, Liu Zhe had become a bloodied figure, his body marred with wounds. Yet Liu Zhe remained resolute, striving to maintain the diminished magic shield. Should the spear of the storm penetrate it, only death awaited him. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer, Rex cursed, rising to his feet, prepared to leap into action. Just as half of Rex's body had cleared the spectator's stand, a chilling voice rang out, "Stop, Rex!" Simultaneously, Rex felt a tight grip on his wrist. Yanked back with force to his astonishment, it was not Melissa who restrained him, but the coldly composed Charlotte. Charlotte held fast to Rex's wrist, refusing to yield under his furious glare. Interfering in a life-and-death duel is a grave offense. Do you wish to face the Empire's wrath? Rex glared at Charlotte, his fury unabated, roaring, "Get off me! Spare me your hollow imperial rules! Do you want to see my brother die?" Upon concluding his words, Rex violently shook off Charlotte's hand and was about to charge forward. Noticing this, Melissa swiftly intervened to restrain Rex while urging him alongside Charlotte. "Rex, do not act rashly. Charlotte is right. If you interfere with this life-and-death duel, not only will Liu Zhe face consequences, but you will also be subject to the imperial law's retribution." "Retribution, you say? I only know that if I do not act now, my brother will lose his life." Rex bellowed, his anger fueled by the sight of Liu Zhe, bloodied and battered. In that moment, the arena fell into silence, yet Rex's outburst drew the attention of the crowd, including that of Liu Zhe himself. Struggling against the storm spear, Liu Zhe gritted his teeth and, with his remaining strength, shouted, "No, Rex, do not interfere. Fingli, you must not advance any further." His desperate cry compelled those outside the arena to halt their actions. Not only did Rex freeze, but even Heidi, a mere level 5 mage, had somehow found her way to the front of the viewing platform, poised to leap into the arena. Initially startled by Liu Zhe's shout, Rex quickly regained his composure, urgently calling out, "Brother, do not be foolish." Meanwhile, Heidi, who had been on the verge of rushing in, hesitated, her face etched with uncertainty. Though Liu Zhe wished to utter more, he found himself devoid of breath, his magical energy rapidly depleting. The shout had exhausted his last reserves, and he struggled to even draw a breath. Observing this, Wilkinson merely scoffed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. He had resolved to end Liu Zhe's life. While the academy forbade students from harming one another, a life-and-death duel provided the perfect justification. Within the confines of such a duel, even the academy's rules could not restrain him. The power of the storm spear is diminishing. I can endure. After his shout, Liu Zhe focused entirely on controlling the magical shield, acutely aware of the subtle changes in his dwindling magical energy. He still had about 70% of his power. Yet the potency of the storm spear was waning. He felt confident he could withstand its onslaught as time passed. However, Liu Zhe's wounds multiplied. 70%, 60%, 50%, 40%, 30%. Impossible, Wilkinson exclaimed, astonished as he witnessed the storm spear's form gradually fading while Liu Zhe stubbornly maintained his shield. It dawned on him that a level 5 mage's shield should not be able to withstand his storm spear. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. 20%, 10%. The storm spear's form had become almost imperceptible, and Liu Zhe's magical energy was reduced to a mere 10%. Gritting his teeth, Liu Zhe made a perilous decision. With a resounding crack, the sound of shattering echoed through the arena, reverberating clearly in every corner. Tightening the hearts of the onlookers, the it had vanished. The magical shield was gone. Hiss! Rex inhaled sharply, painfully closing his eyes. He had believed Liu Zhe could endure, only to be blindsided by the reality of his magical energy depletion at the critical moment. In an instant, the storm spear, unimpeded, pierced Liu Zhe's body. With a sickening squelch, the sound of flesh being impaled filled the air. In that moment, Liu Zhe was engulfed by excruciating pain. His vision awash in crimson as a spray of blood erupted around him. Initially stunned, Liu Zhe soon realized it was indeed his own blood. Then, with a thud, Liu Zhe collapsed, crumpling into a pool of his own blood. Chapter 38. The Aftermath of Death, Part 2. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out again. And Liu Zhe was immediately overwhelmed by searing pain, his sight consumed by red as a torrent of blood sprayed forth. Initially taken aback, he quickly recognized it was his own blood. Then, with a heavy thud, Liu Zhe fell, sprawled in a crimson puddled as the storm spear dissipated. The sound of his fall reverberated heavily in the arena. Liu Zhe lay bloodied, face down, as though lifeless amidst the blood-soaked ground. "Charlotte, do not stop me. Do you dare believe I won't turn against you?" Rex roared, desperate to charge forward. But Charlotte, her lips pressed tightly together, clutched his wrists firmly, preventing him from moving. This scene ignited Rex's fury. Had they not been familiar with one another, he would have likely resorted to violence against anyone else attempting to impede him. A worm is but a worm. A commoner is merely a commoner. Now you understand the price of provoking a noble. Wilkinson cackled with delight as he slowly approached Liu Zhe's lifeless form. A smug grin plastered across his face. Humph! With a derisive snort, Wilkinson kicked Liu Zhe's body, ensuring that even in death, Liu Zhe would comprehend the consequences of offending him. Witnessing this, Heidi could no longer restrain herself, disregarding Liu Zhe's earlier instructions as she leaped forward, intent on entering the arena. Yet, just as Heidi moved, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. To everyone's shock, Liu Zhe, who had been presumed dead, suddenly sprang to life. In an instant, Liu Zhe leapt up, a scroll appearing in his hand seemingly out of thin air. Without hesitation, he directed the scroll towards Wilkinson. The unexpected turn left not only Wilkinson but also Rex, Heidi, and the entire audience in stunned silence. Though taken aback for a moment, Wilkinson, an experienced mage, quickly regained his composure and performed the standard action every mage would take. He activated his magical shield to block Liu Zhe's attack. However, just as Wilkinson believed everything was under control, the scroll in Liu Zhe's hand erupted in a brilliant light. Golden radiance engulfed Wilkinson, and in the next moment, he was horrified to discover that his magical energy had become unresponsive. Indeed, this scroll was Liu Zhe's ultimate trump card, a magic nullifying scroll. In order to create the illusion of his own demise and catch Wilkinson off guard, Liu Zhe had intentionally deactivated his magical shield, allowing the storm spear to strike. This was a perilous gamble. Had Liu Zhe miscalculated even slightly, he would have perished under the storm spear's assault. Yet he had no choice but to take the risk. If he did not, even if he could withstand the storm spear, in his current state, he would have no means to harm Wilkinson, let alone come close enough to use the magic nullifying scroll. Thus, Liu Zhe took the gamble, and fortune favored him. Wilkinson's intentions to desecrate Liu Zhe had inadvertently provided him with a glimmer of hope at this moment. Even the dimmest of minds would have realized that Wilkinson could hardly fathom that the scroll would be a rare magic nullifying scroll. Furthermore, he could not comprehend how such a precious item had come into the possession of a mere commoner like Liu Zhe. Though astonished, Wilkinson maintained his composure. he could see that Liu Zhe was utterly exhausted. He was confident that Liu Zhe could no longer cast any spells, not even a level 1 ice spike. Even stripped of his magical energy, Wilkinson was self-assured. In terms of physical prowess, a level 5 mage like Liu Zhe could not possibly contend with him. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. Wilkinson had underestimated Liu Zhe. Indeed, when it came to magical power, even 10 Liu Zhes could not match Wilkinson. But in terms of hand-to-hand combat, Liu Zhe's experience was unmatched, far surpassing that of Wilkinson, a mage who had never engaged in physical combat. With a grunt of effort, Liu Zhe braved the agony coursing through his body that he deftly evaded Wilkinson's strikes. Then, using his formidable strength, he tackled Wilkinson to the ground. Yet, Liu Zhe's assault did not end there. He swiftly maneuvered to immobilize Wilkinson's limbs, executing a flawless joint lock, with his joints ensnared and Liu Zhe's weight pressing down upon him. Wilkinson was swiftly brought to the ground as dirt filled his mouth. He seethed, "Get off me! Release me, you filthy worm!" With a furious roar, Wilkinson found himself left with only 2 seconds before the magic suppression scroll expired. Ignoring Wilkinson's raucous outburst, Liu Zhe swiftly released his left hand, simultaneously shifting his body to the right and retreating into a blind spot. This maneuver ensured that Wilkinson's liberated left hand could not reach him. In a physical confrontation, it is not merely a contest of strength. There are certain feats that remain impossible regardless of one's might. It is akin to being able to lift a massive elephant with one hand, yet being unable to lift oneself off the ground. This was precisely such a scenario. Unless Wilkinson had practiced yoga and had attained the mastery of a yogi, his left hand could never reach Liu Zhe. Setting aside the question of whether yoga even existed in this world, if Wilkinson had indeed trained in such arts, Liu Zhe would have no choice but to resign himself to his fate and await death. However, it was evident that Wilkinson, engrossed in his magical studies for so long, had never indulged in any physical training of that nature. With the final second ticking away, Wilkinson, his eyes ablaze with rage, flailed his left hand wildly. Yet he could not touch Liu Zhe, nor even graze his form. "Die!" Liu Zhe shouted vehemently, acutely aware that the magic suppression scroll's duration was a mere 3 seconds, leaving no time to squander. Once the scroll expired, it would be his life on the line. In an instant, beneath the fearful expression of Wilkinson, Liu Zhe pressed his vacant left hand against his left chest, where his heart resided. In that moment, Wilkinson sensed the palpable intent to kill emanating from Liu Zhe, and true fear gripped him. As the son of a viscount and a distinguished student of Heavenly Grace Academy, he had a promising future ahead of him. He did not wish to perish here. "Stop, stop! I was wrong. I understand." Under the shadow of death, Wilkinson finally began to plead for mercy. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he let out a ghastly sound akin to a duck being throttled. 4 icy spikes pierced through Wilkinson's left chest in succession, shattering his heart in an instant, leaving a gaping void in his chest. Wilkinson fell into incoherence, tears of despair streaming down his face as he breathed his last. His pupils clouded, and the wide-eyed expression of disbelief and terror reflected his inner turmoil. Wilkinson had fallen in battle. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the audience stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to process what had transpired. Even the teachers were left incredulous. From the very onset, this battle had seemed destined for Wilkinson's triumph. Until that very moment, he had emerged unscathed, while Liu Zhe was drenched in blood. This alone illustrated the vast disparity between them. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a one-sided fight. Yet now, the previously unharmed Wilkinson lay lifeless. Only when they beheld the massive hole in Wilkinson's chest did everyone finally regain their composure and grasp the grim reality. In a life-and-death duel, Riabesta Wilkinson had perished. System task completed. Rewards: 30,000 system points and 1 level 1 system gem. A message reverberated in Liu Zhe's mind, but he lacked the strength to focus on it. His consciousness blurred, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before he lost awareness, he seemed to hear the anxious voices of Rex and Heidi approaching. Chapter 39. Healing after battle in a state of hazy awareness. Liu Zhe lost track of time until his consciousness gradually returned, and he opened his eyes. "Ouch! Pain!" Liu Zhe grimaced, as even the slightest movement sent waves of sharp pain throughout his body. His injuries were considerable, forcing him to remain in bed, able only to turn his head to survey his surroundings. Is this my room? Recognizing the familiar decor, Liu Zhe confirmed that he was indeed in his own quarters. He vaguely recalled Rex and Heidi rushing towards him before his unconsciousness. They must have carried him back, that I really took a beating this time. I underestimated the prowess of a 7th-level mage. If it weren't for that careless blunder on Wilkinson's part, I might have been done for. Lying in bed, Liu Zhe reflected on the encounter. Though he had emerged victorious, the dangers he had faced were known only to him. In that battle, even with all his might, Wilkinson had effortlessly inflicted severe injuries upon him. A single 7th-level spell had rendered Liu Zhe defenseless, had it not been for that crucial magic suppression scroll. He would have surely become a cold corpse by now. The thought sent a shiver down Liu Zhe's spine. After lying there for a while, Liu Zhe shifted his mood, thinking, what a pity, as a 7th-level mage. That corpse could have fetched quite a number of system points. Liu Zhe felt a pang of frustration. Surely a 7th-level mage's body could be worth 50 or 60,000 points. However, he understood that even had he not lost consciousness, he could not have brought Wilkinson's corpse into the open for exchange, as it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. First, I need to heal my injuries. Otherwise, lying in bed will be quite inconvenient. With that, Liu Zhe focused his mind on the exchange system. Select category, self.name. Injury healing description. Instantly recover from injuries, no side effects. Cost. Determined by the severity of the injuries. Even the ability to heal injuries is available. The exchange system is truly remarkable. Liu Zhe mused, quietly reciting the exchange. Injury healing, current required points. 2,000. Confirm the exchange for injury healing. 2,000 points. That's so few. Reviewing the system information in his mind, Liu Zhe was taken aback. This seemed rather cheap. In truth, during Liu Zhe's unconscious state, he had already received treatment in the medical room at Heavenly Grace Academy, so his injuries were not as severe as before and had healed considerably. Thus, the cost for healing was only 2,000 points. Confirm. Without hesitation, Liu Zhe opted for the exchange. 2,000 points for a healthy body was a bargain indeed. After completing the task, his remaining points had risen from 2,000 to 32,000, and with the deduction of 2,000 points, he was left with 30,000 points. Injury healing exchanged successfully. 2,000 points deducted. A message echoed within his mind. In the next moment, a swirl of white light appeared out of nowhere, gently cascading down upon Liu Zhe like a delicate shower. The moment the light touched his body, it seemed to dissolve, as if merging into Liu Zhe's very being, prompting an exclamation of wonder from him. As the light permeated his body, Liu Zhe felt a tingling sensation, accompanied by a mild itch. It was not particularly painful, yet somewhat uncomfortable, as though he were being tickled all over. This sensation persisted for nearly 10 minutes. And after that duration, the tingling gradually subsided until it vanished completely. With the cessation of that sensation, Liu Zhe was delighted to discover that all pain had vanished from his body, and his limbs had regained their mobility. He rose from the bed, performed a brief warm-up routine, and after confirming that he was indeed unharmed, he marveled once more. The exchange system is truly extraordinary. Creak. Just as Liu Zhe was extolling the wondrous capabilities of the exchange system, the door swung open with a creak. He turned to see Heidi entering, carrying a basin of steaming hot water and a towel. Liu Zhe, you're awake. Upon seeing Liu Zhe finally regain consciousness, Heidi's face lit up with joy as she placed the basin of hot water and towel on the table. Yes, I just woke up. Liu Zhe glanced at the steaming water and towel on the table, then at his clean clothes and the tidy state of his surroundings. Quickly piecing together the events, it seemed that Heidi had taken care of him during his unconsciousness. Noticing Liu Zhe standing, Heidi suddenly recalled the doctor's instructions. Due to her shorter stature, she couldn't reach Liu Zhe's shoulders and had to push him gently at the waist to coax him back to bed. Saying, "Oh, right, the doctor said Liu Zhe should not get out of bed for the next few days. Please lie down." Under Heidi's insistence, fearing that resisting might hurt her, Liu Zhe reluctantly sat back down on the bed. "Heidi, I'm fine now." Sitting on the bed and observing Heidi, who was adamantly urging him to lie down, Liu Zhe felt a mix of exasperation and warmth. Heidi, usually so gentle, puffed up her cheeks and firmly insisted. "No, the doctor said you can't get up for 3 more days, but Liu Zhe really is fine. Look." Liu Zhe flexed his arm, hoping to reassure Heidi of his recovery. Liu Zhe, what are you doing?" Who would have thought that as Liu Zhe made this move, Heidi hurriedly pressed Liu Zhe's hand down onto the bed. "Heidi, Listen to Brother Liu. I truly have already. Liu Zhe, firmly pinned down by Heidi, intended to say something, but the words abruptly halted before they could be completed. Why doesn't Liu brother take better care of himself? The doctor said Liu brother nearly died this time. And if something happens to Liu brother again, then, sob. Heidi's adorable and innocent eyes brimmed with tears. Her voice choked as she spoke, and by the end, she was weeping softly. All right. I'm sorry. Brother Liu understands his mistake. For the next few days, I will listen to Heidi and lie here obediently, so please don't cry anymore. Liu Zhe, seeing Heidi's tears, panicked instantly. Although helpless, it seemed that under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to lie down for another 3 days. Really? Upon hearing this, Heidi ceased her crying, her tear-filled eyes looking up at Liu Zhe with an endearing innocence. Yes. Brother Liu promises to obey Heidi. So please stop crying. Liu Zhe hastily replied, reaching for some tissues from the bedside to help Heidi wipe her tears. Still slightly choked up, Heidi took the tissues and dabbed at her eyes, nodding her little head. Phew. Seeing that Heidi had stopped crying, Liu Zhe finally let out a sigh of relief. He felt utterly defenseless against her tears. If Heidi were to cry for the stars in the sky, he would probably find a way to pluck them for her. Liu Zhe felt he was on the verge of becoming the doting older brother who indulges his younger sister. Almost an hour later, Heidi finally returned to her usual self, albeit with her head still lowered, seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed about her earlier behavior. After a moment, when the atmosphere was no longer awkward, Liu Zhe learned from Heidi that he had been unconscious for a full 3 days. During this time, Heidi had been tirelessly taking care of him without rest, and Rex and Melissa had also frequently come to visit. The duel with Wilkinson had taken place the day after the freshman gathering. And after that, he had been in a deep slumber for 3 days, which meant there were only 6 days left until the magical competition. At that moment, Heidi returned to the room, holding a small pile of mana orbs, timidly stating, "These are Brother Liu's mana orbs." As Heidi walked back in, Liu Zhe was puzzled about her intentions, only to realize she had gone to fetch the mana orbs, accepting the 15 4th-level mana orbs from Heidi. Liu Zhe felt a pang in his heart. During these past 3 days, not only had Heidi taken care of him, but she had also not forgotten to help him replenish his mana orbs. Liu Zhe could only imagine how arduous these 3 days had been for her. Unable to contain himself, Liu Zhe placed his hand gently on Heidi's head, filled with affection. Brother Liu? Heidi trembled slightly at Liu Zhe's gesture, her expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty as she looked at him. Sorry, you don't like that? Liu Zhe quickly withdrew his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed for having acted without her consent. Heidi bit her lip in silence, merely shaking her head. For some reason, seeing the sadness in Heidi's eyes for that fleeting moment caused Liu Zhe's heart to ache, although Heidi's expression seemed somewhat off. Since she hadn't voiced any concerns, Liu Zhe felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Observing the hint of sorrow in her gaze, Liu Zhe could not help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. He had genuinely come to regard Heidi as his own sister, and he would never allow anyone in the world to bully her. Noticing the awkward silence, Liu Zhe made a few jokes before suggesting that Heidi return to her room to rest. At that moment, Heidi appeared to be in low spirits. She nodded silently and returned to her room. After Heidi left, Liu Zhe gazed out the window, murmuring, "Power, perhaps this is the first time in my life that I have yearned for it so intensely." Previously, he had no particular goals, merely wishing to enjoy his school life, and he had not been particularly fixated on power. But things were different now. Ever since he had met Heidi and Rex, his thoughts had unconsciously shifted. Whether this change was good or bad, no one could say for certain, but it was undoubtedly this slight shift in mindset that had forged Liu Zhe's future strength. As night fell, a fire ignited within Liu Zhe's heart, bright enough to illuminate the entire darkness. Chapter 40. Enhancement of techniques. Since Liu Zhe had awakened, 3 days had swiftly passed, to avoid causing Heidi concern. Liu Zhe had not stepped outside of the dormitory during these 3 days, remaining obediently in his room. The day after Liu Zhe awoke, Rex and Melissa visited again. Upon seeing Liu Zhe finally awake, both were filled with joy, relieved to have the weight lifted from their hearts. At the same time, Rex, with a serious expression, admonished Liu Zhe never to act so impulsively again. This time, he had survived by sheer luck. But who could guarantee he would be so fortunate next time? Liu Zhe nodded sincerely, acknowledging his mistake. He had reflected well on his actions. Ultimately, he had underestimated the power of a 7th-level mage. Even with the magic suppression scroll as a trump card, he had still found himself in a life-or-death situation. Had it not been for Wilkinson's carelessness, he would have already perished after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Rex and Melissa took their leave, as they too had their own matters to attend to and could not linger there indefinitely. After 3 days, Liu Zhe's system points had accumulated to 60,000, sufficient for him to advance to a 6th level mage. Speaking of which, Liu Zhe couldn't help but feel a bit speechless about his poor mental power talent. While filling the mana orbs was indeed work, it also served as a form of training. During these past few days, as Heidi filled the mana orbs, her own strength had nearly reached the pinnacle of a 5th level mage. However, on the other hand, Liu Zhe sadly discovered that with his red talent, the increase in his magical power from the mana orbs was pitifully minimal. In reality, the growth was almost negligible. After 3 days, the only thing he had gained was system points. While any increase in magical power was hardly worth mentioning, Liu Zhe rested his chin on his hand, murmuring, "Now that I have a decent number of points, why not enhance my mental power talent?" The green talent only requires 5,000 points. Although mental power talent may seem somewhat redundant for me, it could still assist with my usual training. After some contemplation, Liu Zhe ultimately decided to exchange for mental power enhancement, intending to elevate his mental power talent to green. Even the smallest gains from daily training accumulate over time, resulting in a significant total. Name, mental power enhancement description, alteration of one's mental power aptitude point cost, red talent 100 points, orange talent 1,000 points, yellow talent 2,000 points, green talent 5,000 points, blue talent 53,000 points. After reviewing the exchange system in his mind, Liu Zhe couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder that a blue talent required 53,000 points, which was nearly all of Liu Zhe's current wealth, clearly beyond his means. Once my strength increases, acquiring system points will undoubtedly become much easier. Though 53,000 points seem like a lot, it's not insurmountable, Liu Zhe whispered to himself. Then resolutely called out to confirm the exchange for mental power enhancement. Confirming the exchange for mental power enhancement? Confirm. Mental power enhancement exchange successfully. 5,000 points deducted from system points. As a system message arrived, Liu Zhe sat quietly on the bed, awaiting the changes that the system would bring him. Oh. Suddenly, as Liu Zhe sat on the bed, a sharp pain surged through his mind. The sudden discomfort made him involuntarily let out a muffled groan. An unknown energy began to circulate within Liu Zhe's body. This energy did not belong to any of the elemental attributes present in the eternal magic continent, yet it was remarkably pure and powerful, leaving Liu Zhe with no inclination to resist. Clenching his teeth with his eyes shut tight, Liu Zhe endured the excruciating pain in his head. The pure energy surged into his mind. Waves of pain seemed to emanate from his very soul. In an instant, Liu Zhe's tightly sealed lips trembled slightly, his face paling dramatically. However, as the pain persisted, he could faintly sense that he was indeed undergoing a positive transformation. At this moment, Liu Zhe felt that with the onslaught of pain brought by that energy, his mind was becoming remarkably clear. It was as if his vision had expanded, and his mental agility had significantly improved. It seems that such a statement is not entirely accurate, yet Liu Zhe finds himself at a loss for words. This indescribable sensation is beyond expression. It is a feeling that can only be comprehended intuitively. The pain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, with the duration spanning merely a few dozen seconds. Indeed, not even a minute had elapsed. However, within this fleeting moment, Liu Zhe experienced a profound sense of time stretching infinitely. As the throbbing in his head subsided, Liu Zhe exhaled a deep breath, simultaneously attuning to the changes within himself. His mental prowess had ascended to a green talent level, the most immediate effect being an enhanced sensitivity to elemental forces. In an instant, Liu Zhe focused his mind and entered a state of meditation, which filled him with immense delight. Previously, during his meditative practices, he could only perceive fragmented elemental energies in the air. Yet now he could distinctly sense the throngs of elemental energies surrounding him, and even the act of absorption felt remarkably effortless. Upon realizing this transformation, Liu Zhe concluded his meditation, aware that his expenditure of 5,000 points had not been in vain. After spending those points, Liu Zhe found himself with a remaining balance of 55,000 points. Nonetheless, he refrained from redeeming for a level upgrade. In truth, he had already attempted to exchange for a level increase. only to receive the reply from the system that multiple exchanges within a short time frame are not permitted. What did this mean? Liu Zhe felt an overwhelming frustration. However, he had no avenue for venting his discontent and ultimately had to accept this reality with resignation. During these past few days, aside from replenishing his magic storage orb, Liu Zhe had not wasted time idly. Given the immediate inability to enhance his strength, he began to formulate preliminary plans for his remaining 55,000 points. Activating the exchange system, he quickly navigated to the skill category and discovered the option for the magic shield. At this point, his magic shield had already reached level 3, and upon achieving this rank, he found an additional selectable item within the magic shield options, skill enhancement. Without delay, Liu Zhe opened the skill enhancement option, and instantly, a plethora of information unfolded before him. Enhancement trait, mana absorption description. This allows the magic shield, while absorbing damage, to draw a certain amount of mana from the damage sustained, with the absorption ratio increasing according to enhancement levels. Current enhancement requirement, 30,000 points, 1 level 1 system gem. Enhancement trait, damage reflection description. This enables the magic shield to reflect a portion of the damage back to the attacker while absorbing damage, with the reflection ratio increasing according to enhancement levels. Current enhancement requirement, 30,000 points, 1 level 1 system gem. Within the skill enhancement options, Liu Zhe found these two traits, perhaps due to his personality or some other unknown reason. He held a particular fondness for the magic shield skill. After acquiring the exchange system, the very first skill he chose to upgrade was the magic shield. Quality over quantity was his mantra. After 3 days of contemplation, he resolved to focus solely on enhancing the magic shield. Consequently, between mana absorption and damage reflection, he opted for mana absorption. While damage reflection appeared impressive, in reality, it paled in comparison to casting offensive magic. Conversely, mana absorption would significantly bolster Liu Zhe's endurance against attacks. His ultimate aspiration was to become an indomitable force, impervious to harm, and mana absorption was the optimal choice. Without hesitation, Liu Zhe expended 30,000 points and 1 level 1 system gem, thereby altering the details of the magic shield as follows. Skill name, magic shield current level, 3 trait, mana absorption 1 after deducting 30,000 points. Liu Zhe had 25,000 points remaining. He then spent 13,000 points to acquire a level 5 water-type spell, Ice Storm, thereby enhancing his offensive capabilities, although Liu Zhe could select from various elemental magics. He presented himself as a water mage to avoid drawing attention at Tianyu Academy. He ultimately decided to maintain his fade. After all, a level 5 water mage casting a level 5 fire spell would surely cause a stir. This exchange totaled 43,000 points and 1 level 1 system gem, enabling Liu Zhe to learn Ice Storm and enhance his magic shield with mana absorption. Upon completing the exchange, Liu Zhe sighed in relief, murmuring, "With this, participating in the magical competition should pose no problem. Surely, there won't be any level 6 mages among the newcomers, right?" In the magical competition, whether in the newcomer group or the entire academic year group, securing a spot in the top 3 would yield substantial rewards, and Liu Zhe naturally intended to seize this lucrative opportunity. Speaking of which, Heidi ran away from home. That I wonder if she remembered to bring her magical tools. If not, she may find herself at a considerable disadvantage in the magical competition. Liu Zhe suddenly thought of the naive little girl, Heidi. After his battle with Wilkinson, Liu Zhe had come to recognize the significance of magical tools. Without them, Heidi would undoubtedly face severe challenges during the competition. Though both were level 5 mages, the presence or absence of magical tools could significantly influence the outcome. Indeed, even a level 4 mage might defeat a level 5 mage solely by utilizing magical tools. Liu Zhe's assumptions proved accurate. Heidi, in her haste to leave home, only remembered to pack some personal belongings and pocket money into her spatial ring, completely forgetting her magical tools. Instantaneously, Liu Zhe thought of the star ring, which could instantly replenish mana. That if he could provide Heidi with the star ring, it would surely greatly assist her during the competition. However, after some reflection, Liu Zhe shook his head, regretfully stating, "Alas, the star ring can only be exchanged for one. Otherwise, if Heidi could use it, her advantage in the magical competition would be unparalleled." Liu Zhe was aware of this stipulation regarding the star ring from 3 days prior when he attempted to exchange for 10 star rings at once. After his encounter with Wilkinson, Liu Zhe had come to appreciate the formidable capabilities of the star ring. He had fantasized about the prospect of donning 10 star rings, enabling him to instantly replenish his mana 10 times. However, when he attempted to exchange for a second star ring, the system displayed the harsh reality. Unique items cannot be exchanged multiple times. These thoughts ran through his mind. Liu Zhe continued to search the exchange system for items that Heidi could utilize. After several minutes, he discovered that most of the items remained beyond his financial reach. Ultimately, out of necessity, Liu Zhe used his remaining funds to exchange for a low-level magic protection amulet. Name: low-level magic protection amulet. Description: capable of withstanding any magic of level 6 or lower. The shield can be used 10 times. Once the uses are exhausted, the amulet will vanish. Cost: 12,000 points. Among the lower-priced exchange items, the low-level magic protection amulet was an exceedingly practical tool. Without hesitation, Liu Zhe promptly redeemed the protection amulet. Soon after confirming the exchange, a small trinket reminiscent of a charm materialized in the palm of his hand. Gazing at the low-level magic protection amulet, Liu Zhe expressed surprise. I expected it to resemble a talisman or something similar, yet its appearance is quite ordinary. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the amulet's core was a beautiful stone akin to amber, set within a metallic casing, with a thread woven around the metal, facilitating its attachment around the neck. Liu Zhe toyed with the amulet in his hands, satisfied as he remarked, "Not bad. Its inconspicuous appearance makes it easier to convince Heidi to accept it." With Heidi's personality, Liu Zhe was acutely aware that if he were to present her with any extravagant gift without reason, she would undoubtedly refuse to accept it. However, if he were to offer her a magical charm that appeared to be an ordinary piece of jewelry, it would require a bit of persuasion, but getting Heidi to accept it should not pose a significant challenge. With the aid of the charm, Heidi would likely achieve commendable results in the upcoming magic competition. In truth, if Liu Zhe were to encounter Heidi in that competition, his defeat would be almost guaranteed. Not to mention, the low-tier magical charm that could withstand 10 instances of 6th-level magic would render Liu Zhe incapable of inflicting any harm upon her. Even if he were to exhaust all his magical energy, the only hope he might cling to would be defeating her through hand-to-hand combat. But would Liu Zhe dare to launch an attack on Heidi? The answer was self-evident. Absolutely not. Thus, it was clear that if Liu Zhe were to face Heidi, he would undoubtedly lose. Nevertheless, Liu Zhe did not mind this fact. To put it bluntly, he would not care even if Heidi were to claim first place. This was a manifestation of extreme indulgence. Yet Liu Zhe, being the party involved, remained blissfully unaware. Even if someone were to point this out to him, he would likely stubbornly deny it, justifying his actions with a phrase like, "Isn't it customary to reciprocate kindness? Since the other party has helped me, I must repay them." Chapter 41. Gift giving. With his system points reduced to 0, Liu Zhe, now in a state of true poverty, stepped out of his room to find Heidi preparing lunch. Upon seeing Liu Zhe emerge, Heidi was momentarily taken aback before expressing her concern. Liu Zhe, you're up? Are you feeling all right?" Observing the worried expression on Heidi's face, Liu Zhe couldn't help but smile slightly, responding, "I'm perfectly fine. Liu Zhe is in excellent health now." Heidi looked him over, noting that Liu Zhe appeared not to be straining himself, yet her worry persisted as she insisted. "Liu Zhe, you just recovered. Let me bring breakfast to your room. There's no need for such trouble. Look, I've already come this far. I assure you I'm quite well." Liu Zhe waved his hand to dismiss her suggestion. After lying down for 3 days, he felt as though he would grow mold if he stayed in his room any longer. Seeing Liu Zhe's determination, Heidi nodded gently, reflecting on her behavior over the past few days. She realized she had been overly demanding. After all, she was not anyone special to Liu Zhe. Continuing to intrude might annoy him. "But I'm hungry. Let us sit down and eat," Liu Zhe declared as he settled onto the sofa, facing a table laden with breakfast. "All right. Okay," Heidi responded eagerly, quickly taking a seat across from him. During the meal, the two exchanged not a single word, although Heidi's demeanor towards Liu Zhe had grown more relaxed. She typically refrained from speaking unless prompted by him. As they reached the midpoint of their meal, Liu Zhe sensed the opportune moment had arrived. He set down his utensils and retrieved the magical charm he had kept in his jeans pocket. Noticing Liu Zhe's sudden pause, Heidi looked up in confusion and inquired, "Liu Zhe, what is this?" "Well, it's like this. I've troubled you to take care of me these past few days. So this is a small token of gratitude from Liu Zhe." Liu Zhe recited the lines he had prepared in his mind. For me. Heidi's face lit up with surprise. She had never received a gift from anyone in her life. Liu Zhe nodded affirmatively. But how can this be? Liu Zhe has already taken such good care of me. I should be the one doing these things. How can I accept a gift? As anticipated. Heidi quickly waved her hands, refusing to accept it. Don't overthink it. Heidi, this isn't anything valuable. It's merely a simple trinket I made. Liu Zhe began, but then feigned disappointment, muttering, Indeed, I should have been more mindful. Giving a girl such a gift is rather shabby. With that, Liu Zhe appeared downcast, preparing to retract the charm back into his pocket. Upon witnessing his forlorn expression, Heidi panicked, her face flushing crimson as she stammered. No, that's not it. I really like it. She grasped Liu Zhe's arm, preventing him from taking it back. So, will you accept it then? Liu Zhe, taken aback by her fervent reaction, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Heidi nodded vigorously, fearful that Liu Zhe might misunderstand again. Seeing this, Liu Zhe secretly smiled in triumph, then handed the magical charm over to Heidi. Oh dear, Heidi is a naughty child. Please forgive this greedy Heidi. She thought, cherishing the charm given to her by Liu Zhe, silently repenting to some god whose whereabouts were unknown. Thank you. Liu Zhe, I will treasure it well. Heidi delicately cradled the magical charm in her hands. As though it might break with the slightest pressure, Liu Zhe observed this scene, suddenly struck by a thought. If Heidi cherished it too much and chose to keep the charm in her room, it would defeat the purpose of giving it to her. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Heidi, to clarify, it's not a necklace, but a protective talisman. A protective talisman. Heidi echoed, slightly bewildered by the term. Liu Zhe was not surprised. It seemed the concept of a protective talisman was foreign to this world, and it was perfectly normal for Heidi to be unaware. Yes, simply put, a protective talisman is an ornament one carries for the sake of seeking safety and peace. Liu Zhe reformulated his explanation in the simplest terms possible. That's so? Heidi's face brightened with curiosity. After all, she was a girl, and such mystical, enchanting matters piqued her interest. Yes. Observing the expectant expression on Heidi's face, Liu Zhe felt a sudden unease. Could Liu Zhe tell me more about protective talismans? As predicted, Heidi immediately pressed for further details. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe's expression stiffened slightly. That not allowed. Heidi's innocent eyes bore into Liu Zhe's as she spoke with a hint of disappointment. No, how could that be? Of course, if Heidi wishes to hear, Liu Zhe will gladly share. Liu Zhe hastily reassured her, eager to dispel her dismay. With Liu Zhe's agreement, Heidi's frown vanished, replaced by an innocent and radiant smile. Liu Zhe instinctively closed his eyes, finding the scene overwhelmingly dazzling. Exhausted, utterly exhausted, Liu Zhe lamented as he collapsed onto his bed, sinking deeply into its embrace. Gazing out at the darkened sky, he regretted having brought up the trivial topic of protective talismans after indulging in a hearty meal. Since finishing lunch, Liu Zhe had racked his brain under Heidi's expectant gaze, recalling everything he could about protective talismans, from their origins to various folk tales, weaving together a hodgepodge of narratives. In truth, as he continued, most of what he shared was pure fabrication. The most absurd part was when he somehow meandered into the tales of Snow White and Cinderella. Just as Liu Zhe thought it was time to change the subject, he was compelled to persist upon seeing Heidi's disappointed expression, leading him to recount the story of Pinocchio. All right, Liu Zhe admitted. At that point, the theme had strayed far from protective talismans. However, seeing Heidi's joyful demeanor as she listened made it all worthwhile. It felt as though this was her first time hearing a story. Suddenly, Liu Zhe's heart sank as he recalled the occasional sorrowful expressions Heidi had shown while he narrated, though she remained silent. He could sense that her life as the daughter of a count had not been entirely blissful. It seems that Heidi's reasons for leaving home extend beyond merely seeking an education. Liu Zhe mused, lying sprawled on his bed in a starfish position. While he was concerned, he had resolved that unless Heidi chose to disclose her past, he would refrain from prying. Digging into someone else's wounds was hardly an enjoyable pastime. However, should someone else bring it up, that would be a different matter. Forget it. It's getting late. No need to dwell on this any longer. Liu Zhe flicked off the light in his room, having accomplished nothing throughout the day. Even neglecting to fill his magic storage orbs, he let the day draw to a close. Though, I suppose it's not so bad to have days like this occasionally. Before consciousness faded, Liu Zhe pondered within his heart. Chapter 42. Causing trouble, I am heading out. Liu Zhe waved at Heidi, ensuring the door was securely locked before stepping out of the boys' dormitory. After staying indoors for several days, he decided to take a breath of fresh air. With only 2 days left until the grand magical competition, Heidi had mentioned her intention to practice and adjust her state within her room for the next couple of days. Hearing this, Liu Zhe couldn't help but admire Heidi's dedication to her training. Upon exiting the boys' dormitory, Liu Zhe wandered aimlessly through Tianyu Academy. Though I have stepped outside, I wonder where I should go now. Liu Zhe murmured, realizing there seemed to be little of interest to explore within the academy. As he walked along the main avenue, a blue-haired noble freshman spotted Liu Zhe in his distinctive attire. Immediately recognizing him as the recently prominent Liu Zhe. Look at that person's clothing. He must be the new student Liu Zhe from our year. Another golden-haired noble freshman, overhearing this, glanced at Liu Zhe and sneered. It must be him. Only a fool would wear such ridiculous clothes. Shill. Keep your voice down. What if he hears you? Do you know he killed Senior Wilkinson just a few days ago? What if he comes after us? The blue-haired noble, initially timid, felt a surge of anxiety at his companion's loud remarks, worrying that Liu Zhe might take offense and seek retribution. After all, he had defeated a 7th-level sorcerer. What chance did a mere 4th-level sorcerer like him stand? What are you afraid of? He asked, just a commoner. We are nobles. If he dares to raise a hand against us, he will face the Empire's justice. Moreover, I heard from some teachers who attended the match that he used a forbidden magic scroll against Senior Wilkinson. Such a despicable tactic. That's not his true strength. The other golden-haired noble scoffed, clearly dismissive of Liu Zhe, thinking that at the age of 18, he would likely be a 6th-level sorcerer, rendering Liu Zhe insignificant. Why, you're right. What's there to fear from a commoner? The blue-haired noble, finding his companion's logic compelling, immediately bolstered his courage. Seeing his companion's newfound bravado, the golden-haired noble whispered conspiratorially, Hee, look at him, just a 5th-level sorcerer. What if the two of us teamed up? Do you think we might stand a chance at defeating him? Then we would be the talk of the academy. If they could defeat Liu Zhe, they would undoubtedly become the center of attention at Tianyu, perhaps even attracting the notice of Senior Charlotte and Senior Melissa, the 2 campus goddesses. Isn't that a bit risky? We're both only 4th-level sorcerers. The blue-haired noble hesitated, realizing that while it was easy to talk bravely, taking action was an entirely different matter. The golden-haired noble encouraged him. You're being foolish. Just because we team up doesn't mean we will lose. Think about it. If we defeat him and become the stars of the campus, we might even become the favored juniors of Senior Charlotte and Senior Melissa. The blue-haired noble hesitated at the prospect of defeating Liu Zhe and being recognized by Senior Charlotte. Who was the reason for his attendance at Tianyu Academy if he could become her junior? How splendid would his future be? Soon, his ambition overtook his fear, and he declared, All right, I'll follow your lead. Excellent. Let us hurry and follow him before he gets too far. When I give the signal, we strike together. He won't have time to activate his magical shield, and we'll catch him off guard. Delighted that his companion agreed, the golden-haired noble quickly pulled him along to trail Liu Zhe. As Liu Zhe strolled through Tianyu Academy, he suddenly paused, though his pace remained unchanged, feeling the unbroken rhythm of footsteps behind him. Liu Zhe's suspicions began to rise. Am I being followed? Has my fame reached such heights that even paparazzi are lurking about? Liu Zhe chuckled inwardly, realizing that the sensation of being followed was rather unpleasant. It was no wonder that celebrities on Earth tended to despise journalists. He was beginning to understand that feeling himself. With a serious expression, Liu Zhe regained his composure. He did not believe that a mere battle would instill fear in those pampered nobles, let alone earn their admiration. Although he was unaware of the motives behind the following figures, he surmised that they likely harbored ill intentions. Most students at Tianyu Academy were merely 15 or 16 years old. Their thoughts quite simplistic. Having experienced the complexities of society, Liu Zhe could easily guess their intentions. Are you hoping to defeat me for some notoriety? He mused, slowly making his way toward a more secluded area. Before long, he arrived at a less frequented part of the academy. Seeing Liu Zhe veering into a more isolated area, the golden-haired noble quickly drew his wand and signaled to his companion. There's no one here. Let us act quickly, he urged, aware that while dueling was permitted within the academy, they could not engage in public without repercussions if caught. Understood. The blue-haired noble nodded eagerly. Also drawing his wand, the golden-haired noble struck first, his wand shimmering as 4 fireballs, each the size of a basin, shot toward Liu Zhe's back. Triple fireball. Earth Wall. The blue-haired noble immediately followed up by casting a third-level Earth Wall spell, blocking Liu Zhe's escape route. In an instant, the ground trembled as half-man-high earthen walls rose around Liu Zhe, sealing off his retreat. At this moment, Liu Zhe had no way to escape, and behind him loomed the barrage of fireballs. The golden-haired noble's spirits soared as he exclaimed, "We've got him." Having collaborated seamlessly for a considerable time, their timing was impeccable. The Earth Wall spell followed almost instantaneously after the fireballs were cast. They were confident that their synchronized effort would catch Liu Zhe off guard. However, just as the golden-haired noble celebrated, the blue-haired noble gasped in astonishment. "No, it can't be," the blue-haired noble exclaimed, witnessing the faint blue light of a magical shield effortlessly intercepting the fireballs without Liu Zhe even turning around. That faint blue shield was undoubtedly Liu Zhe's magical barrier. The golden-haired noble's expression mirrored his companion's shock. How could this be possible? The time between casting his spell and the attack was less than a second. How could Liu Zhe have reacted in such a short span? Unless he had already sensed their intentions. In an instant, both noble freshmen's faces fell. If their ambush failed, and they could not wound Liu Zhe at the outset. Given their 4th-level sorcerer status, it would be exceedingly difficult to defeat a 5th-level sorcerer even when combining their strengths. Sigh. I had a feeling it would come to this, Liu Zhe sighed, turning to face the 2 noble freshmen who had been tailing him. With a composed expression, he coldly remarked, "Since you have made your move, I trust you are prepared for the consequences." If others did not provoke him, he could easily ignore their mockery. However, the moment they chose to attack, they must be ready to face his retaliation. And no, that's not it. You've misunderstood. The timid blue-haired noble panicked at the fierce look on Liu Zhe's face. The golden-haired noble forcefully patted his companion's back, admonishing, "What are you afraid of? With the 2 of us together, how could we not handle him?" But, despite the golden-haired noble's bravado, the blue-haired noble was still gripped by fear. Just as the blue-haired noble hesitated to voice his concerns, Liu Zhe's cold voice cut through the air. "Enough with the idle chatter." In an instant, Liu Zhe was already beside the golden-haired noble. The golden-haired noble was startled. He stepped back, attempting to flee. Liu Zhe, however, would not grant him such an opportunity. With a swift motion, he seized the golden-haired noble and executed a powerful shoulder throw. Thud! The golden-haired noble crashed to the ground, Liu Zhe showing no mercy in his strike, leaving him reeling, his internal organs churning. "You insolent!" The golden-haired noble, dazed from the fall and ready to unleash a tirade against Liu Zhe, was abruptly cut off as a sharp pain shot through his arm. He let out a piercing scream. Crack! A sharp crack echoed as a bone dislocated, and with a swift motion, Liu Zhe severed the arms of the golden-haired noble. This was not a life-and-death duel. Liu Zhe had no intention of killing them. However, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him if he did not impart some lesson. After much contemplation, he resolved to dislocate their arm joints to ensure they experienced some hardship. This has nothing to do with me. The blue-haired noble, already timid, was utterly petrified upon witnessing his companion being unceremoniously knocked to the floor. In a panic, he spun around, attempting to flee. Observing the blue-haired noble's desperate escape, Liu Zhe would not allow him to evade. The noble had barely covered a few meters when he felt an overwhelming force from behind, followed by a dizzying 360-degree spin. Ouch! It hurts so much. Mother! Wah! The blue-haired noble was forcefully slammed to the ground, his head striking the floor with a thud. In agony, he immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, It hurts so much, mother." Witnessing this scene, Liu Zhe found himself at a loss for words. At the age of 15 or 16, he could not fathom how one could cry after merely falling once. Cry all you want, but to still be clinging to thoughts of his mother seemed excessively cowardly. Kneeling beside the blue-haired noble, Liu Zhe patted him on the shoulder and gazed into his eyes, saying, "Consider yourself fortunate. I shall allow you some leniency this time. Thank you." The blue-haired noble, believing he had been spared, uttered his gratitude. However, no sooner had he spoken than a sharp pain surged through his arm, causing him to wail, "Ah!" Liu Zhe released the limp left arm of the blue-haired noble and replied coolly, "Don't express your gratitude too soon. My intention was merely to dislocate one of your arms, not to let you off entirely. Remember this well. Do not provoke me lightly, for next time, it may not be simply 2 arms." Rising to his feet, Liu Zhe tossed this warning before turning to leave. Chapter 43. Frida Rex emerged from the boys' dormitory, stroking his chin while murmuring to himself, "It's quite strange. Where has my brother disappeared to? He vanished without a trace early this morning." Seeing Liu Zhe restored to health, Rex had initially intended to spend the day with him. However, upon arriving at Liu Zhe's room, he found only his roommate, who informed him that Liu Zhe had left early in the morning. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across Rex's face as he leered. Could he be sneaking off to spend time with some girl? How disloyal. But hey, I like it. Exiting the boys' dormitory, Rex was convinced that Liu Zhe was off chasing girls. He chuckled to himself. A familiar voice called from behind. "Hey, Rex." Melissa's tone was anything but friendly as she halted Rex in his tracks. Upon hearing her voice, Rex instantly recognized it was Melissa. He turned around, adopting a serious demeanor, and declared, "Melissa, what do you want? Let me remind you of a saying. A friend's wife is off limits. Although I am known for my flirtations, I would never betray a brother by stealing his wife. That would be a heinous act, so your attempts to seduce me are futile." Before he could finish, a cold voice interjected, "Is that so?" At this, Rex's expression stiffened as he turned to see that Melissa was not alone. Charlotte stood beside her. The Ice Princess is here too. Rex's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort, recalling how Charlotte had prevented him from acting during Liu Zhe's duel. Although he understood her intentions were for his own good, a slight resentment lingered in his heart. Charlotte maintained her icy silence, offering no response. Sensing the tension, Melissa quickly intervened to diffuse the situation. "Stop flattering yourself. Who wants to seduce you? I merely saw you leaving the dorm and wanted to ask if you had seen Liu Zhe." Upon hearing this, Rex gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Speaking of which, it infuriates me. That guy left me all alone to chase girls, and to think he didn't even invite me along. You mean Liu Zhe went to find a girl? How is that even possible? Did you see it with your own eyes?" Melissa's expression was one of disbelief. Given Liu Zhe's reserved nature, it seemed implausible that he would actively seek out a girl. Rex, however, was a different story. I'm just guessing he wasn't there when I arrived this morning," Rex replied with an awkward smile. "I knew it. Liu Zhe is nothing like you. You're the notorious womanizer." Melissa shot him a disdainful look, confirming her suspicions that Rex had fabricated the entire story. Rex immediately protested, pointing a finger at Melissa in indignation. "What? Say that again. Clarify who the notorious womanizer is. A pure-hearted youth like me could never be associated with such lewdness." Melissa tapped her cheek thoughtfully, tilting her head in confusion. "I wonder which pure-hearted youth it is who loiters outside the girls' dormitory each day, waiting for who knows what." Melissa shot Rex a scathing glare, pointing out his misdeeds one by one. To him, "You misunderstand. I am not lurking for my own desires. I am simply ensuring the peace of the campus, guarding against any potential intrusions into the girls' dormitory," Rex proclaimed earnestly, as if he were a virtuous hero. "Then may I ask, oh great saint, why you were climbing the tree beside the girls' dorm?" Melissa rolled her eyes, finding Rex's audacity to be as unyielding as a fortress. Rex's gaze wandered. Then a light bulb went off in his head as he concocted an excuse. "Of course, it's because it's easier to keep watch from a height." Melissa scoffed. "Watch? More like spy." At that moment, a familiar voice chimed in from the side. "Rex, I suspect that line was just thought up on the spot." The speaker was none other than Liu Zhe, who had just returned from his stroll after dealing with the two noble freshmen. Wow. When did you arrive? Did you hear everything I just said?" Rex exclaimed, jumping as if caught in an embarrassing act. "If you're referring to your habitual spying on the girls' dormitory, then yes. I heard it all." Liu Zhe nodded, his tone tinged with exasperation. Upon hearing this, Rex's expression darkened, his face clouded as if drenched in rain. "Rex, you have nothing to worry about," just as everyone wondered whether he had suffered some blow. Rex suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, What can I say? I had hoped to keep my exploits a secret from you a bit longer, but now that you know my great achievements, what can I do? I have guts, I tell you. I know the layout of the girls' dormitory better than anyone else in TNU Academy. If I say second, no one dares to claim first. Want to join me next time?" Sighing, Liu Zhe regarded Rex's beaming face with silent dismay. This guy had no intention of reflecting on his behavior. Seeing Rex's demeanor, Melissa rubbed her forehead in exasperation, though Rex was strong and of good character. His bizarre antics drove everyone away. Looking at Rex, Melissa was filled with confusion. As Charlotte's childhood friend, she could not fathom what it was that Charlotte saw in him. Puffed. Just then, to Liu Zhe and Melissa's astonishment, Charlotte unexpectedly let out a soft laugh. Although the sound was barely audible and her icy expression remained unchanged, Liu Zhe was certain he had not misheard. Hearing Charlotte's soft chuckle, Melissa was taken aback, asking, "What's so funny?" Noticing the reaction from the others, Charlotte initially fell silent, then coldly replied, "What's amusing about this?" Rex, feeling awkward, urged, "Why pretend? Just laugh if you want to. No need to feel embarrassed." Charlotte's brow furrowed slightly as she replied frostily, "I did not laugh." "Clearly you did," Rex began, but his words were abruptly cut off as Charlotte shot him a glare, enunciating each word. "I did not laugh." Confronted with Charlotte's icy gaze, Rex shivered slightly, conceding, all right, if you didn't laugh, then you didn't laugh." Upon witnessing the exchange between the two individuals, Liu Zhe and Melissa simultaneously exhaled with relief. The atmosphere between Rex and Charlotte had evidently lightened considerably, a stark contrast to the earlier oppressive silence. During these past few days of convalescence in his room, Liu Zhe had overheard Melissa mention that Rex and Charlotte had recently experienced some discord. From Liu Zhe's perspective, the root cause of their quarrel ultimately stemmed from himself. If they could reconcile, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events for him. Observing the interaction between Charlotte and Rex, Liu Zhe smiled knowingly and leaned closer to Rex, whispering, to win the heart of the Ice Queen. "Rex, you truly are remarkable. You must cherish her well." Upon hearing this, Rex looked momentarily taken aback before lowering his voice in response, "Brother, please don't jest out. I lack the resources to sustain such a golden phoenix." In his tone, Liu Zhe perceived an unspoken depth. Noticing the hushed exchange between Liu Zhe and Rex, Melissa interjected with playful indignation, "What are you two whispering about over there? Mind your own business." Rex shot back before Liu Zhe could respond. Liu Zhe raised an eyebrow in admiration, genuinely impressed by Rex's audacity in speaking so bluntly to someone as revered as Melissa. "What did you just say?" Melissa retorted, her body trembling with indignation as her striking eyes bore into Rex. Rex, feigning innocence, shrugged and pushed Liu Zhe forward, lamenting, "This has nothing to do with me. My brother urged me to say it." "Rex, you rascal, you can eat recklessly, but you cannot speak carelessly," Liu Zhe exclaimed, taken aback, realizing Rex was trying to throw him under the bus. "My friend, one must have a sense of responsibility, although we are brothers. This is quite excessive. How can one not stand by their own words?" Rex lamented, wearing a pained expression as if the world owed him a debt. Melissa flashed a radiant smile, her enchanting beauty on full display, and asked, "Liu Zhe, dear brother, what is going on here?" Despite her bright smile, Liu Zhe could sense an undercurrent of lethal intent that "I swear, it truly has nothing to do with me," Liu Zhe replied, his face drawn in dismay. How had he become so unfortunate? Observing Liu Zhe's distressed reaction, Melissa stifled a chuckle, fully aware that Rex's words were mere fabrication, yet finding amusement in teasing Liu Zhe, just as Melissa pondered her response. A young man with an air of nobility, clad in splendid attire and sporting a shock of fiery red hair, approached from the distance. The youth appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. As he drew nearer, he walked directly up to Charlotte, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. "I heard the commotion from afar and could not resist coming to see. What a delightful surprise to encounter the beautiful Miss Charlotte. Is this what they call fate?" The red-haired youth stood before Charlotte, and Liu Zhe instantly recognized him as the only individual bold enough to approach Charlotte on his first day at the cafeteria. His name seemed to be Flida. Melissa's expression soured upon seeing the newcomer, and she bluntly remarked, "Flida, no one has invited you here. Would you kindly take your leave?" "Ah, Miss Melissa, your words are quite amusing. But fear not, I shan't hold it against you," Flida replied with a dazzling smile, dismissing Melissa's sentiments entirely. Turning his attention to Rex and Liu Zhe, Flida feigned surprise. "Oh, is this not the recently notorious commoner? Along with the infamous Rex from Tianyu Academy? My apologies. Your presence is so insignificant that I failed to notice you. Please forgive me." Flida performed an exaggerated noble bow towards Liu Zhe and Rex. Though his words were anything but courteous, Rex cast a sidelong glance at Flida's tousled red hair, puzzled, and inquired of Liu Zhe, "Brother, where did this turkey come from? Have you seen him before?" Liu Zhe, donning a look of confusion, replied, "You know I am a newcomer. How would I be familiar with the affairs of Tianyu Academy?" After saying this, Liu Zhe turned earnestly to Flida, asking, "Excuse me, sir, But does Tianyu Academy raise chickens? Ha ha ha. You two are far too witty. My goodness, that is hilarious. Melissa was the first to erupt into laughter, clutching her abdomen in mirth. Charlotte allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace her lips. The laughter of the two women proved infectious. And soon Liu Zhe and Rex found themselves unable to contain their amusement, joining in the laughter. Yet amidst the joviality, Flyda's expression darkened, his forehead twitching with barely concealed rage, as he prepared to unleash his fury. With 4 people mocking him, especially one who was his heart's desire, it was no wonder Flyda was seething. His eyes bulged with fury as he glared at Liu Zhe and Rex. Seething, you two lowly commoners. Rex struggled to suppress his laughter and retorted to Flyda. What is it, my dear chicken friend? Do you have more to say? With that, Rex burst into laughter once more. Observing Flyda's escalating anger, Liu Zhe inwardly mused. This is bad. Rex is pushing it too far. Liu Zhe's surprise. Rather than erupting, Flyda clenched his fists tightly before releasing them, adopting a composed demeanor as he coldly stated, Humph, I shan't waste my time arguing with you commoners. I am here to see Miss Charlotte, and I refuse to let you ruin my good mood that I have told you many times. Do not pursue me. Charlotte's frosty voice cut through the air in response to Flyda. Flyda's tone towards Charlotte was markedly different from that which he had adopted with Liu Zhe and Rex. Even when subjected to Charlotte's biting remarks, he remained calm, saying, Charlotte, how can you say such a thing? After all, I am nominally your fiancé. What is wrong with visiting my betrothed? Fiancé? Liu Zhe was taken aback, astonished to learn that this Flyda was indeed Charlotte's betrothed. He couldn't help but glance at Rex, who, sensing Liu Zhe's surprise, sighed and explained, Brother, don't doubt it. Both of them come from noble families, and their families have maintained a close relationship for generations. Thus, their marriage was arranged even before their births. Hearing this, Liu Zhe's gaze towards Rex shifted, now laced with sympathy. That moment, Charlotte discreetly cast a glance at Rex before quickly averting her gaze and coldly stating to Flyda, that marriage was unilaterally arranged by my father. Upon graduation, I shall inform him to annul this engagement. Indeed, Flyda, see, Charlotte has made her feelings clear. If you are truly a man, stop pursuing her so relentlessly, Melissa chimed in, sticking out her tongue playfully, despite Charlotte's words. Flyda did not waver. Instead, he replied with a grave tone, Charlotte, are you attempting to jeopardize the long-standing amicable relations between our families? You are no longer a child. I hope you consider your family's interests before making any decisions. Facing Flyda's logical argument, Charlotte responded coldly, that is not something for you, an outsider, to concern yourself with. Flyda, seeing Charlotte's obstinacy, replied solemnly, understood that I shall not press the matter today, but I hope you can reconsider from your father's perspective. An alliance with the Quilandi family would be beneficial for both parties. Forgive me, but I must take my leave now. Farewell. With that, Flyda concluded and, as per usual, turned to leave. However, before departing, he shot a fierce glare at Rex. As Flyda's figure retreated, Melissa sighed in relief. Phew, that annoying fellow has finally departed. Alas, after such a disturbance, I have lost all interest, since I have at least seen you. Dear brother Liu Zhe, I shall take my leave for today. Melissa shrugged, her earlier good spirits dashed. Very well. Then, until next time, Liu Zhe replied, waving goodbye to Melissa. Melissa shot Liu Zhe a playful glare, exclaiming, honestly, Liu Zhe, couldn't you express a little more reluctance? Who knows, perhaps if I sensed a bit of joy, I might decide to stay. Liu Zhe chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Observing Liu Zhe's demeanor, Melissa felt a surge of frustration and, in a huff, declared, All right, sister truly must take her leave now. Liu Zhe, dear brother, we shall meet again next time. With a wave of her hand, Melissa took Charlotte's arm, preparing to depart together. Before leaving, Charlotte cast a meaningful glance at Rex. However, faced with Charlotte's gaze, Rex turned his head away, pretending not to notice. Seeing this, Charlotte chose to remain silent and left alongside Melissa. Once the two women had departed, Rex turned to Liu Zhe and invited, Brother, would you accompany me for a stroll today? His tone suggested that he was not in his usual high spirits. Noticing Rex's subdued demeanor, Liu Zhe surmised that his reaction was likely related to Charlotte. Concerned for Rex, Liu Zhe agreed, saying, Very well. Let us venture to a less crowded place today. Indeed, you are my good brother. Let us head to Tranquil Lake. At this hour, it will not be too crowded, Rex replied with a smile, regaining some of his usual cheerfulness. Sounds good, Liu Zhe responded. Tranquil Lake was situated in the northeastern part of Tianyu Academy, approximately a 10-minute walk from the boys' dormitory. Subsequently, led by Rex, Liu Zhe made his way towards Tranquil Lake. During the 10-minute journey, the two of them fell into an unusual silence. The silence passed quickly, and soon they arrived at Tranquil Lake, a vast expanse of emerald green water, stretching over 300 meters in both length and width. Upon gazing at the lake, Liu Zhe immediately spotted several ducks and swans among other creatures. Once at Tranquil Lake, Liu Zhe broke the silence, suggesting, "Let us sit on that bench over there. Please, do not wear that forlorn expression. What does it matter if you have a fiancé? You haven't been cast aside." After all, he pointed towards a bench beside the lake, seizing the rare opportunity to tease Rex. With that, the two moved towards the bench. However, Rex feigned ignorance, asking, "What fiancé? What do you mean by being cast aside? Brother, I do not understand what you are saying." Seeing the awkward tension in Rex's expression, Liu Zhe smirked, realizing how evident the situation was. He had not expected Rex, who seemed so bold and open, to be so reticent when it came to matters of the heart. Once seated on the bench, Liu Zhe directly confronted Rex, saying, "Stop pretending. Do you dare claim you have no feelings for Charlotte? Huh? Ice princess? What feelings could I possibly have for her?" Rex's gaze drifted as he stubbornly refused to admit anything. "Rex, stop playing coy with that disheartened look you just had. I cannot believe you do not harbor feelings for Charlotte," Liu Zhe asserted, leaning forward with an expression that made it clear he did not believe Rex. Upon hearing this, Rex fell silent, realizing that he could not hide his feelings from his brother. After a moment of quiet, it was Liu Zhe who broke the stillness, saying, "Let me tell you, I'm saying this because I consider you my brother. If you are facing any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. Perhaps we can find a way to solve them together." Liu Zhe spoke while gazing at the sky. Rex sighed after a prolonged silence, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! As expected, I did not misjudge you. Brother, you are truly loyal." Rex clapped Liu Zhe on the shoulder, his expression returning to its usual optimistic nature. Before Liu Zhe could respond, Rex continued, "You are right. I do have some feelings for that ice princess. But it is futile. She is the daughter of a count, while I am merely an ordinary commoner. That I know she harbors some affection for me, but I cannot let this feeling blossom. You must understand that being with her would lead to no fruitful outcome." No longer concealing his feelings, Rex candidly confessed. Liu Zhe, puzzled, inquired, "I heard from Melissa that you once received an invitation from the royal family. It is said that by joining the royal guard, you could become a hereditary baron. Why did you not accept?" This question sparked curiosity not only in Liu Zhe, but also among the students of Tianyu Academy. That Melissa actually mentioned this, Rex replied with irritation before asking, "But first, do you know what the royal guard is?" The royal family's personal guard," Liu Zhe replied, uncertain. His knowledge of the royal guard was limited to fragmented memories from Seal. Rex nodded, then explained, "That is correct. However, brother, I must tell you that while many aspire to join the royal guard and the rewards are indeed enticing, once you join, you essentially lose all freedom until you reach the retirement age of 50. Your life is entirely devoted to the royal family. I acknowledge that the rewards of joining the royal guard are very alluring, but that is not the life I desire. Can you understand that?" "Brother?" Rex shook his head helplessly. Although becoming a hereditary baron sounded appealing, he yearned for a life of freedom. Liu Zhe remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement, saying, "I can understand your feelings. If I were in your position, I would likely refuse as well to be a servant of the royal family until the age of 50, even if it meant gaining a hereditary title. Liu Zhe would still reject it. Moreover, brother, do you truly believe that simply becoming a hereditary baron would enable you to marry the ice princess? Let me tell you, she is from a family of hereditary counts. So even if I were to join the royal guard, my status would never be enough to match hers." Liu Zhe's expression turned bitter as he asked, "Is there truly no other way? Is obtaining a title so difficult? Are there no alternative methods?" Upon hearing this, Rex rolled his eyes dramatically and replied, "You make it sound so simple. Brother, do you think titles are as easy to come by as cabbages? If it were that easy to obtain a title, those nobles would not be so arrogant." Rex wore an exasperated expression. For commoners like them, acquiring a title was no easy feat. Liu Zhe scratched his head, pondering what he could possibly do to assist Rex in this situation. Noticing Liu Zhe's heavy expression, Rex gave him a light punch on the shoulder, and reassured him, "Do not be like this. Brother, your concern is enough. Try to see things more positively. There are plenty of beautiful women in the academy. You need not be fixated on the ice princess." Rex spoke cheerfully, yet a hint of sorrow lingered in his eyes. After all, he was still a commoner. Reassured by Rex's words, Liu Zhe remained silent, keeping this matter close to heart. What did titles like Count, Marquis, or Duke really signify? Perhaps it was not possible now, but Liu Zhe did not believe that with the aid of the mysterious exchange system, he would be unable to obtain even a minor title. After today, Liu Zhe had yet another reason to strive for success. Chapter 45. The Past Between Rex and Charlotte, Part 1. In a secluded thicket within Tianyu Academy, a sharp reprimand echoed like thunder on a quiet night. "It is you, that shameless woman with your legs wide open, who has seduced Lord Frida," faced with the venomous words of the girl before her. The blue-haired maiden felt utterly bewildered. She had never provoked anyone, so why were they targeting her? This blue-haired girl was none other than Charlotte, who had just entered Tianyu Academy years ago. "Do not pretend to be so high and mighty." "Exactly. Just because your father is a count does not give you the right to act so arrogantly. I have disliked that face of yours for quite some time." Another noble girl with a braided face and a bespectacled noblewoman grew increasingly infuriated, even resorting to shoving Charlotte forcefully. Thud. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Charlotte stumbled and fell to the ground. Charlotte sat on the ground, her expression betraying no hint of emotional change. A girl devoted solely to her training, she could not comprehend their actions nor discern how she should respond. "Look at this woman. She cannot even fight back. She truly resembles a puppet. Haha, a puppet controlled by men." One of the women, noticing Charlotte's prolonged silence, covered her mouth with her palm and let out a soft chuckle. The others, emboldened by Charlotte's lack of retaliation, began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks, targeting discrete areas that would be less noticeable once she was clothed. After a brief moment, it seemed their frustrations had reached a near climax, and Charlotte found herself in a disheveled state. Her attire now muddied. A noticeably leading curly-haired woman crouched down to lift Charlotte's chin, her voice dripping with malice as she spat. "Do not presume that with such a pretty face, the world will revolve around you. Why are you doing this?" Charlotte finally spoke, her gaze unwavering, her tone as frigid as ever, devoid of any emotion, as if she were merely posing a question. Observing Charlotte's demeanor, the curly-haired woman felt a swell of indignation, her heart simmering with a mix of shame and fury. With a sharp crack, she slapped Charlotte across the face, leaving a stark red mark in its wake. In her rage, the curly-haired woman had lost control. The slap delivered with unintended force. "Hey, was that too harsh?" A nearby girl with a braided face said, her expression tinged with apprehension. They had dared to bully Charlotte primarily because she would not speak of it. But if it escalated to a life-threatening situation, the consequences would be dire. The title of Countess was not merely for show. Even though they hailed from noble families, transgressing against a superior was a grave offense, punishable under imperial law. As Charlotte touched her lips, she felt the warm trickle of her own blood. What is there to fear? She is at least a level 5 mage. It won't be so easy to kill her, the curly-haired woman thought, though a flicker of trepidation lingered within her. As the leader, she could not reveal such weakness. Consider how this vile woman seduced Lord Frida. She deserves every bit of this punishment. With the mention of their shared fascination, the curly-haired woman swiftly invoked the name of their collective dream, Frida. Charlotte recalled the name, having heard her father speak of it. Frida was the man destined to be her husband. Though she had only encountered him a few times, Charlotte held no profound sentiments regarding marriage, believing it best left to her father's discretion. Indeed, how could the noble and accomplished Lord Frida ever be attracted to such a puppet? Surely she used her beauty to ensnare him. Lord Frida belongs to us. At the mention of Frida, the women were awash with infatuation, their gazes toward Charlotte growing increasingly hostile. "Sisters, look what I have." The curly-haired woman revealed a palm-sized crystal ball, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "Is that a memory crystal?" Someone gasped, recognizing the magical artifact in the woman's hands, which served a singular purpose: to capture images of the surrounding environment. "Yes, indeed. Just imagine if we were to disseminate the naked images of this wretched woman using this memory crystal. Would Lord Frida still harbor any affection for her?" The curly-haired woman grinned wickedly, her eyes fixated on the defeated Charlotte. "Brilliant, my sister. This way." Lord Frida will surely escape her allure and turn to us. The braided-faced girl appeared enraptured, as if envisioning herself in the embrace of her dream prince. Then hurry and strip her of her clothing. Quickly, before someone arrives and complicates matters, the curly-haired woman urged, leading the charge toward Charlotte. Charlotte furrowed her brows. Even she found their impending actions deeply offensive. With the full force of her level 5 mage abilities, she effortlessly sent the curly-haired woman sprawling. The curly-haired woman emitted a startled scream as she was thrown back, turning to the others standing idly by. "What are you all doing? Come help me." "Why yes." The girls, jolted from their stupor, rushed to assist. "Let go of me." Charlotte's voice, usually so cold, now bore a hint of anger. Yet, despite her status as a level 5 mage, she was swiftly subdued under the combined efforts of several level 3 and 4 mages. "Hurry, hurry." The curly-haired woman was filled with exhilaration at the thought of her prince, urging the others to tear away Charlotte's garments. Just like that, tear a little more. The curly-haired woman activated the memory crystal, capturing every moment of Charlotte's humiliation. In her fury, Charlotte felt emotions surfacing that were rarely glimpsed: anger, shame, and a profound desire for vengeance. As the daughter of a count, she had lived a sheltered life, ignorant of the darker sides of human nature. Her character, often described as icy, could also be seen as naive. Yet, this experience had tainted her previously unblemished heart, now shrouded in a deep, dark hue. "Look at that expression. Huh. We thought she was merely a plaything for men, but she knows what anger is." The curly-haired woman laughed boisterously at the sight of Charlotte's fury as she was restrained. "Indeed, this is quite amusing." The braided-faced girl giggled, filled with delight. "Behold our Miss Charlotte. Did you ever imagine such a day would come?" A bespectacled girl mocked, arms crossed, relishing the sight of the countess being humiliated. After their laughter subsided, the curly-haired woman approached Charlotte, brandishing a sharp knife. Pressing the blade against Charlotte's delicate features, she grinned malevolently and said, "If you wish to keep this memory crystal from being exposed, you must mar your own face with this knife. Who knows, perhaps out of mercy, I might just give you the crystal back." Faced with this threat, Charlotte remained silent, her emotionless eyes fixated on her tormentor. The curly-haired woman's fury ignited further, with Charlotte looking down on her, mocking her. "You insolent wretch, what kind of look is that?" Enraged, the curly-haired woman swung the knife toward Charlotte's face. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. If that blade struck, the consequences would be catastrophic. They could do nothing but watch in horror as the knife descended toward Charlotte. Charlotte squeezed her eyes shut. Despite her usual composure, she was still a 15-year-old girl. Aware of pain and death, expecting the anticipated agony, she was instead met with an inexplicable confusion as silence enveloped her. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Before her stood a brown-haired boy, gripping the knife's blade tightly. Blood cascading from his hand, seemingly oblivious to the pain, he shouted, "Hey, isn't this a bit excessive? Who are you to interfere with our fun?" The woman with curly hair released the small knife from her grasp and stumbled back a couple of steps. Her voice tinged with alarm. She was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the youth, and fear gripped her as she contemplated the possibility of today's events being exposed to me. "Humph, I am merely a righteous youth passing by." The brown-haired boy, seemingly oblivious to the pain in his palm, flashed an incongruous radiant smile. Upon noticing the memory crystal in the curly-haired woman's hand and recalling the girl behind him, he quickly deduced its purpose. With a hint of menace in his tone, the brown-haired boy declared, "Is that a memory crystal? Oh, I see. Hurry up and hand that over to me. Don't even think about it. Let's put an end to today's events. Everyone should leave this place at once." The curly-haired woman tightened her grip on the memory crystal, realizing that the boy's strength clearly surpassed that of everyone present, even more than Charlotte's. Without the aid of their poison powder, they stood no chance in a confrontation. Hearing the woman's shout, the other girls immediately scattered. They had long wished to flee, but the fear of becoming the next targets kept them rooted in place. However, with the curly-haired woman's command to leave, the girls wasted no time in escaping. Eager to dissociate themselves from the day's turmoil, the two girls supporting Charlotte, upon hearing this, also abandoned her to flee. With no one to support her, and having been struck by the neurotoxin of the red-tailed scorpion, Charlotte collapsed onto the ground, immobilized. Why could he smile so joyfully? Charlotte was filled with confusion. Despite suffering such severe injuries, why was he still able to smile? For the icy Charlotte, the existence of that brown-haired boy was utterly astonishing. Sitting on the ground, Charlotte pondered in a complex state of mind. But this state did not last long. Just about a minute later, the brown-haired boy returned before her once more. Honestly, that group of girls was completely outrageous. Are you all right? He mumbled, simultaneously shedding all his clothing, leaving only a pair of shorts. What are you doing? Charlotte exclaimed, a rare panic overcoming her usual demeanor. Why was this boy suddenly stripping? Was he about to? The most tragic aspect was that Charlotte was utterly powerless to resist. Even if he intended to do something to her, she was in no position to fight back. Don't misunderstand, Ice Cube girl. I'm merely offering you my clothing. Otherwise, are you planning to head back like this? The brown-haired boy said, draping his garments over Charlotte. My name is not Ice Cube girl, Charlotte retorted, momentarily taken aback before denying it. Look at you, and you still claim you're not an ice cube. Now, just bear with it for a moment, he chuckled, lifting Charlotte into his arms. Put me down. Charlotte felt her body suddenly suspended in the air, quickly realizing her predicament, though she wished to break free. The poison coursing through her veins robbed her of any strength. Stop talking nonsense. It's clear you can't walk back on your OWE. Oh, you really want to sleep out here? The brown-haired youth held her in a princess carry. Speaking with a hint of exasperation, the scene appearing quite surreal, Charlotte found herself momentarily silenced by his words, unable to muster any denials. Seeing the girl in his arms finally settle down, the brown-haired boy sighed in relief and sought out the least populated shortcut toward the girls' dormitory. Coincidentally aligning with Charlotte's desire to keep today's events a secret, especially from her friend Melissa, she intended to seek her own revenge for the grievances of the day. As the brown-haired boy traversed this deserted path, it was unclear whether he was being considerate of the girl in his arms or simply felt embarrassed by his minimal attire. What's your name? Charlotte inquired as they walked, despite typically not caring for such trivialities. She found herself particularly curious about the boy before her. Rex? I'm Rex from class 1 of the freshmen. By the way, we're classmates, Rex remarked, carrying Charlotte, his face displaying a mix of helplessness. Rex, Charlotte whispered his name softly, her unchanging icy expression betraying no hint of her thoughts. This marked the true first encounter between the boy named Rex and the girl named Charlotte. As dusk descended, Liu Zhe curiously asked Rex, what happened to those girls in the end? Recalling the fate of those girls, Rex couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. They were in for a rough time. A month later, they were all forced to drop out by Charlotte, leaving in a state of trembling fear, as if they had experienced something terrible. Liu Zhe sighed, reflecting, they brought it upon themselves, but I didn't expect you to have such a past. Everyone carries a story that remains unknown to others. Bro, don't you think that's a bit much? It was already the second month of school, and Ice Cube girl didn't even know we were in the same class. Rex recalled Charlotte's inquiry about his name, his complaints laced with nostalgia. Considering Charlotte's nature, I think that's rather normal, Liu Zhe said awkwardly, unsure how to console Rex. Just then, Liu Zhe clapped his hands, as if suddenly struck by inspiration, and asked Rex, by the way, what happened to the memory crystal? Didn't you chase after that curly-haired girl? Where did it end up? Liu Zhe's gaze fixated on Rex, knowing that the memory crystal contained sensitive images of Charlotte. If it were to get out, it would be disastrous, jeopardizing the girl's reputation. A cold sweat broke out on Rex's forehead, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he awkwardly changed the subject. Oh brother, the weather today is just splendid. Seriously? Liu Zhe's face stiffened, staring at Rex in disbelief, just when he had developed a better impression of him. It turned out he had hidden the memory crystal. Liu Zhe held his forehead, realizing his friend was anything but ordinary. Ah. Rex scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, the memory crystal safely tucked away in his spatial ring. Afterward, both Liu Zhe and Rex tacitly refrained from mentioning the memory crystal again. As the sun gradually set, Liu Zhe glanced at the time and realized it was about time to head back. He stood up first and said to Rex, let's call it a day. Be careful. If Charlotte discovers that thing, I guarantee you're done for. Don't worry, brother. I will ensure that thing never sees the light of day. You must not breathe a word of this. Otherwise, I'll be in serious trouble, Rex cautioned earnestly, knowing that if Charlotte learned of it, his fate would be dire. Understood. I'll head back to the dorm now. My roommate is still waiting for me. Liu Zhe waved goodbye, deciding to bring back dinner as night fell. All right, see you, brother. After exchanging farewells, Rex made his way back to his dormitory. Chapter 47. The atmosphere at Tianyu Academy was filled with vibrant chatter. As students engaged in discussions, the cause being the first day of the magic tournament. Heidi, if you don't hurry up, we'll be late, Liu Zhe called out to Heidi's room, knowing that girls often took longer to prepare. I am almost ready, Liu Zhe, came Heidi's voice, accompanied by the sound of clattering. Liu Zhe smiled helplessly as he waited patiently on the sofa. With a creak, the door swung open, and a transformed Heidi stepped out. Looking apologetic that I'm so sorry for making you wait, Liu Zhe. It's no problem. Are you all set? Did you remember to bring your protective talisman? Liu Zhe inquired meticulously, resembling a father fretting over his daughter. Heidi puffed up her cheeks and protested. Heidi is not a child. Heh, I suppose I'm just overthinking, Liu Zhe chuckled at himself, realizing how overly concerned he had become. Let us hurry and head out. We need to draw lots to determine the opponents for the first match that we can't afford to be late. In truth, given the prowess of Liu Zhe and Heidi, the chances of encountering an opponent of equal caliber in the first round are rather slim, provided their luck does not fail them. After all, the majority of the new students possess only the abilities of 3rd or 4th level mages, with 4th level mages being the most prevalent. Even within the class Heidi belongs to, 5th level mages are not easily seen. Regrettably, despite Heidi's diligent efforts over the past few days, she has yet to break through to the 6th level, remaining stuck at the pinnacle of the 5th level. If she could achieve that breakthrough, the championship for the novice group would be all but assured. I understand, Liu Zhe, Heidi responded, using the term of endearment reserved for their private moments. Were she to address him as Liu Zhe in public, it would surely cause Liu Zhe great embarrassment. After reiterating the importance of how she should address him, Liu Zhe opened the door, and the two made their way towards the drawing area. The drawing area comprised 20 locations, situated at the entrances of the martial arts arenas numbered 1 through 20, designed to alleviate the throngs of participants, with nearly 1,000 new students this year alone. Queuing one by one would be an exercise in futility. Upon arriving near the martial arts arena, Liu Zhe was greeted by a long line of people and a cacophony of voices. All gathered to draw lots. Observing the crowd, Liu Zhe mused, "This is indeed bustling. It seems nearly all the students of Tianyu Academy have congregated here. There must be at least 3,000 to 4,000 individuals present. Not just new students, as some upperclassmen had also come to participate in the all-year group event. New student group, please proceed to martial arts arenas 17 to 20. New student group, please proceed to martial arts arenas 17 to 20. An enchanted device akin to a loudspeaker continuously broadcasted this announcement, providing Liu Zhe with the direction he needed amidst the overwhelming crowd. Don't dawdle. Fenguli, we must go, Liu Zhe urged, rousing the somewhat dazed Heidi. For someone like her, who had spent most of her time in the estate, such a multitude may have been a novel sight. Yes, I understand, Heidi replied, momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume of people until Liu Zhe called her name. Before long, the duo found themselves in line at Arena 17, having arrived later than most, with only a few dozen individuals remaining ahead of them. As Liu Zhe idly scanned the vicinity, a familiar voice called out from behind. A brown-haired girl pointed at Liu Zhe, exclaiming in surprise, "It's you." Liu Zhe turned, puzzled, and upon recognizing her, exclaimed, "You are Ai Lier." The newcomer was none other than the noble young lady Liu Zhe had encountered while chopping wood outside the Emerald City. However, after so many days and with little interaction, he struggled to recall her name. "Liu Zhe, do you really not remember me?" Heidi inquired, nearly calling him Liu Zhe again, but quickly corrected herself. Ai Lier glared, indignantly declaring, "It is Ai Lier. How could a commoner forget the name of this esteemed young lady?" It was not that she had particularly remembered Liu Zhe, but rather that his recent notoriety made it impossible for her to forget him. Yet, she was astonished to discover that he had entirely forgotten her. My apologies, Liu Zhe said, embodying the adage that the one who apologizes first is the victor. "May I ask what brings you to seek me out?" Miss Ai Lier. It seemed to him that he was not particularly acquainted with Ai Lier, so what could her reason be for approaching him? Ai Lier huffed, puffing out her chest, and replied, "Humph, it is none of your concern whom I choose to greet, but I sent this Fenguli, my classmate." As she spoke, her gaze drifted, and upon spotting Heidi beside Liu Zhe, she let out a delighted squeal. Is this how one greets someone? Liu Zhe thought, somewhat bemused, as Ai Lier seemed to have forgotten her previous conversation with him in her excitement to address Heidi. "May I ask who you are?" Heidi asked, startled by the sudden attention. Liu's demeanor shifted entirely. She spoke to Heidi in a sweet, gentle tone. We're in the same class, don't you remember? I am Liu. I'm sorry. But I don't seem to recall, Heidi replied apologetically, genuinely unable to place her. Upon hearing this, Liu appeared crestfallen, grasping Heidi's arm and exclaiming, You must be joking. How could you forget Liu? Heidi, caught in Liu's enthusiastic grip, looked helplessly at Liu Zhe, as if pleading, Liu Zhe, please help me. This is, quite troublesome, Liu Zhe thought, noticing the sparkle of infatuation in Liu's eyes directed at Heidi, causing him to break into a sweat. Could it be that Liu had developed feelings for Fenguli? As a girl, Heidi was an endearing and innocent little girl, and even when disguised as a boy, she still possessed an undeniable charm. From Liu Zhe's perspective, it was not entirely strange for Liu to take an interest in her. Fenguli, have you truly forgotten me? Woe is me. I am so heartbroken. Liu, entirely oblivious to Liu Zhe's presence, focused her attention solely on Heidi. Once a skeptic of love at first sight, Liu now understood its existence, having instantly recognized Fenguli as her destined partner. Liu Zhe, feeling increasingly helpless, pondered how to assist the situation. Just then, the voice of the drawing staff broke through the tension. Next, it's your turn to draw, they called out impatiently. Yes, yes. Seizing the opportunity, Heidi quickly distanced herself from Liu. The staff urged, draw a lot and leave promptly after. With the staff's encouragement, Liu Zhe and Heidi quickly drew their lots, receiving numbers 537 and 766 for the novice group, respectively. The matches for the novice group would take place in martial arts arenas 15 to 20. With the first match being a 10-person free-for-all, while subsequent matches would follow a one-on-one elimination format. Consequently, nearly 900 out of the 1,000 participants would be eliminated in the first round, leaving only 100 to continue to the one-on-one matches. From the numbers drawn, it appeared that Liu Zhe and Heidi would not be in the same match, thus avoiding the embarrassment of facing each other in the initial round. Liu, with her number 834, was also slated for a different battle. The battle assignments were determined by the first two digits. For instance, Liu Zhe's 537 indicated Arena 53, while Heidi's 766 indicated Arena 76. And Liu's was Arena 83. Since the draw takes place this morning and the first round commences at noon, we have a few hours to spare. Shall we head to the cafeteria? Liu Zhe suggested as he and Heidi squeezed through the crowd, Liu trailing closely behind. Let's follow Liu Zhe's suggestion, Heidi stammered, her voice faltering, primarily due to Liu's presence. Since Fenguli is going, I shall join as well. Liu promptly declared her intentions. Liu Zhe found Liu's behavior perplexing that Heidi's attire was hardly that of a noble. Aside from her dainty features, her clothing bore a striking resemblance to that of a commoner. How could Liu, whose vanity often blinded her, have any interest in Heidi? Do as you wish, Liu Zhe conceded. Realizing Liu was free to go wherever she pleased, he could not hinder her. In an instant, Heidi shot Liu Zhe a pained expression, clearly reluctant to spend time with Liu, though not outright disliking her. The company of another girl made Heidi feel somewhat uneasy. Hee. Liu paid no heed to Liu Zhe, her attention fixated on Heidi's retreating figure. With no other option, Liu Zhe could only offer Heidi an encouraging glance. Ugh, Heidi murmured, her head bowed, appearing adorable in her flustered state. Seeing this, Liu Zhe resisted the urge to take Heidi back to the dormitory, instead leading the way toward the cafeteria. Chapter 48. A gathering. Liu Zhe, why are you so stingy? You brought Fenguli down to the first floor for a meal. Fenguli, let's ignore this miser. Today, I'll treat you to dinner on the second floor. In the cafeteria, Liu's large, beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Liu Zhe, while she clung to Heidi's arm. Eager to head upstairs, Heidi hastily extricated her hand from Liu's grasp, gently declining. No, thank you. Thank you for your kindness. Upon hearing this, Ariel immediately resisted, clinging to Heidi's arm, and playfully exclaimed, It's all right. Fingerly, you needn't worry about it. Come on, let's go. Miss Ariel, since my roommate has expressed her unwillingness, it would be best not to press the matter, Liu Zhe interjected, unable to resist as he noticed the pitiful look Heidi cast in his direction. Don't interrupt. Just step aside, will you? I'm not inviting you anyway, so it has nothing to do with you. Ariel retorted, her tone lacking any semblance of politeness. Liu Zhe shrugged helplessly at Heidi, as if to say, there's nothing I can do. It's just a meal, so bear with it, Heidi. Heidi sighed, her big, watery eyes fixed on Liu Zhe with a pitiful expression. Hee hee. Fingerly, let's go. Ignoring the silent exchange between the two, Ariel tugged Heidi towards the second floor. At that moment, Rex's cheerful voice suddenly rang out. Hey, buddy. Rex unabashedly called out to Liu Zhe, disregarding the onlookers. Rex, keep it down. Everyone is eating. Oh, Melissa, you're here too, Liu Zhe said, turning his head without needing to look. Only to find Melissa and Charlotte standing beside Rex. Melissa raised an eyebrow, reproaching him. Liu Zhe, you mischievous boy. How can you speak to your elder sister like that? Yes, it's Senior Melissa and Senior Charlotte. Ariel exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise as she looked at the two revered figures she idolized. Liu Zhe scratched his head awkwardly and explained, it wasn't intentional. I was just a bit startled. This seems to be the second time, doesn't it? Well, since I'm your elder sister, I must be magnanimous and let it slide this time. However, as penance, Liu Zhe must join us for a meal today. Of course, I'll cover the cost. Melissa's expression shifted, revealing a triumphant smile. Dining upstairs is fine, but let's each cover our own expenses. Liu Zhe pondered for a moment, thinking it would be nice to treat himself before the competition. And with his current finances, he could certainly afford a meal on the second floor, which would amount to at most 1 gold coin. Hey, buddy, don't be shy. When there's a good opportunity like this, you should indulge. Rex clapped Liu Zhe on the shoulder, urging him not to miss out on the chance to enjoy a lavish meal. Seeing Rex's gleeful demeanor, Melissa quickly interjected, Hey, Rex, I don't intend to treat you. If you want to eat, you'll have to pay for yourself. Melissa's words shattered Rex's dreams, and he fell from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. Rex pouted, grumbling, Melissa, you're such a miser. If you don't mind, I will cover the meal, Charlotte said, her gaze fixed on Rex, her tone calm and collected. Upon hearing that Charlotte was willing to pay, Rex immediately declined. No, I'll handle it myself. It's just a meal. And I can manage. Due to his status, he already felt a tinge of inferiority around Charlotte. He certainly wouldn't let her pay for his meal. Charlotte remained silent, her expression unchanged, leaving one to wonder what thoughts were swirling in her mind. As Liu Zhe sensed the piercing gazes surrounding them, he quickly broke the tension. Everyone, let's not just stand here. Let's head upstairs and find a place to sit. Right you are, brother. Blocking the entrance won't do us any good. The task of finding seats is best left to Melissa and Ice Cube, Rex declared, confident that the two girls' reputations would ensure they could easily secure a table to tea that moment. Ariel timidly raised her hand, asking, can I join too? Despite her usual bold demeanor, she felt a hint of nervousness in the presence of such renowned figures. Liu Zhe, aren't you going to introduce these two? Melissa inquired, looking curiously at Heidi and Ariel. Awaiting Liu Zhe's introduction. Realizing his oversight, Liu Zhe quickly said, My apologies, this is my roommate, Fingerly. You have met before when you visited my room, so she shouldn't be a stranger to AS for this young lady beside her. He hesitated, having just realized he hadn't caught her name. Ariel. Ariel shot Liu Zhe a fierce glare, her expression one of utter frustration, as if she could hardly believe he had forgotten her name. Unfazed, Liu Zhe continued, Yes, that's right, Ariel. We can be considered fellow townsfolk. Hello, everyone. Lowering her head, Heidi gracefully performed a noble greeting. Ariel followed suit, respectfully addressing, Greetings, Senior Melissa and Senior Charlotte. As for Rex, Ariel completely disregarded him. Rex's eyes flicked between Fingerly and Ariel, leaning closer to Liu Zhe with a mischievous grin and whispering, Brother, you seem to have an abundance of beautiful companions. It's quite enviable. Perhaps, Liu Zhe thought, feeling a twinge of unease, while Ariel was acceptable. Why was Rex looking at Fingerly? Had he figured out her true identity? Sensing Liu Zhe's sudden tension, Rex quickly added, Don't worry, brother. This will remain our secret that I won't tell a soul. However, as he spoke, Rex's fingers playfully rubbed together, suggesting that Liu Zhe ought to show some gratitude for his discretion. If you dare spill this, I will reveal that little secret of yours to Charlotte, Liu Zhe retorted with a smirk, refusing to back down. Upon hearing this, Rex's mouth opened and closed, but he ultimately said nothing. Damn it, you drive a hard bargain, Rex sighed, realizing he could only blame his own loose lips for putting himself in this predicament. At that moment, Melissa's voice called out, "Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up and catch up with us." Responding, Liu Zhe and Rex quickly followed suit. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly and under the guidance of frequent patrons Ariel, Melissa, and Charlotte. Liu Zhe and the others soon filled their table with an array of dishes, engaging in light conversation as they dined. From this, one could discern each individual's etiquette, aside from Liu Zhe and Rex. The other four displayed impeccable poise while using their knives and forks, clearly having undergone rigorous training. Liu Zhe, however, found it uncomfortable to eat with utensils and was particularly irked to discover that even Rex was more adept than he was. Leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate as they continued their meal, Liu Zhe casually inquired, "By the way, Rex, when is your first match?" "First match? Ah, you probably don't know, do you?" Rex paused mid-bite at Liu Zhe's question. "Know what?" Liu Zhe replied, sensing Rex's unusual expression. Swallowing his food, Rex continued, "I forgot to mention that the top 20 on the Tianyu rankings don't have to participate in preliminary rounds. They are what's known as seed players." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe was slightly taken aback. Curiosity piqued. "I heard from the instructor that Charlotte is ranked 17th. Rex, what about you?" Rex's face lit up with excitement at Liu Zhe's question. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. With a puffed chest, he proudly declared, "17th? No, you've got it wrong. Ice Cube's strength is definitely within the top 5. She's simply too lazy to challenge anyone. As for me, don't be shocked, but I'm ranked 2nd on the Tianyu list." Cough. 2nd? Liu Zhe nearly choked, though he knew Rex was strong. 2nd place on the Tianyu rankings? That seemed exceedingly formidable. It was no wonder that the nobles who often sought trouble with Rex hesitated to act. This explained a great deal. By the way, I'm ranked 6th. Speaking of which, the person you defeated last time, Wilkinson, is also a top player on the Tianyu list, though his rank is apparently below 90. Melissa chimed in with a playful laugh, seemingly eager to see Liu Zhe's astonished expression upon learning of her 6th place status. However, this time Liu Zhe managed to maintain his composure, surprised yet not overly so. And the real shock came from the revelation that Wilkinson was also a formidable player on the Tianyu list. This realization made Melissa clench her teeth in frustration. Was her own achievement so insignificant? Liu Zhe was not the only one astonished. Ariel was equally taken aback. Gazing in astonishment at Liu Zhe, Ariel was taken aback to learn that during the days when Liu Zhe was engaged in a duel with Wilkinson, she had been absent from Tianyu Academy and thus remained entirely oblivious to the matter. It was only now that she discovered Liu Zhe had actually triumphed over a formidable expert on the Tianyu list. Good heavens, the champions on the Tianyu list were at least 7th-level mages. When she had encountered Liu Zhe in the woods, he had merely been a 4th-level mage, hadn't he? Humph. He merely relied on underhanded tactics to fortuitously defeat Senior Wilkinson. He should not be so conceited. At that moment, an unpleasant voice pierced through the air, causing the crowd to frown and turn their gazes toward the source. Chapter 49. Liu Zhe's fury as their eyes fell upon a youth with short green hair. Seemingly around 16 years of age, he exuded an air of arrogance and privilege. Vault. Ariel recognized the newcomer first. He was her classmate, a fellow member of the freshman class. "What do you mean, Florida?" Melissa interjected, directing her attention not toward the newcomer Vault, but rather to the red-haired youth standing beside him, who was indeed Florida. Upon hearing Melissa's voice, Florida politely offered an apology. "I must apologize for my student's presumptuous remarks. This indeed falls short of noble decorum. However, I believe Vault's words are not entirely unfounded." His latter statement clearly served to shield the young man named Vault. Rex, upon hearing this, was the first to retort, "Hey, you filthy scoundrel. How dare you insult my brother? It seems you're in for a serving of chicken tonight." Recalling the last time Florida had been likened to a turkey, the faces of Melissa and the others involuntarily twitched. "Rex, don't think that just because you possess considerable strength, you can act so arrogantly. Otherwise, I shall make you acquainted with the taste of hell on earth." Though Florida had previously bitten his tongue, this time, with his student present, he was determined to uphold his dignity. Liu Zhe keenly observed that as Florida uttered these words, Charlotte's brow slightly twitched. Had Liu Zhe not been positioned just right to witness this change, no one else would have noticed that Charlotte's subtle reaction did not escape Melissa's notice. She promptly grasped Charlotte's wrist, urging her to remain calm. Whenever matters involved Rex, Charlotte became exceedingly sensitive. Humph, at the end of the day. He is merely a leeching parasite. Without Senior Melissa's protection, he is no different from a worthless fool. This statement drew the crowd's attention as Vald wore a sneer, his eyes toward Liu Zhe brimming with envy. Why should this commoner earn Senior Melissa's favor and dine with two senior girls, while he, a noble with an esteemed lineage, was deprived of such an opportunity? You little brat! Just as Rex was about to defend Liu Zhe raised a hand to restrain him. Interrupting Rex, Liu Zhe coldly inquired, "Is your name Vald?" "Humph. My name is Starbucks Vald, a title that is hardly worthy of being uttered by a mere commoner like you." Vald proclaimed his full name, intending to introduce himself to Melissa and Charlotte in hopes of garnering their attention. However, his intentions were destined to fall flat, as both Melissa and Charlotte remained indifferent to his name. Ariel, displeased, addressed Vald. "What is your intention, Vald? Do you not see this young lady dining here?" Both hailing from Viscount families, Ariel was unafraid of Vald. "Humph, it seems the women of the Wago family have indeed fallen low. To find interest in such a despicable commoner," Vald remarked scornfully, his gaze directed at Ariel, who was clearly enamored with Fingley, something any sensible person could discern, and which had already been the talk of the freshman class. "What did you say?" Ariel rose from her seat, her beautiful eyes filled with fury as she glared fiercely at Vald. That moment, Heidi was thrown into a flurry, uncertain whether to intervene on Ariel's behalf. "Humph, Wago Ariel, you possess quite the arrogance. Do you think I fear you? Indeed, I am speaking of this wretched commoner, lowly and filthy, of no value whatsoever." As Vald continued to escalate his insults, he became increasingly agitated. Ultimately slapping Heidi across the face, smack. The sharp crack of the slap echoed, plunging the room into silence. The crowd stood in stunned disbelief, and even Heidi herself was momentarily taken aback, feeling a fiery sting on her cheek. But soon enough, Heidi comprehended the situation, her eyes welling with tears as she struggled to hold back her sobs. Just as Ariel was about to explode with rage, an even louder roar erupted before she could react. "I shall not tolerate this." Liu Zhe sprang from his chair with a fierce determination, his eyes ablaze as he lunged toward Vald. Heidi was Liu Zhe's most cherished person in this world. Anyone who dared to harm her would face his wrath. Clenching his fists tightly, Liu Zhe delivered a powerful punch aimed squarely at Vald's chest. Should this strike land, even if he were fortunate enough to survive, he would surely sustain severe injuries. Enraged, Liu Zhe was resolute in his intent to strike hard. That Vald's heart raced with fear. He hurriedly conjured a magical shield. Yet, before the shield could fully materialize, Liu Zhe's punch had already struck it. With a resounding thud, Liu Zhe's furious punch collided with the magical barrier, the impact diminishing its power considerably. Yet the location of the strike was merciless. Poof! Vald felt the air in his chest expelled by the force of the blow, followed by a mouthful of blood spewing forth. "You wretched commoner!" Florida, now regaining his senses, erupted in fury, conjuring forth a surge of magical energy. Four searing fireballs swiftly coalesced and hurtled toward Liu Zhe. To injure one's own student in public was akin to being slapped in the face, and if Florida did not teach this commoner a lesson, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Melissa, Rex, and the others were taken aback, rushing forward to offer assistance, but Liu Zhe was too close to Florida for them to intervene in time. "Liu." Heidi barely managed to swallow her words, her body not pausing as she attempted to shield Liu Zhe from the impending attack. Liu Zhe pushed Heidi back into her seat. While Florida might be a 7th level or even 8th level mage, he would not be harmed by a mere 3rd level fireball. This 3rd level spell, though seemingly simple, was cast by Florida, a top-ranked expert on the Tianyu list. How could an ordinary 5th level mage hope to withstand it? Yet Liu Zhe's magical shield was far from ordinary. Unless his opponent could unleash a blow powerful enough to deplete his magical energy entirely. Shattering his shield was nothing more than a fantasy. With a soft blue shimmer, the automatically activating magical shield completely neutralized the force of the fireballs, but merely defending against this attack consumed nearly 10% of Liu Zhe's magical energy. It was noteworthy that this was just a 3rd level fire spell, yet it consumed a significant portion of his magical reserves. Indeed, Florida possessed considerable skill. However, in the instant that the fireballs were nullified, Liu Zhe felt a surge of magical energy flow back into him, instantly replenishing 3% of his energy. This was the newly acquired feature of his magical shield, magic absorption. Thus, after accounting for the exchange, Liu Zhe had only expended 7% of his magical energy. How is this possible? Florida's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the fireballs were merely third-level spells, his opponent was only a fifth-level mage. How could the magical shield withstand his attack? During their earlier duel, Rex had already questioned how Liu Zhe had managed to maintain his shield against the onslaught of the 7th-level magical storm spear. Any other 5th-level mage would have had their shield shattered with the slightest touch, yet Liu Zhe had endured that it was not just Rex. Anyone with a modicum of insight could detect the peculiarity of the situation. Yet they could not fathom the reason behind it, and ultimately attributed Liu Zhe's resilience to his remarkable mastery over the magical shield that as for Liu Zhe's earlier duel, the proud Florida had deemed it beneath him to even witness. Who would guess that a commoner could contend with a noble, with the outcome being all too predictable? Humph, let us see if you can withstand this strike, Florida sneered, raising his hand, ready to unleash another spell. But at that moment, Rex and the others would not allow him to have his way. Stop! Melissa and Rex positioned themselves in front of Liu Zhe. If Florida dared to attack again, they would have no qualms about intervening. Even if it meant breaching school regulations in fact, Florida's actions had already violated the rules by assaulting a lower-year student. Faced with Melissa and Rex, though filled with rage, Florida had no choice but to relent. For both of them possessed greater strength. Taking on two opponents would only serve to further disgrace himself. Very well. Very well. I have etched today's events into my memory, Frida proclaimed with a fierce retort. Before supporting the injured Vald as they exited the cafeteria, although Vald was a 5th-level mage, Liu Zhe's punch had struck with considerable force. Given his current condition, if fortune were not on his side, he could very well be eliminated in the first round. Liu Zhe coldly watched the duo's retreating figures, resolute in his belief that he would not regret this incident. To dare harm Heidi, even if the perpetrator ranked among the top 10 on the Tianyu list, would earn them a piece of Liu Zhe's wrath. Honestly, it's ridiculous that a simple meal can lead to so much trouble. Melissa sighed in exasperation, lamenting how a perfectly good meal had been disrupted. Are you all right, brother? Liu Zhe, are you okay? I'm fine, no need to worry, Liu Zhe reassured Rex and caught the concerned gaze of Heidi, flashing a relaxed smile to indicate he was unharmed. However, upon noticing the faint red handprint lingering on Heidi's cheek, he suppressed the urge to reach out and touch her face. Such an action would render the scene one of a man caressing another man's face, a scandal Liu Zhe could ill afford. Are you all right, Fingli? Does it still hurt? While Liu Zhe had his reservations, Ariel had none. She bounded toward Heidi, her hands seemingly intent on erasing the pain as she incessantly stroked her face. I'm fine. Heidi stammered, desperately attempting to escape Ariel's grasp. Yet Ariel persistently pursued her. Witnessing this playful exchange, the tension in the atmosphere dissipated, allowing a hint of relief to emerge among the onlookers. Chapter 50. The event task following their meal in the cafeteria. Nearly an hour remained before Liu Zhe and his companions would compete. During this time, even the boisterous Rex understood the need for silence, offering a cheer before he and Melissa dispersed, believing wholeheartedly in Liu Zhe's prowess to triumph in the first match without needing their presence. Once outside the cafeteria, Liu Zhe ventured alone into a tranquil grove. Before the competition commenced, he aimed to slightly enhance his abilities. While confident that the first match posed no challenge, a prudent approach never hurt. Observing the 15,000 points he had accrued over the past few days, he activated the exchange system. Name, increase magic capacity description, enhance total magical energy point cost. Currently requires 100 points without hesitation. Liu Zhe selected increase magic capacity. What is the most vital attribute for a mage? Without question, it is magical energy. Without it, a mage is merely a stronger version of a common individual. Liu Zhe promptly exchanged for increased magic capacity. Instantly, a notification echoed in his mind. Successfully exchanged for level 1 increased magic capacity. 100 points deducted. Simultaneously, a new piece of information manifested in his consciousness. Increase magic capacity. Current enhancement level 1. Increases total magical energy by 20%. Liu Zhe was taken aback by the magnitude of the increment. Although he was aware of the possibility to enhance his magical capacity, he never anticipated such a substantial boost. Moreover, this 20 would not be constrained by his current level. In simpler terms, if Liu Zhe's total magical capacity as a 5th-level mage is increased by 20, then upon becoming a 6th-level mage, The enhancement would apply to the total magical capacity of a 6th level mage. Elated, Liu Zhe continued to exchange for increased magic capacity. The preceding levels required minimal points, yet the effects were astonishing. Successfully exchanged for level 2, increased magic capacity. 1, 500 points deducted. Increased magic capacity. Current enhancement level 2. Increases total magical energy by 50. Successfully exchanged for level 3, increased magic capacity. 8,000 points deducted. Increased magic capacity. Current enhancement level 3. Increases total magical energy by 90. Upon enhancing his magical capacity to level 3. Liu Zhe's hard-earned 15,000 points dwindled to 500. Nevertheless, he felt no regret. An increase of nearly double his magical energy for 9,600 points was akin to a windfall. Afterward, he allocated 2,500 points to elevate his ice explosion spell to level 2, transforming his ice spikes from 4 to 8 projectiles. Some might argue that doubling from 4 to 8 was insignificant, but that perception was utterly misguided. For instance, a 5th level mage possesses enough magical energy to cast level 1 ice spike spell almost limitlessly. However, regardless of their strength, they could only release one spike at a time, as the level 1 ice spike spell inherently allowed for only a single ice spike, even if one were a level 20 mage. Should one be able to unleash hundreds or thousands of ice spikes at once, that would no longer be a level 1 spell, but rather a level 9 area spell, Ice Ring. The ice explosion spell, classified as a level 3 magic when at level 1, remains so even at level 2 ice explosion. However, level 2 ice explosion excelled in quantity, where others could only launch 4 projectiles. Liu Zhe could unleash 8, clearly indicating the superiority of his technique. Following the precedent set by increased magic capacity, Liu Zhe then spent 300 points to acquire level 1 strength enhancement, level 1 agility enhancement, and level 1 endurance enhancement. In an instant, a radiant powder enveloped Liu Zhe's body, bringing with it a warm and comforting sensation. Soon after the warmth dissipated, he was thrilled to discover that all aspects of his physical prowess, strength, agility, and endurance had increased by 20. With all enhancements complete, Liu Zhe found himself with 2,600 remaining system points. Just as he finished his exchanges, 3 resounding announcements echoed throughout Tianyu Academy. Newcomer group, contestants for match 53. Please report to Battle Arena 17 within 30 minutes. Failure to arrive in time will result in disqualification. Newcomer group, contestants for match 53. Please report to Battle Arena 17 within 30 minutes. Failure to arrive in time will result in disqualification. Newcomer group, contestants for match 53. Please report to Battle Arena 17 within 30 minutes. Failure to arrive in time will result in disqualification. It's my turn for match 53, Liu Zhe confirmed, glancing at the number on his slip. Affirming that he was indeed the contestant for match 53. With 30 minutes to spare and a leisurely 20-minute walk to Battle Arena 17, he had ample time. Liu Zhe stood up and brushed the dirt from his trousers. A sudden system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Event triggered. Tianyu Academy activity task. Ding! Task acquired. First match of the magical tournament. Objective: defeat all participating contestants to advance to the second match. Reward: 10,000 system points. Please decide whether to accept the task within 1 minute. Failure to do so will result in automatic rejection. Taken aback by the unexpected system notification, Liu Zhe's heart surged with excitement. And without a moment's hesitation, he chose to accept that. A cursory glance at the task revealed no penalties for failure. It was an opportunity too good to pass up, especially with the 10,000 points essentially being a gift. Liu Zhe had no doubt that he could navigate through the first match effortlessly. With his current level 3 increased magic capacity, he possessed 90 more magical energy than the average 5th level mage. If a 5th level mage's total magical energy is quantified as 1, then Liu Zhe's would be 1.9. Furthermore, factoring in the new Star Ring's magical energy replenishment effect, his total magical energy would nearly double to 3.8. With such an immense reservoir of magical power, Liu Zhe firmly believed he could easily endure the first match. Brimming with confidence, he turned and made his way toward Battle Arena 17. Before long, Liu Zhe arrived at Battle Arena 17. Following the signs, he promptly located the registration area. Approaching the service desk, he presented his student ID to the staff member, stating, "Hello, I am the contestant for match 53. Please hold on a moment." The attendant swiftly retrieved Liu Zhe's student ID and expertly scanned it across a crystal orb, instantly accessing Liu Zhe's information. New students here, please proceed to the preparation room and await the commencement of the competition. Without further ado, the attendant returned the student ID to Liu Zhe and gestured for him to depart. Within a single day, he was expected to attend to at least 100 new students. Engaging in conversation with each would undoubtedly be exhausting. The structural design of every martial arts arena was largely similar, and drawing upon his previous experience from the duel with Wilkinson, Liu Zhe quickly made his way into the preparation room. Upon entering, he found himself in the company of 5 others, all of whom were seated and meditating to adjust their states. Unsurprisingly, these 5 individuals were all 3rd or 4th level mages, posing no threat to Liu Zhe. As Liu Zhe arrived, the others merely cast him a fleeting glance before returning their focus inward, recognizing that this was a crucial moment for recuperation. Among the more serious ones, some didn't even spare Liu Zhe a second look. Liu Zhe, in turn, remained silent, finding an unoccupied corner to sit cross-legged and await the proceedings. 3 minutes passed before 2 more competitors entered, both 3rd level mages. They surveyed the room, their gaze lingering on Liu Zhe for a moment before taking their seats. Another 7 minutes elapsed before the final 2 competitors arrived, mirroring the actions of the previous pair by observing their surroundings before settling down at this point. All the participants for the first match had gathered, for 3rd level mages and 5 4th level mages. Apart from himself, there were no 5th level mages present. The match is now commencing. Competitors for match number 53, please proceed to the stage. In an instant, the announcement from the magical loudspeaker resonated through the preparation room, prompting all competitors to rise simultaneously. Their eyes were filled with a palpable sense of hostility as they regarded one another. The 10 participants entered the martial arts arena, which was impressively spacious, exceeding 200 meters in both length and width. Ample space for a chaotic melee. Upon stepping onto the arena, Liu Zhe noticed that the audience was sparse compared to the nearly packed crowd during his life-and-death duel with Wilkinson. Clearly, the preliminary matches among freshmen were not sufficiently enticing to draw a large crowd. As the 10 competitors positioned themselves several dozen meters apart, they gripped their staffs tightly, sweat beading on their brows, their gazes warily fixed on one another. Liu Zhe had no doubt that once the match commenced, a fierce battle would erupt. Now announcing the start of the new student group, match number 53. With the referee's command, all participants sprang into action. The 9 competitors took up positions in various directions, and a keen observer might discern an implicit strategy to encircle Liu Zhe. Indeed, it seems I am their primary target, Liu Zhe thought to himself, noting that the 9 competitors had all directed their attention toward him. That it was a reasonable inference. Among all the participants, if they did not first join forces to eliminate Liu Zhe, the 5th level mage, they would stand no chance of success. Fireball, ice explosion, wind blade, earth wall. A chorus of youthful shouts filled the air as the match commenced, with an array of spells erupting forth, all aimed at Liu Zhe. So many, Liu Zhe exclaimed, though he had anticipated this outcome. Witnessing a barrage of magic converging upon him was still a startling sight. Boom, boom, boom. Liu Zhe attempted to evade, but the sheer volume of spells, compounded by the barriers of the earth wall, meant that he was inevitably struck by numerous stray projectiles. Instantly, his magical shield activated, absorbing the impacts. The damage inflicted by 3rd and 4th level mages was minimal, and the magical projectiles that hit him depleted less than 3% of his magical energy. With a resolute expression, Liu Zhe, now surrounded, chose to act decisively, charging toward a 3rd level mage in an attempt to break free from the encirclement. Upon seeing Liu Zhe rush towards him, the 3rd level mage panicked and fled without a second thought. TSK. Liu Zhe clicked his tongue, realizing that while he sought to attack, his opponent would not grant him an easy victory. As he advanced, fireballs, wind blades, and earth walls were unleashed in an effort to thwart his progress. Ice explosion. Liu Zhe raised his hand, casting 3 ice explosions. 24 ice spikes, grouped into 8s, shot forth in 8 directions. While he pursued the 9th target, the ice spikes hurtled towards him. The others hastily conjured magical defenses, cautiously activating their shields in anticipation of the unforeseen. The 3 ice spikes would not hold for long. Perhaps 2 or 3 seconds at most, but in that brief window, Liu Zhe was poised to accomplish much. He unleashed 3 more ice explosions, this time directing all 24 spikes towards a single individual, encircling him from various angles. The 3rd level mage, witnessing this, frantically raised his magical shield. Lacking the agility of a monkey, he had no confidence in his ability to evade the onslaught of 24 ice spikes. Thud, thud, thud. All 24 ice spikes struck the opponent's magical shield. However, due to the distance, the power of the spikes had diminished, unable to shatter the shield outright. Yet, despite failing to break through, the sheer force of the 24 spikes swiftly depleted the third-level mage's magical energy. With his magical reserves exhausted, the third-level mage's complexion turned pale, but Liu Zhe offered him no respite, charging directly at him. Seeing Liu Zhe approach, the third-level mage was gripped by terror and hastily exclaimed, I forfeit! I forfeit! As he cried out, the referee activated some mechanism, enveloping the third-level mage in a radiant barrier, which then transported him out of the arena. Though curious about the nature of the barrier, Liu Zhe had no time to ponder. He swiftly pivoted and charged towards the next opponent. Chapter 51. A swift victory. Having dealt with the first opponent, Liu Zhe employed the same tactic, launching 3 ice explosions to suppress the others while he dashed towards one of them. Earthwall, the 4th-level mage, realizing Liu Zhe had targeted him, panicked and conjured 4 earth walls in a desperate bid to block his advance. Faced with an imposing 3-meter-high earth wall, Liu Zhe shouted and leaped. He could have taken a longer route, but that would merely afford his opponent an opportunity to flee, so he opted to vault directly over it. Soaring 4 meters into the air, Liu Zhe effortlessly cleared the earth wall, a feat that would have been impossible in his previous life. Yet in this world, leaping 4 meters was far from daunting. Clearing the wall, he propelled himself forward with the momentum from his landing, closing the gap between himself and the 4th-level mage to less than 5 meters. I concede, as Liu Zhe closed in. The 4th-level mage swiftly chose to forfeit. Though they were strangers, he recognized Liu Zhe and knew better than to engage in close combat with someone capable of defeating a 6th-level mage with a single blow. With his declaration of surrender, the barrier reappeared, enveloping him and whisking him away from the arena. Relieved by his opponent's decision to forfeit, Liu Zhe swiftly turned and advanced towards the next contestant. I forfeit. I concede. I'm done fighting. I admit defeat. Under the relentless bombardment of the secondary ice explosive spell, the few 4th-level mages present were unable to even cast their own 4th-level spells before being unceremoniously kicked out of the arena by Liu Zhe. It was not that they were unwilling to wield their 4th-level magic. Rather, the incessant ice explosive spells targeting them left them with no time to react. That a 4th-level mage could exhaust their magical energy to cast the ice explosive spell a mere 10 times. Yet Liu Zhe unleashed it over 100 times throughout the match, and astonishingly, he showed no signs of fatigue. This stark contrast in magical power was undeniable. Unquestionably, Liu Zhe, possessing the prowess of a 5th-level mage, had the upper hand against opponents whose maximum capability was only 4th level, and even those at the 3rd level. Even if Liu Zhe simply stood still and allowed them to bombard him with spells, it would suffice to deplete their magical energy, let alone the fact that he moved with the agility of a slippery eel, dodging left and right, making it a stroke of luck if even one of their spells managed to hit him. Indeed, only Liu Zhe would dare to assert that he could stand still and allow a group of 3rd and 4th-level mages to bombard him. Any other 5th-level mage would never dream of doing so. Typically, if 3 or 4 4th-level mages put forth their full efforts, they could easily wear down a 5th-level mage's magical shield to exhaustion. However, such a scenario would require the opponents to remain stationary and serve as targets, which was hardly a wise strategy. I concede as well, the last remaining contestant declared, seeing that he was the sole survivor in the arena. Given his status as a 3rd-level mage, it was utterly unrealistic for him to defeat his opponents. Upon witnessing the final contestant surrender and being escorted out by a glowing orb, Liu Zhe paused to catch his breath, awaiting the verdict. The referee surveyed the arena, now devoid of competitors, and announced the victor of this match. In the 53rd match of the freshman division, the winner is Liu Zhe. The referee proclaimed Liu Zhe's victory loudly, while system notifications echoed in his mind. Task completed. Tianyu Academy Event Task. First match of the Magic Tournament. Reward, 10,000 system points. Ding. This task is part of a chain. It will automatically proceed to the next phase. New task acquired. Tianyu Advanced Magic Academy Event Task. Second match of the Magic Tournament. Objective: defeat the contestant in the second match to advance to the third match. Reward: 20,000 system points. With no opportunity for Liu Zhe to refuse, the system automatically assigned him the second task. Liu Zhe felt indifferent. After all, he had intended to accept the tasks from the outset. That he silently rejoiced that no magical artifacts had appeared in the first duel. Otherwise, if someone had produced a formidable magical item, Liu Zhe might have found himself in dire straits. After the referee proclaimed his victory, Liu Zhe promptly exited the 17th combat arena. Heidi's match was scheduled for the 76th round, and he hoped he could still make it in time to watch. Upon stepping out of the 17th arena, Liu Zhe approached a staff member and inquired, "Excuse me, could you please tell me which arena the 76th match of the freshman division is taking place in?" "The 76th match? If I recall correctly, it should be in the 19th arena," the staff member responded, albeit uncertainly, given the sheer number of matches throughout the day. "I see. Thank you." Liu Zhe expressed his gratitude and made his way towards the 19th arena. Although he could not be sure of the staff member's accuracy, following the impressions of others was certainly more efficient than wandering aimlessly like a headless fly, though most individuals were either engaged in matches or preparing for them. The crowd was still substantial. Liu Zhe maneuvered through the throng, calling out to people to make way as he made his way to the 19th arena. Before long, he drew closer to his destination. Now announcing, the 76th match of the freshman division, begin. As Liu Zhe approached the 19th arena, he could faintly hear the announcement that Heidi's match had commenced. He quickened his pace towards the viewing area. Navigating through the crowd, Liu Zhe needed to ascend a sloped walkway at the entrance to reach the viewing area. He hurriedly pushed through the throng, disregarding the grumbles of those around him, and swiftly entered the corridor. Soon, Liu Zhe arrived at the viewing area. Having battled twice in the arena himself, this was his first time stepping onto the viewing platform. From his elevated position, he could clearly observe the entire arena below. 9 contestants? Liu Zhe murmured in surprise, noticing that less than a minute into the match, only 9 competitors remained. One contestant had evidently been eliminated and lost their chance to advance to the next round. Focusing intently, Liu Zhe quickly spotted Heidi amidst the chaos. It was evident that her situation mirrored his own from earlier, as she was the primary target, surrounded and under threat from multiple opponents. After all, a 5th-level mage posed a considerable threat. Chain Fireball. 2 fire mages raised their wands and simultaneously cast a chain fireball, sending 8 fireballs, each the size of a basin, hurtling towards Heidi in the face of the onslaught. Heidi remained composed, nimbly evading the barrage while effortlessly dodging the chain fireballs. For those attacks she could not evade, she countered with the ice explosive spell. Having weathered that wave of attacks, Heidi raised her wand, unleashing 4 ice explosive spells and sending 16 ice spikes in rapid succession. Do not think you will succeed. Earthwall spell. A 3rd-level mage, seeing the ice spikes approaching, swiftly cast the Earthwall spell to block them. The Earth Wall not only obstructed the incoming spells, but also provided defensive cover. Seeing this, the other contestants raised their wands, unleashing a flurry of spells from various elemental affinities, ignoring the rest. Heidi concentrated on the 3rd-level mage who had cast the Earth Wall. With a thought, she altered the course of the ice spikes mid-flight, causing them to take a sharp turn. "What?" the 3rd-level mage gasped in shock. Clearly unprepared for the ice spikes to change direction, but by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late to raise his magical shield, and 2 ice spikes struck his legs directly. He cried out in agony. Unable to endure the pain. A mere 13 or 14-year-old boy, he broke down in tears, immediately announcing his surrender. Impressive. Heidi may seem scatterbrained most of the time, but she is formidable in battle, Liu Zhe thought, astonished by her performance. The seemingly oblivious little girl transformed into such a powerful fighter in the arena. Particularly impressive was her ability to maneuver the ice spikes with such precision. Just how adept must her control over magic be? While Liu Zhe believed he could manage slight trajectory adjustments, he recognized he could never replicate Heidi's ability to navigate around obstacles with such agility. Icefall spell. Just as Liu Zhe was marveling at Heidi's prowess, she completed her next spell. This was the 5th-level water magic Icefall spell, essentially a weaker version of the 9th-level Ice Rain spell. Heidi's magical talent was undeniably formidable. Liu Zhe felt a pang of envy. At merely 15 years of age, she had already reached the pinnacle of 5th-level mages and mastered a 5th-level spell. In truth, the Icefall spell was also available for exchange within the system, requiring no system gems, only 15,000 points for a 1st-level Icefall spell. However, given the current circumstances, Liu Zhe prioritized single-target attacks for his exchanges. Although area attacks had a broader range, their single target damage was often lacking, and they consumed a significantly greater amount of magical energy. Of course, Liu Zhe could choose not to rely on the exchange system and learn the Icefall spell through diligent practice. Much like Heidi, however, mastering a 5th-level spell like Icefall would take months, even for a gifted student. Liu Zhe deemed it more practical to earn system points rather than spend months honing his magical abilities. The 5th-level spell took shape, unleashing a surge of devastating damage that wreaked havoc on the other mages in the arena, with the magical shields of 3rd and 4th-level mages being insufficient to withstand the might of the Icefall spell. The assault was relentless. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of ice spikes rained down, striking the magical shields of the remaining contestants with resounding force, creating a cacophony of heavy impacts. The Icefall spell's true strength lay not in the damage of a single ice spike, but in the sheer multitude of them. Casting the ice spike technique, even for a formidable 5th-level mage like Heidi, the consumption of magical energy remains exceedingly taxing. This illustrates the considerable burden that area of effect spells impose on a mage. The rain of ice spikes persisted for nearly 3 minutes, during which fewer than 3 individuals remained standing in the arena, each a 4th-level mage who had fortuitously positioned themselves in a relatively lower density zone of attack. Among them was one 4th-level mage, perhaps cursed by fate for not having burned enough incense in a past life, who found himself tragically stationed in the most densely struck area, instantly reduced to a sieve by the deluge of ice spikes, and promptly surrendered. This exemplifies the disparity in strength. In the face of the harsh threshold represented by 5th-level mages, the fate of this group of 3rd and 4th-level mages was sealed. The might of 5th-level magic was beyond their capacity to withstand. Had it been otherwise, there would be no need for others to toil so diligently in their training. At that moment, countless orbs of light appeared, whisking away the surrendering contestants from the arena, leaving only Heidi and the remaining 3 4th-level mages. The trio exchanged glances. With nearly 30% of their magical energy still intact, they were reluctant to concede defeat without a fight, and thus silently reached a consensus. Quicksand technique. Firestorm. The 3 4th-level mages unleashed their spells simultaneously. One was a geomancer, while the other 2 wielded fire magic. Drawing upon their final reserves of energy, they cast the quicksand technique and firestorm. Their success or failure hinged on this singular moment. Should they fail to vanquish Heidi, they would have no choice but to accept their loss. Confronted with the trio's last-ditch effort, Heidi did not dare to underestimate them. As the quicksand technique was initiated, the ground beneath her transformed into sand, collapsing downwards like a ravenous maw attempting to engulf her. In a flash of insight, Heidi sprang into action, ice shield, summoning crystalline ice beneath her feet. Heidi evaded the treacherous quicksand, simultaneously wielding her staff to cast the 4th-level water-based defensive spell, Ice Shield, to counter the Firestorm's onslaught. However, she knew she could not afford to remain stationary. She quickly conjured shards of ice on the ground to facilitate her retreat. Although the ice shield wielded by a 5th-level mage was formidable, it ultimately struggled to withstand 2 simultaneous 4th-level attacks. As she had anticipated, the ice shield began to wane in brilliance upon absorbing the first firestorm, and when the second wave struck, it shattered instantly. The explosive aftermath engulfed a 3-meter radius around the ice shield. Yet Heidi had already retreated to safety, suffering no harm. As the smoke cleared and the reality of Heidi's unscathed condition dawned upon the 3 contestants, their expressions shifted to one of dismay, leading them to voluntarily concede defeat. At this point, they had exhausted every ounce of their magical energy and did not wish to risk injury that could necessitate a visit to the infirmary. Liu Zhe observed with a mix of astonishment. What seemed effortless in battle was far from simple. The combined assault of the quicksand technique and firestorm demanded precise timing. Had Heidi's reactions been even a second slower, she would have been ensnared by the quicksand, subsequently subjected to the onslaught of the firestorm. Even in victory, she could not have emerged unscathed. It must be said that Heidi's timing in battle was remarkably astute. Once all had conceded, the judge announced, in the 76th match of the freshman group, the victor is the newcomer, Fingley. Chapter 52. Post-match respite. Fingley, standing at the entrance of Arena 19, Liu Zhe called out as he spotted Heidi emerging from the venue. Liu Zhe, you came to watch my match. Heidi trotted over, slightly embarrassed at the thought of others witnessing her performance. Indeed, after my match concluded and seeing that I had time to spare, I decided to come. I never anticipated you would be so impressive, Liu Zhe replied with a smile. offering genuine praise without reservation, and no, that's not the case. Heidi's cheeks flushed at Liu Zhe's straightforward compliment, her hands flailing nervously in front of her chest. Observing her bashfulness, Liu Zhe couldn't help but smile and then inquired, "What are your plans next?" Without much contemplation, Heidi responded naturally, returning to the dormitory to continue practicing. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe felt a renewed admiration for Heidi's diligence. The match had just ended, and she was already intent on resuming her training. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was neither too early nor too late. And given the exhaustion from the first match, resting in their dormitory seemed a prudent choice. With that thought, he suggested, "All right then, since it's getting late, how about we stop by the cafeteria on the way back and grab some food?" Heidi readily agreed. "Sure, sounds good." With her consent, Liu Zhe and Heidi strolled towards the cafeteria. With a click, Liu Zhe inserted his student ID to unlock the door, placing the food he had brought on the living room table as he entered. Heidi followed closely behind, and, once in the living room, removed her disguise, exclaiming, "Ugh, that was so uncomfortable." Her expression reflected the discomfort she had experienced while disguised. "That you've worked hard," Liu Zhe said as he sank into the sofa. Pouring 2 glasses of water, one for himself and one for Heidi. "Ah, thank you." Feeling parched, Heidi gratefully accepted the cup, taking small, delicate sips of water, her movements reminiscent of a refined lady. The two sat in silence for about 5 minutes before Heidi timidly broke the quiet. Well, surprised to see Heidi initiate conversation, Liu Zhe leaned forward, puzzled. "Yes? What is it?" Well, it's just that." Her cheeks flushed as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. She had believed expressing herself would be easy, yet found herself shyly stumbling over her words in front of Liu Zhe. Liu Zhe remained patient, waiting for her to continue. During lunch, he repeated, bewildered, "Lunch?" Heidi took a deep breath, clenched her small fists in determination, and declared, "I just wanted to say thank you so much for what you did at lunch." Heidi truly felt very happy, "As if you were really my brother." Her face flushed with embarrassment as she concluded her heartfelt expression, lowering her gaze in shyness. "Oh dear, what on earth did Heidi just say? Did I make things awkward for Liu Zhe?" She mumbled to herself, her cheeks aflame, wishing she could vanish into a hole. What had started as a simple thank you had spiraled into an earnest confession. Liu Zhe paused, then realized that Heidi was referring to the incident in the cafeteria earlier. Recalling her words, Heidi truly felt very happy. "As if you were really my brother," he instinctively covered his face with his hands, aware that he was undoubtedly grinning foolishly. This moment of levity stretched nearly a minute, until he noticed Heidi's anxious expression, reminiscent of a child who feared they had ruined something. To soothe her, he ventured, "Although we aren't related by blood, if you wish to consider me your brother, that's perfectly fine." Heidi's bold declaration had even caused Liu Zhe, a grown man, to feel his cheeks grow warm with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." As soon as Liu Zhe spoke, Heidi rushed to apologize, but upon reflecting on his words, she gasped, "Huh? Ha. Liu, did you just say?" Staring at Liu Zhe with wide eyes, Heidi timidly inquired, fearing she might have misheard. "Yes, I said that if you want to consider me your brother, it doesn't matter," he reiterated, suppressing his own embarrassment while feeling a twinge of guilt for potentially misleading her. "Ah," Heidi exclaimed, momentarily struck dumb, unable to process the implications of his words. Watching her become momentarily dazed, Liu Zhe felt a pang of awkwardness. Why was she not responding? Had he said something inappropriate? As the silence stretched on, his own unease grew, and he cast a glance at Heidi. Ugh! At that moment, a soft sob broke the silence. Startled, Liu Zhe panicked. Wait, why are you crying?" Seeing Heidi in tears sent him into a flurry. Had he inadvertently said something offensive? "I'm so sorry, Heidi. I'm just so happy," she said through tears, her small hands constantly wiping away the moisture from her eyes. "Here, use this." Liu Zhe offered a tissue, extending it toward her. "Thank you," she replied, taking the tissue and drying her tears. After a moment, Heidi finally ceased her weeping, prompting a sigh of relief from Liu Zhe. Noticing that Heidi seemed exhausted from crying, he gently suggested, "If you're tired, perhaps you should rest for a bit." The events of the day had been overwhelming, from the morning's drawing and meeting Ariel, to the midday conflict, and the first match of the magical competition, followed by returning to the dormitory and shedding tears. It was only natural for Heidi to feel fatigued after such an emotional roller coaster. However, Liu Zhe soon regretted his words, wishing he could slap himself for being so thoughtless. Tightly wound, Liu Zhe found it difficult to comprehend his current situation. The white ceiling and simple decor confirmed that he was indeed in his own room. Yet, there was a significant problem, a very significant problem. The issue was the fact that Heidi, curled up and deeply ensconced in slumber, lay quietly beside him. Indeed, the reality was that Liu Zhe and Heidi were sharing the same bed. He struggled to recall how things had escalated. He only remembered nodding in agreement until he found himself in this predicament. Peering down at the peacefully sleeping Heidi, the tranquil sound of her breathing felt jarringly out of place in the quiet room. Heidi slept soundly, yet Liu Zhe's mind was in turmoil. Though she was only 15, she had already developed in ways that made this shared bed a considerable challenge for Liu Zhe, who had never before been in such intimate proximity to a girl. In the depths of profound wisdom, the Bodhisattva perceives the emptiness of the five aggregates and transcends all suffering. Form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. To calm himself, Liu Zhe began to recite the Heart Sutra, drawing on the vague memories of his past life. Perhaps Liu Zhe's subtle movements disturbed Heidi, for she murmured in her sleep. Releasing her grip on the hem of his shirt, just as Liu Zhe thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt a warm, soft sensation enveloping his arm. He froze, unable to move as Heidi, still in a sleepy haze, wrapped her arms tightly around his limb. Finding solace in his embrace, she continued to slumber peacefully. Seeing the serene expression on Heidi's face eased Liu Zhe's tension, as if he too were touched by her tranquility. Although it is a bit early, perhaps I should sleep, he mused, allowing himself to relax. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Heidi's voice interrupted him. Brother. Huh? Liu Zhe turned his head in confusion, only to find Heidi still peacefully asleep. Was she dreaming? He couldn't help but smile, amused that at her age she still spoke in her sleep. Yet, at that moment, he felt her grip tighten around his arm. Brother, mother, you mustn't. Heidi will be a good girl, so, Heidi murmured, her face contorting in pain as tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. Hearing her words, Liu Zhe understood that the brother she referred to was not him. The anguish etched on her face was incomprehensible for the usually shy Heidi, leaving him to wonder what sorrowful burdens she carried. Everything will be all right. I won't go anywhere, he whispered softly, brushing away the tear from her cheek and gently stroking her hair. Filled with compassion and a desire to alleviate her suffering, he continued his tender ministrations. He felt the tension in her grip gradually ease. Once Heidi's expression relaxed, Liu Zhe gazed at her for a moment before closing his eyes, knowing that this night would be one of sleeplessness. Chapter 53. The 6th level mage. The following day, the second round of the magical competition was set to commence. Liu Zhe stood beside the activity bulletin board outside the first martial arts arena, perusing the list of those who had advanced to the next round. Although the majority of the new students are 3rd or 4th level mages, there are quite a few 5th level mages as well. He mused. Following the first round, 128 participants remained, their names arranged in pairs for the upcoming matches. Liu Zhe quickly scanned the list, soon locating his name in the 4th group. He also found the names of Feng Li and Ariel, positioned in the 63rd and 34th groups, respectively. To his surprise, he discovered that Wald had also advanced to the second round. It seemed luck had favored him in avoiding 5th level mages during the first round. Given Wald's current condition, facing an opponent of equal rank would have been nearly impossible. However, if he manages to reach the 3rd round, then he truly is unfortunate. Wald had slapped Heidi the previous day, and although Liu Zhe had already taught him a lesson in the cafeteria, he had yet to settle the score. Wald was in the 3rd group, while Liu Zhe was in the 4th, meaning that if Wald advanced, Liu Zhe's next opponent would be him. For Liu Zhe's own second match, he felt little concern. A mere 4th level mage posed no real threat, unless they possessed formidable magical artifacts, in which case his chance of victory was nearly 100. This was not arrogance on Liu Zhe's part. The disparity in their levels was starkly evident. The outcome of a duel between a 4th and a 5th level mage was almost predetermined. This realization only served to highlight the astonishing feat Liu Zhe had achieved in defeating the 7th level mage, Wilkinson, even with the aid of a forbidden magic scroll, an accomplishment not to be taken lightly. Time is running short. The second match is scheduled for the 18th martial arts arena. Due to the events of the previous night, Liu Zhe's sleep had been less than restful, and he awoke to find it was nearly noon. With the competition looming, originally, Heidi had intended to wake him to leave together, but she hesitated, recalling her bold request from the night before. Surely, Liu Zhe would be very upset with her for suggesting they sleep together. Though apprehensive about facing his potential ire, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she felt unprepared to confront him. Ultimately, she left a note and some breakfast before heading out alone that I hope Heidi didn't witness anything awkward this morning. Liu Zhe thought as he made his way to the 18th martial arts arena. After all, he was a normal young man, and there were certain inconveniences in the morning that were best kept from a girl's view. The more he pondered this, the more he wished he could vanish into a hole. Despite feeling flustered the previous day, he had failed to consider this aspect. Well, it wouldn't be the end of the world if my sister saw. Right? Liu Zhe ultimately reassured himself with this thought. Upon arriving at the entrance to the 18th martial arts arena, he approached the registration desk to check in for the match. You must be Liu Zhe from the 4th group, the attendant said as he approached the desk. Caught off guard by the attendant's familiarity, Liu Zhe responded, "That's me. Is there a problem?" He was not surprised that she recognized him. He had seemingly gained notoriety after his fight with Wilkinson. "Actually, there's no need for you to compete in your second match today. Your opponent, Harbison Chaz, has withdrawn this morning," the attendant explained calmly, indicating that such occurrences were not uncommon, as not everyone possessed the courage to challenge those of a higher rank. "So, my match is already over?" Liu Zhe was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. "Yes, you have automatically advanced to tomorrow's 3rd match. Do you have any questions?" the attendant patiently clarified. "Oh no, that's fine. Thank you," Liu Zhe replied gratefully before turning to leave. Harbison's voluntary withdrawal had certainly spared him some effort. Task completed. Tianyu Academy event task, 2nd match of the magical competition. Reward, 20,000 system points. Beep. This task is a chain task. It will automatically progress to the next phase. Heaven's Favor Advanced Magic Academy event task, the 3rd match of the magic tournament. Objective, defeat the participants of the 3rd match to advance to the next stage. Reward, 30,000 system points. As he walked along the path, following the system notification, Liu Zhe's current system points had reached 35,100. This included 10,000 points from the task, 20,000 points from another source, and 2,600 points from his original balance. The final 2,500 points were accumulated over the past 2 days from 5 level 4 magic pearls that Heidi had filled. Even though Liu Zhe had encouraged her not to overexert herself during the tournament, yet Heidi had stubbornly insisted on completing her task. Meanwhile, Liu Zhe had become somewhat lax, neglecting his own duties of filling the magic pearls. With 35,100 points, I still need 7,900 points to elevate my status to a level 6 magician. The last time I exchanged for maximum magic power increase, my total magic power increased by 90. In optimal conditions, I can fill 9 level 4 magic pearls. Considering the effects of the Nova Ring, I could instantly replenish my magic power to fill 18 pearls. 18 level 4 magic pearls can be exchanged for 9,000 points, which is more than sufficient for my level upgrade to level 6 magician. Thinking of his potential opponent tomorrow, perhaps the troublesome Valder, Liu Zhe resolved to enhance his strength today, intending to teach him a lesson. After a brief calculation, Liu Zhe promptly decided to return to his dormitory to check if the cooldown period for exchanges had elapsed, allowing him to once again exchange for level upgrade and elevate his prowess to level 6 magician. Number 18. In Liu Zhe's room. As a flicker of magical energy dissipated, he wiped the sweat from his brow. The filling of the last magic pearl had finally been completed. Level 4 magic pearl. Can be exchanged for points, 500 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Level 4 magic pearl can be exchanged for points, 500 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Level 4 magic pearl can be exchanged for points, 500 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Level 4 magic pearl can be exchanged for points, 500 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? After converting all the magic pearls into system points, Liu Zhe's system points now amounted to 44,100. Observing the dwindling number of magic pearls, he mused, "It seems I must find time soon to replenish my stock of magic pearls. Otherwise, 900 may not suffice." As a level 5 magician, he consumed 18 magic pearls a day. If he were to advance to level 6, it would likely escalate. If all went well, he could condense 100 pearls in a day, translating to an income of 50,000 system points daily. However, a nagging premonition lingered in Liu Zhe's mind, suggesting that matters might not be as straightforward as he hoped. the exchange system was too astute to allow him easy access to points. Yet, what would actually transpire remained unknown to him, merely a hunch. Setting aside these thoughts, Liu Zhe calmed his mind and entered the exchange system interface. His gaze shifted to his category, where he swiftly located his target. Name, level upgrade description. Increases magician's level by 1 cost. Currently requires 43,000 points without hesitation. Liu Zhe selected the option for a level upgrade and confirmed the exchange, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The last time he had exchanged for level upgrade, he received a notification stating, multiple exchanges within a short period are not permitted. Now, several days later, he wondered if he could exchange again. Liu Zhe silently recited. Exchange for level upgrade. Confirm the exchange for level upgrade. Confirm. Liu Zhe repeated internally, his heart racing. After a brief silence, the system message resounded again. Level upgrade exchanged successfully. 43,000 points deducted, with the system notification concluding. Joy surged within Liu Zhe as familiar specks of light materialized from thin air, cascading over him. In an instant, the magical power within him surged like a flood. Liu Zhe revealed his magic ring, where 5 stars began to glow brightly, transforming from their previous dimness into radiant brilliance. At last, amidst the rising magical power, the 6th star appeared. With its emergence, the surge of magic abruptly ceased, marking Liu Zhe's official ascent into the realm of a level 6 magician. Feeling the immense magical energy within him, a smile crept across Liu Zhe's face as he exclaimed, Level 6 magician. With the prowess of a level 6 magician, bolstered by a 90 increase in magic power and the effects of the Nova Ring. If he were to face Wilkinson again, even if he could not defeat him, Liu Zhe was confident he would not find himself in such a dire predicament as before. The difference between level 5 and level 6 was indeed significant. Of course, Wilkinson had already met his demise, and Liu Zhe would have no one to test his newfound strength against. After the exchange for level upgrade, Liu Zhe found that his system points had dwindled to a mere 100. However, he was confident that with his newfound strength as a level 6 magician, regaining those points would not pose a challenge. Returning to his senses from the euphoria of leveling up, Liu Zhe composed himself, restoring his usual demeanor. First, let me verify my assumptions, he murmured, retrieving a level 4 magic pearl from his spatial ring and infusing it with magical energy. He now stood as a level 6 magician. Although he could not achieve instantaneous filling like Rex, his filling speed had significantly improved. Before long, he had completely filled a level 4 magic pearl. With determination, Liu Zhe attempted to exchange the level 4 magic pearl for system points. Instantly, a system message arrived. This item cannot be exchanged according to the assessment of the exchange system. Taken aback, Liu Zhe chuckled ruefully. As expected, it seems the upgrade system does not permit such conveniences. At this moment, Liu Zhe was not overly surprised. Based on his understanding of the upgrade system, it would not allow him any loopholes. Back in Emerald City, he had exhausted himself searching for system flaws, only to be disheartened after numerous failed attempts. Thus, the previous ability to exchange level 4 magic pearls indicated that this was sanctioned by the system. Quickly regaining his composure, Liu Zhe retrieved a level 5 magic pearl from his spatial ring, which he had purchased as a precaution. Infusing it with magic, he calculated the consumption, estimating that, considering the effects of the Nova Ring, he could produce a maximum of 20 level 5 magic pearls in a day. After filling the level 5 magic pearl, Liu Zhe proceeded to exchange it. Level 5 magic pearl can be exchanged for points. 1,000 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Confirm the exchange. Converting the level 5 magic pearl into system points, Liu Zhe discovered that the 500 points he could exchange as a level 5 magician had now dwindled to just 1,000 points. Frowning, Liu Zhe remarked, it seems that the level 4 magic pearls from Heidi's end likely cannot be exchanged. And even if they could, the points would probably be significantly reduced. Nevertheless, Liu Zhe had no intention of halting Heidi's work. After all, this was her sole source of income. The system points were secondary. Ensuring Heidi received her rightful earnings was his primary concern. It seems there is still a long way to go before reaching level 7 magician, Liu Zhe noted, observing that the points required for the next level amounted to a staggering 277,000 points, a considerable sum for him at this moment. While the system points were a manageable issue, the cooldown time for exchanges remained an unpredictable variable. Even with sufficient system points, Liu Zhe was uncertain when he would be able to exchange for level upgrade again. Creak. At that moment, Liu Zhe heard the sound of the dormitory door opening, causing a slight flutter of nervousness in his heart. It seemed Heidi had returned. Stepping out of his room, Liu Zhe immediately encountered Heidi, who had shed her disguise and was busy preparing dinner in the living room. Already feeling somewhat anxious, seeing Heidi in person heightened his nerves. It's all right. It's all right. Stay calm, he repeatedly chanted in his mind as he greeted. Heidi, you're back? The moment he spoke, Liu Zhe instantly regretted it. His tone had been too stiff. Startled by Liu Zhe's sudden call from behind, Heidi jumped and turned around, her expression one of anxious surprise. Liu Zhe. At this moment, Heidi was equally anxious, oblivious to the stammer in Liu Zhe's tone. Her prolonged call of brother Liu echoed in the air, completely missing the unnaturalness in his earlier speech. The two exchanged silent glances, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Just as Liu Zhe was pondering how to break the silence, Heidi tilted her head and let out a soft exclamation. What's wrong? Liu Zhe's heart jolted. Could it be that she truly witnessed something she shouldn't have this morning? Sister, it's all right. It's all right. Liu Zhe repeatedly reassured himself. Although he was in his early 20s in his previous life, he still felt somewhat inexperienced in handling emotional matters, particularly when it came to the opposite sex. As Heidi sensed the burgeoning magic power within Liu Zhe, her curiosity momentarily overshadowed her nervousness, and she hesitantly inquired, Liu Zhe's level. Hearing Heidi's unexpected question, Liu Zhe was momentarily taken aback before he promptly explained, well, I practiced a bit today and managed to break through. Initially, Liu Zhe had worried that Heidi might pry into his affairs, but instead, she blushed as if the achievement were her own, excitedly exclaiming, Wow, Brother Liu is amazing. You're already a level 6 mage. Witnessing this, Liu Zhe's tension eased significantly, and he smiled as he replied, Thank you. Heidi's talent far exceeds mine. You'll surely surpass me in no time. In no way. Heidi is very clumsy, just a silly child. Faced with Liu Zhe's straightforward praise, Heidi's cheeks flushed with shyness as she hurriedly waved her hands in denial. Heidi is being too modest. In the future, she will undoubtedly become a formidable mage. Liu Zhe spoke candidly. A 15-year-old peak level 5 mage was already a prodigious talent, at least in Liu Zhe's eyes. Woo! Flattered by Liu Zhe's compliments, Heidi lowered her head, too bashful to meet his gaze as the conversation fell into silence. Liu Zhe glanced at the neatly arranged dishes on the table and broke the stalemate. Heidi, you brought back dinner, right? If we don't eat soon, it will get cold. Let's sit down and enjoy our meal. Okay. Responding promptly, Heidi settled onto the couch and picked up her utensils, even as they shared a meal. The atmosphere remained quietly subdued, just as it had been every other time. Only the sound of clinking cutlery broke the silence. While eating, Heidi sought an opportunity to apologize to Brother Liu for her capriciousness the previous day. However, by the time they finished their meal, she still hadn't found the right moment to speak, which left her feeling anxious. She needed to apologize quickly. Finally, as Liu Zhe cleared the table, Heidi found her chance. Her small hands fidgeted on her lap as she maintained a proper sitting posture, and she began, Liu Zhe, what is it? A tremor ran through Liu Zhe's heart. His expression remained calm, but he was already starting to feel nervous inside. After a pause, Heidi gathered her courage and finally said, I'm sorry. I was too willful yesterday and made such an unreasonable request. Liu Zhe must have felt quite troubled and thought I was an annoying child. Woo. Taken aback by her sudden apology, Liu Zhe was momentarily speechless, and by the time he processed it, he noticed that Heidi had begun to cry softly. Flustered, he hurriedly comforted her. Don't cry. Heidi, please don't cry. Liu Zhe has never found you annoying. Hearing this, with a hint of sobbing in her voice, Heidi timidly asked, Oh really? You aren't lying to me? Really? Liu Zhe likes Heidi very much. In his moment of desperation, Liu Zhe realized he had inadvertently made a rather suggestive statement. Liu Zhe won't ever leave Heidi all alone. Never. Liu Zhe will absolutely not leave Heidi. Even if Heidi is a clumsy child? Heidi is not a clumsy child. Even if she were, Liu Zhe would never leave. Even if Heidi is actually a spoiled child? Even if Heidi wants to be spoiled every day, that's perfectly fine. Even if we sleep together every day? Even if we sleep together every day? Liu Zhe froze, a cold sweat breaking out as he finally realized he might have misspoken, seeing the pure joy on Heidi's face. He felt there was no turning back now. He had intended to smile wryly, but looking at Heidi's unadulterated happiness, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Well, perhaps sleeping together wasn't such a big deal after all. Knock, knock. The door was gently rapped upon, and Heidi's timid voice rang out. Liu Zhe, may I come in? Hearing the knock, Liu Zhe steadied his emotions and replied, the door isn't locked. Heidi can come in any time. I am sorry for interrupting. The door slowly opened, revealing Heidi in a light-colored nightgown, clutching a pillow to her chest and hiding her face behind it. The single bed is indeed too cramped. I think I'll sleep on the floor. Liu Zhe felt a bit nervous, even though it was the second time. Upon hearing Liu Zhe's intention to sleep on the floor, Heidi immediately countered, no, that won't do. Seeing the determination on Heidi's face, Liu Zhe rubbed his nose and conceded, all right then. The rustling of fabric filled the air as Heidi cautiously climbed onto the bed, settling into a small corner. Liu Zhe shifted his position slightly, making an effort to avoid touching her. Well then, let's sleep, Liu Zhe said after a moment of silence. Turning off the light, came Heidi's voice, already tinged with drowsiness as she settled down. Observing her demeanor, Liu Zhe thought to himself, she really is still just a child. Time flew by, and half an hour later, Heidi was sound asleep, while Liu Zhe had just begun to feel drowsy. I should get to sleep too. There's an important match tomorrow. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to it by now, or perhaps he needed to conserve energy for the important contest ahead, but Liu Zhe soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 55. The third match today marked the third day since the commencement of the Grand Magic Tournament. Having gone to bed rather late the previous night, Liu Zhe awoke feeling slightly weary. Heidi always wakes up earlier than me, he mused. Glancing at the empty space beside him, he wasn't worried about Heidi stumbling upon any embarrassing scenarios, as he had deliberately turned away from her while sleeping. Thus avoiding any awkwardness. Creak. Liu Zhe opened the door and stepped into the living room, where he found the table laden with breakfast and a note left by Heidi. Reading the neatly pinned note brought a smile to Liu Zhe's face. Although the request to sleep together had originated from Heidi, it seemed she wasn't fully accustomed to it yet. As she always avoided him in the mornings, she'll get used to it one day. He concluded, sitting down on the sofa to enjoy a simple meal of steamed buns accompanied by 3 dishes and soup. Quickly finishing his breakfast and tidying up the table, Liu Zhe ensured he hadn't forgotten anything before stepping out of the dormitory. His destination was the entrance of Arena 1. He had confirmed his advancement to the third round of the tournament, but he was still unaware of whether Wald had made it through as well. Now, he was heading to Arena 1 to find out who his opponent would be today. I hope that guy made it to the third round. Otherwise, it would be much less entertaining, Liu Zhe thought mischievously as he walked. Anticipating putting that unfortunate fellow through some challenges. 10 minutes later, Liu Zhe arrived at the bulletin board outside Arena 1, which was already bustling with people around 8 or 9 in the morning. Presumably most of them there to check on their next match opponents. After some effort to weave through the crowd, he finally reached the board and quickly spotted his next opponent. At midday. In Arena 15, the contestant, Sierra, versus the contestant, Starbucks Vault. This Vault seems to have some skill. I didn't expect him to defeat a level 5 mage in the second match, Liu Zhe remarked, his eyes brightening as he considered his upcoming match. It appeared that his hopes had not been in vain. While I harbor a deep-seated disdain for Wald, I cannot deny his undeniable prowess. Upon reflection, reaching the third round of the competition signifies that he has indeed secured a place among the top 64 in the freshman category, indicating that his abilities are not to be underestimated. Even if Wald merely appears as a decorative figure in Liu Zhe's eyes, it is imperative to approach him with caution. After confirming his opponent for the match, Liu Zhe began to search for Heidi's name. Although Heidi had not mentioned anything about the competition yesterday, her expression suggested that she had likely advanced smoothly. There it is. As expected, Heidi has also successfully progressed. Her opponent is Hoksun Kelly. Upon seeing Heidi's opponent, Liu Zhe felt a sense of familiarity wash over him, and soon he recalled who she was. Is it really her? Hoksun Kelly was indeed the girl who had walked alongside Wald during the freshman assembly. Given that these two were among the few who had approached Liu Zhe for conversation without malice, he had retained a clearer impression of them. I had momentarily forgotten about their existence. It seems Kelly is indeed on the list. Liu Zhe's gaze swept once again, and he swiftly found the name he sought. Wald, with his opponent being Wago Ariel. What a remarkable coincidence that Wald is matched against Ariel in the same round. At this rate, it seems that the few acquaintances I know are all colliding in this third match. Liu Zhe mused in astonishment, realizing that the few individuals he recognized were all facing off against one another. Having witnessed Wald's abilities during the freshman assembly, Liu Zhe recalled Ariel's impressive performance while hunting magical beasts outside the Emerald City, prompting him to draw a simple comparison between the two. I have indeed seen Wald's strength firsthand. While Ariel is also a level 5 mage, her combat experience likely pales in comparison to Wald's that it may not be so simple for Ariel to advance in this match. Ultimately, Liu Zhe leaned toward Wald emerging victorious. However, Ariel's noble status provided her with economic support, while Wald lacked such backing. Thus, the disparity in magical equipment meant that Ariel was not entirely without a chance of victory. Observing the scheduled time for the 3 matches, Liu Zhe shook his head in regret, remarking, "It's a pity that all 3 matches are scheduled for noon. Otherwise, I would truly wish to seize the opportunity to watch." After a moment of regret, Liu Zhe turned and made his way through the crowd to leave. Shortly after Liu Zhe departed from the first martial arts arena, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Hey, bro." Before Liu Zhe even turned around, he could guess who it was. The only person he knew who would disregard decorum to shout bro in the street was Rex. "Rex, I've told you countless times not to shout so loudly." "I can't hear you just fine," Liu Zhe replied with a tone of exasperation. Rex chuckled sheepishly and then said, "This is the only way to show enthusiasm. But enough of that, bro. You're truly hard to find. You haven't been holed up in your room the whole time, have you?" "Pretty much. What's up? Is there something urgent?" Liu Zhe shrugged, acknowledging that apart from the competitions, he had indeed spent nearly all his time in his dormitory. "Not exactly urgent. Do you know who your next opponent is?" Rex said with a mysterious smile, trying to pique Liu Zhe's interest. Liu Zhe, uninterested in playing games with Rex, directly stated what Rex was about to say. "It's Wald. Right? Look at your overly mysterious expression." Upon hearing this, Rex displayed a lackluster expression, grumbling, "What? You already knew? How boring. You ought to take it easy. Instead of wasting time teasing me, why not go cultivate a relationship with Charlotte?" Liu Zhe remarked with a face full of exasperation, wondering how Rex could make a game out of such a trivial matter. "Bro, are you joking? If I go after the Ice Queen, she might just freeze me solid." Rex shuddered dramatically, as if recalling a similar experience that, "Oh, but bro, it's quite impressive that you've already reached level 6 as a mage at AT this rate. You're likely to break into the top 8 in the freshman category." Rex shifted the conversation to Liu Zhe's prowess. Though his tone was casual, there was a glimmer of astonishment in Rex's eyes. He was well aware of Liu Zhe's capabilities. The sudden leap to a level 6 mage in a single night was extraordinary. Did he consume some miraculous elixir? While curious, Rex tactfully refrained from probing further. Liu Zhe humbly responded, "It's not as formidable as you suggest. I am not the only level 6 mage in the freshman category." Just moments ago, while examining the competition roster, Liu Zhe had noted that there were several other level 6 mages among the freshmen, most of whom were top talents in Class 1, having reached that level at the age of 16. Level 6 mages aged 17 were distributed across classes 2 to 7, while those aged 18 were found in classes 8 to 11. For classes 12 and 13, aside from Liu Zhe himself. He had yet to hear of any other level 6 mages. Don't worry. Your magical shield is deployed with remarkable precision, and your melee capabilities seem quite decent as well, that if you run out of magical power, just throw a few punches at him. Surely he won't be able to dodge them all." Rex expressed high expectations for Liu Zhe in his eyes. Liu Zhe was an anomaly. Other mages typically focused on developing powerful offensive spells. While Liu Zhe took a different path, he had never seen anyone utilize the often overlooked magical shield with such finesse, suggesting he must have dedicated considerable effort to it. Yet, who had ever witnessed a mage training in magical shields? Even if there were, they would likely be mere apprentices just beginning their journey into the magical realm. Liu Zhe was a fully fledged mage, yet still delving into the intricacies of magical shields. Such a prodigy was a rare sight for Rex. "It's easy for you to say. The opponent has to stand still for you to hit him." Liu Zhe rolled his eyes, pondering who would be foolish enough to remain stationary while being punched. Rex gave a thumbs up, irresponsibly declaring, "Hey, bro, you can definitely do it. I believe in you." "Oh, please, stop with the empty words." Liu Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Rex's expression turned serious as he said earnestly, "Bro, you're really cold. Anyway, you'll surely do fine in today's match. That I have an important task to attend to, so I must take my leave. Alas, all for the sake of peace within the academy." Well then, I am off. Bro, do take care. With that, Rex took off in a flash, vanishing from sight in an instant. Watching Rex depart, Liu Zhe felt a mix of resignation. If his memory served him correctly, Rex had headed toward the girls' dormitory, which meant he was likely off to indulge in some peeping. What a troublesome brother, Liu Zhe sighed from the depths of his heart. Chapter 56. The arrogant Liu Zhe. Several hours had passed since Rex's departure, and Liu Zhe estimated that his third match was about to commence. All right. Rising to his feet after spending time in the woods, Liu Zhe stepped forward, eagerly anticipating the long-awaited third match as the time finally arrived. The venue for this match was the 15th Martial Arts Arena. Aside from their numbers and locations, every arena was identical in specifications, ensuring fairness and impartiality. No particular arena offered advantages to specific participants. Before long, Liu Zhe arrived at the entrance of the 15th Martial Arts Arena, greeted by a bustling crowd, significantly more lively than the sparse attendance during the preliminary rounds. As expected, this is a match among the top 64. The number of spectators is quite considerable, Liu Zhe thought, observing the throngs of people, some there purely to watch, while others were there to gather intelligence on their opponents, each harboring diverse motivations. I'm here to participate in the third match, Liu Zhe announced at the registration desk, confidently presenting his student ID to the attendant, having done this many times before. After confirming Liu Zhe's ID, the attendant returned it and gestured toward a nearby passage, stating formally, "Freshman Shi-Er has completed registration. Please proceed to the preparation room. You will be notified when the match begins." Nodding in gratitude, Liu Zhe tucked his student ID away and made his way toward the preparation room. Shortly after Liu Zhe entered the preparation room, two familiar figures appeared at the registration desk. Had Liu Zhe been present, he would have recognized them as Florida and Wald. "Wald, you must be cautious. Do not underestimate Shi-Er. Although he did employ some cunning tactics to defeat Wilkinson, it is undeniable that he possesses a certain level of skill." Florida reiterated her warning to Wald, concerned that he might underestimate his opponent and suffer a significant setback. As such instances of underestimating an opponent leading to defeat were not uncommon, Wald licked his lips, assuring, "Rest assured, Senior, I will not hold back. The moment the match begins, I will unleash my full strength and defeat him in one fell swoop." Just yesterday, he reached the pinnacle of a level 5 mage, and now he exudes an unparalleled confidence, for among the new students, few can rival him. The pain from the punch he received from Liu Zhe in the cafeteria still lingers, and he is determined to settle that score. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from saying more. I trust you will know how to gauge the situation, Junior, Frida stated, realizing that the only thing left for him to do was to offer a reminder. The rest depended on Wald himself. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Frida. Please excuse me as I proceed to register." Wald responded with a formal bow, then made his way toward the registration area. The match numbered 3 is about to commence. Please have the two contestants enter the arena within 5 minutes. Sitting on the sofa in the preparation room, the announcement from the magical loudspeaker jolted Liu Zhe back to reality. Rising silently, he opened the door to the preparation room and advanced toward the arena. As he traversed the long corridor, he was greeted by blinding light and a cacophony of discussions, ignoring all distractions. Liu Zhe's gaze was fixed upon a figure standing on the arena, Wald. Upon seeing Wald in person, a flicker of anger surged within Liu Zhe's previously calm demeanor. He was resolute in avenging the slap dealt to Heidi. "You dare not flee in fear. For a commoner, this merits commendation from me," Wald sneered as Liu Zhe stepped onto the arena, though his clenched fists revealed his own desire for vengeance. "Flee? You are hardly worthy of such a notion." Liu Zhe replied indifferently, as if dismissing Wald entirely. Wald scoffed, "Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide. I shall soon have you begging for mercy." With that, Wald provocatively gestured, indicating he intended to knock Liu Zhe to the ground. "Both sides, ready." The referee's voice rang out, announcing the imminent start of the match. This, both contestants fell silent, their magical energies coiling in anticipation. "Begin." Whoosh. Almost instantaneously with the referee's command, both figures surged forward, Liu Zhe advancing while Wald retreated. Wald had witnessed Liu Zhe's bout against Wilkinson and understood that he could not contend with Liu Zhe's close combat prowess. Thus, he sought to create distance right from the outset. Ice explosion. Moving swiftly, Liu Zhe raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of ice shards, 8 in total, aimed directly at Wald. As the ice shards hurtled toward him, Wald remained unperturbed, skillfully sidestepping most, knowing that only one or two would truly threaten him. Evading the majority, Wald lifted his magic wand, igniting it with a fiery glow, and released 4 massive fireballs, a level 3 fire spell known as the Fireball Barrage. The colossal fireballs intercepted the ice shards, incinerating them into vapor. "What's the matter? Is this all you can muster?" Wald taunted, reveling in his apparent superiority, attempting to rattle Liu Zhe's composure. "Patience. This is merely an appetizer." Liu Zhe smirked, then unexpectedly halted his advance. Wald, feeling a twinge of caution at Liu Zhe's strange behavior, replied mockingly, "I assent at your forte to scurry around like a monkey. Why have you stopped?" Liu Zhe shook his head, arrogantly declaring, "You are not Wilkinson. I need not flee to deal with you." "What do you mean by that?" Wald's expression darkened, his anger bubbling to the surface as he gripped his wand tightly. "Exactly that." Liu Zhe dismissed further explanation, opting instead for action. Ice explosion, ice explosion, ice explosion. In rapid succession, Liu Zhe unleashed 2 successive ice explosions, summoning 16 ice shards with unrestrained ferocity, his aim to wear Wald down. For in terms of magical energy, even 10 Walds would not compare to a single Liu Zhe. Mere seconds after his declaration, hundreds of ice shards launched forth that a commoner is still a commoner. Relying solely on such mindless tactics, Wald declared dismissively, yet faced with such a torrent of attacks, he could not afford to be careless. He hastily conjured a magical shield for defense. Crash, crash, crash. Countless ice shards shattered against the magical shield, draining Wald's energy gradually. Unlike Liu Zhe, he could not sustain such a shield for long. "You insufferable pest!" Firestorm. Growing impatient, Wald summoned his magical energy, and in an instant, a swirling vortex of flames, 5 meters in diameter, coalesced before him, surging fiercely toward Liu Zhe. The firestorm, a level 4 fire spell, obliterated the multitude of ice shards. Yet as it consumed so many, its diameter shrank to 3 meters. Although diminished, it raced toward Liu Zhe, who stood resolutely, refusing to budge, intent on shattering Wald's confidence. Determined to crush both his spirit and resolve, as the firestorm approached, Liu Zhe remained unmoving. The magical shield activated on its own, fully absorbing the ferocious flames. With a thunderous explosion, the firestorm erupted, sending dust swirling and waves of heat crashing against Liu Zhe. The power of a level 4 spell was indeed formidable, even as a level 6 mage. Bolstered by a level 3 shield, the residual strength of the firestorm still drained 5% of Liu Zhe's magical energy. However, as the firestorm dissipated against the shield, a surge of energy flowed back into Liu Zhe, replenishing 2% of his magical reserves. This was the enhanced property of the magical shield, energy absorption. In total, the firestorm had consumed 3% of Liu Zhe's energy. After withstanding the firestorm, Liu Zhe provocatively beckoned with his hand, saying, "I'm right here. If you think you can defeat me, feel free to try." Subsequently, he sat down cross-legged, clearly inviting Wald to strike him. Arrogance. It was sheer audacity. Whether Wald or the watching students, they could only describe Liu Zhe with one word: audacious. Observing this spectacle, a new student snickered. "I thought this so-called Liu Zhe was impressive, but it turns out he is merely a fool. Standing there to be a target for a level 5 mage. Does he really believe he is a level 6 mage?" It seemed that his previous victory over Wilkinson was merely due to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, with such a foolish mindset, he could hardly claim to rival Wilkinson. Hearing this, another student chimed in mockingly, "That is hard to say. Perhaps he really is a level 6 mage? Impossible. I heard Liu Zhe belongs to class 13. How could a class that ranks at the bottom have a level 6 mage? If he were level 6, he wouldn't be in class 13. True enough. An 18-year-old level 6 mage would surely be placed in class 11 at the very least." With that, the two lost interest in further discussion and returned their focus to the match on the arena. Faced with Liu Zhe's blatant provocation, Wald's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty. In a magical duel, allowing one side to remain stationary while the other attacks was the utmost humiliation for a mage. Though incensed, Wald's reason remained intact. He felt an unsettling premonition. Could this commoner truly possess the strength of a level 6 mage? Even if he is a level 6 mage, so what? I am well prepared for this, Wald sneered, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes as he tightened his grip on his wand. Chapter 57. Scorching Ray. Having been humiliated by Liu Zhe, Wald did not lose his composure. It was still too early to employ his secret technique, which could be used only once. He needed to ensure it would defeat Liu Zhe in one strike. Recognizing that the time was not yet ripe, Wald remained calm, his magical energy swelling, the fiery elements suffusing the arena. Raising his wand, Wald taunted, "Humph! If you have the courage, then receive this scorching ray." The scorching ray. A level 5 fire spell. With Wald at the pinnacle of level 5 mage strength, he could unleash it only 3 times at most, though it lacked the piercing power of wind magic. Its instantaneous destructive force was undeniably more formidable than wind spells of the same tier, making fire spells an optimal choice for draining an opponent's energy. Seated on the ground, Liu Zhe expressed no tension, merely saying, "Try me. Indeed, you are arrogant. You shall regret your decision." As Wald's eyes flickered, his lips spoke while his mind pondered other matters. Silent and unyielding, Liu Zhe clearly had no intention of engaging in further trivial discourse. Demonstrating strength was the most straightforward approach. Observing Liu Zhe's resolute stance, Wald felt a surge of elation. This commoner would undoubtedly regret his carelessness. In an instant, the staff in Wald's hand radiated a fierce crimson glow. As tumultuous fire elements surged forth, elevating the ambient temperature significantly, the searing fire elements coalesced around Wald, and soon, 8 orbs of fiery red light, each the size of a basketball, materialized behind him. The moment these 8 orbs completed their gathering, Wald smirked coldly. The 5th level spell, Scorching Ray, was now ready. Without further ado, Wald pointed his staff at Liu Zhe and bellowed, "Scorching Ray." In that instant, the 8 fiery orbs ignited simultaneously, and 8 beams of flame erupted from behind Wald. Each as thick as a barrel, their intense heat palpable even from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 beams of flame, originating from 8 directions, aimed directly at Liu Zhe, with no obstacles or magical defenses in their path. The distance between the 8 fiery rays and Liu Zhe vanished in the blink of an eye. Sensing the impending attack, a magical shield automatically activated, enveloping Liu Zhe in a swirling blue light. Boom! The moment the magical shield activated, the first fiery ray collided with it, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Following swiftly were the second and third rays, and within less than a second, all 8 fiery rays detonated in succession. Each explosion compounded the power of the last, culminating in the 8th explosion that engulfed Liu Zhe along with his magical shield. Kaboom! The arena was ablaze with light, with Liu Zhe at the center. The explosion's radius extending 10 meters around him. The overwhelming magical force instilled trepidation in many observing 4th-level mages. What would happen if such a strike were unleashed upon them? Some newcomers were struck with awe, mixed with aspiration, vowing that one day they too would wield such formidable magic. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the dust, and at the eye of the explosive tempest, Liu Zhe remained seated. Unscathed, the audience was not surprised to see Liu Zhe unharmed. A 5th-level mage could easily withstand a 5th-level spell. Yet, they felt a twinge of pity for Liu Zhe, for even if he had survived, his magical energy was likely depleted. Soon, Liu Zhe's composed voice rang out. As expected of a 5th-level spell, its power is indeed substantial. Unfortunately for you, the caster leaves much to be desired. It seems you still lack the means to breach my defenses. While he spoke, Liu Zhe was inwardly astonished. The potency of a 5th-level fire spell was indeed formidable. Withstanding the attack had consumed 16 of his magical energy, and considering his 90 amplification, a typical 6th-level mage would require 30 of their energy to endure such a blow. As he marveled, the property of energy absorption activated once more, and a surge of magical energy flowed into him, replenishing 5 of his power. Truly, a brainless commoner, foolish enough to employ a magical shield, which is incredibly energy-consuming, to counter Scorching Ray. Even as a 6th-level mage, you'd expend at least 20 of your energy. Wald, seeing Liu Zhe unhurt, felt no surprise that he calculated that he still had enough magical energy to unleash 2 more Scorching Rays. Certain he could diminish Liu Zhe's energy below 30 at that point. When this arrogant commoner believed he had secured victory, he would unveil his trump card. Wald reveled in his calculations, yet he had failed to consider that Liu Zhe's magical shield could not be judged by ordinary standards. It had been specially upgraded to level 3 and possessed an energy absorption trait, vastly superior to an average person's shield. Furthermore, Liu Zhe boasted a 90 energy amplification and a stellar ring. Although he deemed the latter unnecessary against Wald, this time, Wald was destined to strike a hard wall, and his assumption that Scorching Ray could drain Liu Zhe of over 20 of his energy was misguided. In reality, the spell had only consumed 11 due to the absorption property. Enough of your rambling. If you truly possess courage, then withstand another Scorching Ray. Wald attempted to provoke Liu Zhe, fearing above all that Liu Zhe might choose to evade the attack. If Liu Zhe opted not to stubbornly endure with his magical shield but instead chose to dodge, Wald's plans would be in jeopardy. However, his concern was unfounded. Throughout the encounter, Liu Zhe had shown no inclination to move. Seeing Liu Zhe remain still, Wald smirked, his confidence in victory bolstered, and he hastened to cast Scorching Ray once again, anxious that Liu Zhe might suddenly change his mind and evade. Scorching Ray! Whoosh, 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 the scene repeated itself, as 8 beams of fiery red light shot towards Liu Zhe like arrows. Boom, boom, boom. The rays collided with the magical shield, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that a senior student, also a 6th-level mage, observed Liu Zhe's demeanor with disbelief and disdain. This guy must be insane. That's a 5th-level spell, Scorching Ray. Even a 6th-level mage cannot withstand such an expenditure. Another senior, also a 6th-level mage, scoffed. Heh, I doubt this newcomer is as formidable as the rumors suggest if it were me. I could defeat him in less than 5 rounds. The tales of a newcomer who could even best 7th-level mages appeared to be mere exaggerations. Witnessing his companion's arrogant expression, the speaking senior disdainfully remarked. Uft, 5 rounds? I could do it in 4. 3 rounds for me. If you take 3, then I'll do it in 2. No need for discussion. 1 round is sufficient. The two argued foolishly, and their banter drew scorn from those around them. Defeating a 6th-level mage in 1 round. Even 7th-level mages would not dare make such bold claims, let alone those who were merely 6th-level themselves. These two engaged in their trivial squabble. Wald unleashed his 3rd Scorching Ray. Not going to dodge. Heh, you're finished. Having cast his 3rd ray, Wald's remaining magical energy was now less than 10. Yet, rather than fatigue, a look of delight graced his face. The reason was clear. He had witnessed the 3rd Scorching Ray explode upon Liu Zhe's magical shield. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sent waves of heat surging forth, and Wald shielded himself with magic, fixated on Liu Zhe's position. This is the 3rd time. To withstand 3 Scorching Rays, I concede you are a 6th-level mage. However, your magical energy must be nearly depleted. Wald's thoughts were dark and foreboding. Still seated, Liu Zhe showed no signs of disturbance from the 3 Scorching Ray attacks. His attire remained unruffled, and he calmly remarked, "Your complexion appears a bit pale. Could it be that your magical energy is exhausted?" Wald snorted angrily, hiding his manic glee, and coldly replied, "My condition is none of your concern. You should worry about yourself. With a magical shield absorbing 3 of my Scorching Rays, even as a 6th-level mage, your magical energy is surely dwindling." Yet, this mattered little, even if Liu Zhe retained 40 of his energy. Wald was confident he could defeat him. Who knows? Liu Zhe replied with a playful smile, saying no more. Wald, caught in self-satisfaction, would not receive any helpful hints from Liu Zhe, who was curious to see what further tricks Wald had up his sleeve. Glaring at Liu Zhe's composed smile, Wald hissed, "Laugh while you can. Soon enough, I will wipe that smile from your face." Yet, beneath his bravado, Wald felt a thread of caution. He possessed magical artifacts, and who knows? The opponent might have them too. Although Wald deemed it unlikely for a mere commoner to possess such items, he couldn't afford to underestimate Liu Zhe, even if Liu Zhe had other cards to play. Wald had no time to ponder. His magical energy was running low, and he was compelled to act. Whatever your hidden cards may be, you will surely fall before this strike. Wald gritted his teeth, his expression turning fierce. With a firm grip on his staff, Wald was finally ready to unleash his ultimate move. Chapter 58. Hope and despair. Walder gripped his wand tightly, a sly glint sparkling in his eyes, causing Liu Zhe's heart to tighten with a surge of wariness. Could it be that Walder possessed a formidable secret weapon yet to be unleashed, one capable of turning the tide of battle? As a noble born of a viscount, Walder likely wielded powerful magical artifacts, prompting Liu Zhe to heighten his vigilance. Although he feigned disdain on the surface, he remained on high alert internally. Heh. Do not blame me for employing underhanded tactics. After all, your victory in that duel was achieved through similar means, was it not? Walder chuckled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming with the light of impending triumph. Enough with the chatter. Unleash whatever spells you have at your disposal, Liu Zhe replied, maintaining a facade of indifference, his only intent to rattle Valder. Commoner, you shall regret uttering those words. In the name of Starbucks, I bestow upon you your penance. Valder's ire flared upon witnessing Liu Zhe's unfazed demeanor. With that, he raised his wand high, and the fire core embedded within it blazed forth with brilliant light. Immense magical energy swirling into being around him. Indeed, it is that wand, Liu Zhe thought, a shiver coursing through him as he scrutinized the ornate staff, recognizing its undeniable craftsmanship. Heavens, it is a magical artifact. Liu Zhe realized, discerning that Valder had evidently spared no expense this time. Magical artifacts, capable of channeling magical cores as energy sources, allow for the casting of spells without depleting one's own magical reserves. These artifacts can take various forms, rings, necklaces, or even wands, but they share a common trait. Their creation is arduous, rendering each piece a precious treasure. The quality of a magical artifact can be assessed in numerous ways. The most direct being the level of magic it can cast. The higher the magic, the more challenging it is to inscribe upon the artifact. Thus, possessing such an artifact could indeed turn the tide of battle. And the magical competition did not prohibit their use, meaning Valder's actions were not technically against the rules. However, while magical artifacts are formidable, they are not omnipotent. Generally, casting a spell from an artifact consumes its magical capacity, rendering it unusable thereafter. Unless absolutely necessary, few would willingly expend the magic within such an artifact, as it might be the very key to preserving their lives. Liu Zhe's expression grew grave. Given Valder's confident demeanor, it was evident that the magical level inscribed upon his artifact was not trivial. As the fire core continued to emit radiant light, volatile fire elements surged within the arena, leaving the air seemingly devoid of anything but flames. The vivid crimson glow intensified, an oppressive heat saturating the atmosphere. Even at a distance, Liu Zhe could feel the scorching waves. Ha ha ha, cursed commoner, behold the might of 7th level fire magic. The Inferno of Judgment. Valder cackled madly, convinced that Liu Zhe, with barely 30% of his magical power remaining, stood no chance against such a 7th level spell. Even at full strength, with the magical shield, an energy-intensive defense, resisting the Inferno of Judgment would be a formidable challenge. However, to mitigate any potential risks, Valder decided to deplete Liu Zhe's magical reserves to the bare minimum. 7th level magic, Liu Zhe exclaimed, recalling the last time he encountered such power during his duel with Wilkinson, when he had endured a 7th level wind magic spell, the Spear of Tempest. Since then, he had not faced another 7th level spell. Yet, he was not the same man he had been then. Now, with 85% of his magic intact, he was confident he could withstand a 7th level spell. As Valder's magic began to take form, the temperature in the air skyrocketed, causing the scenery to shimmer under the oppressive heat. Eventually, an orange-red flame coalesced at the tip of Valder's wand. Die, peasant, to the Inferno of Judgment. With a thunderous bellow, Valder unleashed the gathered orange-red flame, which surged towards Liu Zhe like a towering wave at a bespectacled noble student in the spectator stands, feigning an air of expertise. Declared, Liu Zhe is doomed. Even if he is a 6th level magician, with his remaining magic, he cannot hope to resist a 7th level spell. Observe, this is a classic case of pride preceding a fall. This student, handsome in appearance, could easily enhance his image, eliciting admiration from the surrounding young ladies. Oh my, senior, you are so impressive. You know so much. One noble girl squealed, her eyes sparkling with adoration. Ah, ladies, it is but a trivial matter. One day, you shall all become as formidable as I. The bespectacled noble student reveled in the effect of his words, basking in their admiration. Predictably, upon hearing his words, the young girls erupted into a fervor, their voices ringing out in excitement. Anyone could see that. Look at how smug you are. Do you think everyone else is a fool? Nearby male students, consumed by jealousy, muttered harshly among themselves, returning to the arena. Liu Zhe felt the oppressive heat causing beads of sweat to trickle down his brow. As he beheld the Inferno of Judgment bearing down upon him, he calmly assessed, although it is a 7th level spell, the fact that it is being cast through an artifact means its potency is significantly diminished compared to a true 7th level magic. The sensation of Valder's spell felt much weaker than Wilkinson's Spear of Tempest. To the onlookers, it seemed as if a swift whoosh signaled the engulfing flames swallowing Liu Zhe whole. Only the keen-eyed could discern that, in the very moment the flames consumed him, a brilliant blue magical shield activated at the precise moment. The audience held their breath, their gazes fixed upon the unfolding scene. Sizzling sounds echoed as the orange-red flames danced throughout the arena, with Liu Zhe standing at the very center of the inferno. Ha ha ha! Be reduced to ashes beneath the purging flames of judgment. Valder's sharp laughter rang out, reveling in the sight of the consuming flames and Liu Zhe's apparent demise. His heart surged with exhilaration, itching to vocalize his glee. Alas, what a pity that an 18-year-old 6th-level magician, while not particularly strong, could have had a promising future outside the academy. It is a shame that it all ends here, the bespectacled noble student lamented, shaking his head in mock sorrow, feigning genuine pity for Liu Zhe. Of course, such sentiments were merely a facade for his true intentions. Senior, you are so kind. Truly, you are remarkable. You possess such a generous spirit. Even towards your enemies, though. I'm going to faint. Senior, while basking in the admiration of the surrounding girls, the bespectacled noble student's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Yet, amidst the joy of some, there were those who felt the sting of envy. As the bespectacled noble student reveled, nearby male students seethed with jealousy. Finally, one male student could no longer contain his frustration and blurted out, "Humph. Others may not say it, but do you truly think your predictions are impressive? Look, he is not dead. He is perfectly fine." The male student had intended to chastise him further, but upon finishing his statement, he realized the gravity of his words. Not dead. Liu Zhe had not perished. As they gazed at Liu Zhe's figure, standing tall amidst the orange-red flames, the crowd rubbed their eyes, fearing they had misinterpreted the scene before them. How is this possible? This is a 7th-level spell. How could it possibly fail to kill this worthless wretch? Valder stood frozen in disbelief, his prideful strike having utterly failed. Feeling a surge of magical energy still coursing through him, Liu Zhe dispersed the residual flames around him. Fixing Valder with a calm smile, "It appears from your expression that this might be your final gambit. Now, it is my turn, is it not? Now, it was time to avenge Heidi." Chapter 59. A severe beating. It seems from your expression that this might be your final gambit. Now, it is my turn, is it not? With a swift motion, Liu Zhe dashed forward, seizing the opportunity as Valder's magical reserves dwindled, his strength waning. Liu Zhe would not let this chance slip away as the inferno of judgment dissipated. Valder's heart sank into despair upon witnessing Liu Zhe's unscathed form. In this dire circumstance, he realized he had no hope of victory. Valder's heart ached with the weight of his defeat. He knew he had lost. However, before Valder could fully process his rage over failure, he was struck with terror as he saw Liu Zhe charging towards him, prompting him to hastily cry out in surrender. "I yield." As Vald's words hung in the air, they were abruptly silenced, not by his own volition, but rather by a fierce punch from Liu Zhe that forced the words back into the depths of his being, with a fist penetrating 3 inches into flesh. Liu Zhe delivered a powerful blow to Vald's abdomen, the weight of the strike provoking a bitter surge of saliva in Vald's mouth. Observing this predicament, the referee found himself in a quandary. Should he intervene to halt the contest? The blow struck true, and tears welled in Vald's eyes as he cradled his stomach, bending over in agony. Yet, the slap from Heidi could not be so easily dismissed. As the days passed and his bond with her deepened, Liu Zhe's fury only intensified, burning brighter with each moment. Vald, doubled over in momentary breathlessness, presented Liu Zhe with an opportune moment to strike. With a sharp exclamation, Liu Zhe gripped Vald's shoulders and leapt, executing a spectacular flying knee strike that collided brutally with Vald's self-proclaimed handsome visage. How potent was the force of that knee? Such a violent impact could very well mar Vald's appearance forever. A sickening crack echoed through the arena as the knee shattered Vald's nasal bone, an excruciating pain radiating from his nose. With a guttural howl, Vald clutched his face, torrents of blood gushing forth and staining his hands of vivid crimson. "Damn it! Damn it! I will kill you! I will absolutely kill you!" His voice, filled with despair, rang out as his eyes blazed with rage. The agony etched upon his face left Vald little room for contemplation. All he wished was to forfeit and seek out a light mage to alleviate his suffering. "I forfeit." Vald's plea was cut short, the words barely escaping his lips. Now in close proximity, Liu Zhe would not allow such an easy concession. Transforming his fist into an open palm, he delivered a swift chop to Vald's throat. Thud, thud, Thud. The dull thuds of flesh colliding resonated through the arena as Liu Zhe unleashed a barrage of punches upon Vald. Though his strikes were ruthless and fierce, Liu Zhe retained a semblance of restraint, targeting areas that would not prove fatal, yet each blow was undeniably agonizing. Witnessing Liu Zhe's merciless onslaught, the young spectators, aged between 13 and 18, could hardly bear the brutality. Many timid souls turned away, unable to watch any longer, while those who had previously underestimated Liu Zhe now regarded him with a mixture of fear and respect. Was this truly a friendly exchange? A magical contest? It was nothing short of barbaric cruelty. What on earth was the referee doing? How could he not intervene in such a dire situation? The students in the viewing area shared these thoughts, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the moment as the referee, with a solemn countenance, prepared to halt the match. With a sudden lurch, a 13-year-old newcomer could no longer stomach the sanguine spectacle. He bent over and retched. Finally, as Vald lost consciousness, a commanding shout echoed throughout the arena, and the referee sprang into action. Contestant Vald is declared unable to continue. The outcome is clear. Contestant Liu Zhe, please cease immediately. The referee's authoritative voice brought Liu Zhe's actions to a halt, pulling him from the depths of his dark emotions. As he ceased his assault, Vald collapsed, his eyes rolling back as he fell heavily to the ground. Having been rendered unable to remain upright by Liu Zhe's relentless blows, perhaps I have been a bit too harsh, Liu Zhe mused, glancing at his bloodied hands with a twinge of remorse. He was not a cold-hearted killer. Before his journey into this realm, he had been an ordinary youth, albeit somewhat aloof, not devoid of compassion. Although he had taken lives before, it was always in self-defense. Vald's transgression of slapping Heidi was, in Liu Zhe's eyes, a grave offense, yet he recognized that his response had been excessive. The victor of this match is Liu Zhe. The referee swiftly ascended the combat platform, officially announcing the result once more. Mission accomplished. Tianyu Academy Event Task. Magic Tournament, 3rd match. Reward, 30,000 system points. Ding. This task is part of a chain. It will automatically progress to the next phase. Tianyu Academy Event Task. Magic Tournament, 4th match. Objective: defeat the contestant in the 4th match to advance to the 5th. Reward: 40,000 system points. The referee declared the conclusion of the match. A rush of system notifications flooded Liu Zhe's mind. Having conserved his energy for the competition over the past few days, Liu Zhe had temporarily paused his work on charging magic beads. Consequently, his system points remained at 100, but with the addition of the 30,000 point reward, they surged to 31,100. With the announcement of the match's conclusion, the referee promptly escorted the bloodied Vald from the arena, handing him over to 2 medical personnel clad in white. Observing Vald's bloodied form being removed, a chill swept through the crowd. Even the fellow commoners regarded Liu Zhe with newfound respect. The tables had turned dramatically. And the most astonished of all was undoubtedly the bespectacled noble student, who now found himself too embarrassed to descend from the platform. The nearby young women were equally at a loss for words, resulting in an awkward silence that elicited satisfaction from the surrounding male spectators. Under the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, Liu Zhe swiftly departed from the 15th combat arena, not long after leaving. Liu Zhe's gaze sharpened as he located Heidi and Kelly in the distance. Time rewound several moments earlier, to the 16th combat arena, where the next match was set to commence, featuring a male and female contestant. The male bore an adorably youthful visage, with soft golden hair, his slightly oversized magical robe lending him an air of ambiguity. He could easily be mistaken for a girl if one did not pay close attention. The female, on the other hand, sported short emerald hair and slightly slanted phoenix-like eyes, adorned in a resplendent azure robe that exuded the essence of a heroine. Both contestants regarded each other with grave intensity, searching for vulnerabilities in their opponent's stance. That moment, the referee's commanding voice broke the tension, signaling the commencement of the battle. Newcomer Group, 3rd match. Newcomer, Fingri versus Newcomer, Park Sun Kelly. The match officially begins now. With the referee's proclamation, the duel commenced, and both Kelly and Heidi exchanged polite nods, acknowledging one another. My apologies, Kelly announced, initiating the first strike. With a swift motion of her wand, a flash of azure light erupted forth. Wind blade, for wind blades, each the size of a saucer, launched from Kelly's position, targeting Heidi directly. In response, Heidi's gaze sharpened, and she called out in a melodious voice, reminiscent of a delicate girl, ice explosion. With a flash of blue light, for ice spikes shot forth in rapid succession, perfectly intercepting all four wind blades, unfazed by the failure of her attack. Kelly's expression remained unchanged. She understood that both she and her opponent were 5th-level mages and had not expected a mere 3rd-level spell to suffice. Lightness spell. After the initial exchange, Kelly cast a 2nd-level wind spell upon herself. Lightness spell, instantly enhancing her agility to that of a bird. Once her spell was complete, Kelly sprang into action, executing erratic movements while continuously launching her wind blades. For a 5th-level mage, maintaining such a barrage was hardly a challenge. Kelly unleashed a relentless torrent of attacks. Heidi equally responded with a series of ice explosions to counteract the onslaught.